For most people, rebirth means a second chance at life and the beginning of changing destiny and moving towards glory. However, Su Yi's rebirth was far from the glory and honor he expected, but was full of absurdity and helplessness. Just back to his senior year of high school, he found that the world he lived in had undergone earth-shaking changes. Global disasters, strange beasts rampant, ancient gods descended, and the rules of human society were no longer the same as before. Sui discovered that the way of cultivation in the entire world had also changed. In this era of universal cultivation, even the college entrance examination is no longer a traditional academic test, but is based mainly on cultivation and practical ability. All students are conducting arduous cultivation in their respective fields. And what about Sui? His progress in cultivation was extremely slow, and he was still at the basic stage of first-level Qi training, far behind other students in the class. Even his class teacher Zheng Xingzhong planned to help him find a brick-moving job after the college entrance examination. After all, he no longer had any hope of reaching a higher level of cultivation. What drove him crazy the most was that he was tied to a useless system and was even punished by reversal of cause and effect for refusing the system's unreasonable demands. After his rebirth, Sui realized that he did not gain any powerful superpowers as he had imagined, but instead became the owner of a special physique. The system told him that as long as he called it Dad, he would gain an invincible buff and activate the so-called unparalleled mode. Not only did Sui not intend to succumb to this absurd request, but he also sweared mercilessly and directly defied the system. This action immediately angered the system, and then triggered the cause and effect reversal. This means that all damage will be reflected back at him, making him stronger instead. With the repeated stimulation of pain, Sui gradually discovered that although this power of cause and effect reversal made him stronger, it also brought a lot of embarrassment and trouble. His body would gradually improve when it was hurt, but he also suffered pain that ordinary people could hardly endure. This method of self-abuse counterattack gradually made Sui fall into an absurd, vicious circle. Every time he was beaten, his physique became stronger. At first, Sui was full of anger and helplessness towards this incomprehensible power, but with constant challenges and hardships, he gradually realized that the reversal brought about by this system seemed to be the opportunity for him to change his destiny. At this time, Sui walked into the house with mixed feelings, and the air was filled with a familiar atmosphere. As soon as I stepped into the house, I heard my sister Sui's voice coming from the kitchen. "Are you back? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." In these 2 lives, he has never seen his parents, and all the care and love he received came from his elder sister Sui. From childhood to adulthood, it was she who raised him and his younger sister, Su Ainin, with meticulous care. Sui walked into the house. His eyes unconsciously fell on Su Ainin, who was sitting at the dining table. The little girl has grown up. Now she is 15 years old, with no trace of makeup on her fair face. Her bun is neat and playful, and the white training suit makes her look even more dashing. "Sui, what are you staring at me for?" Su Ainin raised her head and glared at Sui, and retorted without any hesitation. Sui couldn't help but sigh. "My Ainin has grown up." Sui and Su Ainin's appearance has not changed much. Seeing these familiar relatives, Sui couldn't help feeling a little relieved. "Who is Yorinin?" Suinin curled her lips, her expression still strong. "Be careful with your words, or I'll beat you up." Sui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Come on, beat me." He was not afraid of any beating now. "Are you itching for trouble?" Su Ainin rubbed her hands, ready to teach this disobedient brother a lesson. "And stop making trouble and go back to the house." At this time, Sui came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup and stopped Suinin in a cold tone. Sui's facial features were gentle. She just spoke softly, and Su Ainin immediately stopped talking, pursed her lips, and turned back to her room. "Drink this, and then I'll take you to see Sister Lin." Sui put the soup on the table and looked up at Sui. As soon as Sui smelled the strong smell of medicine, he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. In this apocalyptic environment, Sui raised him and his sister by herself, which was obviously not easy. The Sister Lin, she mentioned, seemed to be a miracle doctor, and Sui had heard of her medical skills. What is this?" Sui subconsciously took a step back, full of trepidation. Sui did not answer, but looked at him calmly. "I know that you are often bullied by your classmates, and you also ate some aurantium grass, which caused your cultivation to stagnate." Sui was stunned. His sister had always known that he was being bullied, and she had eaten the orantium? He remembered the side effects of the orantium. Although it could stimulate the dantian, it would also disperse his cultivation, leaving him in a dilemma. Eating a small amount of orantium can dissipate your energy, but it can also constantly stimulate your dantian, breaking it down and then rebuilding it, making it easier for you to reach the extreme state. Sui continued, "Don't blame me, I didn't help you all these years. It's because you haven't experienced hardships that you can't grow faster." Sui was silent. He had never thought that his sister had been thinking about him silently. But this bowl of soup, he smelled the strong aroma of medicine, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -2, current cultivation 529, absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -3, current cultivation 526, absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -2, current cultivation 524. Suyi's eyes suddenly widened, and his face turned pale in an instant. The system's prompt sound made him shudder all over. What kind of medicine is this? Just smelling the smell of the medicine, his cultivation level dropped rapidly. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. "Sister, are you really my biological sister? Why did you poison me?" Facing his sister's expectant eyes, Sui subconsciously felt a sense of fear. How strong is this medicine? If he really drinks it, will he die immediately? He can't help but start to doubt whether this bowl of soup is really for his own good. "Sister," Suyi's voice trembled a little. "This medicine, drink it." Sui still had that indifferent look on her face, as if she had already seen through his hesitation. "I know you have many doubts in your heart, but this is good for you. To grow in cultivation, you must go through some hardships. You won't remain stagnant forever." Sui sat there, looking at Sui calmly, her tone calm, but with a hint of refutation. "Drink it." Sui frowned and tried to buy time. "Sister, if I tell you that I will die if I drink it, do you believe it? We'll talk after you die." Sui raised her head slightly, continued to stare at the medicine on the table, and said lightly, "If you have anything to say, drink it first." "Can you not drink it?" Sui felt a chill in his heart. How could his dear sister be so terrible? "No," Sui said firmly. "If you don't drink it, I will let it out. Or you can just release it indirectly." Sui said helplessly. Although alarm bells were ringing in his heart, he still didn't dare to trust this bowl of medicine easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Suanen poked her little head out, revealing a fierce expression, staring at Sui. Sui slammed the table. "Stop smiling at me. Drink quickly." Sui suddenly felt a headache. "Sister, you may not believe me when I tell you this, but I will not drink this medicine today no matter what." Sui's face turned cold, and she immediately shouted, "And then come out." As she spoke, she quickly came behind Sui and grabbed his hands tightly. Suanen also appeared in front of him immediately, holding the bowl of medicine in her hand, smiling so hard that her eyes curved into crescents. "My dear brother, drink the medicine." Sui felt that the scene in front of him was extremely familiar. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he fed Yang Rui medicine before, as if it was the cycle of heaven. Sui tried to break free, but his strength was insignificant compared to his sister's. "Your strength has increased a lot." Sui chuckled, "But you have to drink this medicine today. Dear Xiaoi, come on, open your mouth." With just one hand, she firmly controlled Suyi's wrist, and with the other hand she gently pinched his cheek, her expression gentle but irresistible. "After you finish drinking, you will understand my sister's good intentions." Suanen smiled strangely. "Brother, come on. The more you struggle, the more excited I am." Suyi's heart was in turmoil. How could Suanen become so abnormal? He remembered that she used to be very well-behaved. "And then, feed her the medicine." Sui rolled her eyes at Suanen, signaling her to take the opportunity to bully her brother. Suanen did not hesitate, picked up the bowl, and began to feed her the medicine carefully. "Brother, be honest and drink it yourself. I spent a lot of effort to get this medicine. If you spill a drop, I will bite you to death." Suanen threatened in a low voice. The medicine poured into Suyi's mouth like water, and the system's prompt sound rang wildly in his head. Absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -210, current cultivation 314, absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -150, current cultivation 164, absorbing spiritual medicine, cultivation -164, current cultivation 0, absorbing spiritual medicine, current cultivation 0. Reminder, Continuing to absorb spiritual medicine will put your life in danger. Su Yi's face turned pale, and he felt desperate. How unlucky is this? I finally got reborn, but I missed the chance to be invincible and got cursed by the system instead. He felt that his condition was getting worse and worse. Was he going to die from the poison of this bowl of medicine? Was his chance of rebirth wasted? And then, stop now. Su Yi's face changed drastically when she saw this, and she quickly knocked over the medicine in Su and Anne's hand. Her hand had been on Su Yi's pulse, and she suddenly felt something was wrong. She had thought that Su Yi would become stronger after drinking the medicine, but she didn't expect that his pulse showed that his energy was rapidly dissipating. There's something wrong with this medicine. Su Yi's voice suddenly became urgent. She didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately pulled Su Yi to the bathroom. Su Yi turned on the tap, ready to use water to clean the residue in his body. "Drink water, spit it out," she shouted anxiously. Su Yi's mind was in a mess. The cold water suddenly poured into his mouth and nose, making him a little breathless. A thought flashed through his mind. Is my sister really going to kill him? The lungs are under attack. Lung capacity increases. Physical fitness +1. Current physical fitness 912. The lungs are under attack. Lung capacity increases. Physical fitness +1. Current physical fitness 913. The lungs are under attack. Lung capacity increases. Physical fitness +1. Current physical fitness 914. Can you actually increase your physical fitness in this way? Su Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that he was not really going to die. Although the system was disgusting, at least it did not curse him without any bottom line. Su Yi raised Su Yi's head nervously and asked, "Xiao Yi, are you going to vomit?" Su Yi's face was covered with water stains, and his voice was a little weak. "Sister, no need. I think it has been absorbed." So fast. Su Yi was stunned for a moment. A trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. I didn't expect this medicine to have problems." "Don't worry. I will definitely make your cultivation level rise again." "Don't!" Su Yi hurriedly broke free and looked at his sister in horror. "Sister, please let me go. I just want to be alone for a while now." Su Yi felt Su Yi's pulse and found that there was no energy in his dantian at all. His face turned pale instantly, and he murmured, I'm sorry. Xiao Yi, I really didn't expect it to be like this." "Sister, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me," Su Yi said with a complicated expression. "I will fix it myself. Don't worry, I know you are doing this for my own good." Su Ainen stood at the bathroom door with a puzzled look in her eyes. "Brother, you are not dead?" Su Yi coughed twice, his face full of water stains, and said casually, "Thanks to you, I am still alive." Su Yi finally escaped death, but Su Yi obviously would not let him go easily. She believed that Su Yi's cultivation level plummeted this time only because there was something wrong with the elixir she found. But the problem is that she asked her best friend to get this medicine with great effort, and it cost more than 2 million yuan in total, almost emptying her family's savings. Logically, there should be no problem with the medicine. But now, Su Yi's cultivation has dropped sharply. How could she let go? "Xiao Yi, come with me to find Sister Linning." Su Yi originally wanted to go back to his room to study the secrets of his body, but he couldn't outwit Su Yi. After what happened just now, he realized that if he refused, Su Yi would definitely drag him over. "I want to go too," Su Ainen shouted excitedly when she heard that they were going to Lin Ying's house. Su Yi suddenly remembered Lin Ying's identity. In short, she was a very charming woman, but she seemed a little unserious. She smoked, drank, and flirted with girls better than men. Most importantly, she is a famous miracle doctor in the city. It is rumored that as long as the person is not dead, she can save him or her life. Su Yi brought Su Yi to Lin Ying's home. Of course, Su Ainen was left at home. Su Yi has always opposed her contact with Lin Ying. Xiao Yi's health is fine. Lin Ying glanced at Su Yi and said lightly, "But the college entrance examination will be in 10 days. If you want to get into a good university, you must take strong drugs. You will stay at my place for the next 10 days. Lin Ying is a tall woman with long flowing hair and deep eyes. She gives people a strong aura. Su Yi told her that Su Yi's cultivation level plummeted after drinking the elixir, but Lin Ying said calmly that there was nothing wrong with the medicine, and as for the cause, there was no need to find out for the time being. Su Yi almost couldn't help but ask, "Are we going to return the more than 2 million?" Unfortunately, Su Yi did not discuss this issue with Lin Ying. Su Yi couldn't help but suspect that his sister seemed to have been bribed by this woman. "Come in and take off your clothes," Lin Ying said bluntly. Su Yi was stunned. and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Could the rumor be true? Linning was not gay. He walked into the room and saw the soft big bed. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Sister Lin, this is my first time. Please be gentle. Don't worry. I'm experienced and it won't hurt. Linning said with a smile. Ah, this. Sui was a little at a loss. He had originally planned to go home and study some things, but now it seems that this is completely unnecessary. Linning looked no more than 25 or 26 years old, with an attractive figure and appearance. Her eyes in particular looked at people calmly, as if they could see through everything, with a unique charm. Xiaoi, you have to listen to Sister Lin and everything. You can stay at my house before the college entrance examination. I'm going back first. Sui said softly, then stood up and left. She showed her utmost trust in Linning from beginning to end. After Sui left, Sui sat on the bed, began to take off his shirt, and then prepared to take off his pants. After all, he was reborn, not a rookie who had never seen the world, so he could naturally handle this kind of situation. He guessed in his heart that Linning might have some secret technique, which might be through the coordination of yin and yang and the study of the arrangement of human chromosomes to stimulate his cultivation and allow him to make rapid progress. Linning glanced at him, turned around and went out, taking a metal box. She walked up to Sui and said calmly, sit on the bed and get ready to practice. My acupuncture method can at most stimulate the speed of your dantian, but it will consume a lot of energy on your body. It will hurt, so bear it yourself. What? Sui was a little confused. Stimulate the speed of dantian? Is it possible without acupuncture? No. Linning directly denied it. As soon as he finished speaking, 13 golden needles flew into the air and quickly pierced into Suyi's body, accurately piercing his muscles at different angles. Practice quickly and endure the pain. Otherwise, your pain will be in vain. Linning ordered coldly. Under attack, Constitution plus 10, current Constitution 38. Under attack, Constitution plus 9, current Constitution 47. Under attack, Constitution plus 9, current Constitution 56. The system's prompt sounded in Suyi's mind. Every time a needle pierced his skin, the pain was almost unbearable. Although he maintained the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky, he was unable to perform the exercises at all. How could he dare to practice now? Every inch of muscle in his body felt intense pain, which made him frown, but he was a little excited inside. After his rebirth, did he intend to be a salted fish for the rest of his life? Obviously not. As the pain continued to intensify, Sui finally realized that pain could actually strengthen the body. If he could persist, it would undoubtedly open the door to a new world. College entrance examination? Now we are competing in actual combat. If you are physically strong enough, can you also fight? Dantian is injured, cultivation plus 10, current cultivation is 10. Dantian is injured, cultivation plus 10, current cultivation is 20. Dantian is injured, cultivation plus 15, current cultivation is 35. Damn it, Sui still hasn't practiced yet. What the hell is this acupuncture method? The system kept prompting that his dantian was under attack, which was simply unbelievable. If he was a normal person, he would have been crippled by these injections. But after thinking about it carefully, he finally understood that Lin Ying's acupuncture method was to stimulate the dantian. And even without practice, the dantian would be traumatized. At this moment, he was suffering from unspeakable pain, with every inch of his muscles and dantian in severe pain. But he knew that this was his chance. But the premise is that he can't practice. Sui can only continue to face the sky with his 5 hearts facing up, maintaining the posture and pretending to practice seriously. Suffering from pain, physical fitness plus 14, current physical fitness 928. Suffering from pain, physical fitness plus 18, current physical fitness 940. Suffering from pain, physical fitness plus 20, current physical fitness 960. Although Lin Ying's acupuncture method is painful, it is not fatal. If it continues like this, Suyi's physical condition will definitely increase dramatically. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. His body and cultivation were constantly improving. Linning glanced at him, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This kid was actually quite patient. It will be painful the first time, she thought to herself. If you can't even bear this, you won't be able to continue giving acupuncture in the future. Just get used to it. She brought a chair, sat down, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed Suyi's pain. This kid, didn't he think she was going to do something excessive just now? Sui sat on the bed. The severe pain in his body made him almost unbearable, but the system's prompts kept sounding and his strength was constantly increasing. At the same time, he also began to ponder. Although he had realized that he might be cursed by the system, he was still very weak, and even his sister, Sue could easily suppress him. Recalling his previous experiences, Sue understood that this world was far from as simple as he had imagined. In addition to those mysterious cultivation organizations, there were also many unknown evil forces. If they discovered his secret, they might capture him for experiments. Coupled with the reversal of cause and effect, Sue understood that he still couldn't be absolutely immortal. If his head was chopped off, could it grow back? Judging from the current situation, although it is not that extreme, he is definitely not willing to try it himself. Damn, chop off the head and kick it like a ball? Sue thought to himself and decided not to take the risk. He knew that the best strategy was to grow stronger quietly, keeping his secrets until he was strong enough that no one could match him. He endured the severe pain and forced himself to maintain his training posture, trying to make his body stronger. Linning sat aside, smoking slowly, noticing that Suyi's breath was gradually getting stronger. She adjusted her glasses and whispered to herself, "The effect is good, but it hurts a bit too much." Seeing Suyi's pale face and the bed sheets soaked with sweat, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't bleed, otherwise it would be difficult for her to explain. Suffering pain, Constitution +2, current Constitution 1098. Dantian suffered injury, cultivation +5, current cultivation 305. The system's final prompt sounded, and the pain was finally relieved. Most people would have collapsed after experiencing such severe pain for such a long time. But after Sue, he let out a long breath. He returned to normal with a slightly rosy face. Physical fitness 1098 means that his physical strength has exceeded the level of Qi training. Although his cultivation is still at the 3rd level of Qi training, his strength has far exceeded this level. Sister Lin, let's do it again? Sue opened his eyes sparkling. Linning was stunned for a moment. He was trembling with pain just now. Why is it happening again now? Take a break. Linning frowned slightly. You look tired, and doing this kind of thing too much will harm your body. She felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. At this time, Sue pushed the door open and walked in. When she saw the two of them, she smiled imperceptibly. Linning, what are you doing? Linning was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around and looked at Sue. He just finished. Take a break. Sue glanced at Linning and found that she was dressed neatly, so she relaxed her vigilance and walked into the room. She looked at Sue sitting on the bed and couldn't help frowning. Xiaoyi, why did you take off your pants? Sue replied calmly. To heal my wounds. Sue turned to look at Linning. Do I need to take off my pants to heal my wounds? Linning coughed lightly. I didn't let him take it off. Then why didn't you stop him? Linning shrugged, stood up, and prepared to go out. He didn't take off all his clothes. Okay, the Dantian problem should be fine. Linning said as he walked towards the door. Take a medicinal bath these 2 days, and do it again in 3 days. If it is really as you said, he has been taking Qi Nan grass plus the family's genetic potential, it will be easy for him to reach the 7th level of Qi training. Sue was stunned, and his heart was instantly confused. What the hell? Family potential? Could it be that all this was part of his sister's plan? What other family potential does your Sue family have? Sue couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Sue didn't seem to plan to explain this to him. Seeing that he was fine, she followed him out. Don't worry, Xiaoyi is my brother, and his potential is fine. Sue listened to the conversation between the two and raised his eyebrows. Although he trusted Sue, he couldn't help wondering. Medicinal bath? He didn't want to linger on the edge of death, even if it could improve his cultivation. He had just worked hard to improve his strength. If he took another medicinal bath, wouldn't he have to wash everything away again? It was really not worth it. Sister, listen to me. Sue quickly put on his pants and chased out. I don't want to take a medicinal bath. Sue was settling accounts with Linning and suddenly heard Sue shouting this and stopped what she was doing. It's not up to you. She glanced at Sue coldly. You are now in a situation where you can't get good grades in the college entrance examination without taking a medicinal bath. Linning didn't say anything, but just looked at Sue with interest. Sue's heart tightened, and suddenly he smiled and sneered. Sister, you look down on me? Sue raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Sue said righteously. Sister, based on my qualifications, do you think I need to rely on drugs to get good grades in the college entrance examination? Yes. Sue answered without hesitation, and then turned to Linning. I will pay the balance in 9 days. Linning said calmly. Anytime. Su Yi's smile froze, and he cursed in his heart. Damn it, I was ignored like this. He forced himself to remain calm and patted his chest. Sister, I know that relying on external forces to strengthen my body will help in the short term, but it will affect my future practice. As a descendant of the Su family, I am confident that I can achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination without relying on external things. University is just the starting point of my life. My future is the stars and the sea. Although we didn't know what the Su family's background was, it was definitely correct to say so. Then he added confidently, Believe me, I will get the first place in the city and bring honor to the Su family. Su Yi was silent for a moment, looked at Su Yi, and finally smiled. Xiao Yi, I believe you. You have really grown up. Su Yi felt proud and thought he had the situation under control. Just as he was about to say something else, Su Yi's phone suddenly rang. Hello, are you Su Yi's parents? Su Yi answered the phone and pressed the hands-free key. Well, what's the matter? Hello, I am Luo Muhuang, the director of the teaching department of Su Yi's school. Su Yi put agarwood in his classmates' drinks. The school has decided to expel Su Yi. Please go to the school tomorrow to complete the withdrawal procedures. Su Yi raised her eyebrows, smiled, and then replied calmly, Okay, I'll be there. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Su Yi meaningfully. The corners of Su Yi's mouth twitched fiercely, and he cursed in his heart. How careless. I just pretended to be awesome, and now I'm getting slapped in the face. Sister, what are you laughing at? Su Yi asked with a frown. Su Yi tilted her head and looked at him with a faint smile on her lips. What do you think? There was a sense of calmness and tranquility in that smile, as if everything was under control. Su Yi felt a sense of stability from her eyes, and his mind became calm, and his doubts were instantly alleviated. So, I won't be fired? Su Yi's tone was a little complicated. He admired his sister's intelligence and calmness, and began to wonder how powerful the Su family was. He has never seen his parents, and in his memory, they seem to have never been around. Could it be that his parents are really great figures who live in seclusion? You can stay at Sister Lin's place first. I'll accompany you to school tomorrow. Su Yi said in a flat tone, then turned and walked towards the door. Su Yi did not object, secretly feeling lucky that at least the little, which Su Yin was not here. He changed his mind and thought that it would be good if Linning could give him a few more injections. Linning took out a bottle of wine, held a cigarette in his mouth, and took off his glasses. You live in the room on the left. Call me when you cook lunch tomorrow. Can you cook? Suyaskit. Of course I can. Linning responded calmly. You can use anything at home. If you want to wear women's clothes, they are in my room. As for paper towels, the quality in the living room is better. What the hell are women's clothes and tissues? Su Yi rolled his eyes, feeling a little confused, but he was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked straight into the room on the left. He opened the door and was stunned. The room was not like a bedroom as he had imagined, but a small library, a space of more than 20 square meters, with 3 rows of bookshelves filled with books, a desk, a computer, and a chair. Let me sleep here? Su Yi was speechless and began to consider a question. Can he sleep here? According to the current situation, sleeping can relieve fatigue, but with the power of cause and effect reversal in him, it seems not suitable to fall asleep easily. He pondered for a moment and gradually began to feel uneasy. If I sleep, will I be even more tired, or even unable to wake up? He couldn't help but shudder. He had just been cursed by the system today, and there were many things he hadn't figured out yet. Sleep? No. He finally made up his mind not to rest easily. Instead, he began to look around, intending to look at the books in the room. So he picked up a book from the first bookshelf, The World's Exotic Animal Recipe. Cooking with exotic animals? Su Yi raised his eyebrows. He could cook before his reincarnation, but he had never tried cooking with exotic animals. He decided to learn more about it first and make something for Linning at noon tomorrow. He was flipping through the book carefully, but as he was reading, he suddenly realized that he could not remember the contents of the book. The more he tried to remember, the less he could remember. This feeling made him a little anxious. Could it be reversed like this? Are they kidding me? He couldn't help but start to worry. Would he be unable to remember anything he learned in the future? Wouldn't this make him stupid? In the midst of anxiety, the system's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Detection of host staying up late. Mental power +1, current mental power 108. Staying up late can increase mental power? Su Yi's eyes lit up. This seemed to be a bug. He immediately realized that if he knew he was cursed, he might be able to find a flaw. If he didn't sleep all the time, his mental power would continue to grow. He couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Fighting with the system is endless fun. Since he couldn't read the book, he might as well empty his mind and flip through the books casually. Sui no longer thought about remembering the contents of every page, but allowed himself not to force himself to remember and just scan the text. He found that he actually remembered the contents of the book without any difficulty. Sure enough, quantum mechanics doesn't deceive me. Sui laughed triumphantly, finally finding a breakthrough. His previous confusion was swept away, and he was able to acquire knowledge in this way and became able to remember everything he saw. His smile gradually turned into a fanatical one. Haha, system, I will exploit as many bugs as you have. For the next few hours, Sui flipped through the books on the bookshelf, covering recipes, exotic animals, medicinal herbs, history, and even modern science and traditional Chinese medicine. He absorbed knowledge eagerly, as if he had discovered an endless treasure. During this period, he hardly stopped until it was almost noon. Sui felt that his stomach was a little full, his mind was clear, and his spirits were getting better and better. Sure enough, the physical condition after the reversal of cause and effect is so interesting. He sighed as he walked out of the study to prepare dinner. Since I feel full if I don't eat, it's not difficult to solve this problem by eating something at regular times. While cooking, he thought about what he had gained last night. It turned out that each of the three attributes of physique, cultivation, and mental strength had its own unique bugs. Physical fitness is constantly improved by being beaten, and cultivation can be changed by destroying cultivation. As for mental strength, as long as you keep staying up late, your mental strength will continue to grow. It seems that in the future, I can try other methods besides staying up late to gradually improve these bugs. Suyi's lips curled slightly, and he secretly decided in his heart to make good use of these features. After preparing the meal, he ate some and realized that his energy and strength had been fully utilized. He applied this newfound bug to his life and found that everything started to become more interesting. At noon, an alarm suddenly rang in Lin Ying's room, followed by a loud bang, which scared Sui so much that he shivered. He looked back at Lin Ying's room, only to see her walking out in slippers, with her hair loose and an expressionless face. Sister Lin, it's time for dinner. Sui spoke tentatively, thinking about asking Lin Ying about the situation at his home. Before his rebirth, Sui always thought that his family conditions were ordinary, but now it seems that they are obviously not simple. After learning that he was being bullied at school, his sister Sui not only did not help him fight back, but instead forced him to drink a drink mixed with agarwood, and still did nothing. Moreover, in this doomsday, Sui did not have any job, but was able to pay for his and Su Ainen's expensive tuition. They lived in a 3-story villa, which was obviously not like an ordinary family. In addition, the medicines he got from Lin Ying were obviously not cheap, and Sui became more and more suspicious whether there was some secret hidden in his family. When Sui heard Lin Ying mention family bloodline before, he felt more and more that his reborn self might not be the protagonist of the story. Lin Ying walked to the dining table and saw a table full of sumptuous dishes. She lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly raised her head to look at Sui, and said in a hoarse voice, "You have a secret." In the smoke, Lin Ying's eyes were particularly sharp, and Sui couldn't help but feel that he was seen through. "Sister Lin, what is the secret you were talking about? Did you know that I have grown bigger?" Sui asked with a smile. Lin Ying was not affected by Sui's words and remained calm. "Yi said that you can't cook." Sui raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It's just cooking is not difficult, right? I just flipped through the cookbook in your room and learned it." Lin Ying didn't seem to care about Sui's answer, and said as if talking to herself, "There's something wrong with you. Yi has always said that you are a cowardly wimp. You may be a little bit stuffy, but it is unreasonable for you to tell me this without batting an eyelid like you are now." She spoke slowly. "You have been taking agarwood for a long time. Before you took the medicine I gave you, your strength should not have changed at all. But yesterday, you made the classmate who bullied you drink a drink mixed with agarwood. This is not right." She paused and continued, "The medicine I prescribed for you is fine, but he said that your cultivation dropped drastically after you drank it. You are a kid who is at the first level of Qi training, but your cultivation increased dramatically. However, after drinking my medicine, your cultivation dropped instead. This is totally unreasonable," Lin Ying said, throwing away the cigarette in her hand and starting to eat. After hearing these words, Sui felt a chill. Was this woman possessed by Conan? What would happen if she discovered some of his secrets? He felt nervous. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he felt that there was something unusual about her. Could she do something strange to him? However, after all, he was reborn, so Sue was relatively calm about this situation. He smiled and responded, "Even though there are so many unreasonable things, I do have a secret. What do you want? If you dare to do anything to me, my sister probably won't agree, right?" The atmosphere became a little solemn. Linning lowered her head to eat and did not respond for a long time. Although Sue remained calm, the silence at this moment made him a little uneasy, and the silent feeling of oppression became stronger. After a full 10 minutes, Linning looked up, burped, and chuckled. "What did you just say?" Sue raised his eyebrows. "What exactly do you want to do?" Linning was stunned for a moment. Then his smile became more ambiguous. "Little fool, don't be so nervous. You are E's biological brother. Can I eat you?" She stood up and said with a smile, "Be good, don't think too much. How could your sister do anything bad to you? Come and eat. You have been busy all morning and haven't even had a hot meal." After that, she sat down happily and continued to eat. "Young man, your cooking skills are good. Remember to wash the dishes after eating." Sue looked at Linning in confusion and began to wonder in his heart, could it be that she said so much just to eat alone? However, he was too lazy to think too much, so he just ate a few mouthfuls of rice casually, hoping that his stomach would not be filled to death. He suddenly thought of a question. "Sister Lin, I want to ask, do you know what my parents do?" Linning wiped the corner of his mouth, blinked, and replied, "Your father is the world's #1 god of war. Your mother is the #1 goddess of the gods. Your grandfather is the king of the universe. And your grandmother is the master of creation. That's it." Suyi's eyes almost popped out. "Are you kidding me?" "Yes." Linning put away her lipstick, put on her glasses, and said easily, "Let's go, your sister is waiting for you at school. Are you ready?" "Hmm? What are you preparing for?" He was a little confused. Although he knew that he was asked to drop out of school, judging from his sister's attitude last night, this matter seemed to be easily resolved. Did she still ask him to make some preparations? "Weren't you expelled from school?" Linning raised an eyebrow and said, "According to the school's rules, as long as you can break into the gate of evolution and come out alive, you will be considered fine." Gate of evolution? He was slightly stunned. He knew that the gate of evolution was the entrance to a parallel world. Almost every city base had one, and it was full of dangers, and any situation could happen. Moreover, those who managed to come out alive usually gained something. The school's rule was that any student who was given a serious warning would not be held accountable as long as he dared to break through the gate of evolution and come out alive. "You're not scared, are you?" Linning walked up to Sue and laughed softly. "You promised to that you would go to a good university. If you can't even get through the gate of evolution, how are you going to explain to your sister?" Sue felt her heat, swallowed a little, and responded with a smile. "It's just the gate of evolution. Isn't it just barging in?" If it were in the past, Sue would never dare to challenge the danger of the gate of evolution. But now, his mind is full of looking for bugs in the system. Maybe he can discover something new by exploring the gate of evolution. Sue finally followed Linning out, putting on a black mask and a baseball cap, wrapping himself tightly. Lin Rue's father is the leader of the Dark Wolf mercenary group. Sue had not considered this issue before. Before Linning left, he reminded him that Lin Rue's father is a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. According to the school's cultivation system, there are 9 realms: Qi training, spiritual silence, golden elixir, nascent soul, out-of-body experience, distraction, K-void, Mahayana, and tribulation. Each realm has 9 levels, and the highest realm is the divine realm. The strongest person in their city is only at the Dongshu realm or the Yuanying realm, which is basically equivalent to the god of war in Suyi's previous life. Thinking of this, Suyi couldn't help but feel nervous. If Lin Rue's father was really angry, Suyi felt that he would not even have a chance to resist, and he would probably be chopped into pieces in one blow. Even after being reborn, Suyi didn't think he could escape from such a strong man. "Please, can't you be a little more low-key?" Walking on the street, Suyi felt the eyes around him constantly focused on Linning, and he suddenly felt a little anxious. Beautiful women always attract attention, especially in this apocalyptic world with unstable public security. If a person like Linning does not have a strong background, he may disappear without a trace the next day. "I've been very low-key." Linning glanced at him and smiled frivolously. "Your outfit may seem low-key, but it's problematic no matter how you look at it. The inspection team will definitely come forward to question someone like you if they see one." Ha, I'm harmless, how come? Before Sue could finish his words, two staff members from the inspection team came towards him. You! Stop! The inspection team's eyes were directly locked on Sue. Just as Linning said, his outfit was too eye-catching, especially with Linning standing next to him, making it even more impossible for them to ignore him. You! Take off your mask. Take out your ID card. The two law enforcement officers were wearing alloy armor, looking very futuristic and technological. He was a little uncomfortable for a while. The world after his rebirth not only had demons and gods, but the technology had also reached a level that was unimaginable in his previous life. Despite being targeted, Sui still cooperated, gently took off his mask, and prepared to be questioned. Sui. The bearded man on the left looked up and said in a low voice into the microphone. A suspicious person was found on Yunlong Street. His name is Sui, a student from number 7 middle school. I would like to request the headquarters to verify his identity. Sui wanted to complain about Lin Ying's bad mouth, but he also understood that there was no problem with his identity. Apart from the incident when he fought back against Yang Rue yesterday, he was just an ordinary middle school student. As for the so-called FD and intentional injury, it should be the result of Yang Ruejia's exaggeration after calling the police. After receiving the response from the headquarters, the bearded man turned off the microphone and said to Sui, Sui, you are suspected of intentional injury and other improper behavior. Come with us. Sui almost froze. Intentional injury? He was really unlucky. He was caught just after leaving the house. Did Yang Rue's family call the police? He hurriedly looked at Linning for help, but saw that she was smiling with gloating, as if everything was within her expectations. Come with us, the bearded man sneered, his hand unconsciously reaching for the dagger at his waist. You don't want us to do it, do you? Seeing this situation, Sui frowned and his heart sank. In this world, there is obviously no such thing as civilized law enforcement. Just like in some places in the previous life, if law enforcement officers found suspicious people resisting violently, it was normal to kill them directly on the street. I'll go with you. Although Sui was full of doubts, he didn't dare to act rashly. The rules of this world are strict, and if he confronts these people, the consequences are unpredictable. However, he did not completely give up hope and wanted to see Lin Ying's reaction. Just as Linning felt that something was wrong with him, Sui also knew that Lin Ying's identity was not simple. She seems kind, but is actually very strong. My current strength is not enough, so I should use my brain more. Suddenly, Sui grabbed Lin Ying's hand, pretending to be pitiful, and said, Sister Linning, you gave me that amaranth grass, and you also asked me to poison Yang Rue. You will save me, right? I have to say that Lin Ying's hands were really soft, but she obviously did not expect Su Yi's words. Lin Ying's smile gradually froze, and her gaze shifted from Su Yi to the bearded man. She calmly shook off his hand again, rolled her eyes, and sneered. What are you talking about? Little boy, you and I don't even know each other. Even if you were framing me, you have to have some evidence, right? The bearded man was stunned. It turned out that what Su Yi said just now was not groundless. Lin Ying's identity made him feel a little embarrassed. The person he just reported to was not the headquarters, but Yang Rue's father, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang asked him to bring Su Yi over, but now Su Yi has revealed Lin Ying's behind-the-scenes relationship. What should he do? Linning? I've heard of you. The bearded man turned his gaze to Linning with a somewhat alert look. Linning was well known in this circle, and her identity as a famous doctor made her particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Su Yi quickly added, Sister Linning, you are a miracle doctor. I am a high school student. If you hadn't given me the aurantium grass, how could I have gotten it? You can't just ignore me now. I sweated a lot on your bed yesterday. Linning was stunned. There was no logical loophole in Su Yi's words, but the last sentence was really inappropriate. The bearded man and another member of the inspection team exchanged strange looks, as if they had sensed something was wrong. Many passersby on the street looked at him sideways and whispered about Lin Ying's reputation. Ms. Lin, the bearded man said calmly, do you have any explanation? We must take you back to cooperate with the investigation. His tone at this time was no longer routine, but carried a hint of helplessness and determination. Chapter 11. What is mental illness? Linning looked at Su Yi deeply. Good boy. How dare you plot against her? The inspection team is investigating. Of course, I will cooperate unconditionally. Linning smiled brightly and even winked at the bearded man. She said in a tender voice, You two, please come in. However, the two men suddenly stopped talking, stood there, the muscles on their faces twisting wildly, and their expressions were full of fear. "You two, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Linning leaned forward and asked in the tone of a doctor questioning a patient. When she didn't get an answer, she turned around, put her hands behind her back, and shook her head. "It seems that you two don't want to lead the way. Then we will leave first. You don't have to see me off." Sui looked at the two men. The expressions on their faces were ferocious, and their lips were trembling. It was obvious that they wanted to speak but couldn't. "Let's go." "What? Do you want to wait for you two to treat you to a meal?" Linning walked in front with his hands behind his back, as if he was strolling in the garden. Sui gave a dry laugh. This woman was indeed not simple. He didn't know what method she used, silver needles or witchcraft. "I didn't see her do anything." The two of them just stood there motionless. "Just now, I was trying to drag Linning into the water. I don't know if this woman will hold a grudge. Just now, you wanted to drag me into this?" Linning walked in front without even looking at Sui, but the tone of his voice made it clear that he was about to take out a notebook to write down the incident. "Ah, Sister Linning, you were such a joker." Sui smiled calmly. "With your tricks, I was clearly trying to drag them down with you just now." "Huh?" Linning sneered twice. "You don't act like a high school student. You're hiding it a little too well." If an ordinary high school student heard that the inspection team was going to take him away, wouldn't he cry for help? Is there anyone as calm and composed as Sui who doesn't forget to divert trouble away? Sui didn't explain anything further and followed Linning all the way to a herbal medicine store. "This is it. Follow me in." Sui was a little confused. Why did Linning bring him to this herbal medicine store? Didn't you say that you would help him activate his superpowers? Sui thought Linning was planning to take him to a school or some mysterious place. From the outside, this is just an ordinary herbal medicine store. The decoration on the door front looks very simple, with 5 big words written on a spray-painted cloth, Tai Lai Chinese Medicine Shop. "Sister, are you bringing me here to purchase some goods?" Sui did not look down on this medicine shop. Perhaps there was some hermit living in it, but he had to ask this question. Moreover, this is a herbal medicine shop. Sui wanted to find a medicine that could work in reverse. What place could be more suitable than here? Linning obviously didn't want to pay attention to Sui and walked straight into the pharmacy. "Boss Sui, show me if this kid has any potential." Sui followed him in and saw a Mediterranean young man wearing glasses. There was an incandescent light bulb above his head, which reflected the light on Boss Sui's forehead. When they entered, Boss Sui was reading a book with his head down. When he raised his head, he had a dull look on his face. "Komi?" Boss Sui didn't even look at Sui. He put down the book in his hand, stood up, and walked towards the inner room. Sui took a look inside the room. It was broad daylight, but the lights were dim, and it felt very eerie. Last time at Lin Ying's house, Linning asked Sui to come into the room, and Sui was somewhat excited. Now the situation is similar. If this Boss Sui is like Linning and asks him to go to bed, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. "What are you thinking about?" Linning glanced at Sui and walked in first. Sui had no choice but to follow Lin Ying's footsteps. After entering, Sui discovered that there was a whole new world inside. There was actually a basement downstairs, and the key point was that Sui actually met acquaintances here, his desk mate Wang Yu and his father. "Wang Yu? Why are you here?" Sui was a little surprised. Wang Yu's father, Lao Wang, was right next to him. He was a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. He glanced at Sui and asked Wang Yu, "Your classmate?" Wang Yu nodded and said, "My buddy Sui told you about it." "Sui? I know you. You killed young Lao Heir's son. Your life is worth 200,000 now." Lao Wang looked at Sui carefully and narrowed his eyes. "Have you hidden your strength? Can a 3rd-level Qi training student deal with young Lao Heir's son? I heard that kid is a top student who has practiced the 8th-level Qi training." When Sui heard Wang Yu's father ask this, he knew that Wang Yu had not told Lao Wang the details. He changed the subject and said, "Uncle Wang, let's talk about this later." "What are you doing here?" "Later? I won't tell you later. Let's just muddle through first. We came here for the same purpose as you." Old Wang didn't ask any more questions. He patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and laughed. This kid is only at the 3rd level of Qi training now. If he doesn't use some extraordinary means, he will definitely not be able to go to college. Wang Yu and Sui looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness towards Lao Wang. Who will go first? Boss Sui ignored Sui and the others and turned on the display screen on the wall. He fiddled with some weird instruments and said, It is very painful to forcefully activate superpowers before reaching the spiritual silence realm. As you know, the technology of activating superpowers in the Qi training realm is not mature. I will not be responsible for any adverse reactions caused by activating superpowers prematurely. The contract is on the table over there. If there is no problem, sign and put your fingerprints on it. If there is any problem, you can leave now. Sui understood what Boss Su meant. The technique of stimulating superpowers in the Qi training stage was unsafe, and the process would be painful, which meant that he and Wang Yu were guinea pigs. When Wang Yu heard what Boss Su said, he turned pale with fright. It turned out that to become stronger, one must pay a price. Let me try first. Sui looked at the contract and signed it directly with his fingerprints. Boss Su said that this process was very painful, so how could Sui not try it? Young man, have you thought it through? If you fail to stimulate supernatural powers at the Qi training stage, there is a high chance that you will become a mental patient. Boss Su turned his head slowly with a sinister look and showed Sui a weird uncle-like smile. If Sui was still the weakling before his rebirth, he might really be scared by Boss Su and retreat psychologically, but the current Sui can be called a fighter among perverts. Are you mentally ill? Is it the kind of disease that makes you more mentally alert after you get it? It just so happens that one of his attributes is mental power, and I don't know if his mental power will increase dramatically after this time. Also, what is this mental power used for? Sui felt that he could give it a try. Put yourself in danger so that you can become stronger. Chapter 12. This is wonderful. Boss Su asked Sui to sit on a metal chair, with translucent wires attached to Sui's body. A string of data quickly appeared on the large screen hanging on the wall. Spiritual power, 128. Energy, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1098. Ability attribute, unknown. The rest is similar to hospital physical examination data. Sui took a quick look and found the data so familiar. He could now see the data that the system had been reciting through his thoughts. It is exactly the same as the system data. Just stick a few tubes on him and measure these accurately. The most outrageous thing is, how can these data be the same as the system data? Is it normal for this world to digitize mental strength, physical fitness, and cultivation? The system digitized Sui's power in order to fit this world? Boss Su, is your instrument really accurate? Linning asked after seeing the data. Can this kid's physical fitness be over 1,000? From Lin Ying's question, Sui judged that it was a normal thing to quantify these data. Linning was just questioning the accuracy of the instrument and Sui's physical strength. You can question me, but you can't question my equipment. Boss Su said, this kid must have practiced martial arts. It's not surprising that he has such a physique. The overall physical fitness is 1098, equivalent to the first level of Ji-Ling. A high school student like Sui, he shouldn't have such a strong physique. Linning looked at Sui with a smile. Boy, you really have some trump cards. No wonder you can deal with Yang Rui. Could it be that you met a martial arts master while jogging one morning, and seeing your extraordinary talent, he took you in as his apprentice? Faced with Lin Ying's question, Sui simply chose to ignore it. At the moment, it seemed that even if his data was seen or he was misunderstood, it would not be a big deal. They can guess whatever they want. Sui neither admits nor denies it anyway. Okay, stop talking. You have a pretty good physique. You should have learned some other martial arts. You should be able to get into a good university when you take the college entrance examination. Boss Su walked to Sui and said, your mental strength and energy are only average. If you want to stimulate your superpowers, what you need to do now is to stimulate your brain. This process will weaken your mental strength and will be accompanied by a certain degree of pain. Normally speaking, when you are a junior, after 3 years of systematic study and training in college, your mental strength should reach over 200, and then it will be safest and most effective to activate your supernatural powers. Boss Su is definitely quite serious and responsible. He explained the pros and cons to Sui and left the rest for Sui to decide on his own. Sui heard it clearly and asked, you mean if I forcefully activate my supernatural power now, my mental strength will become weaker? And it will be painful? Boss Su sneered. What else do you think? Creating superpowers in advance is only suitable for those who are too weak and have no confidence in getting into university, or those with extraordinary mental strength. Your mental strength is very average, and you should be able to get into a good university with your martial arts skills. It's not worth it to stimulate your superpowers now. Weakened mental strength can lead to headaches, drowsiness, shock, hallucinations, and even death. Come on, let's start. Sui couldn't wait to hear this. Did you not understand what I meant? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Boss Su's expression turned serious. What's so great about stimulating superpowers? Do you know that if your mental strength is strong enough, your future is limitless? Sui smiled and said, I don't know. You can start now. I'll let you witness a miracle. He finally understood everything. Now there was no need for him to hide his abilities. Even if there was something abnormal, he could explain it by saying that he was a genius. He would not be sliced into pieces for research. Linning said, Boss Su, since this is his own choice, you can start. Boss Su finally stopped talking, fixed Suyi's body, walked to a large computer, and said to Sui, Get ready. If you can't stand it, just tell me, and I will turn off the equipment. I see. You can start now. Thank you. Sui closed his eyes, and the next moment he felt a ringing sound in his ears. A strong electric current passed through Suyi's body, burning the hairs on his skin and giving off a smell similar to that of roasted pork. Sui was really numb. Is this the way to activate superpowers? The King of Thunder and Lightning, right? The system detects that the host's mental system is under attack. Mental power plus 10, current mental power 138. The system detects that the host is suffering from electric shock, physical fitness plus 5, current physical fitness 1103. The system detects that the host's mental system is under attack. Mental power plus 15, current mental power 153. The system detects that the host is suffering from electric shock, physical fitness plus 4, current physical fitness 1107. The system detects that the host's mental system is under attack. Mental power plus 26, current mental power 179. The system detects that the host is suffering from electric shock, physical fitness plus 4, current physical fitness 1111. Suyi's whole body was tense, but the pain in his body was not severe, just a splitting headache, as if 10,000 old ladies were cursing in his head. Can you please stop talking every time? Can you just shut up? The voice of the system kept ringing in his ears. Although his mental strength was getting stronger, Sui couldn't get excited at all in this situation. He felt extremely irritated. The system has switched to silent mode. My goodness, this system really deserves criticism. I've already cursed him, but he's still so obedient after being scolded. Could it be that the system also has masochistic attributes? Immediately afterwards, data panels continue to appear in Suyi's mind. His mental strength is surging. In such a short while, it has risen to 268. Although the physical growth rate was not fast, it also increased to 1125. Boss Su and Linning were a little confused looking at the data on the big screen. Boss Su, are you sure there is nothing wrong with your instrument? Linning looked at the skyrocketing data and couldn't believe it. Normally, shouldn't it be that the mental strength becomes weaker? Why did Sui become stronger? Boss Su sat in front of the computer, glanced at the big screen, and said, There should be something wrong with the instrument. Let me take a look. He tapped the virtual keyboard frantically. After a full minute, beads of sweat appeared on Boss Su's smooth forehead. Damn it, there's nothing wrong with the instrument. After Boss Su finished cursing, he looked up at the big screen again, only to see that the data on it had changed too. Spiritual power, 348. Energy, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1156. Ability attribute, unknown. Boss Su stared at Sui. If there was nothing wrong with the instrument, then there was something wrong with this kid. Chapter 13. There are risks in activating superpowers. I'm now sure that there's something wrong with this kid. Boss Su looked at the data on the display screen, his whole body in a state of dementia. Suyi's data is not very abnormal, but his state is completely weird. There was no change in his cultivation energy, but his mental strength and overall physical fitness were skyrocketing, and his ability attributes were still unknown. I noticed that too. Linning was very confused. Could it be that this was caused by Suyi's family's genetic genes? Or maybe Sui is really strong, but he just used some means to hide his strength. Or maybe Sui helped him hide his strength. I can only say that no matter what the reason is, it won't be a bad thing. Wang Yu couldn't even close his mouth. Is this still the Sui who was ranked last? Wang Yu also understood what the data on the display screen meant. His overall physical fitness is over 1,100, and it is still rising. This means that Suyi's real strength is enough to fight against masters in the Lingji realm. No wonder he could easily crush Yang Rui and the others. The system has fallen silent. Sui controls the system's attribute panel and watches the data skyrocket. Even though he feels severe pain in his body, it is worth it. Isn't it just painful? As a reborn being, if he can't even endure this little pain, he might as well die. Still rising. Plug in the tube, and your strength will skyrocket. If you hide here for 10 years, won't you be invincible when you come out? Sui thought about it and felt that this was not necessary. The world today is far beyond his understanding. Even if he stays here for 10 years, how far can his cultivation level reach? The most important thing is, if he stays here after coming to this world, if the news leaks out one day, he might really be sliced into pieces. His future definitely needs more than just this to take off. After being cursed by the system, he can continue to find bugs in the system and become stronger. What we have discovered so far is just a small bug. As Su Yi's mental strength grew stronger, his thoughts also became clearer. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the thinking ability should be. As for whether there are other effects, he can ask Boss Su and Linning later. He will definitely be able to use mental power to do other things in the future. Fortunately, he did not become stupid because of his stronger mental power. Is this a so-called causality reversal bug? It seems that not everything will really be reversed at the same time. Then you should take the time to try. 3 hours later, Su-yi could feel that the pain had eased a lot. Spiritual power, 808. Cultivation, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1325. Ability attribute, unknown. Except for the fact that his cultivation level has not increased, his mental strength and overall physical fitness have increased dramatically. This kid needs to activate his supernatural powers in advance? Are you kidding me? Boss Su would never think that Su-yi became stronger because of the stimulation of his equipment. Because that doesn't make sense. Mental power is not something like other things. It must be either a natural gift or the result of long-term practice. Otherwise, at Su-yi's age, it is impossible for him to have such strong mental power. For a senior high school student, if her spiritual power exceeds 200, she is already considered a monstrous existence. With this data tested out, the best launching university in the country will definitely send her a recommendation letter without delay. Even some immortal cultivation sects may come directly to her to accept her as a disciple. With such qualifications, what kind of supernatural powers do you need to stimulate in advance? It's ridiculous. Linning said, don't waste time. Quickly activate his supernatural powers. With his mental strength, it's just activating some supernatural powers, so he shouldn't be hurt. Boss Su said, I have already activated. I have tried all the codes to activate superpowers, but he just doesn't have any superpowers. How is it possible? How is it possible that his mental strength cannot stimulate supernatural powers? Today they have mastered the mental frequencies when various superpowers are produced. Just like now, they use electric current to change the mental frequency so as to achieve the effect of inducing and stimulating superpowers. In this process, mental energy will naturally be consumed. Just now, Boss Su tried various frequencies of superpowers, but Su-yi's side was very abnormal and did not stimulate any superpowers. It's not a bad thing for him. Boss Su said, with his mental strength, if he studies Taoism, he will definitely have a bright future. A mere supernatural power is nothing. Taoism, Linning muttered to himself and said no more. Boss Su also turned off the instrument, stepped forward to untie the restraints on Su-yi's body, pulled out the metal tubes, and said he doesn't need to activate his supernatural powers. Let's go to the next one. Spiritual power, 818. Cultivation, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1325. Su-yi's data was frozen here. After figuring out some problems, Su-yi did not hesitate. He opened his eyes and asked, how about it? Do I have any special abilities? What special talents do you have that you don't know yourself? Linning narrowed her eyes at Su-yi and said, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. Su-yi and Linning looked at each other, sat up, and looked at a certain part of themselves. Could this thing also measure that? What are you thinking about? Come here first, don't block your classmates. Linning stepped forward and pulled Su-yi aside. Don't worry, no one will expose your strength before the college entrance examination. After Su-yi came down, Wang Yu lay down on the bed. After all the instruments were turned on, he saw the data on the big screen. Spiritual power, 180. Cultivation, 367. Comprehensive physical fitness, 112. This is what a senior high school student should look like. Boss Su looked at the data and said, the mental strength has reached 180, which is enough to activate supernatural powers. Wang Yu's data shows that his cultivation and overall physical condition are a bit poor, but for some reason his mental power is extremely strong. Normally, the mental power of a student of this age should be between 100 and 120. There must be some special reason for this. Of course, compared with that pervert Su Yi, this mental power is quite different. After Boss Su's operation, Wang Yu actually activated his ice ability, but his mental strength dropped from 180 to 140. Okay, ice ability, take a good rest for 2 days after you go back. If you can use your ability to do something aggressive, then the college entrance examination should be no problem. Boss Su said to Lao Wang. But you also know that if the awakened ice ability can only be used to do some small freezing things, then this child is useless. Activating superpowers in advance carries a huge risk. No one would do such a stupid thing unless they were forced to do so. Even if he activated his ice ability, if he could only form a layer of ice on the surface of the water in the small basin, then Wang Yu would be completely useless. Chapter 14. Do you believe in fate? Mr. Wang, this child named Su Yi is my apprentice from today on. I don't want anyone outside to hear about what happened just now. Boss Su asked Su Yi and the others to wait and sent Wang Yu and Lao Wang to the stairs. When he said this, he did not lower his voice, as if he deliberately wanted Su Yi to hear it. Su Yi secretly glanced at Linning. The woman didn't say anything. Judging from the tone of Boss Su's words to Lao Wang, Boss Su was definitely not a simple, bald, middle-aged man. Boss Su had said before that someone with Su Yi's spiritual power should learn Taoism. Now he told Lao Wang that he was his apprentice. Could it be that Boss Su knew Taoism and was planning to teach him? Learning Taoism. Su Yi's right eyebrow twitched twice. What would happen if cause and effect were reversed while he was learning Taoism? After hearing Boss Su's warning, Lao Wang nodded and said that he would never disclose what he saw today. After Wang Yu and the others left, Su Yi and Linning were the only ones left in the basement. Boss Su turned around and walked to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, disciple Su Yi Gritz Master. Su Yi bowed without saying a word. Unlike the system that asked him to call Dad, now he is recognizing him as Master. His movements must be quick and his posture must be handsome. There is no doubt about that. Do you dare to kneel faster? Linning never expected that Su Yi's knees would move so fast. Dare. Su Yi was so shameless. In this end times, it was not easy to survive. He didn't even know much about this world. In front of him, the system is cursing him, and in the back, a certain mercenary group is hunting him down. In this situation, how can he survive without finding a powerful master? According to Su Yi's analysis, this boss, Su, must be a person similar to the sweeping monk. Boss Su looked at Su Yi and asked, Do you really want to take me as your master? How can this be false? Su Yi said seriously, As long as Master accepts me, I am willing to inherit Master's legacy and take care of him until his death. Aren't hermits and sages generally like this? He has nothing to pursue in life and is all alone and helpless. He only hopes to have a disciple to pass on his legacy. Very good. Since you and I are destined to be together, I will accept you as my apprentice. Boss Su also nodded with great satisfaction, and his forehead seemed to become even brighter. Linning said angrily, What's good about that? Do you know Taoism? Boss Su sneered. Why can't I do that? As expected, even Linning didn't know that Boss Su knew Taoism, which was consistent with his identity as the sweeping monk. Su Wuyang, I have known you since I was 8 years old. How could I not know if you know any Taoist magic? Lin Ying Pu Let Sui, let's go. I will find a master for you. Boss Su did not argue with Linning. He just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with full energy, Su Yi, you are not a child anymore. This matter is up to you to decide. Su Yi has been observing Boss Su's every move. Although he looks unattractive and even a little bald, baldness is very likely a symbol of a strong man. And that crooked smile, just now that looked like the Dragon King. Could it be that this Boss Su really knows some profound Taoist magic? The most important thing is that his shop is a traditional Chinese medicine shop, so it should be right to take him as your teacher. Since he said so, it's impossible that he doesn't know any Taoism at all. Sister Linning, I have made up my mind. I will take him as my master. Su Yi felt that at least this would not be a loss. Su Yi, you'd better understand one thing. Once you choose to become my disciple, you can no longer become someone else's disciple. After Linning finished speaking, Su Yi stared at Boss Su again and sneered. Su Wuyang, you can see that Su Yi's qualifications are extraordinary. If you take him as your disciple, aren't you misleading others? Boss Su hesitated for a moment and said, Wait a minute. After saying that, he walked up the stairs, and not long after, he came down carrying a small iron box. Su, To be honest, I don't know Taoism, but my ancestors were great masters. I don't have the talent to practice Taoism, but I started studying Taoism when I was 5 years old and have a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Boss Su carefully took the books out of the box and said, I don't think I can practice Taoism in this lifetime, but if I could have a disciple to inherit my legacy. Sui took a look at the book that Boss Su took out, but he didn't recognize the words on it. This book is called the Greatest 3-5 Birth and Death Sutra, and it is a Taoist secret technique. If I hadn't seen that you were extremely talented, I would never have taught you even if you knelt before me until you died. Boss Su said this very firmly, but then he sighed and said, I'm afraid I won't have any descendants in this life. The inheritance of my ancestors has been cut off in my hands, and I won't be able to face my ancestors after I die. Su laughed secretly. It was all a routine. It seemed that Boss Su really wanted to take him as his apprentice. First he explained how great the book in his hand was, and then he played the emotional card. If Sui was really just a young senior high school student, he might have been tricked. Don't tell me that. Sui can't be your apprentice. Linning raised her eyebrows and snorted. Even if you have rich theoretical knowledge, you don't have any practice. If he is your apprentice, he will be a test subject. What if something goes wrong? I believe Sui would not be stupid enough to take you as his master. No, Sister Linning, I've made up my mind. I want him to be my master. Sui's attitude was extremely firm. His current situation was a bit special. If he found a Taoist master to be his teacher, it would be very likely that a situation like what happened to Lao Zheng would occur, forcing him to practice. The most terrifying thing is that if he is allowed to practice with the correct method, he might die suddenly halfway through his practice. On the contrary, it is rare to find a master like Boss Su, who has rich theoretical knowledge, but no practical experience. Lin Ying's eyes slowly fell on Sui. It was clear that she was looking at a mentally retarded boy. Did your brain get damaged by electricity? Sui remained calm. Sister Linning, do you believe in fate? Disciple. Boss Su was so excited that he almost cried out loud. Master! Linning couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He must have something wrong with Suyi's brain. I have to tell your sister about you, becoming his disciple. Linning was very determined. She was the one who brought Sui here. If Sui just became Su Wuyang's disciple, how would she explain to Sui? Sui smiled and said, Sister Linning, I'm not a child anymore. I can decide on matters like becoming your disciple. I will tell my sister myself when you go back. Very good. Linning looked at Boss Su deeply. Congratulations on having a good apprentice. Boss Su said solemnly. You have to believe me. Sui will have no problem with the college entrance examination this time. Do I need to tell you that? As long as you don't ruin him, he will definitely have no problem with the college entrance examination. Linning really couldn't understand why a senior high school student with a comprehensive physical fitness of more than 1,000 would have problems with the college entrance examination, unless Su Wuyang had ruined him. Chapter 15. You are wrong. Linning didn't stay here for too long. Before leaving, he said to Sui, you can worship him as your master, but you can't go to the personnel office to register your master-disciple relationship. Sui also understood that he still needed to register at the personnel office to officially become a disciple. It's just like getting married. Becoming an apprentice without registering with the personnel office is roughly equivalent to cohabitation before marriage, which is not recognized by law. Sui, my real name is Su Wuyang. The Wuyang in Wuyang Qingquan does not mean Wuyang. Boss Su said, I see that your physique is different from that of ordinary people. You should have already found a master, so you don't need to go to the personnel office. I will teach you wholeheartedly. Just remember what you said. Sui laughed and said, Master, what are you talking about? I don't have any other masters. I have no problem going to the personnel office to register. Master, do you know what fate is? Our meeting is fate. I have recognized you as my master. Su Wuyang's words sounded as if Sui was already in a de facto marriage, and that he and Sui were in an illicit relationship, but he didn't want a formal status. Let's not waste any more time. You don't have much time left. I'll start teaching you now. Su Wuyang was moved by Sui. There are still 9 days before the college entrance examination. Suyi's overall physique is indeed very strong, but there should be many students like Wang Yu who forcibly awaken their superpowers in advance and have other means. In addition, there are some hidden geniuses who are unknown in daily life and are just waiting to shine during the college entrance examination. If Sui did not have a master to teach him martial arts and only had a strong physique, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to achieve good results in the college entrance examination by relying on brute force. You don't recognize the words above. Let me interpret them for you. Su Wuliang also interpreted them to Su Yi very considerately. There are also methods of cultivation in the Taishang Senwu Sheng Ming Jinjing. According to this method of cultivation, one can also cultivate qi, but it is obvious that it is impossible for Su Yi to practice according to it. However, some of them have the 5 elements attacking techniques, and Su Yi wants to try them. Master, please let me see the book. Su Yi was confused after listening to Su Wuliang's interpretation. Logically speaking, Su Wuliang had been studying this book for some years, and his explanation should be easy to understand, but Su Yi just couldn't understand what he was saying. He suddenly thought of something. When he first saw the cover of the book, he didn't know what the words on it meant, but now he seemed to understand. Is there a possibility? Do you understand? Su Wuliang looked at Su Yi puzzledly. Su Yi hesitated and said, I don't know either, maybe I can understand it. Su Wuliang didn't say much. He had already accepted Su Yi as his disciple, so there was nothing wrong with giving him the book to read. But he felt that Su Yi would not be able to understand it. The words on this book were passed down from his ancestors. He had never studied writing before, but how could he understand it just by listening to his interpretation of the first half? If this is true, then Su Yi is truly a genius. Su Yi took the book and began to flip through it slowly. These words were definitely something he had never seen before, but he miraculously understood their meaning. Su Yi was flipping through the book, the Great Sutra of 3-5 Life and Death, in front of Su Wuliang. What are you doing? Be gentle. Don't tear the book to pieces. You haven't heard of quantum mechanics? What quantum? What's science? This may be a bit difficult to explain, but master, you just need to know that I have memorized this book. Su Yi paused and said, and I already know how to use the exercises in it. Right? He not only wrote down the contents of Taishang Sen Wu Xing Zhao Jinjing, he also understood the contents. Are you kidding me? Although Su Wuliang also felt that Su Yi was gifted, did he say that he knew everything just because Su Yi flipped through the book? Even if you are a genius, it is impossible. Shall I show you a fireball spell? After Su Yi said this, he actually started to make some hand gestures. This is a magic formula. Su Wuliang's eyes widened as he watched. He had just explained the Taishang Sen Wu Sheng Ming Jinjing to Su Yi, but he only explained the first half and mentioned the 5 elements magic, but did not explain it to Su Yi. There are no pictures on the book, only text descriptions. However, Su Yi made the following spells regarding fire-based attack techniques. Doesn't this mean that Su Yi really understood the text? This should be an unknown area for Su. After Su Yi finished a spell, there was suddenly an iron ball in his hand. Su Wuliang. The two looked at each other in silence. Su Yi looked at the iron ball in his hand and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Is this the effect of reversing cause and effect? He was clearly using a fire attack technique, but this guy just threw a metal ball at him. But this thing should hurt if it hits someone. The technique you just used was fire-based attack technique? Su Wuliang turned to the ancestral book Taishang Sen Wu Sheng Mi Jinjing and came to the fire-based attack technique, and then thought about the spell that Su Yi had just performed. That's right. According to the book, Su Yi could summon a fireball by using this spell as long as he controlled his mental power properly. But why did Su Yi summon a metal ball? Su Yi just frowned slightly. After performing a spell just now, his mental power increased by 5 points. Data panel. Spiritual power, 823. Cultivation, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1325. It's great. Although the fireball was not summoned, an iron lump was summoned, but the mental power increased. According to this logic, as long as Su Yi uses these techniques, his mental power will be strengthened. Metal balls are useless? Metal is also a kind of resource. If it were in the past, Su Yi could have become rich just by selling scrap metal with his ball-changing skills. Shall I try something else? Su Yi said, and then made another spell. Dripping water wears away a stone. Water-based attack technique. Dripping water wears away stone. After Su Yi finished his spell, he pointed towards the empty ground. There was a layer of floor leather on the ground, and when he pointed at it, it suddenly caught fire and gave off an unpleasant burning smell. Su Wuliang was stunned. The fire had already begun to spread. Dripping water wears away stone? Su Wuliang looked at the burning floor leather, his mind full of questions. Could it be that his ancestral Taoist secret technique was fake? Just now he had carefully watched the spell Su Yi was making, and it was true that dripping water could wear away a stone, but why did the water-based attacking technique he used turn into fire-based? It's not scientific. Master, it's burning. Oh, that's not right. Chapter 16. You can get rich by rolling iron balls. Sui, why don't we find an open space when we practice magic next time? The fire caused by Sui was not very serious, but Su Wuliang was already a little panicked. The spells that Sui used just now were just some relatively simple ones, and they didn't even require the use of energy to complete. The key point is that the spells he used were completely different from the secret spells. Although his basement is relatively large, there are many instruments here, and accidents can easily occur if one is not careful. You have to know that the instruments here are not cheap. I got it. I will pay attention to safety issues in the future. Su is not stupid. Even if there is nothing wrong with the skills given by Su Wuliang, he himself does not understand the current situation. Reversal of cause and effect? This damn fire magic can create a metal ball for him. The most brutal thing is that the water-based attacking technique turned into the fire-based one. There must be a theory of mutual promotion and mutual restraint in this. But he had no idea what the final effect would be, and if he used it recklessly, something bad would definitely happen. Su Wuliang sat there, flipping through the book, the great 3-5 Birth and Death Sutra passed down by his ancestors, muttering to himself, "Did I learn it wrong? How could this be? This is totally unscientific." Su Wuliang has studied cultivation for so many years, and his greatest wish in life is to use science to cultivate immortality. But Su Yi's current situation is not scientific at all. If it is more serious, his beliefs in life may collapse. Su Yi had no way to tell him the real situation, so he could only say, "Master, let's take our time. No matter what, at least we have successfully performed it. We can just correct it one by one." See, this is the benefit of following a master who has no cultivation experience. If Su Wuliang was also a cultivator, then Su Yi's behavior this time would be considered weird, and he might really dissect him out of curiosity. If Su Wuliang was also a cultivator, he might not value Su Yi so much and would not be willing to teach him everything he knew. Nowadays, all the unreasonable things can only be suspected to be problems with the practice, not problems with people. Master, does it mean that the stronger the mental power, the easier it is to practice Taoism? Of course. Otherwise, even if the spell in the book is wrong, people with weak mental strength won't be able to do anything even if they bend their fingers into a bow. Su Wuliang had a complicated expression when he said this. What he meant by bending the fingers into a bow was probably not just an exaggeration. What do you think this metal ball is made of? He took the summoned metal ball and looked at it. If it was made of precious metal, it would not seem like he would lose money. The fireball summoned by the fire attack technique this time is the size of an egg. If it is valuable, it would be nice. Su Wuliang, who had devoted himself to studying Taoism but had never achieved anything in his life, also became interested. He took the metal ball and tested it with an instrument. He smacked his lips and said, "Iron with a purity of 99.6%. Taoism is really magical. It can create iron out of thin air. It's a pity that it must have taken a lot of mental effort to create such iron. A piece of iron like this is worth at most $2. Times have changed after all. As most resources are controlled by a few powerful people, even iron has increased in price." After casting the spell twice, Su Yi discovered that the spell he cast was more like resonating with some mysterious power. Making a spell is like finding a door to cast a spell. This door has no keyhole, just like a huge stone door that can only be opened with brute force, while mental strength is like the hands that push open the door. The more powerful the spell, the heavier the door will be. To push the door open, one needs even stronger mental strength. Su Yi is now performing the two simplest spells. Some more powerful spells require a medium to guide them, such as blood, magic weapons, or energetic energy. Thinking about it carefully, Su Yi really opened the door to a new world. It's just that his door was built on a bug in the card system. Others might worry about the consumption of mental energy and energy when performing magic, but Su Yi has no such worries at all. Consume it. Just consume as much energy as you can for Dad. The more energy you consume, the stronger he will be. But the road must be taken step by step, and Su Yi did not dare to take too big a step, such as directly using the most powerful technique in the Taishang, Sen Wu Xing Ming Jin Jing. Would he die instantly? This thing is hard to say. It's better to be cautious. After all, it's safer. Su Yi, after performing magic twice, do you feel mentally exhausted? Su Wuliang was quite concerned about his new disciple. He knew he couldn't just focus on cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time if he ruined his body. Not really. Su Yi really wanted to tell Su Wuliang that he was very energetic now. He even wanted to roll out a few more iron balls. A piece of iron egg costs 2 yuan. If you take 5 seconds to rub one, it will be 24 yuan per minute, 1,440 yuan per hour, and 34,560 yuan per day. When you do the math, this is a huge amount. Of course, Sui also thought clearly that if he really did this, he might be targeted the next day. You don't own a factory, but you're a steel transporter, right? If you can make more than 10,000 iron balls a day and sell them, that would be really impressive. If he is spotted by some big shot, he will be locked up. He will be like a steel factory, and he will be a tough guy for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it makes my back go cold and my heart tightens. Not feasible. It's not feasible. Su Wuliang had no idea that Su Yi was still thinking about such a crazy thing. He sighed and said, "Young man, don't be stubborn. There's a long way to go. Cultivation cannot be achieved overnight." Yes, Master is right. Su Wuliang felt inexplicably sad and said, "Actually, with your talent, if it were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would want to take you in as their apprentice. I'm really not worthy of being your master." Thinking about the Taishang Sen Wu Sheng Ming Jin Jing that I had studied for half my life, but he just picked it up and flipped through it a few times and was able to practice Taoism. What else can I teach him? Could it be that it is really misleading young people, as Lening said? Sui said, "Master, do you believe in fate? If you think it's not possible, let's go get the certificate now." Why does this sound so strange? Don't think too much about it for now. Just follow the instructions in the book. Although you are gifted, don't slack off. I will prepare some medicine for you to strengthen your physique. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so the stronger you can be, the better. All this? I don't think I need it. Su Yi is numb. Coming again? Chapter 17. Not that shameless. On the eve of the college entrance examination, many students began to work hard. Any means may be used. This is the reality of involution. As long as they will not be disqualified from the exam or suffer serious physical harm due to the test paper, students and parents are willing to pay any price. Su Wuliang has a new apprentice, and Su Yishan seems to him to be so sensible. So naturally, he wants his apprentice to get good results in the college entrance examination. You don't seem to need it given your physique. Su Wuliang quickly figured it out and said, "The most important thing for you now is to improve your cultivation. Also, how is your study of 3 years of War God record going?" "Not very good." Su Yishan thought for a moment and asked, "Master, are you actually a martial arts master?" After all, Su Wuliang's hair looks very thick. "I don't know any martial arts. I'm just an old Chinese doctor." Su Wuliang said, "Although I have been studying Taoism, I haven't achieved much." Having said that, Su Wuliang sighed, expressing the crisis of middle-aged men. Su Yishan asked curiously, "Then why can you threaten Lao Wang so arrogantly? Don't you know that it is against the rules to activate supernatural powers in advance? Another thing is, as an old Chinese doctor, you know a lot of secrets." Su Wuliang said, giving Su Yishan a meaningful smile. If Su Yishan was really just a young middle school student, he would probably not be able to understand the meaning of Su Wuliang's smile. But as a middle-aged man who was reborn, he understood the greasy smile of middle-aged men the best. "I see. Master, can you teach me medical skills?" Su Yishan said, "I want to learn how to identify medicinal herbs and so on." Even if Su Yishan wanted to practice hard now, it would be impossible. Apart from exploiting the system bug, he had no other choice. "You want to study medicine?" Su Wuliang's eyes lit up when he heard Su Yishan say that. He was unable to practice medicine. Both his physique and mental strength were relatively weak. In this world, he could only be an ordinary doctor. How can a person who can practice cultivation be interested in this medical skill? What's more, he is a talented young man like Su Yishan. He was wondering if he had nothing left to teach Su Yishan. Now that Su Yishan wanted to study medicine, he seemed useful. Su Yishan said seriously, "My wish is to learn medical skills and save the people of the world." What a great ambition, but studying medicine can't save the world. Su Wuliang himself is an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and his social status is relatively low. However, if you want to study medicine, wait until after the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is more important now. Su Yishan frowned and said, "Master, have you ever heard of proving the truth through writing?" Su Wuliang looked at Su Yishan with some confusion. Su Yishan said, "To be honest with you, I can become stronger by studying medicine. The college entrance examination is just a starting point for me. With my current ability, I will have no problem passing the college entrance examination, so I want to study medicine while preparing for the exam." Su Yishan could feel that after his energy became stronger, his whole spirit and energy were different. Now he wanted to improve his cultivation. Since he couldn't rely on cultivation, he could only rely on taking drugs. Studying medicine and identifying medicinal materials is a very necessary thing. Or maybe, Master, you could give me some medical books so I can study on my own first. Su Ishan's quantum memory is not a lie. He doesn't need Su Wuliang to teach him. He can also read books on his own. I have quite a few medical books. Although Su Wuliang didn't know what it meant to prove the truth with writing, since Su Ishan had said so, how could he, as a master, not support him? Su Wuliang quickly found 2 piles of medical books for Su Ishan and placed them on the table. These are some of the most basic medical books. You can read them first. They should be enough for you to study for several years. Su Ishan asked, Master, how long have you studied these books? Su Wuliang sighed, shook his head, and said with a smile, I have been learning medicine since I was a child, and it has been more than 40 years now. Wow. He's in his 40s, and with a hairline like that, he must be quite strong. It seems that these 2 piles of medical books are not that simple. If Su Ishan failed to successfully find the bug in the system, it would take him a lifetime to learn and comprehend just this little bit of medical skills. Master, don't worry, I will definitely study hard. Su Ishan didn't want to demonstrate his quantum memory method in front of Su Wuliang again. This is not to hide his incompetence, because if he just flips through the content that others have worked hard to learn for 40 years and then tells his master that he has learned it, this is undoubtedly an extremely hurtful and disrespectful behavior. Since I have decided to take Su Wuliang as my master, I should give my master the proper respect and also consider his feelings. A middle-aged man like Su Wuliang also needs a proper sense of presence. It's just like the elderly at home wanting to prove that they are not old. Study hard, and if you don't understand anything, feel free to ask the master. Sure enough, Su Wuliang was very happy to see Su Ishan's humble attitude and felt that he had finally found a place to use his talents. Disciple, if you need any herbs, just tell Master and I will get them for you. Su Wuliang was very satisfied with his disciple. His sincerity could be seen from this sentence alone. I understand, Master. Su Ishan could feel how good his new master was to him. But he knew that in any world, money doesn't come from the wind. Compared to Su Wuliang's sincerity, he actually had a strong purpose in becoming his apprentice. In the beginning, he thought that if his master ran an herbal medicine shop, he could use these herbs without spending a penny. Although he was not very shameless, how could he bear to get it for free when Su Wuliang treated him like this? Although he agreed verbally, Su Ishan had already decided that if he used the medicine, he must pay the money he deserved. The day passed quickly. Su Ishan tried to read the medical skills seriously, but he really couldn't understand anything. He also asked Su Wuliang some questions at the right time. Disciple, perhaps your talent in medicine is really not as good as your talent in cultivation. Why don't we just practice hard? Su Wuliang expressed his opinion very subtly. Suji-san, damn it, I was despised. But he could only pretend to be learning. The 2 piles of books were there anyway, and he could just read them secretly later. It was no big deal to be looked down upon by his own master. After all, we have to consider the feelings of the bald middle-aged man. Su Ishan stayed at Su Wuliang's place tonight. The next day, at dawn, Linning brought Su Nuanyuan to Su Wuliang's herbal medicine shop. Su Yi knew that something was going to happen. Chapter 18. The size of the bed is not important. Boss Su, there is no way my brother will accept you as his master. Su Nuanyuan was sitting on a stool in the herb shop and said these words in a tone very much like the mother-in-law who used to break up young marriages. Su Wuliang could only obey Su Nuanyuan submissively, and after a long while he only said one sentence. I know. Since you understand what I mean, Boss Su, that's enough. Su Nuanyuan took out a yellow crystal card and placed it on the table, smiling. Boss Su, you helped my brother activate his supernatural powers yesterday, and I'm sorry for the trouble. This is the reward, and I hope Boss Su doesn't think it's too little. Su Ishan had seen the introduction of these crystal cards in Lin Ying's study. They were equivalent to the bank cards of the past, except that each color of crystal card represented a different value. A yellow crystal card contained at least 100,000. Su Wuliang was only helping Su Ishan to stimulate his supernatural powers, and Su Nuanyuan's reward was not small, which could be considered as a huge fortune. However, when she did this, Su Ishan felt that the smell was too strong. They are becoming more and more alike. It's just like a sarcastic rich mother-in-law using a bank card to get a poor woman to leave her son. Sister, I have decided to become your disciple. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to make this decision for me. Su Yishan looked at Su Wuliang with a firm gaze and said, "From now on, he will be my master, and my only master." Su Yisan. Su Nuanyuan seldom calls Su Yishan by his full name, but whenever she does, she must be angry. "Sister, I will get into a good university, and you don't have to worry about the rest." Su Yishan, I heard from Sister Linning that your mental strength is extraordinary. I have also found the strongest Taoist master in Xioshan to be your master. What can you learn from Boss Su? Su Yishan also knew that Su Nuanyuan did everything for his own good, but as a reborn time traveler who was cursed by the system, he knew very well that Su Wuliang really wanted to take him as his disciple, and that it would be best for him to become Su Wuliang's disciple. If he really became a disciple of the most powerful Taoist master, he might be killed. Su Yishan did not explain anything further. He stared at a paper cup on the table, waved 2 fingers, and with a trick of water dripping through stone, a flash of fire appeared, and the paper cup directly burned. Su Nuanyuan was shocked. "When did you learn the Taoism?" Linning also looked at Su Yishan curiously and blinked. Was this little guy, Su Yishan, hiding too deep? Su Yishan glanced at Su Wuliang and said with a smile, "I learned it from Master yesterday." Su Wuliang slowly turned his head and looked at Su Yishan, then looked at the burnt paper cup. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what Su Yishan said. Although there are some problems with Tai Shang, San Wu Sheng Ming Jinjing, Su Yishan at least learned Taoism from him. There doesn't seem to be any problem in changing the water-based attack technique into the fire-based attack technique, as long as it can be used, isn't it? Sister, I don't know how powerful the Taoist master you mention is, but my master can teach me Taoism within 1 day. Can he do it? Su Yishan said seriously, "People who are good at Taoism may not necessarily teach their disciples, but my master is different. He was a peerless master in the Qi control realm in the past, but he was hurt by love and gave up his cultivation. Now he is willing to accept me as his disciple. It is the greatest luck in my life." Qi control realm? Su Nuanyuan looked at Su Wuliang in disbelief. "You should know that there are less than 100 cultivators in the Qi control realm in the entire human city. Was Su Wuliang in the Qi control realm before?" Cough. Su Wuliang covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Was he bragging a little too much? The state of controlling Qi. Why not just say he is a god? Su Nuanyuan knew Su Wuliang, but had never heard that he was at the Qi control realm. But Su Nuanyuan has actually always been paying attention to Su Yishan's condition. Even if she didn't realize Su Yishan's potential before, he definitely didn't know Taoism before. The fact that Su Yishan was able to learn Taoism in such a short period of time must be related to Su Wuliang. The most important thing is that what Su Yishan said makes a lot of sense. Even if one is very powerful in Taoism, he or she may not be able to teach disciples. Okay, now that you've grown up, it's up to you to become Mr. Su's disciple, as long as Mr. Su is willing to accept you. Su Nuanyuan's way of addressing Su Wuliang also changed. It's just that people are chasing you everywhere outside now, so you'd better not run around today. Just stay here with Mr. Su. Sister will take care of Yang Rui's matter for you. Su Nuanyuan said calmly, "Don't worry, no one can bully you while Sister is here. Sister, don't worry about my affairs. I can handle it myself." Su Yishan could tell from what she heard that her sister was no ordinary person. Although Yang Rui's father was not very strong, he was at least a concurrent cultivator and the leader of a mercenary group. His influence in Xioshan City was not small. But Su Nuanyuan only taught Su Yishan not to wander around today. In other words, in Su Nuanyuan's opinion, it would only take 1 day to deal with the matter of Yang Rui's father. But he was very clear that he could not always rely on his family. Su Nuanyuan might be able to help him deal with Yang Rui's father, but this world is too complicated and there are too many strong people, so he must become stronger himself. As a man, what's the point of relying on a woman for protection? He wants to become stronger. Even if he meets someone more powerful in the future, he will stand in front of Su Nuanyuan. You want to solve it yourself? Su Nuanyuan looked at Su Yishan with interest. Su Yishan said, "Sister, you don't want me to hide behind you for the rest of my life, right? I caused the trouble, so I should solve it myself. As a man, I don't like to be a coward." Su Yishan didn't think he couldn't survive Yang Heir's wanted list. He just regarded it as a small test for himself. Su Nuanyuan was silent for a moment, and then said, "Since you think so, I won't really get involved in this matter." However, Su Nuanyuan changed the subject and said seriously, "You'd better think it over. Yang Heir is not someone you can easily deal with. He will really kill you." Su Yishan smiled calmly and said, "I'm waiting for him to kill me." Su Nuanyuan didn't say anything more. Just know it in your mind. Now that you have decided, just study hard here with Mr. Su. Su Nuanyuan and Lining did not stay here for long. But before leaving, Lining winked at Su Ishan and said meaningfully, Brother Ishan, you should sleep at my place tonight. You still need to undergo a few more physical transformations. Besides, my bed is bigger. Sister Lining, I'll come knock on the door later. Sui Shan didn't need to sleep, but Lining still had a lot of books that she hadn't finished reading, so Sui wanted to go take a look. As for whether the bed was big or not, it really didn't matter. Chapter 19. The seriousness of the matter. Your family is not simple. After Su Nuanyuan and Lining left, Su Wuyang picked up the crystal card left by Su Nuanyuan and began to look at it. Sui Shan really didn't know much about the situation at his home, but he also realized the same problem, that his family didn't seem to be simple. Although 100,000 yuan cannot buy many good things in this era and prices are soaring. For ordinary people who just want to live, 10,000 yuan can cover the food and clothing expenses of a family of 3 for a month. As far as Sui Shan knows, his class teacher Lao Zheng only earns 20,000 yuan a month. Old Zheng is a cultivator who has reached the 9th level of Qi training and is considered middle class in Qiushan City. I actually don't know much about the situation in my family. Sui Shan didn't want to ask so many questions. Since his sister didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. It is possible that his family was powerful in the past, or has always been powerful, but this is not very important to him. Now he just wants to become stronger with his own strength. And he just wants to compete with the system in wits and courage. Su Wuyang held the crystal card Su Nuanyuan gave him and asked, What's the matter with your sister saying you're wanted just now? Oh, nothing much. I just killed the son of the leader of the Dark Wolf mercenary group a few days ago. He's wanted. Are you talking about the young heir? Su Wuyang was obviously stunned and said, If you offend that bastard and you don't ask your sister to help you, then you'd better not go out before the college entrance examination. I understand. Sui Shan is not a fool. As the leader of a mercenary group, he is considered a powerful figure in this era, but he is not someone he can deal with at the moment. Su Wuyang gritted his teeth and said, You know, you're still going to Lin Ying's place at night? If you get hit by Yang Heir's people on the way, you won't even know how you died. Sui Shan pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Master, since you can think of this problem, Lining should be able to think of this problem too. It should be possible. Sui Liang Frau Wen. Lining, that woman, is not stupid. Knowing that Sui Shan is wanted by Yang Heir, she still lets Su Yi go to her house at night? Could it be that Lining wanted to murder Sui Shan? It shouldn't be that bad. Sui Shan raised the corner of his mouth and whispered, If I guess correctly, Lining will tell Yang Heir's people about my whereabouts. Does she really want to hurt you? Su Wuyang's eyes widened, and then he shook his head violently. Impossible. Absurdity impossible. Lining is not that kind of person. Of course she won't hurt me. Sui Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. I think tonight will be a test. Su Wuyang looked at Sui Shan with some confusion, obviously not understanding what he meant. Sui Shan did not explain much, but just asked, Master, can you let me use the machine that you used to stimulate supernatural powers again? What other superpowers are you trying to activate? Isn't it better to just learn Taoism? Su Wuyang frowned. It's not good to waste your mental energy in vain. Sui Shan couldn't tell anyone about the system, so he could only say, I can use that device to enhance my mental strength. Are you kidding me? Su Wuyang had been studying superpowers and Taoism for some time. Stimulating superpowers is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Who would be stupid enough to stimulate superpowers if he could learn Taoism? Through electric current stimulation, scientists have gained superpowers at the cost of damaging mental strength. This is the method they have come up with after countless experiments. These experiments also prove that the mental trauma caused by gaining superpowers through electric current stimulation is irreversible and difficult to repair. The mental energy consumed in practicing Taoism can be restored through methods such as meditation. As for what Sui Shan said about enhancing mental strength through instruments, it is not scientific at all and is complete nonsense. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, you can try. Sui Shan said, My mental power before yesterday was actually only over 100. It was only because I forcibly stimulated my supernatural powers that my mental power increased. Huh. Su Wuyang's mind was in a mess, and he muttered to himself, No wonder. I actually thought there was something wrong with the instrument. So that's how it is? There's nothing wrong with the instrument. The problem is with you. But this is unscientific. Su Wuyang seemed to have hysteria. What happened to Sui Shan completely overturned his cognition. However, Su Wuyang's state did not last long. He glared, took Su Yishan's hand, and said in a low voice, "Disciple, you didn't tell anyone about this, right?" Su Yishan said, "At present, you are the only one who knows this." Su Wuliang said seriously, "This matter cannot be known to any other person. I will not mention it again." Su Yi couldn't help but ask, "What would happen if others knew?" "I don't think they will be caught for research." Su Yi was still smiling. In his opinion, this shouldn't be a big deal. "Wait a minute." Su Wuliang closed the door of the herbal medicine shop and said, "Do you know how difficult it is for a normal person to make his or her mental power stronger? Many people have gone through hardships and spent countless medicinal herbs, but they can only improve their mental strength a little bit. Otherwise, why do you think they have to wait until they graduate from college to stimulate their supernatural powers normally? In 4 years of college, only a handful of students can raise their mental strength to 500. That requires the school to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of resources, as well as the students' own efforts. You just used an instrument to stimulate it, and your mental strength increased by more than 1,000. What do you think will be the consequences if others know about this? Once the news gets out, you will definitely be captured and studied unless someone important is willing to protect you. After you are captured, you may never see the sun again in your life." When Su Wuliang said this, he just stared at Su Yishan without saying anything. The air seemed to freeze suddenly. Su Yishan swallowed hard. Before this, he had only thought about whether he would be sliced into pieces after his system was exposed. But it was just a thought, and I didn't take it too seriously. Now that Su Wuliang has pointed out the seriousness of the matter, Su Yishan has finally realized what the consequences would be if his situation were exposed. You can use the instrument, but you must not let anyone else know. In the end, Su Wuliang took Su Yishan to the basement. Su Yishan was certain that Lin Ying and his sister had set a trap for him tonight, and he had to improve his strength as much as possible before tonight. There are some powerful offensive techniques in the Taishang Sanwu Xingming Jinjing, but he estimated that it would require raising one's mental strength to a certain level before they could be used. Otherwise, there was a high possibility of accidents. As for the improvement of other abilities, it is far less fast than improving mental power, so it is better to study them slowly later. Chapter 20. Predicting your prediction. Night falls. Every household in Shoshan City has closed its doors and windows, and there are basically no other passersby on the streets except for the inspection team. There is no need for a curfew. At night, there are still evil spirits roaming the streets from time to time. Ordinary people walking around at night will most likely die if they encounter these evil spirits. After Su Yishan came out of the herbal medicine shop, he walked carefully along the wall towards Lin Ying's house. After an afternoon of operation, his mental power has reached 1580. After my mental strength reached 1500, the effect of electric stimulation was not very good. When he went out, Su Yishan looked at the data panel. Spiritual power, 1580. Cultivation, 305. Comprehensive physical fitness, 1403. Su Yishan also knew how to use the attacking techniques in the Taishang Sanwishimajinjing, but the effect he produces may be a little different. According to Su Wuliang, judging from the surface data alone, Su Yishan is invincible in the Qi training realm. He can barely fight below the 4th level of strength training, but no better. The people in Shoshan City Inspection Team are basically all in the strength training realm. There are also many inner strength realm masters in the Dark Wolf mercenary group. As for Yang Air, he is a master in the combined cultivation realm. If Su Yishan meets him, he will surely die. Judging from the fact that Lin Ying easily dealt with 2 members of the inspection team, Lin Ying is at least in the inner strong realm. As for his sister Su Nuanyuan, if she could really deal with Yang Air within a day, then her level of cultivation would be hard to guess. Sister, watch carefully. Just as Su Wuliang felt, if Su Yishan met Yang Air, he would surely die. But he wanted to solve this problem by himself. Su Nuanyuan would never feel at ease if he didn't show some real ability. Thinking back to the fact that Su Nuanyuan had always known that he was bullied by Yang Rui, but had never pointed it out, Su Yishan felt that his trip to Lin Ying's house tonight would definitely not be easy. Su Nuanyuan and Lin Ying were most likely hiding in the dark and watching him. They might even deliberately tell the Dark Wolf mercenaries about Su Yishan's whereabouts. If he can't get to Lin Ying's house by himself tonight, Su Nuanyuan will most likely quietly deal with Yang Air. Of course, all this is Su Yishan's guess. If the guess was right, then Su Yishan must let Su Nuanyuan understand that he could solve Yang Air's problem even without her help. Even if this is not the case, Su Yishan still needs to be careful on this trip. What if Su Nuanyuan and the others have not made any arrangements, and he is unlucky and encounters the Dark Wolf mercenaries? He will have to deal with them. As his mental strength and physical fitness grew stronger, Su Yishan's reactions became more and more agile, and he moved through the darkness as light as a ghost. Su Nuanyuan and Lining followed Su Yishan slowly. Su Nuanyuan whispered, "Xiaoshan is quite fast. Why didn't I notice it before? Has he been hiding his abilities all along?" "I think so. Your whole family is full of freaks. This little guy is born with strong mental power. He is only 18 years old and has not received any training, but his mental power is over 800, and his physical strength is over 1,000. He even hid it from you and me before." Lining glanced at Su Yishan's disappearing back and chuckled. "He's really brave." He knew that Yang Air was at the concurrent cultivation level, but he still wanted to solve this matter himself. Su Nuanyuan patted Lining on the shoulder and said, "I'm catching up." The two of them were extremely fast, following Su Yishan just 10 meters away. "Let's wait until he gets through this tonight." Su Nuanyuan looked normal and just looked at Su Yishan's back from a distance. Only one street away from Lin Ying's house, Su Yishan avoided all the members of the inspection team and frowned. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Su Nuanyuan and Lining don't have any arrangements? However, the closer it gets to this time, the more we cannot relax. There were only 2 dim lights on the street. Su Yishan looked back, but didn't see anyone except his elongated shadow. As soon as he turned around, a dark shadow flashed in the corner of his eye. Puff! Su Yishan threw a punch subconsciously. The punch hit the black shadow, and he was also hit on the shoulder. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 80, current comprehensive physical fitness, 1483. Sure enough, he was sent by his sister. Su Yishan gritted his teeth. It was impossible for others to know that he came to Lin Ying's house. This guy was just a sneak attack, which was weird. And use fists for sneak attacks? If you really want to kill him, you should at least use a knife. Such attacks are more like tests and trials. He quickly stabilized his body and saw the appearance of the person coming clearly. The man was wearing a black mask and had a tall figure, but his right eye was black and blue. "I don't think I hit your eyes." Su Yishan looked at the guy. "You hit my waist." I'm here to kill you." "Then why are your eyes swollen?" "What the hell is it to you?" The man shouted angrily and pounced on him again. His punches were powerful, and his speed was extremely fast. Su Yishan stretched out his arm to block and took 3 steps back. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 35, current comprehensive physical fitness, 1518. Good job. This guy has some strength and is an upgraded tool man. Sui also realized that this guy didn't really want to kill him. It was definitely his sister who called him to test him. What he wanted to do was not to kill this man, but to let his sister know that he was powerful. Not far away, Su Nuanyuan clenched her fists and said secretly, "How dare you really do it? If Xiaoshan is really hurt." Humph! Lining glanced at Su Nuanyuan and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This man was forced to come here by Su Nuanyuan, and the bruise on the corner of his eye was also caused by Su Nuanyuan. It was enough for a guy who had trained his strength to test a senior high school student like Su Yishan. Su Yishan knew that at this moment, his sister and Lining must be hiding somewhere watching him. In that case, he had to show some skills. You want to kill me?" Su Yishan bit his finger and quickly made a spell. Ice rising from the 9th heaven. He pointed at the man, and tiny granular sparks connected into a flame that enveloped the man. Damn it, a cultivator. The man who was called by Su Nuanyuan had a look of fear in his eyes. The next moment, all the clothes on his body were on fire. What made him most depressed was, where was Bing Qi Jiuxiao as promised? You are really setting the sky on fire. No talk of immortal virtue. Su Yishan just wanted to experiment with the Taoist methods in the Taishang, San Wu Xing Zhao Jinjing, in front of his sister. He didn't really want to kill this person. Karma fire technique. Su Yishan formed another spell. Chapter 21. You call this a high school student. Originally, Qinwen was just a local tyrant in Qiushan City. He had cultivated the strength of the first level, had his own territory, and had more than 100 people under him. He bullied men and women on a daily basis, and his life was so comfortable. But this afternoon, 2 very good-looking women came to his territory, beat him up, and then told him to ambush a high school student here. As long as he did it well, the 2 women would not bother him again. He thought it was just a matter of dealing with a high school student. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him? But after a fight, Qinwen realized that something was wrong. Damn, you call this high school? After being punched by him, he merely took 2 steps back, but the punch made his blood boil. After the first round of confrontation, Chinwen found that the young man did not seem to be very strong, but he was strong and fast, so he felt that he still had a great chance of winning. What did he see next? The high school student mentioned by those two women actually used Taoism, immortal cultivation. Let him, a person in the strength training stage, fight against those who practice immortality? It's simply harming him. Facing Su Yishan's ice rising from the sky, Chunwen already felt powerless. If this continued, he would be burned to death alive. Then he heard Su Yishan shouting Karma Fire Technique. Hearing that it was another fire-related Taoist technique, Chunwen lost all hope. I guess I'll be burned to ashes soon. As Su Yishan finished his spell, a large piece of metal suddenly appeared in the air and smashed towards Chunwen. Fuck you. Chunwen cursed inwardly, and in an emergency, he endured the severe pain in his body and hid aside. A big hole was smashed where he had just stood, and dust was flying everywhere. Is this the so-called Karma Fire Technique? Far from the truth. Come again. Earth Spirit Trap. Su Yishan did not consume any energy from performing the Taoist magic. On the contrary, his mental strength was slightly improved, and he performed another earth-based Taoist magic. In the book, when this magic is performed, the ground will begin to collapse and bury the enemy. When Su Yishan performed it, Chinwen only felt his feet lighten, and a big puddle appeared where he was standing just now. The water in the puddle actually formed two hands that grabbed his legs and pulled him into the puddle. Puff! Is it so weird? Fortunately, all the flames on Chunwen's body were extinguished, which saved his life for the time being. Still fighting, Su Yishan took 2 steps forward, looking at Chunwen, who was still struggling in the puddle, and planned to make another spell to play with. These 3 Taoist methods are considered to be the more powerful ones in Taishang, Sen Wu Xing Zhao Jinjing. Su Yishan probably also figured out the rules of practicing Taoism. Because he was cursed by the system, the 5 elements of Taoism he practiced would have the effect of counteracting each other. Fire-based Taoist magic will release metal. Fire will appear in the water or ice system. The earth system will become the water system. Then the wood system will become the water system, and the metal system will become the wood system. Because of this, the Taoist magic he displayed was very strange. Gurgle, gurgle. Chunwen was bubbling in the puddle and was about to drown. How could he go back to Su Yishan? At this moment, Linning suddenly appeared in front of the puddle like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and raised it again, and all the water in the pit flew out, leaving only Chunwen, who was covered with bruises, shivering in the pit. Devil! This is absolutely the devil. Sister, help me! Chunwen saw Lin Ying's face clearly and quickly called for help. Sister, this guy is very powerful. Who is your sister? Linning, of course, refused to admit it. Without even looking at Chunwen, she kicked some stones into the pit, turned to Su Yishan, and said with a smile, Brother Yishan, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I thought you were lost. Su Yishan pretended to be curious, glanced at Chunwen, and asked, Sister, do you know this person? Linning laughed sweetly. Brother Yishan, what are you talking about? Could it be that your sister will harm you? Of course not. How could my sister Linning harm me? Su Yishan said with a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Let this person destroy himself. Chunwen was not seriously injured. He had some burns on his body, but they were not fatal. He should be able to crawl out by himself. Since Su Yishan saw that this person was arranged by Linning and his sister, he naturally didn't care. It's not easy to be an actor these days. I don't know if my sister will give him more money. Su Yishan followed Linning back to the house. Linning turned on the light and said, Brother Yishan, was it really Su Wuliang who taught you those Taoist methods just now? Of course, you don't think I learned it by myself, do you? Su Yishan said with a smile. My sister was outside, just now, right? Huh, you actually found out? I haven't found it yet. I'm just guessing. Since the conversation has come to this point, Su Yishan simply got straight to the point. Is my sister satisfied with my performance? Not bad. It seems like you should have no problem with the college entrance exam, Linning said. After tonight, you don't have to come to my place anymore. Why don't I come over? Su Yishan said. My master's place is not as comfortable as yours. Su Yishan had planned it very well. Before the college entrance examination, he read books at Lin Ying's place at night and studied medicine at Su Wuliang's place during the day. The person today was arranged by Lin Ying and his sister, and it was actually just a small test. The college entrance examination is approaching, and he can either not take it or go for something amazing and let the whole world know that he has been admitted to the best launching university in the country. Before the college entrance examination, he also wanted to have a fight with someone. Since Yang Er wanted to kill him, then let him come. Since he came to this world, he always had to experience it. The study is very comfortable. Linning looked at Su Ishan meaningfully. I love learning. Learning makes me happy. Okay, come over if you want. Linning waved her hand and said, I won't care about you anymore. There's a key in the study. Just open the door yourself next time you come. After saying that, Linning went back to her room. Su Ishan also followed him into the study and immersed himself in his reading of quantum mechanics. There are a lot of books in Lin Ying's house, and even if you flip through them like this, it will take a long time. I am now considered to be well-read. Su Ishan quickly finished reading another bookshelf. Lin Ying's books covered all kinds of knowledge, which also allowed Su Ishan to better understand the world. He knew one thing very well. Being powerful does not only refer to strength. Being knowledgeable is also a form of power. It's a pity that Lin Ying's books wouldn't last him long. After reading the books of sages, Su Ishan couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness. He lowered his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it time to test another aspect of his abilities? Chapter 22. Don't put tissues at the head of a boy's bed. Never put tissues at the head of a boy's bed. The last time Su Ishan came, Linning told Su Ishan that the tissues were in the living room. For things like this, it's okay for everyone to just keep it to themselves. It's embarrassing once you say it. Lin Ying's family only has a limited amount of paper towels. Su Ishan thought about it and decided that it would be better to wait until he returned home to experiment slowly. Doing these experiments in other people's homes seems somewhat vulgar. When Linning woke up in the morning, she saw Su Ishan making breakfast. Don't young people nowadays sleep in the morning? Or are they too exhausted and too hungry to sleep? Linning, wearing silk pajamas, sat lazily at the dining table, looking very charming. Hiccup. Su Ishan just wanted to say that he was feeling a little full and had to eat something. Linning glanced at him. Did you eat? I'm burping. Su Ishan didn't know how to explain to Linning. It was such a fucking huge consumption. Fortunately, I didn't do anything at night. Otherwise, this sentence would have really come true. How many books in the study have you read? Linning asked curiously while eating. You didn't just read recipes, did you? There was no way. The cooking skills displayed by Su Ishan were really amazing. In addition, the information Linning got from Su Nuanyuan was that Su Ishan could not cook at all. He is a complete novice in life, but Su Ishan can cook delicious dishes. Does that mean he plans to become a chef directly? Su Ishan thought for a moment and asked, Sister Linning, do you have any Taoist secrets here? The Taoist secret manuals are precious. Apart from the university, they're only found in the Taoist sect. I don't practice, so I don't have those things in my study. But if you want, I can find a way to get you a few. Linning said casually while eating. Did your master really teach you the Taoist method you just performed? Su Ishan nodded and said, what else? If not him, who else could have taught him? I didn't expect that he really has something. Linning looked at Su Ishan meaningfully. But isn't your talent too high? You've learned this much in just one day. That's right, my family's bloodline inheritance is no joke. Su Ishan really didn't know what his family's background was, so what he said might be a cliché. Before his rebirth, his family was an ordinary family. Now it seems that his parents are really not simple. They should not be the kind of people whose parents are killed at the beginning. Since he has parents, Su Ishan certainly wants to see them. Do you know what your family's bloodline heritage is? Linning glanced at Su Ishan and laughed. Boy, are you trying to trick me? Huh? What did sister say? Su Ishan asked. Sister Linning, are my parents still alive? Otherwise he would have been killed. You are so filial. I am filial. The main reason is that I have never seen my parents since I was a child. Su Ishan did not have any resentment towards his parents in this life. He just had never seen them and was a little curious. They are still alive. Linning said, you just need to know that your parents are not seeing you for your own good, so don't bear a grudge against them. Su Ishan asked, do you know them? I met him once many years ago. Linning thought for a moment. About 8 years ago, when I was a 10-year-old child. Su Ishan looked at Linning. You said so much. You don't just want to tell me that you are 18 years old this year? Yes. Linning smiled. Is there a problem with my sister being 18 years old? I'm actually only 1 month older than you. Huh? You are so mature. Su Ishan heard that Linning just wanted to change the subject and didn't want to talk to him about his parents anymore. Is Xiaoshan brother tempted? Linning said as she glanced at a certain part of Su Ishan and said, he has quite a lot of potential. Su Ishan rolled her eyes at her. Who told you to dress like this in broad daylight? All right, I won't waste my time talking to you. Do you want to go to your master now? Linning stood up and said, I'm going to the store first. Wash the dishes before you leave. Su Yishan ate a little and was not as full as before. He looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There should be no one at home. The little devil Su Ainin should have gone to school. There is no need to go to the master for the time being, so you might as well take this opportunity to go home. After Linning left, Su Yishan first went to wash his hair, then let down his hair that had been combed back so that his bangs covered his eyebrows. He then looked for a pair of sunglasses in Lin Ying's house, rummaged around, and even found a guide stick. Only after he had all these equipment ready did he go out. After all, he is wanted. Although his current strength is okay, it will be troublesome if he is met by the inspection team. Covering his whole body will be too conspicuous, and he can't go out without disguise. Imitating the blind man's movements, Su Yishan walked unsteadily towards his home. There were no taxis in that era. Many wealthy families had small airships, while those without money had no means of transportation. You have to know that there are many powerful beasts and monsters outside the city, as well as robbers and bandits who rule the mountains. Many people may never leave the city after they are born. Su Yishan walked for a long time and found that he was being followed. A skinny guy waved his hand in front of him to test whether he was really blind, and then discussed with his two accomplices to rob Su Yishan in some deserted place. This kind of thing happens frequently in Shushan City. The strong prey on the weak. A blind man walking alone on the street will naturally make some people have bad intentions. Even the inspection team may not care about such things. Even if they think there is nothing good about Su Yishan, it would be great to bully him and get some sense of accomplishment. Little brother, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? The thin man walked up to Su Yishan and started to play the role of a good guy. After Su Yishan's mental strength and overall physical fitness improved, his hearing was obviously much more sensitive than before. The thin guy and others discussing robbing him not far away was like conspiring loudly. Thank you, but no, I can do it myself. Su Yishan refused on the surface, but actually he was thinking about giving them a good beating. Damn, there are so many bad people in this city. Is he a good guy? Still want to rob him? Why didn't Su Yishan want to find someone to fight with to improve his combat experience? And he was really poor now, and he didn't want to rely on his sister and master for everything. If others wanted to rob him, then he would rob them in return. It wasn't too much, right? They're just three little hooligans. If you trick them into some dark alley, won't they be at his mercy? Boy, you'd better follow me obediently, otherwise my knife will be sharp. The thin man didn't say any more nonsense to Su Yishan and put a sharp object against Su Yishan's waist. At this time, Su Yishan also saw the inspection team coming towards him. He didn't want a conflict with the inspection team yet, so he smiled and said, "Brother, you are such a kind person. I'll trouble you to lead the way." The oncoming inspection team members glanced at the thin man and Su Yishan as if they didn't see them. The thin man gave a flattering smile to the inspection team members. When Su Yishan and his team walked over, a member of the inspection team laughed and said to his companions, "That stinky boy Wang Hailong found another fool, and that fool thought he was a good person. As for the blind man, it's a waste of food if he's still alive. It's fine as long as he cleans up. The blind man doesn't look like a rich man by the way he's dressed. Wang Hailong is quite good at dealing with things. He has increased the tribute by another 10% recently." Chapter 22, Don't put tissues at the head of a boy's bed. Never put tissues at the head of a boy's bed. The last time Su Yishan came, Linning told Su Yishan that the tissues were in the living room. For things like this, it's okay for everyone to just keep it to themselves. It's embarrassing once you say it. Lin Ying's family only has a limited amount of paper towels. Su Yishan thought about it and decided that it would be better to wait until he returned home to experiment slowly. Doing these experiments in other people's homes seems somewhat vulgar. When Linning woke up in the morning, she saw Su Yishan making breakfast. Don't young people nowadays sleep in the morning? Or are they too exhausted and too hungry to sleep? Linning, wearing silk pajamas, sat lazily at the dining table, looking very charming. Hiccup. Su Yishan just wanted to say that he was feeling a little full and had to eat something. Linning glanced at him. "Did you eat?" "I'm Ben." Su Yishan didn't know how to explain to Linning. It was such a fucking huge consumption. Fortunately, I didn't do anything at night, otherwise this sentence would have really come true. "How many books in the study have you read?" Linning asked curiously while eating. "You didn't just read recipes, did you?" There was no way. The cooking skills displayed by Su Yishan were really amazing. In addition, the information Linning got from Su Nuanyuan was that Su Yishan could not cook at all. He is a complete novice in life, but Su Yishan can cook delicious dishes. Does that mean he plans to become a chef directly? Su Yishan thought for a moment and asked, Sister Linning, do you have any Taoist secrets here? The Taoist secret manuals are precious. Apart from the university, they are only found in the Taoist sect. I don't practice, so I don't have those things in my study. But if you want, I can find a way to get you a few. Linning said casually while eating, Did your master really teach you the Taoist method you just performed? Su Yishan nodded and said, What else? If not him, who else could have taught him? I didn't expect that he really has something. Linning looked at Su Yishan meaningfully. But isn't your talent too high? You've learned this much in just one day. That's right, my family's bloodline inheritance is no joke. Su Yishan really didn't know what his family's background was, so what he said might be a cliché. Before his rebirth, his family was an ordinary family. Now it seems that his parents are really not simple. They should not be the kind of people whose parents are killed at the beginning. Since he has parents, Su Yishan certainly wants to see them. Do you know what your family's bloodline heritage is? Linning glanced at Su Yishan and laughed. Boy, are you trying to trick me? Huh? What did Sister say? Su Yishan asked, Sister Linning, are my parents still alive? Otherwise he would have been killed. You are so filial. I am filial. The main reason is that I have never seen my parents since I was a child. Su Yishan did not have any resentment towards his parents in this life. He just had never seen them and was a little curious. They are still alive, Linning said. You just need to know that your parents are not seeing you for your own good, so don't bear a grudge against them. Su Yishan asked, Do you know them? I met him once many years ago. Linning thought for a moment. About 8 years ago, when I was a 10-year-old child. Su Yishan looked at Linning. You said so much. You don't just want to tell me that you are 18 years old this year? Yes. Linning smiled. Is there a problem with my sister being 18 years old? I'm actually only 1 month older than you. Huh. You are so mature. Su Yishan heard that Linning just wanted to change the subject and didn't want to talk to him about his parents anymore. Is Xiaoshan brother tempted? Linning said as she glanced at a certain part of Su Yishan and said, He has quite a lot of potential. Su Yishan rolled her eyes at her. Who told you to dress like this in broad daylight? All right, I won't waste my time talking to you. Do you want to go to your master now? Linning stood up and said, I'm going to the store first. Wash the dishes before you leave. Su Yishan ate a little and was not as full as before. He looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There should be no one at home. The little devil Su Ainen should have gone to school. There is no need to go to the master for the time being, so you might as well take this opportunity to go home. After Linning left, Su Yishan first went to wash his hair, then let down his hair that had been combed back so that his bangs covered his eyebrows. He then looked for a pair of sunglasses in Lin Ying's house, rummaged around, and even found a guide stick. Only after he had all these equipment ready did he go out. After all, he is wanted. Although his current strength is okay, it will be troublesome if he is met by the inspection team. Covering his whole body will be too conspicuous, and he can't go out without disguise. Imitating the blind man's movements, Su Yishan walked unsteadily towards his home. There were no taxis in that era. Many wealthy families had small airships, while those without money had no means of transportation. You have to know that there are many powerful beasts and monsters outside the city, as well as robbers and bandits who rule the mountains. Many people may never leave the city after they are born. Su Yishan walked for a long time and found that he was being followed. A skinny guy waved his hand in front of him to test whether he was really blind, and then discussed with his 2 accomplices to rob Su Yishan in some deserted place. This kind of thing happens frequently in Shoshan City. The strong prey on the weak. A blind man walking alone on the street will naturally make some people have bad intentions. Even the inspection team may not care about such things. Even if they think there is nothing good about Su Yishan, it would be great to bully him and get some sense of accomplishment. Little brother, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? The thin man walked up to Su Yishan and started to play the role of a good guy. After Su Yishan's mental strength and overall physical fitness improved, his hearing was obviously much more sensitive than before. The thin guy and others discussing robbing him not far away was like conspiring loudly. Thank you, but no, I can do it myself. Su Yishan refused on the surface, but actually he was thinking about giving them a good beating. Damn, there are so many bad people in this city. Is he a good guy? Still want to rob him? Why didn't Su Yishan want to find someone to fight with to improve his combat experience? And he was really poor now, and he didn't want to rely on his sister and master for everything. If others wanted to rob him, then he would rob them in return. It wasn't too much, right? They're just 3 little hooligans. If you trick them into some dark alley, won't they be at his mercy? Boy, you'd better follow me obediently, otherwise my knife will be sharp. The thin man didn't say any more nonsense to Su Yishan and put a sharp object against Su Yishan's waist. At this time, Su Yishan also saw the inspection team coming towards him. He didn't want a conflict with the inspection team yet, so he smiled and said, "Brother, you are such a kind person. I'll trouble you to lead the way." The oncoming inspection team members glanced at the thin man and Su Yishan as if they didn't see them. The thin man gave a flattering smile to the inspection team members. When Su Yishan and his team walked over, a member of the inspection team laughed and said to his companions, "That stinky boy Wang Hailong found another fool, and that fool thought he was a good person. As for the blind man, it's a waste of food if he's still alive. It's fine as long as he cleans up. The blind man doesn't look like a rich man by the way he's dressed. Wang Hailong is quite good at dealing with things. He has increased the tribute by another 10% recently." Chapter 23. Brother, are you hiding from me? Wang Hailong and his accomplices forced Su Yishan to a dead end full of garbage. Wang Hailong's knife was still against Su Yishan's lower back. He laughed strangely and said, "You blind man, do you have anything valuable on you? Tell us what you think is valuable, or we will get into trouble." Su Yishan let go of the guide stick in his hand, turned around, grabbed the knife in Wang Hailong's hand with his left hand, and punched him hard in the face with his right hand. Clang! Wang Hailong's thin body was knocked away by a punch, and he even spun twice in the air before falling headfirst into the garbage dump. "You too! What valuables do you have on you? Hand it all over and don't force me to do anything." Su Yishan took the initiative and turned his head to glance at Wang Hailong's other two accomplices who were already scared silly. Wang Hailong had already fainted. Su Yishan's left hand was dripping with blood, and his right hand was holding a knife. Even without taking off his sunglasses, his fierce aura made the other two thugs tremble in fear. I originally thought he was a blind man who was easy to bully, but who knew he would run into a tough guy. Look at the way he grabs the blade and tries to snatch the knife. It's a complete display of bravery and fearlessness. Although Wang Hailong weighed only 80 or 90 kilograms, he knocked the man around in circles in the air with one punch. One can imagine how it felt when this punch landed on someone's body. "Brother, we'll give you all the money. Don't be angry." The two little punks almost knelt down in front of Su Yishan. They were just little punks at the 4th or 5th level of Qi training. They could only be said to be a little more ruthless than ordinary people. When Su Yishan took action, his strength was evident. How could they dare to resist? Su Yishan threw the knife in his hand away, and the knife stuck into the concrete floor, up to the handle. My left hand was injured just now, and the overall physical fitness only increased by 5 points. It seems that a lot of blood was lost, but in fact, only some skin was broken, and even the tendons and bones were not injured. Sure enough, as the overall physical fitness improves, it becomes increasingly difficult to get injured, and it also becomes increasingly difficult to improve. There is a limit in between. If the damage is too low, your strength cannot be improved, but if it is too much, you might die. This degree needs to be tested slowly. Wang Hailong's two accomplices were so poor that they only had 250 yuan in their pockets. Su Yishan was also a ruthless man. He made them strip down to their underwear. "If you want to rob, of course you have to be professional. You two, strip and clean too, and hand over all the stuff to me." Su Yishan believed that if he was really just a blind man with no fighting ability, in addition to being robbed, he would definitely suffer all kinds of insults, and even his life would be in danger. What Su Yishan is doing now is not really too much. Originally, I didn't have much hope for the money on Wang Hailong. After all, how much money could a little gangster have in this day and age? But after Wang Hailong was stripped naked, what was thrown in front of Su Yishan really shocked him. A moon-shaped pendant suspected to be made of spiritual gold sand. Su Yishan has read a lot of books in Lin Ying's study these 2 days. Only by reading widely can one broaden his horizons. It is recorded in the compilation of local epigraphy and inscriptions that in the entire Wanzhou area, the output of spiritual gold sand is less than 100 kilograms, and much of it cannot be mined. It is rare in the world, with an unknown melting point, extremely high hardness and toughness, and is purple gold in color with light blue mixed in. It is the most rare material for refining tools. 1 gram is worth a fortune. Su Yishan held the pendant and pushed down his sunglasses. He had only seen records about golden spirit sand in books. Judging from the appearance alone, this moon-shaped pendant had the characteristics of golden spirit sand. But this pendant has obvious signs of artificial carving, with a lifelike tulip on one side and a bloody battle axe on the other. If it is really spiritual gold sand, what kind of tools can be used to carve such a pattern on it? Sui Shan put down his sunglasses and coldly asked the little thug, "Where did you get this thing?" The guy on the left with a swollen face said cautiously, "Brother, we took this thing off a dead person a few days ago." "What place? What kind of dead person?" Suyi-san froneth. Regardless of whether this pendant was spiritual gold sand or not, Sui-shan always felt that something was unusual. This moon-shaped pendant is really too light. It is so light that it feels like a feather in your hand. The compilation and illustration of local records of inscriptions in bronze does not mention how heavy the golden spirit sand is. In the haystack at the mass grave in the east of the city, the man was as strong as an ox, holding a broken iron rod in his hand. "You took the things from him. Why didn't you sell them?" Sui-shan immediately realized the problem. The little hooligans might not recognize the golden spirit sand, but they should have snatched a lot of things from the dead man. After getting these things, they will definitely make a move. "We sold all our other stuff on the black market for a total of 2,000 yuan. The boss offered 100 yuan for this pendant, but Brother Long refused to sell it, so he just wore it himself." Sui-shan couldn't help but admire the boss of the black market. He was really fucking shady. What if this was really made of golden spirit sand, and he bought it for $100? Wouldn't that be a huge profit? But judging from the fact that the black market owner did not raise the price to buy the pendant, the black market owner probably did not recognize it. Or rather, the owner did not think it was golden spirit sand. "What's the name of the black market boss who bought your stuff?" Sui-shan wanted to go to the black market and take a look. Maybe he could determine the identity of the dead man from the things sold by the little hooligans. "Brother, why are you asking this?" "Answer whatever I ask you." Sui-shan snorted coldly and said, "If I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely find you and tie you up and use you as a sandbag for boxing." The little gangster was obviously scared. Sui-shan's fists were so powerful. If he was tied up and beaten, wouldn't he be dead? "Brother, we sold it to Brother Snake. If you ask, you will know that he is very famous in the black market. Besides this pendant, what else did you sell to the dead man?" "There was a dagger, and a ring, and an empty jade bottle. The ring was made of sapphire and a gold belt." After getting the answer, Sui-shan left. The gold belt and sapphire ring. Just from these 2 points, we can judge that the dead man mentioned by the ruffians is definitely not a simple person. Then this pendant may have some origin. Sui-shan still pretended to be a blind man and slowly walked towards his home. He planned to ask his sister about the pendant to see if she knew about it. Along the way, Sui-shan did not encounter any obstacles. As soon as he opened the door, Su-anen held a dagger to his throat. The sharp dagger was only a hair's breadth away from Sui-shan's throat. What came into view was Su-anen's delicate little face, with a pure and innocent smile. "Brother, you haven't been home for 2 days. Are you deliberately avoiding me?" Chapter 24. It is impossible to coax her. Sui-shan had already integrated the memories of this life. Regarding his sister Su-anen before his rebirth, he sincerely wanted to stay away from her. Because this little girl was born with supernatural powers and extraordinary talent in cultivation, and she was in the same school as Sui-shan, she was like a dazzling star wherever she went. Compared with her, Sui-shan felt that he was even more useless. A deep sense of inferiority made Sui-shan unwilling to stay with Su-anen. But the more he did this, the more Su-anen pestered him. Of course, that was probably before Su-anen was 10 years old. After she was 10 years old, her greatest interest was to bully her useless brother. It's not like he would really beat Sui-shan. He just liked to steal his things and force him to play with him. In the past, Sui-shan was weak in character, so Su-anen didn't even need to do anything. Just by clenching her fists, she could scare him into doing whatever she said. He was completely controlled by this devilish sister. Now, as soon as he returned home, Su-anen put a dagger to his throat. If it were the previous Sui-shan, he would have been so scared that his face turned pale and he dared not move. Sui-shan stretched out his left hand, which was still covered in blood, and grabbed the dagger in Su-anen's hand. "Are you crazy?" Su-anen was frightened and quickly took 2 steps back. The dagger was naturally pulled back, and Sui-shan naturally missed it. "You have your knife against my neck, and you are still afraid that I will grab it with my hands?" Sui-shan's eyes were frighteningly cold. This little devil Su-anen was really getting too greedy and had no respect for his elders. Is it really okay to bully people like this? Su-anen was stared at by Sui-shan and was at a loss for a moment. Her smile had long disappeared, and she muttered in a low voice, "Does he really want to hurt you? Why is he so fierce?" Su Ishan sneered. "Do I have to wait until you accidentally stab me to death before I can resist? You are mean to me?" Su Ainan's eyes were filled with tears, and she pouted her lips as she looked at Su Ishan pitifully. "Crying is useless." Su Ishan rolled his eyes at her and said, "Don't bother me anymore in the future." After that, he walked around Su Ainan and went to his room. Su Ainan threatened loudly behind him. "Su Ishan, do you believe I will beat you up?" Su Ishan didn't even turn his head and said coldly, "If you have the guts, do it." Humph. Su Ainan wiped away her tears, threw away the dagger in her hand, and grabbed Su Ishan's hand from behind. Su Ainan has already reached the 5th level of Qi training, which is amazing for a freshman in high school. She wanted to use the latest grappling techniques she had learned to subdue Su Ishan. As soon as Su Ainan met Su Ishan grabbed her hand. He didn't know what it meant to be gentle and sympathetic. How dare he hit himself with his own sister? After being bullied for so many years, the farmers are now standing up and singing. Naturally, they want to take revenge and complain. If it was the rookie who could only practice the 3rd level of Qi, he would have been caught by Su Ainan and pressed to the ground. Su Ainan thought so too. But this time, as soon as Su Ainan exerted force, Su Ishan turned around and twisted her hands behind her back. "Su Ainan, if you dare to act disrespectful in front of me again, I will beat you and make you cry." Su Ishan felt that he should establish his dignity as a brother. Su Ainan struggled for a while. Her face flushed red, but she found that even if she used all her strength, she couldn't break free from Su Ishan's hand. "Su Ishan is really too strong. Little girl, I can't deal with you anymore." Su Ishan was quite proud of his revenge. This time he finally felt like a brother. "Go ahead and hit me. It would be best if I could hurt myself. Then I'll tell my elder sister, and she'll definitely punish you." "How dare you talk back?" Su Ishan relied on his great strength, twisted Su Ainan's arm, pressed her to the ground, and spanked her on the butt. After all, she is his own sister. Su Ishan would never dare to hit her in the face. It would also be bad if he hit her in other places. "You! How dare you hit me?" Su Ainan cried out in pain after being beaten. After Su Ishan finished beating him, he stood up and said, "If you bother me again in the future, I will beat you up." After saying that, he didn't bother with Su Ainan and went back to his room and closed the door. "The wound on my hand is healed without even a scar left." In the hall, Su Ainan was furious, rubbing her butt and walking back and forth, muttering to herself, "How dare you hit me? I'm so mad at you." Su Ishan turned a deaf ear to this. He thought that younger brothers and sisters should be beaten since childhood. Even though they couldn't beat them before, it's not too late to make up for it now. After closing the door, Su Ishan took out the moon-shaped pendant and began to study it. In terms of workmanship, the pendant was absolutely exquisite. He pinched the 2 ends of the pendant and broke it hard. With his current strength, he can even bend a steel pipe as thick as his arm. But no matter how hard he tried, the pendant didn't move at all. This material is definitely not ordinary. Maybe it is really golden spirit sand. Su Ishan played with the pendant with a frown. If it was really golden spirit sand, then the identity of the dead person was definitely not simple. The fact that the pendant was in his hands must not be let to others. Otherwise, it would bring about a catastrophe. As for the black market, I can only investigate secretly. As for this pendant, I don't know if it has any practical use, or is it just a symbol of status? Su Ishan also tried the method of dripping blood to recognize the master, but there was no reaction. He then tried burning it with fire, but there was still no change. "Forget it, I'll ask my sister later." Su Ishan opened the door and prepared to take a shower, and then tried to rub sparks out of his hands. As soon as he opened the door, he was blocked by Su Ainan. But now Su Ainan's tears have not dried yet. She was originally a head lower than Su Ishan. She raised her head slightly, looked at Su Ishan, and cried pitifully, "Brother, I was wrong. What tricks are you trying to play? I'm telling you, I won't fall for it." Su Ishan avoided Su Ainan and walked towards the bathroom. "Just don't bother me in the future." "Suji-san, do you hate me so much?" Su Ainan asked loudly while standing in place. Su Ishan smiled. "What do you think? You just rely on your ability to bully others all day long, and you have no respect for your elders. You should change your temper. If you weren't my sister, I would have slapped you to death long ago. Who told you to always avoid me? I just want to play with you. But you always hide from me." When Su Ainan said this, tears started to fall, and her crying became louder and louder. Su Ishan looked back at her, but remained unmoved. I'm going to take a shower. You can cry slowly by yourself. Su Ainin is petite, with twin ponytails and fair skin. When she cries, she looks like a pear blossom in the rain, which makes me feel pity for her. If it were any other man, I'm afraid his heart would melt. But as an older brother, he doesn't think his sister is cute. She's just a little devil. Coax her? No way. Chapter 25. Having such a sister. Sui-shan was taking a shower in the bathroom when there was a knock on the bathroom door. Brother, you didn't bring a change of clothes? I left them at the door for you. Sui-shan originally thought that one of Jill and his hand would be broken today, but when he heard Su Ainin shouting outside, he suddenly lost all mood. No way. This girl actually obediently got him clothes? Could it be that she spilled something on his clothes and was trying to play a trick on him? After a quick rinse, Sui-shan opened the door and looked in. Su Ainin was not at the door, so he brought in the clothes and the basket. I checked and found nothing on my clothes. Sure enough, a beating will make brothers and sisters feel better. Sui-shan put on her clothes and left the bathroom. Brother, I poured you a glass of Coke with ice. Su Ainin ran to Sui-shan holding a glass of Coke. Ah! When she was at home before, Su Ainin always ordered Sui-shan to do this and that, and Sui-shan was the only one who poured Coke for her. This is the first time this has happened today. I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. Sui-shan took the Coke and started to order Su Ainin around. Okay, please wait a moment, brother. Su Ainin gave Sui-shan a lovely smile, then ran to the kitchen happily. Is this possible? Sui-shan even doubted whether Su Ainin was reborn like him. Su Ainin's attitude confused him. Sui-shan was drinking Coke, wondering if he should forgive the villain and reconcile with Su Ainin. After a while of hustle and bustle in the kitchen for more than half an hour, Su Ainin brought a bowl of steaming food to him with a sweet smile. Dear Gidge, please eat. Sui-shan glanced at the bowl, his eyes twitching. Are you blatantly poisoning? Su Ainin's face changed, and she puffed her cheeks and said angrily, This is the noodles I worked so hard to cook for you. Is this what your noodles look like? Sui-shan's eyes widened. He seriously suspected that this girl wanted to poison him. There was a big black lump in the bowl, and he didn't know what was in it. But after thinking about it, Su Ainin didn't seem to have cooked before. Forget it, since you worked so hard to make this, as long as you finish this bowl of noodles, all the unpleasant things that happened between us will be forgiven. Su Ainin looked at the noodles, then looked at Sui-shan. Do you want to harm me? Yi-san check it. You see, when the situation fell upon her, she knew what it meant to serve a bowl of this. You must keep your word. Su Ainin was silent for a moment, and then she actually prepared to eat. Sui-shan quickly called a halt. All right, stop eating. I'm not mad at you. Let's forget about the past. Although eating this bowl of noodles won't kill you, the mere thought of it is cruel. Why do you suddenly want to make peace with me? Sui-shan was very curious, based on his understanding of Su Ainin. It is impossible to apologize. It is impossible to apologize in this life. Su Ainin put down the bowl in her hand and sat in front of Sui-shan properly, like a well-educated lady. She smiled without showing her teeth and said softly, Because I realized that you, my brother, always gave in to me before. If I continue to be so unreasonable, it will be too much. And the reason I treated you like that before was only because you, my brother, didn't want to play with me. I just want to get your attention. I don't really want to bully you. Su Ainin said a lot, and Sui-shan probably understood it. My sister is a Yandere. Sui-shan couldn't help but take a breath. According to his understanding, Su Ainin seemed to be a Yandere. Simply put, Yandere is a kind of unhealthy mental illness, a pathological and distorted psychology caused by abnormal love, a tendency towards possessiveness and extreme thoughts or behaviors, and making extreme words and deeds that are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. People with this kind of personality usually have a morbid obsession with a certain phenomenon or a certain person, and will do whatever it takes to possess it. It is usually not easy to be discovered. Holy shit! If this is the case, Sui-shan could probably understand what Su Ainin had done before. Before his rebirth, he had been avoiding her intentionally or unintentionally, which made Su Ainin's behavior extremely paranoid, and she tried to attract his attention by bullying Sui-shan. Brother, please stop hiding from me, okay? Su Ainin finally looked at Sui-shan pitifully. And if you were sick, let's go see a doctor, okay? Sui-shan no longer hated Su Ainin. No matter what, Su Ainin was his relative in this life. Even if she had a mental problem, he could not despise her. Since it is a mental illness, then see a psychologist. You are sick. Su Ainin's face changed and she glared at Sui-shan. You don't think I'm the kind of sickly sister in romance novels, do you? Or is it that orthopedic department? Sue Ainan's eyes were filled with disdain. Although she said these bold words, her face was still slightly red. This. I have said so much, but in fact, I just want to give you a way out. I used to think you were really weak. As my brother, this is really embarrassing for me. Now it's all right. It turns out that you were just pretending. After being bullied by me for so many years, you still have some brotherly manners. From now on, I will acknowledge you as my brother. Sui-shan really didn't know whether to believe what she said before or what she said now. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, it seemed unreasonable for him to be angry with a little girl. After all, she was his sister. All right, I can temporarily overturn my previous idea. Okay, thank you for acknowledging me as your brother. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room. Sui-shan didn't want to waste time talking to Su Ainan anymore, so he decided to go back to his room to play. He was at Lin Ying's house now, and some things were really hard to verify. He had taken a big risk to come back, and he would be unwilling to give up if he didn't try. I have something to do. Please come with me to buy something. Su Ainan stuttered. Come with me to buy it in the evening. What do you want to buy at night? Sui-shan frowned. And even if you buy it at night, you don't have to take me with you. What I want to buy is only available on the black market, which opens after midnight, and I have to go to the old city. I don't know the way. Su Ainan coughed lightly and said, if you accompany me, I can buy you something you want. This girl knew that he had no money. His pocket money was never as much as Suinen's, and Suinen even had a scholarship. Compared with Sui-shan, she was a little rich woman, while he was a complete pauper. It turns out that the man was jumping around and using all kinds of tricks, waiting for him here. If intimidation doesn't work, try to gain sympathy first, then offer money to lure people in, or even seduce them with sex. Chapter 26, Still No Duel. If you want to buy something, you can just tell Big Sister, and she will buy it for you. Why do you need to go to the black market? Sui-shan admitted that he was poor, and he also wanted to go to the black market to check out the things that the little gangster sold today. But he was wanted by Yang Air now. Should he take Su Ainan to the black market? If he is lucky enough and gets hit, it would be fine for him alone. But what about Su Ainan? A high school student who has reached the 5th level of Qi training is indeed a genius. But outside the greenhouse of school, a student who has reached the 5th level of Qi training is simply a weakling. People outside don't care whether you're a gifted child or not. They will just kill you. Sui-shan was not very clear about what the black market in Qiushan City was like. After all, he had never been there, either before or after his rebirth. At most, he learned about the situation in the black market from books. In this era, there are indeed communication equipment, but they are only used for communication and are quite expensive. But there is nothing like the mobile phones of previous lives. The vast majority of information can no longer be shared, and it is no longer possible to search for some weird websites by just taking out your mobile phone. More resources and information are in the hands of a very small number of people. In other words, even if you want to find a small movie, it is not as convenient as before. You can ask your friends to go with you. I won't take you anyway. Sui-shan said, you should have listened to me. I'm wanted. It's really dangerous for me to go to the black market with you. I don't have any friends, and if I tell my sister, she will definitely not buy it for me. Sure enough, you still refuse to forgive the mistakes I made when I was young, and you even made up some nonsense about being wanted. Su Ainan looked at Sui-shan with resentment. Fuck. Sui-shan finally held back and asked, what do you want to buy? Can I just go and buy it for you? Anyway, it's impossible for me to take you. He has already given Su Ainan a lot of face. If Su Ainan was not his sister, he would have kicked this little witch away long ago. And when Su Ainan said, I have no friends, Sui-shan suddenly felt that his sister seemed a little pitiful. Even someone as good as him had friends. If it wasn't something extremely contraband, Sui-shan decided to just buy it for her. Have you heard of the dragon scale flower used for body refining? Suinen's expression suddenly became serious, and he said, I want to buy the dragon scale flower. You want to practice physical training? Sui-shan thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, you can tell me, and she will arrange it for you. Don't you think that my sister is worrying too much about this family alone? Su Ainan rolled her eyes at him. And my sister won't agree with me using dragon scale grass to refine my body. Sui-shan knew about dragon scale grass, but it was also a banned item. There were many ways to refine the body, but using dragon scale grass to make a medicinal bath to refine the body was a very extreme method. When taking a bath, one would experience pain like being cut into pieces. Many people had died from the pain of using dragon scale grass to refine the body. Of course, the effect of using dragon scale grass to refine the body is very good. As long as the refinement is successful, there are no side effects. Sue Ainen is only in the first year of high school now. She has a high talent, and there is no need for her to use such extreme methods to refine her body. She could just take it slowly. I believe that Su Nuanyuan will definitely oppose her decision after she knows it. Forget it. I'll go with you. You can't even recognize dragon scale grass. Su Ainen said, Brother, it's not that I don't believe you. You probably don't even know what dragon scale grass looks like. Who said I don't know what dragon scale grass looks like? Su Ishan looked at Su Ainen and asked, Tell me first, why are you in such a hurry to refine your body? You should know that using dragon scale grass to refine your body is an extremely painful thing. You are refining your body secretly, and your sister doesn't know. What if you die halfway? You actually know about dragon scale grass? Su Ainen was a little surprised and was slightly stunned, but soon came to her senses and said, Since you know everything, I will find you when I refine my body. Can't you just watch it for me? Sister, you are taking a bath and you want me to watch you? What if something happens to you? Can I rush in? Su Ishan was speechless. Perhaps only Su Ainen would dare to do such a thing as secretly practicing bodybuilding. What are you afraid of? I'm not your biological sister. If you see me naked, the worst that can happen is that I'll just marry you. Even if you're my biological sister. Su Ishan said halfway, and suddenly found something wrong. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, staring at Su Ainen. What did you say just now? Su Ainen looked indifferent and said, I thought you knew it a long time ago. I was actually adopted by my parents. From childhood to adulthood, I thought I was your child bride. So Yisan laughed. Su Ainen, this little witch, was talking nonsense. God knows which of her words were true and which were false. Okay, no matter if you're my biological sister or not, I can buy the dragon scale grass for you. Just let me know when you want to practice body training. As for child brides, don't talk about them. I'm not interested in a little girl like you. Su Ishan thought very clearly that he must tell his elder sister about Su Ainen secretly using dragon scale grass to refine her body, and it would be right to let Su Nuanyuan protect her. You haven't told me why you were so anxious to use dragon scales to refine your body. Su Ainen's face seemed to be sprinkled with holy light, and her smile was pure and flawless. Of course, to become stronger. That's the only way to protect you and your sister. Su Ishan was silent. It turned out that Su Ainen had such awareness. Money. Su Ishan stretched out his hand. Wait a minute. Su Ainen ran back to her room, then took out a yellow crystal card with a starting price of 100,000 and a note and handed it to Su Ishan. Brother, in addition to the dragon scale grass, there are these things. You should buy them all. I have inquired, and these things will cost about 90,000 yuan. There are 120,000 in it. For the rest, you can buy whatever you want. Hey, Su Ishan held the crystal block with mixed feelings. A high school student has 120,000 yuan in savings, but he is penniless. He is really pitiful as a brother. With 30,000 yuan for running away, Su Ainen can be considered wealthy. Wait, I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Su Ishan took the crystal card and didn't want to go back to his room for a life-and-death duel with Jill. He planned to go back to his master to ask. He read some simple introductions and was still not very clear about the correct usage of dragon scale grass, so it would be better to ask a professional. When he went out, he continued to pretend to be blind, but he changed his clothes. He didn't want to cause any trouble now, and it would be best if he didn't get discovered by Yang Air's men. Chapter 27, Sanctioned. Su Ishan originally thought that the three little hooligans who were beaten today would admit defeat after being robbed by him. After all, these days, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, and it would definitely not be good to hear that someone was robbed after robbery. But when Su Ishan was walking on the street, he saw the thin man who was beaten by him mingling with the people from the inspection team and talking about something. He quickly threw away his sunglasses and guide stick and walked towards another street calmly. He was wanted by Yang Air, but it was unlikely that all members of the inspection team would recognize him. If he continued to pretend to be blind, there was a high probability that he would be recognized by those three ruffians. Su Ishan also memorized the map of the entire Chioshan city, walked through the streets and alleys, and tried to walk in places with fewer people. He also did not forget that there were surveillance cameras in many places on the street. When he walked, he would slightly lower his head. Even if he was captured by a surveillance camera, it would be difficult to recognize him. Although Su Ishan is a reborn person, he does not dare to underestimate the people in this world. He has some awe in his heart and thinks it is better to be careful. The person in front stopped, The inspection team is checking the ID card. Sui Shan was walking in an empty alley when he heard a delicate shout behind him. He was so scared that he ran away without saying a word and without even turning his head. There are women in the inspection team? Anyone who can get in must be a ruthless person. Sui Shan will not let his guard down just because there is a woman behind him. On the contrary, women are the scariest. He would never dare to think of any bloody plot like having a beautiful encounter with a policewoman. In a world where the strong are respected, if a woman can join the inspection team, she must have some outstanding qualities. Otherwise, how could she survive? Slip away. Sui Shan didn't dare to run to Su Wuliang's pharmacy yet, as it would be very troublesome if he was followed. How dare you run? Sui Shan couldn't help laughing when he heard the woman's voice behind him. With that said, he didn't dare to run away. Not only does he dare to run, he can also run very fast. Sui Shan's overall physical condition is pretty good now. He can run more than 10 times faster than before. He runs with great vigor and power, performing various parkour movements that seem like those in the movies of his previous life. He thought he should be able to run away, but he didn't expect that after he had run for less than half a minute, an alloy sword fell from the sky, and the blade pierced his nose directly in front of him. A woman in a cloth robe also fell from the sky. Sui Shan could even feel the chill from the sword. If he ran a little faster, his head would be hit by the sword. His wounds will heal, but if his brain is pierced, can he still be resurrected? Also, if a certain part of his body really gets bigger, it might just end up being a few inches bigger. I really don't dare to try this kind of thing. Just thinking about it makes my back go cold, and a certain flower tightens. Keep running, little thief. Sui Shan saw the woman's face clearly. This woman looked to be in her early 20s, still very young, with a pretty pigtail and some baby fat on her face. Sui Shan simply stopped. This woman could fly, and she looked very impressive. He definitely couldn't run away today. The best he could do was to fight her head-on. If you fight head-on, you'll probably be hung up and beaten. But this girl doesn't look like a cruel person. It's possible that she would beat him up, but she shouldn't kill him. Thinking of this, Sui Shan was no longer afraid. Is he afraid of being beaten? Why are you running? The woman flew down and drew her sword. Sui Shan quickly stepped back, trying to dodge, but the woman's movements were faster, like a maggot attached to a bone, and the alloy steel sword was placed on Sui Shan's neck. Keep running. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sister, I was wrong. Just check the ID card. Can you move the sword away? It's very dangerous. Sui Shan is now aware of the gap in strength. He is not afraid of being beaten, but he is still afraid of losing his head. Do you know you're wrong now? The woman asked with a smile. I noticed you were sneaking around. There must be something wrong. Show me your ID card. What else can Sui Shan do? We can only hope that this younger-looking girl has nothing to do with Yang Air. The woman took Sui Shan's token. She didn't have any communication equipment like the inspection team members. She just glanced at it and said to herself, Sui Shan? What a familiar name. Damn it. No way. Is Yang Air's wanted order so deadly? It's just a fight between students. Is it necessary to make it known to everyone? Oh, I remember now. That old dog Yang Air is looking for you. No wonder you're hiding. The woman smiled with relief, then put away the alloy steel sword and returned the ID card to Sui Shan. Don't worry, I have nothing to do with that old dog. Speaking of which, he and my eldest brother are a little bit at odds with each other. Since everything is fine, I'll leave first. Sui Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky. Wait, the woman stopped Sui Shan and asked, have you ever seen a strong man wearing silver armor and holding an axe? He should be easy to recognize. Sui Shan was slightly stunned. A strong man holding an axe? The little rascal I met today said that the strong man was holding an iron rod. Could it be that the axe head broke and only the handle was left? You've seen it. Before Sui Shan could say anything, the woman put the sword on his neck again. I haven't seen it. What Sui Shan said was true. The most important thing was that he didn't want to have anything to do with this woman, and he didn't intend to hand over the pendant. You were stunned just now. If you really hadn't seen him, when I asked you, you should have directly answered that you hadn't seen him, instead of thinking about it for so long. From the look in your eyes, I can tell that you have definitely seen him. Sui Shan was speechless. How could he be so observant at such a young age? If you don't tell the truth, I'll have no choice but to kill you. The woman tried to widen her eyes and look fierce. But Sui Shan felt that this woman didn't really want to kill him, or she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Sister, Can I ask you a few questions first? Sui Shan was very calm. As long as he didn't chop off his head, everything would be fine. You ask. The woman's sword was still firmly on Su Ishan's shoulder, as if she would kill him with one sword if she was not satisfied with Su Ishan's answer. The first question is, who is stronger, you or Yang Heir? Su Ishan began to consider whether to use the opponent's force to his advantage. Of course I, the woman said halfway, coughed lightly with a slightly awkward look on her face, and muttered, How old is he? It's not a big deal that he's a little bit better than me. Chapter 28. Just want to pretend to be perfect. Sui Shan could tell that this woman was no match for Yang Heir. It can be said that he had no ability to fight back in front of this woman. If he faced Yang Heir head-on, he would most likely be chopped into pieces. If Yang Heir discovered his outrageous self-healing ability, he might suffer some inhuman torture. Then what is your relationship with the person you are asking about? Sui Shan asked again. What realm is he in, compared with Yang Heir, who is more powerful? He was not stupid enough to say directly that the strong man died at the hands of Yang Heir. What if the strong man was actually very powerful and Yang Heir was no match for him? If he said such a thing, the woman would definitely not believe it. The woman stared at Sui Shan and frowned. That man is my eldest brother. He is also in the concurrent cultivation realm, but Yang Heir is definitely not his opponent. You are not trying to tell me that Yang Heir fought with him, right? Want to use me to deal with Yang Heir? Sure enough, this woman would think so. How is that possible? I just want to confirm whether you are a match for Yang Heir. Sui Shan said calmly. However, your elder brother should have died. Please accept my condolences. He's dead? How is that possible? The woman was stunned, but she didn't look sad. She pondered for a moment and said, but it's okay if he's dead. But if he's dead, who will open the secret realm? Sui Shan took a breath. Isn't he your eldest brother? He's not my biological brother. The woman frowned. He always bullies me, and I always feel like he looks at me in a weird way. By the way, how do you know he's dead? 3 days ago, I saw a man holding an axe and a man holding a sword fighting in the east of the city. The man holding the axe should be your elder brother. Sui Shan didn't dare to say that he robbed the 3 little hooligans, so he gave full play to his imagination and said, My man holding the sword was dressed in white like snow. With just one strike of the sword, your elder brother's axe was cut in half. The difference in strength is too great. I don't think he will survive. White clothes, using a sword. Could he be a disciple of sword god Yi Jibai? The woman thought for a moment and asked, Does that person have long or short hair? Sui Shan said firmly, Long hair. That's Yi Jibai's 3rd disciple Chuyang. It was outrageous that the woman could judge who killed her eldest brother based on what Sui Shan said. After all, Sui Shan was just talking nonsense. Now that she said so, would Sui Shan refute it? Now that the truth has come out, there is nothing for me to do. I'll take my leave first. Sui Shan now just wanted to slip away. Come with me to the east of the city. Why should I go? You don't have to go. Then you won't have to go anywhere in the future. The woman raised the sword in her hand as she spoke. Beautiful sister, you are really good at joking. It's my honor to accompany you shopping. He realized that this woman was not going to let him go. He couldn't beat her anyway, so he could only take it one step at a time. Then let's go, the woman said, carrying the sword. My name is Jun Juyue. You can call me Sister June. From now on in this city, I will protect you, and you don't have to be afraid of Yang Lauer at all. Sui Shan heard that Jun Juyue was planning to keep him as a dog. Didn't you say you're worse than him? Sui Shan said with a smile. He wants to kill me. Can you protect him? I wonder if you have heard of the Jun family in Longqing? Jun Juyue turned around and said, As long as you become my servant, Yang Lauer won't dare to do anything to you. I've never heard of the Longqing Jun family. Sui Shan said disdainfully. You've been talking for a long time just to tell me that your family is very powerful, right? Want to take me in as your younger brother? Sorry, I refuse. After Sui Shan was reborn, he could activate the invincible mode by just calling the system dad. He rejected that kind of temptation. Now, a rich lady actually wants him to be a servant? Can he bear this kind of humiliation? If you want to be a son-in-law and make a 3-year agreement, considering Jun Jiue's looks, Sui Shan might consider it. As a servant? It's more like being used. I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Jun Jue turned around and chuckled. Okay, if you don't want to be a servant, then don't be a servant. It's just that I just got here yesterday, and the inspection team hasn't reported yet. After we go to the east of the city, you take me around. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that Yang Heir's people won't dare to touch you. I'll allow you to bluff. Consider it your reward. Su Yishan discovered that Jun Jiyue was a girl who really thought a lot. She almost predicted Su Yishan's prediction. She has an intelligence and calmness that does not match her youthful appearance. Su Yishan had read so many books, so of course he had seen records about the Longqing Jun family. They are one of the top 5 of the 10 great immortal cultivation families of the human race. I just don't know what Jun Jiyue's status is in the Jun family, a collateral descendant or a daughter of a rich family. However, no matter what their identity was, it was already strange for people from Longqing Jun's family to come to a small place like Qiushan City. Since Jun Jiyue said so, Su Yishan wouldn't mind waving the banner of the Jun family. How about we report to the inspection team first? Su Yishan didn't want to live a life of being wanted all day long. Jun Jiyue was so awesome, so why didn't he be more high profile and go straight to the inspection team? That's fine. How could Jun Jiyue not know what Su Yishan was thinking? She just smiled and said, I'll take you to the inspection team. This is fucking cool. Su Yishan followed Jun Jiyue without disguising himself and put his hair up, fearing that others would not recognize him. As they were walking down the street, they were spotted by 2 members of the inspection team. You two, show your ID cards. Obviously, someone had recognized Su Yishan's identity and started saying something into the communication device. Jun Jiyue raised the long sword in her hand. There was a jade identity card hanging on the tip of the sword, and the sword was pointed at one of the inspection team members. You still dare to draw your sword? The man from the inspection team drew his gun without even looking at you. Oh shit, are you so reckless? No matter how powerful your Jun family is, if they don't even look at your ID card and just do it to you, what can you do? Before Su Yishan could react, Jun Jiyue leaped forward and 2 people from the inspection team fainted on the ground. They are all straightforward and reckless people. Humph, let's go. Jun Jiyue was obviously not the kind of person who could tolerate being bullied. As soon as the other party drew his gun, she took the initiative to attack. Her overwhelming strength left the 2 men with no room to fight back, and they just lay down as soon as they met. You'll attract more people if you do this. Are you scared? Jun Jiyue's temperament was absolutely in control, with a slight smile on her lips and a look of contempt in her eyes. This woman is amazing. Su Yishan didn't answer her either. Anyway, he just wanted to pretend to be a perfect scorer in the inspection team. Chapter 29. This woman is not simple. Su Yishan followed Jun Jiyue, who was walking down the street with an alloy steel sword that didn't fit her body at all. Passers-by have already fled in all directions. This man actually dared to openly attack the inspection team on the street. He must be a bad guy. There will definitely be a fight soon, and no one wants to be involved in it. Beating up members of the inspection team in the city was undoubtedly a provocation. Within 3 minutes, 2 airships flew in from the sky, and the loudspeakers in the city shouted, "The Qiushan City Inspection Team warns you to lay down your weapons immediately and stop all illegal and criminal activities. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot." Then dozens of infrared rays fell on Jun Jiyue and Su Yishan, and it looked like they were ready to open fire at any time. Don't forget that in this era, in addition to cultivators, there is also high technology, and the attack power of today's thermal weapons is not low. I am here to serve in the Qiushan City Inspection Team on behalf of the Longqing Jun family. Didn't you receive the order? Longqing Jun family? The next moment, the red dots on Su Yishan and Jun Jiyue's bodies disappeared instantly, and a figure jumped down from the 50-meter high airship. Excuse me, are you Miss Jun Jiyue? The man who jumped down from the airship was wrapped in black metal armor all over his body, and even his eyes were covered by a layer of reflective glass. Jun Jiyue took out a golden card and her jade ID card from her bosom. Look for yourself. The visitor checked Jun Jiyue's identity token and golden card and retracted the metal mask covering her face, revealing a pale face. This person is Li Qiufeng, the captain of the inspection team. Li Qiufeng said with a smile, "So it's the eldest daughter of the Jun family who's here. I'm Li Qiufeng, the captain of the Qiushan City inspection team. I wonder if your brother Jun Wushuang is here with the eldest daughter?" Jun Jiyue raised her eyelids and said, "He should have died under Chu Yang's sword. The key to the secret realm should also be in Chu Yang's hands." "Oh," Li Qiufeng asked, "Sword God's disciple Chu Yang? Besides him, who else?" Jun Jiyue had a cold expression on her face, which didn't seem like someone had died in her family. "Miss Jun, please accept my condolences." Obviously, whether it is Li Qiufeng or Jun Jiyue, what they care about is not the death of a certain person, but the secret place they mentioned. Su Yishan fell into deep thought. He had read about the secret realm in a book. The book said that it was a game of gods. The secret realm was full of dangers, but it also contained gifts from gods. As long as one could come out of the secret realm alive, there would be unlimited achievements. The key to the secret realm they were talking about was supposed to be in Jun Wushuang's hands. Now that Jun Wushuang is dead, they thought the key was in Chu Yang's hands. Forehead? But only Su Yishan knew that the white-robed swordsman was just his nonsense. And Jun Jiwei was guessing by herself that the disciple of the sword god was inexplicably taking the blame. Now he wanted to know what the so-called secret realm key was. Was it the pendant he had snatched? Or was it the sapphire ring the little scoundrel had mentioned? But if you think about it carefully, if the pendant is really made of golden spirit sand, then the key is most likely the pendant. After all, golden spirit sand is known to be the rarest material for refining weapons. Li Qiufeng glanced at Su Yishan. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and asked Jun Jiwei, "Miss Jun, I wonder if this friend..." Jun Jiwei raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Isn't he the young man that Yang Er wanted? I knew about it when I arrived in Xiushan City yesterday. Captain Li doesn't know? Is there such a thing?" Li Qiufeng loga. "I am busy with work and really haven't paid attention to these things. However, since he is the man wanted by Mr. Yang Er, why don't Miss Jun do him a favor and hand him over to Mr. Yang Er?" Jun Jiwei's eyes turned cold, and she said, "I don't like to sell favors, and the man named Yang is not worthy of it. I will protect this person." "Miss Jun, why are you so excited? I am just making a suggestion. Since you want to protect him, this is a private matter between you and Mr. Yang Er. I can't interfere." Li Qiufeng laughed and said, "Miss Jun has come from afar, and I haven't even welcomed you yet. I'm sorry for causing such a commotion just now. It's really embarrassing." At this time, the airship in the sky had already left, and no one would bother Su Yishan anymore. The eldest lady of the Jun family is still somewhat intimidating. "Welcome," Jun Jiwei said coldly. "Captain Li, please search the whole city for my brother. If he's alive, you must find him. If he's dead, you must find his body." Li Qiufeng was stunned. "Brother is still alive?" Jun Jiwei said, "Someone saw him fighting with Chu Yang, and his life or death is unknown. I will send someone to look for your brother right away." Li Qiufeng did not dare to be negligent in this matter. The Jun family was quite powerful. If Jun Wushuang had died at the hands of Chu Yang, then it would be a matter between the Jun family and the sword god Yi Jibai. But if Jun Wushuang was not dead, but just injured, and eventually died because they did not rescue him in time, would the people of the Jun family vent their anger on him? The people of the Jun family might not be able to do anything to the sword god, but they don't need too many reasons to kill him, the captain of the inspection team. "You go and do your work first." Jun Jiwei waved her hand. "I'll go find my brother somewhere else." After Li Qiufeng left, Jun Jiwei said to Su Yishan, "Come with me to the east of the city. Why don't you tell them that your elder brother was injured in the east of the city? They have more people, so it should be easier for them to find him." Su Yishan was a little confused and didn't know what the relationship between Jun Jiwei and his elder brother was. "If you were injured in the east of the city, would you still be there now?" Jun Jiwei said, "Unless he is already a corpse." Su Yishan asked, "Are we going to look for the body?" Jun Jiwei nodded slightly. "I hope Chu Yang's sword is fierce enough. Isn't he your elder brother? Why do you want him to die so much?" Su Yishan really couldn't understand why his sister wanted her brother to die. "He and I are not siblings." Jun Jiwei glanced at Su Yishan. "Why am I telling you this? Take me to the place where they fought." "Okay." Su Yishan didn't hesitate at all. Although he had said some nonsense before, he could only continue acting now. This woman is not so easy to fool. He looks so pure and even a little immature, but I didn't expect that he is actually a ruthless person. Su Yishan led Jun Jiwei to the east of the city. Jun Jiwei followed Su Yishan slowly, seeming to be observing something. "It's here." Su Yishan didn't know whether the three little ruffians had buried Jun Wushuang and where they had buried him. "This is a mass grave, right?" Jun Jiwei stopped after being led to the mass grave. "I didn't see any signs of fighting along the way, and there are none here either. If it was really Chu Yang and Jun Wushuang who fought, this place would definitely not be like this now." Chapter 30, God's Perspective, right? Jun Jiwei is too vigilant and is not that silly rich girl. How big of a commotion could that be? Su Yishan was as steady as an old dog, not panicking at all, and said, "I only saw the man in white throw a sword, and then he was gone. How big of a commotion could that be?" Jun Jiwei knew nothing anyway, so Su Yishan could just portray the man in white as a peerless master based on the movies and novels he watched in his previous life. As for the rest, it is impossible to change his story now. Once he does, Jun Jue will definitely get suspicious and might search him and find the pendant. Only one sword strike. Yun Shuyu found it slightly. Jun Wushuang is at the level of a combined cultivator. Could it be that Xu Yang was not the one who killed him? Sui Shan said, "There are so many masters in this world. Why did you decide that it was the one called Xu Yang?" Jun Jiwa paced as she surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Ordinary people won't easily provoke our Jun family, and even fewer will kill us. I thought for a long time and realized that only Chu Yang and Jun Wushuang have a blood feud. And I met Chu Yang on the way to Qiushan City. The people who came to the secret realm to grab treasures this time were all the younger generation of Longqing. The area around Qiushan has been blocked for 1,000 miles, and people above the concurrent cultivation realm are not allowed to enter. I believe Chu Yang can kill Jun Wushuang, but you said one sword? I don't believe it." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was placed on Su Yishan's neck again. Su Yishan was speechless. What was this woman's habit of drawing her sword all the time? If he could beat Jun Jiwei, he would definitely snatch her sword and break it in half. "Sister, I only said it was a man in white. And when did I say it was the one called Chu Yang?" Su Yishan looked at her expressionlessly. "Also, next time, can you please not draw your sword so easily?" "Okay, even if what you said is right." Jun Jiwei smiled and put away the sword, without any guilt, and pointed the sword at a pile of dirt next to him. "You dig up this pile of dirt for me first. Do you know what it means that the dead are greatest? Digging up people's graves will bring retribution." Sui Shan didn't want to do such a hard job. "We only touch new graves. We'll check after we dig them. If it's not the one, we'll give the person a proper burial. If it's any offense, you apologize to them." "You mean I have to bury it again after I dig it up, right?" From Jun Jiue's words, it could be heard that she had no intention of taking action at all. "If you don't want to do it, forget it." Jun Jiue shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I never like to force others. If you don't want to help me, I will help you make a pile of dirt. As for the work, I will find someone else to do it." Sui Shan and Jun Jiue looked at each other, and a sweet and lovely smile appeared on Jun Jiue's childish face. "Oh, do you really think I'm afraid of death?" Sui Shan sneered and said firmly, "I mainly want to help these poor people bury them again, but you still have to provide me with tools, right?" Yes, I'll provide you with the tools." Jun Jiue took the sword and went to the side to chop off a thick branch. He chopped it into strips in a few strokes and threw it in front of Sui Shan, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Good man, please just make do with it, okay?" What can Sui Shan do yet? He really couldn't figure out Jun Jiue's temper now. Judging from her appearance, Jun Jiue was definitely harmless. But after a brief contact, Sui Shan was not sure whether she was the kind of person who would kill someone if she disagreed with someone. Anyway, it's right not to mess with her. Sui Shan could only help dig the grave with great difficulty. After digging, he saw that it was not Jun Wushuang, so he buried him. After that, Sui Shan did not forget to apologize to the corpse. After all, he disturbed someone's peace. After digging 5 new graves, Sui Shan actually found Jun Wushuang's body. Sure enough, it's here. Jun Jiwa looked at Jun Wushuang's body, which was stripped down to his underwear, and ordered Sui Shan to check his belongings again. As a result, nothing was found except the iron rod that Jun Wushuang was holding tightly in his hand. The sword pierced the heart meridian, clean and neat. Even the Qilin axe was cut off. Chu Yang doesn't have the strength to do this. Jun Jiwa murmured in a low voice, took a deep breath, looked around, and said to Sui Shan, "Let's burn it with fire." Burn? Sui Shan became more and more puzzled by her behavior. Logically speaking, Jun Wushuang should have a high status in their Jun family. But when Jun Jiwa found his body, she didn't take it back, but burned it on the spot. Jun Jiwa raised her eyebrows and said, "How about you carry him back to the city? He must be crazy. Why should he be asked to carry the body back to the city? Then burn it, but I don't have fire." Sui Shan was unwilling to reveal that he knew magic. If Jun Jiwa did something bad to him, he could catch her by surprise and maybe even make a comeback. He would not reveal it if it didn't need to be exposed. Jun Jiwa waved her hand, and a layer of flame appeared on Jun Wushuang's body. In just a moment, he was burned to ashes. Hiss! An instant skill, right? Sui Shan realized how big of a gap there was between Jun Jiue's strength and his own. There is a huge gap in their realms. He knows magic, and so does the other person. But he still has to make a spell, similar to the casting action in the game, with a pre-swing of a skill and the like. Look at him. He can burn a corpse into ashes with just a wave of his hand. It takes a long time for a funeral home to cremate a body. Her fire was a little too strong. I don't know what it would feel like if the fire burned on him. Freeze to death. Sui Shan felt a chill on his back when he thought about it. It's better not to try such a thing lightly. If this gets out, both you and I will die. Jun Jue said, I may be able to escape death, but as for you, you will definitely die. I didn't burn the body. Anyway, if there's any news outside, the Jun family will definitely not let me go, so I can only say that you are my accomplice. This woman, is it poisonous? Ever since Su Ishan met her, he has been under her control from beginning to end. It's not that Jun Jue is so smart, it's mainly because her strength is crushed, and this feeling is very uncomfortable. Seeing that Su Ishan didn't speak, Jun Jue smiled and asked, Where's the black market in your Choshan city? Take me there. Su Ishan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What are you going to buy on the black market? Jun Jue pondered and said, If my guess is correct, the one who killed Jun Wushuang was not Chu Yang, but the hidden master from your Choshan city. That person did only strike with one sword, but Jun Wushuang did not die immediately. He must have died after escaping here, and then his body was discovered by a passerby who stripped him clean. Apart from those who help bury bodies, only homeless people would come to this kind of mass grave. They would strip Jun Wushuang of his belongings and sell them on the black market. As for why you, as a student, came to such a remote place, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Jun Jue's analysis made Su Ishan's scalp tingle. He seemed to have said that Jun Jue was the one who crushed him in terms of strength. Damn, this is clearly a god's perspective. Chapter 31. It's finally revealed. Jun Jue's appearance undoubtedly made Su Ishan feel a strong sense of crisis. At the beginning, he thought that even if he was wanted by Yang Air, it was not a big deal. He was a reborn person. Even if he was rejected by the system and cursed by the system, he could still exploit the bug and change his fate. In time, he would definitely become an unparalleled strong man. Deep down in his heart, he regards the enemies of this world as existences similar to NPCs in the game. And he is the protagonist of this game. But the strength and intelligence shown by Jun Jue made Su Ishan feel deeply uneasy. In the end, Su Ishan had no choice but to take Jun Jue to the black market. I was wanted by Yang Air, and I didn't want to implicate my family, so I ran to the east of the city to avoid the limelight. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Jun Jue didn't even look at Su Ishan and laughed softly. If you want to hide from Yang Air, you should find a place where you don't have to go out. This is the best choice. I didn't expect it, okay? Su Ishan has already given up, so let's just do it. If you really went to the east of the city to hide from him, then you wouldn't have entered the city today. You would be checked by the inspection team when you enter and leave the city. With your strength, it would be difficult for you to leave the city quietly and then enter the city again. Jun Jue paused and glanced at Su Ishan. You are so young, but you are full of lies. You don't even blush when you lie. I suspect that everything you said to me was a lie. Su Ishan simply stopped talking. Silence is golden. Jun Jue probably wouldn't believe anything he said now. If he continued talking, Jun Jue might just pin him down and search him. It was already past midnight, and the black market was becoming bustling. Jun Jue walked in front and said calmly, I am too lazy to ask you. I guess you won't tell the truth. Su Ishan could see that Jun Jue was very conceited and didn't take him seriously at all. Whether Su Ishan was telling the truth or a lie, it was not very important to her. Jun Jue used money to pave the way and soon found a local black market boss. I'm going to ask you something, and I hope you can answer truthfully. Miss, my name is Zhang Luochuan. I wonder what you would like to buy, or what news would you like to hear? The local tyrant was quite respectful towards Jun Jue, if for no other reason than that when Jun Jue spoke, the sword was on his neck and her tone was gentle, even elegant. Is there anyone who wants to sell a moon-shaped pendant these days? One side of the pendant has a flower, and the other side has a bloody axe. Yes, Zhang Luochuan said. The seller is called Wang Hailong, but he thought the price I offered was too low, so he didn't sell it. Oh, take me to find him. Jun Jue raised the corner of her mouth. If he doesn't have that thing on him, you will all die. Zhang Luochuan smiled bitterly. What if he sold the things to someone else or lost them? Then you can only blame your bad luck. There were more than a dozen men standing beside Zhang Luochuan, but none of them dared to make any move. Jun Jue's elegant and indifferent look gave people too strong a sense of oppression. Zhang Luochuan simply waved to the people around him. All of you go down. Don't worry about me. As the local leader here, he naturally had some sharp eyesight. When Jun Jiyue drew his sword and put it on his neck, he didn't react at all. Just from the tone of Jun Jiyue's voice, you can tell that this woman is not simple. If these scumbags take action, they will all be in trouble. Miss June, now you have a new tour guide, so I'd better take my leave first. Su Yishan felt that it would be better for him to stay away from Jun Jiyue. What's wrong? Jun Jiyue slowly turned her head and looked at Su Yishan without blinking. First, the corners of her eyes curved up, and then the corners of her mouth raised a slight arc. Could it be that the pendant is on you? What the hell? Su Yishan was really impressed by this woman, but he could only stiffen his neck and say, "How about you search me?" "I'm kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Jun Jiyue chuckled. "If they want to search you, let them do it." Jun Jiyue put away his sword and said to Zhang Luochuan, "Go search his body." Then he smiled at Su Yishan and said, "Little brother, if I really find that pendant on you, I will chop off your hand." Su Yishan had to take Jun Jiyue's words seriously, because the pendant was in his pocket and he would definitely find it if he really searched it. What happens after searching it out? Would Jun Jiyue really cut off his hand? Do I have to bet that Jun Jiyue will be merciful? After all, from the time he met her until now, Jun Jiyue has never really killed anyone. He draws the sword every time, but has never seen blood. It's just like those online writers in the previous life said Shurgung, but it never happened. But asking him to just sit there and do nothing? Zhang Luochuan was already walking towards him, and Su Yishan was still thinking about how to deal with the current situation. But Jun Jiyue's strength is there, and if he resists or escapes now, it seems that he will die. Just as he was thinking about these things, Jun Jiyue suddenly said, "Forget it, don't search anymore, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Su Yishan just rolled his eyes at her and said, "I still have to go buy some things." "Well, after all, you're the first person I met after arriving in Qiushan." Jun Jiyue still smiles and speaks in a soft voice. If you don't know her, you might think she is the sweet and lovely girl next door. Su Yishan did not refuse and nodded. "Then let's go together." If I am not mistaken, this Zhang Luochuan is the snake brother mentioned by the little gangster. Su Yishan said to him, "Brother Zhang, do you know where I can buy qilin grass?" "Qilin grass? You want to cultivate your body." Zhang Luochuan's name sounds very gentle, but he is actually a strong man with a full beard. He looked at Su Yishan and said, "As far as I know, in the whole Qiushan city, only the blind old man who lives on the corner has it." "A blind old man?" Jun Jiyue frowned. "What's his last name?" "It seems his last name is Xia." Zhang Luochuan lowered his voice and said, "He is probably a master who lives in seclusion here. Some big shots in the city have secretly looked for him before." "Last name, Xia?" Jun Jiyue muttered to herself, her expression becoming serious for the first time. Could it be him? Who is it? Su Yishan really couldn't figure it out. A blind old man who lived in seclusion in the black market of Qiushan, even if he had some skills, would not make Jun Jiyue look so submissive. Jun Jiyue seemed to have thought of something, staring at Su Yishan and asked, "Are you sure you saw a man in white?" Su Yishan was stunned. Jun Jiyue simply didn't believe him, and asked such a question after hearing the news about this blind old man. "I'm afraid he guessed something. Actually, I didn't see anything. I just heard 3 little hooligans say that they dug up a body in the east of the city. They also said that the body was very strong. The rest is all my fabrication." Su Yishan probably guessed that the person who killed Jun Wushuang was most likely this blind old man. He said that the person who attacked Jun Wushuang was wearing white clothes, which might have exposed his identity. Chapter 32. I refuse. "You liar." Jun Jiyue stared at Su Yishan with cold eyes and gritted teeth. The sword in her hand could no longer be restrained. "It turns out you haven't said a single true word from beginning to end." Su Yishan didn't feel any guilt. He just said, "We didn't know each other. You drew your sword right away and almost killed me. What truth can I tell you?" He was even ready to fight. Given his current strange physique, as long as his head isn't moved away and his body isn't chopped into pieces, he will definitely become stronger after a fight. If Jun Jiyue made up her mind to take action, then he would have no choice but to give it a try. "You little thief, you're fine. You still want to buy Kirin grass? I think you're daydreaming. I'm here today, so forget it." Su Yishan was speechless. "Don't even think about buying Kylan grass?" Su Yishan thought she was going to take action now. "Really?" Su Yishan looked at Jun Jiyue in confusion. Could it be that this girl is actually a tough girl with a tough exterior? From beginning to end, she never really thought about killing Su Yishan or cutting off his hand. Jun Jiyue might even be the kind of girl who has never seen blood. "What are you looking at?" If you look again, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Yun shuyuklerde esu yishin viciously. This, it was obvious that Jun Jiyue had no intention of taking action and only made verbal threats. If Jun Jiyue was really a ruthless person, she would definitely not argue with Su Yishan and would just go straight for it. Ah, I originally thought it was a little tiger, but it turned out to be just a meowing kitten? Then, shall we go buy some Qilin grass? Su Yishan asked tentatively. Let's go. Jun Jiyue raised her neck and took the lead to walk forward. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, turned her head with a gloomy face, and looked at Zhang Luochuan. You lead the way. Just that look alone was enough to make Zhang Luochuan's hair stand on end. He shuddered and hurried forward. Miss June, please follow me. Zhang Luochuan was able to become the local boss here because he was well informed. During the day, the eldest daughter of the Longqing Jun family came to Qiushan City. Just now Su Yishan called Jun Jiyue Miss June. So is there any need to wonder about the identity of the woman in front of him? He didn't dare to offend such a rich girl. Zhang Luochuan walked in front. Su Yishan came close to Jun Jiyue and asked in a low voice, Miss June, who is that blind man? If I'm not mistaken, Jun Jiyue was halfway through her words when she suddenly frowned and said coldly, Am I familiar with you? The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. I, Su Yishan, accept you as my friend. Su Yishan suddenly felt that this little girl was quite interesting. Who wants to be friends with you? Jun Jiyue rolled her eyes at him unhappily. I'm not killing you just because I'm in a good mood today. If any servant makes me unhappy at home, I will torture him to death. Lingqi execution. These words are really cruel, but the truly ruthless people often disdain to say these things. Just like those low-level thugs who love to tell everyone that they had a fight with someone somewhere, how cruel they are, and how they chased someone and hacked him across 5 blocks. The truly ruthless people often don't say anything and just do it. People like Jun Jiyue are most likely the type who are bluffing and like to scare people. Since you are in a good mood, why don't you tell me about it? Su Yishan said with a smile. Could it be that he killed? There are some things I advise you not to say. Jun Jiyue glared at Su Yishan fiercely. If I'm not mistaken, that senior is Xia Shanhe, the strongest man in the Taoist sect back then. The best in the Tao sect? Su Yishan asked in awe. Very strong? Legend has it that he killed a god 20 years ago. Jun Jiyue couldn't help but tell Su Yishan this. Then how can you be sure it was him? Su Yishan didn't know what realm a god should belong to. Perhaps he was the kind that could kill him instantly with just a glance. Because he was also seriously injured in that battle and lost both eyes. I just thought it was possible that it was him. Let's go and take a look. Su Yishan suddenly felt that Jun Jiyue was not that difficult to get along with, and was quite interesting. Ha! Stop trying to get close to me. I told you, don't even think about buying Qilin grass today. Jun Jiyue sneered, and what she said sounded more like a temper tantrum between children. This Qilin grass is for my sister. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. I don't care. So Yisan smiled. He really didn't care. Okay, Su Anan wanted to practice body training, so he could tell Su Nuanyuan about it first, and then it would be the same if Su Nuanyuan came to buy it later. It's useless to tell me this. Anyway, you can forget about buying the Qilin grass today. Jun Jiyue thought that Su Yishan said that on purpose to prevent her from making trouble. Zhang Luochuan was secretly listening to their conversation in front and felt that the two of them were just a quarrel between a young couple. He could only listen and dared not say anything. Led by Zhang Luochuan, Su Yishan and his companions soon arrived at a small farmyard. When they entered the yard, they saw a man with a black cloth wrapped around his eyes sitting on a grandfather chair, looking quite leisurely. Jun Jiyue of the Jun family wishes to see Senior Xia. Jun Jiyue stood outside the yard, bowed to the blind man, and then stood there obediently. Su Yishan followed suit and bowed, saying, Junior Su Yishan greets Senior Xia. Zhang Luochuan greets the senior. The blind man was silent for a moment, then said, Su Yishan, are you here to buy Qilin grass? Su Yishan was even more stunned. He was a demigod? Can you tell fortunes? He hadn't even told the purpose of his visit yet, but this blind man already knew it. He was indeed not a simple person. The blind man slowly stood up and asked, I heard that you have become my disciple? Jun Jiyue was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Su Yishan. What was going on? Could it be that this Senior Xia knows Su Yishan? Su Yishan said honestly, Yes, I already have a master. Would you like to join my sect? The blind man, leaning on a red wooden stick, slowly walked towards Su Yishan and the others. Su Yishan said, I appreciate your kindness, senior. The refusal was decisive. Sui Shan roughly guessed who this person was. He should be the #1 Taoist master in Qiushan City, as his sister mentioned. It is also possible that he really is the strongest Taoist master that Junjue mentioned. No matter who he is, Sui Shan still chooses to refuse. Since he has already worshipped Su Wuyang as his master, what's the big deal about him becoming a disciple of someone else now? Are you betraying your teacher and ancestors? The blind man asked in a deep voice. Do you know who I am? Xia Shanhe, the #1 Taoist? Then would you like to? No. Suyisan difuso di saisibli. Chapter 33, Waiting for Him Here. Junjue looked at Sui Shan and found it unbelievable. Xia Shanhe wanted to take him as his master, and wanted to take him as his disciple, but he refused so decisively? Also, who is this Sui Shan? How could a peerless master like Xia Shanhe actually fall for him? Junjue's mind was full of question marks. She knew in her mind that if the blind man in front of her was really Xia Shanhe, even if she wanted to become his disciple, he might not accept her as his disciple. Sui Shan refused such an opportunity. Senior, I came here today just to buy Qilin grass. Sui Shan understood many things in an instant. I'm afraid it's not Xia Shanhe who is good at fortune-telling. All this must have been arranged by Su Nuanyuan. From the moment Su Anan asked him to come over to buy Qilin grass, this was a setup. Let him meet Xia Shanhe and make him change his decision. Sui Shan couldn't help but laugh. His sister really worried a lot about him. It is undeniable that under normal circumstances, it is definitely better to worship Su Wuyang as a master than to worship under Xia Shanhe. But Sui Shan's situation was obviously different from others. Xia Shanhe slowly walked up to Sui Shan, paused for a moment, and said, You have good talent. If you become my disciple, you will surely achieve something within 10 years. But I just want to be a salted fish. So Yisan smiled. Perhaps becoming Xia Shanhe's disciple would really help him take off. He could even live a comfortable life with Xia Shanhe as his backer. But so what? Xia Shanhe took a deep breath and said, I have a sword that can kill gods. Don't you want to learn it? Sui Shan raised his eyebrows slightly. Why would I kill a god if I have nothing to do? Junjue was a little confused as she listened. Xia Shanhe had invited Sui Shan again and again, wanting to take him as his disciple. But this boy didn't give her any face at all. Killing a god with one sword, isn't this enough to tempt him? Xia Shanhe, he wanted to kill this guy with a sword right now. After all, he was a senior and famous figure. Sui Shan's behavior made him feel very embarrassed. He felt that he was shamelessly trying to get ahead, but others ignored him. Senior, I have never learned sword. If you want to take a disciple, you might as well take her. She has good swordsmanship and a solid foundation. Sui Shan glanced at Junjue and recommended her to Xia Shanhe. This can be regarded as ending this topic and giving Xia Shanhe a way out. As for whether Xia Shanhe thinks highly of Junjue, it doesn't matter. Don't offend Xia Shanhe, and show your goodwill to Junjue. It is always better to have more friends than more enemies. It's no loss for him yet. Junjue's eyes lit up. This boy actually gave her such a great opportunity? Senior, Junjue looked at Xia Shanhe with stars in her eyes. Isu yishin glänzt a yun shuyu. This girl is really something. Will the starry eyes attack work on a blind person? Xia Shanhe said to Junjue. Use your strongest sword against me. Junjue nodded and said to Sui Shan and Zhang Luochuan. You guys step back. Sui Shan and Zhang Luochuan hurriedly left the yard. Use the ultimate skill or area damage? So Yisan mater softly. Junjue ignored him. The aura on her body gradually became stronger. A gust of wind blew up in the courtyard with her as the center, and the sword in her hand flashed a faint white light. Although Sui Shan didn't know what these special effects were used for, they looked very powerful. The next moment, Junjue stood 1 meter away from Xia Shanhe, with the sword in her hand inserted into the ground in the distance. Everything was calm, and the walking stick in Xia Shanhe's hand was placed on Junjue's neck. Sui Shan didn't even see their fight. Who is Jun Fengyan to you? Junjue stood there in a daze. She also didn't know what was happening. She only felt a tremor in her palm, and the sword disappeared. Then Xia Shanhe's walking stick was placed on her neck. This is a true master. Jun Fengyan is my adoptive father. The Jun Wushuang from the previous few days was your sworn brother? Xia Shanhe said. I was the one who killed him. During the conversation that day, Sui Shan heard some news that Junjue was just an adopted daughter of the Jun family. I've said before, I'll kill anyone from your Jun family I see, Xiaoshana put away his walking stick and said, "But you're just an adopted daughter, so forget it." As for the matter of becoming a disciple, Junjue knelt directly in front of Xiaoshana and said with her head down, "Senior, the Jun family only treats me as a tool. I just want to leave the Jun family." "A tool for marriage?" Xiaoshana pulled a strange smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "If you want to take me as your master, it's not impossible, but you have to pay a price." Junior is willing to pay any price. Sui Shan raised his eyebrows, and an evil thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that this old man, surnamed Xia, wanted to do that kind of thing to Junjue? As the saying goes, if you want to learn, first follow the master. Oh shit, what a shameless old man. At such an old age, he still dares to cause trouble to young girls. It's really shameless. You must first destroy your cultivation, and then I will consider whether to accept you as my disciple. Xiaoshana turned around, sat back on the old chair, and said, "How can my disciple use the Jun family's skills?" Sui Shan couldn't listen anymore. "Senior, it's not appropriate for you to let someone waste their cultivation and then consider whether to accept them as your apprentice. What if she loses her cultivation and you refuse to accept her request? What should she do then?" Xiaoshana sat there without moving. "Boy, since you don't want to be my master, why should I accept a disciple? What does it have to do with you?" Junjue lowered her head, was silent for a moment, slowly raised her head, and her eyes were firm. "Senior, I do." Sui Shan had no choice but to shut up. This girl was a ruthless person. She was not weak now, but she agreed to something that would destroy her cultivation. There was no way she didn't know that even if she ruined her cultivation, that blind man Xiaoshanha might not accept her. So wouldn't she become a useless person? "Keep your cultivation for now. You probably have other things to do in Xiaoshan. Come back to me when you're done." Xiaoshana said coldly, "You can leave first." "Sui Shan, you stay?" Sui Shan had already guessed that all this was arranged by Su Nuanyuan, and now he no longer wanted to buy Cheeling grass. There was not much point in staying, but this blind man named Xia seemed to be ridiculously strong. Even if he was stuck with the bug of the system curse, it would be of no use. After Junjue left the yard, Xiaoshana said, "Sui Shan, I agreed to take you in as my apprentice because I owed your family a favor. Since you don't want to be my master, I will take your woman in as my apprentice, which is also a way to repay the favor. Go back and tell your master that we are even now." Sui opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Xiaoshana stood up and said, "Also, I can help you with your body training. The herds are ready. Come in with me." Body refining? Sui Shan heard such a horrifying thing before he could come to his senses. With his current physical condition, wouldn't body refining turn him into a waste? Chapter 34. This makes sense. After Xiaoshan had finished speaking, he walked into the house, but Sui Shan turned around and ran away. As soon as he ran to the front of the yard, Xiaoshana stood in front of him like a ghost. "Where are you running to?" "Senior, I don't want to practice body training." Sui Shan was very determined. He knew that Su Nuanyuan was doing this for his own good, but he decided to forget about practicing body training. "You don't accept this, and you don't accept that. How can I repay this favor?" Xiaoshan has said with some anger in his tone. "If you don't practice your body today, don't even think about leaving. Didn't you accept my woman as your disciple? Consider this as repaying the favor." Sui Shan now just wanted to stay away from this blind man. It's already very clear that Su Ainen set a trap for him on purpose. Su Ainen must know that body training is very painful and wants Sui Shan to experience it. "It must be like this." "That's what you said." Xiaoshana laughed. "Since this is your own decision, then we're even." It was early morning, and apart from the bright moon in the sky, the only sounds that could be heard were the howling of ghosts and wolves. Xiaoshana's laughter made Sui Shan feel creepy. "Senior, I don't practice physical training, and the Cheeling grass is for my sister. Otherwise, you can give the medicine to me? It's useless for you to keep this kind of thing anyway, right?" Sui Shan didn't want to practice physical training, but he also knew that Cheeling grass was a good thing. I don't know what made Xiaoshanha owe his family a favor, but it was definitely not a small matter. This favor finally benefited Junjue. If he could just make a little profit, it wouldn't be such a big loss. "I'm useless." Xiaoshanha pointed his finger at Su Ishan's chest and said, "Do you know why I came to Qiushan City? Because there is Cheeling grass here. The injuries I suffered before can only be suppressed by Cheeling grass. The one I prepared for you was something I dug out from between my teeth. Since you have already dug it out, do you want to swallow it back? That's not appropriate. It is recorded in the book that Cheeling grass is a magical grass that grows around the mythical beast Cheeling. This kind of thing can probably only be obtained by a master like Xiaoshana. Anyway, he can get it, and Sui Shan has no psychological burden to give him some. You are so shameless that you even want things from a blind man. You are not an ordinary blind man. Sui Shan flattered him with a smile. Since Xia Shanha owed their family a favor, they should not hurt him. As long as they did not force him to practice body training, everything would be fine. Xia Shanha sighed and said, "The things are in the room. Just take them and go." Then he walked into the inner room. He probably didn't want to waste time talking to Sui Shan anymore. "Senior, do you have any secret manuals of martial arts here? If you think it takes up too much space, I can help you move it." Sui Shan followed behind and asked with a smile. "No, take your things and get out of here." Xia Shanha sneered. "You don't want to be my disciple, but you want to get my skills for free? Boy, who did you take this shameless look from?" "Of course I take after my father." Sui Shan saw that he couldn't get anything for free, so he simply asked for information. "Senior, you are very familiar with my father, right?" Xia Shanha sneered. "Are you asking me about your father? Forget it. You are not my apprentice." It seems that the old guy still has some resentment about Sui Shan's refusal to take him as his master, and it is impossible to get information from him. After entering the house, Xia Shanha threw a bag of things to Sui Shan. Sui Shan put the crystal card that Su Ainen gave him on the table. "Senior, there is some money in this card. I won't take advantage of you for free. If it gets out, it will be bad for your reputation. How about these herbs being bought by me? You are so young, and you have such a shitty reputation." Xia Shanha cursed and said, "There is a book under the table leg on the right. Take it if you want it, and get out of here right away." "Thank you, Senior." Sui Shan still recognized the reality. The reason why Xia Shanha wanted to accept him as his disciple was simply because of favors, not because of his talent. The furniture in Xia Shanha's house seemed to be products from the 1980s and 1990s before Sui Shan traveled through time. Almost everything was made of wood, and there were no high-tech products at all. The table he was talking about looked rickety, and under one of the legs was a dusty book that had been there for who knows how many years. Sui Shan looked around, but couldn't find anything suitable to replace the book. He couldn't just give it up like that. Snap! Sui Shan only heard a slight sound, and the bottom of the other three legs of the wooden table suddenly disappeared in unison. Xia Shanha did not do anything about it, and the table legs were as smooth as if they were cut by a machine. "You can take it now." Xia Shanha waved his hand in disdain. Sui Shan wisely took his things and left. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that Xia Shanha would not be able to control himself and would kill him with a sword. Coming out of Xia Shanha's yard, the lights on the road were dim. Before Sui Shan had taken 2 steps, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around suddenly and saw a sword at his neck. "Jun Jue." "Miss June, could you please change the way you greet me next time?" Sui Shan was really convinced. Does this young lady really like to put a sword on other people's necks? "Sorry, I'm used to it." Jun Jue put away the sword and coughed lightly. "Thank you very much." "No need to say thank you," Sui Shan said. "How about you give me some money?" The air suddenly became quiet. Sui Shan couldn't help feeling contempt in his heart. Where was the eldest lady of the Jun family? "You don't have no money, do you? I know you're not short of money, and you're not an ordinary person, are you?" Jun Jue said with a smile. "Consider today I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me." Sui Shan was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know how Jun Jue knew that he was not short of money. He really wanted to say, "Why don't you give me the money?" But then he thought that Jun Jue's favor seemed to be a good thing, so he didn't shamelessly ask for money. "Okay then, we'll meet again if we're lucky," Sui Shan said as he prepared to leave. "Wait!" Jun Jue called out to Sui Shan. "If the secret realm is opened, will you go in?" "I don't know. We'll see when the time comes." Sui Shan was not ready yet. They all knew that the secret realm was full of dangers, but they didn't know how dangerous it was. "From what you said before, the penny you mentioned is the key to the secret realm, right?" Sui Shan asked. "If there is no key, the secret realm cannot be opened?" "That key was given to the Jun family by the gods. Of course, we can't open the secret realm without the key." Jun Jue said, "But recently, the young masters of Longqing will come here, and they will turn Qiushan upside down. However, since the key is in Senior Xia's hands, it remains to be seen whether the secret realm will be open at that time." Sui Shan also nodded. Jun Wushuang was killed by Xia Shanha. It made sense for Jun Jue to think that the key was in Xia Shanha's hands. Why did he want to expose it? It's comfortable when there's always someone to take the blame. Chapter 35. Well done, don't do it again. "Miss June, Why are you following me? After Su Yishan walked for a while, he found that Jun Juyue was still following him. He wanted to go back to his home, but he didn't want Jun Juyue to follow him. Jun Juyue did not answer but asked, "Where are you going now?" "Of course I'm going home. My sister wants to practice body training, so I have to send the medicine back to her." Su Yishan originally wanted to go to Su Wuliang to ask about the usage of qilin grass, but Xia Shanha had already prepared the medicine. There shouldn't be any problems if she practices body training according to the medicine he prepared. No matter how the medicine is prescribed, pain is inevitable, and that's enough. Jun Jiwe said as a matter of course. "It's so late now, I'm unfamiliar with the place and can't find a place to stay, so I'll stay at your house for one night." "It's not appropriate for you to live in my house. It won't sound good if it gets out." Su Yishan absolutely did not believe that love could just come like that. He loved the love of your mother selling fried dough twists. He was not a simple young boy, so he would not believe that a young lady like Jun Jiwe would have an inexplicable love story with him. "I'm not afraid. So why are you afraid?" Jun Jiwe seemed to like carrying the sword on her shoulder, which didn't look like a girl at all, and wasn't very elegant. "Don't swordsmen like to hang their swords around their waists?" "Okay, then come with me and do me a favor later." Su Yishan thought for a moment, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Doesn't Su Ainin want to practice body training? Wouldn't it be nice to let Jun Jiwe see it? That crazy girl Su Ainin said so much today, and I don't know which of her words are true or false. If Su Ainin is really not his biological sister. Damn it, Su Yishan doesn't want to play any pseudo-orthopedic forbidden love, not to mention the child bride that Su Ainin mentioned, which is simply out of line. If Su Ainin really wants to refine her body through medicinal bath, it would be best to have a woman watching her. Su Yishan's house is relatively large in Qiushan City. When Su Yishan and Jun Jiwe entered the house, they saw Su Nuanyuan sitting in the living room looking at them. "Sister, you're back?" Su Yishan saw Su Nuanyuan and introduced, "Sister, this is my friend Jun Jiwe. She just arrived in Qiushan and hasn't found a place to live yet. She wants to stay at our house for one night." Su Nuanyuan stood up and said, "Of course, no problem. Miss Jun can stay in our house as long as you want." Su Yishan could sense that there was something wrong with the way his sister looked at Jun Jiwe. It was very ambiguous. "Sister, don't get me wrong. She and I are just ordinary friends." "I know, just ordinary friends." Su Nuanyuan said, "Then you sleep in the living room tonight, and Yuera sleeps in your room." "Moon? What the hell? Just now she was calling me Miss June. How come it has suddenly become such an intimate name?" Su Yishan said that it was hard to accept. His bed was so big that it could easily accommodate two people sleeping on it. "I'll sleep in the living room." Su Yishan sighed and said, "By the way, sister, where's Su Ainin?" "Ainin is asleep. If you have anything to say, you can tell her tomorrow. Go to rest first." Su Nuanyuan glanced at the medicinal herbs in Su Yishan's hand and asked calmly, "Is that the qilin grass in your hand?" Su Yishan smiled. "Sister, you know everything." Su Nuanyuan and Su Yishan looked at each other for a long time before saying, "Do you know how much of a favor it is to let Xiaoshana help you with your body training? It should be quite big." Su Yishan couldn't mention the system and her specific situation now, so she could only say, "Sister, to be honest, if he gave me body refining, I might die on the spot. Just like those elixirs you fed me before, so I refuse to do body refining." "You know his identity, but you still refuse to take him as your master." Su Nuanyuan smiled. "So you have decided on your current master, right?" Su Yishan nodded decisively. "I respect your decision." After Su Nuanyuan finished speaking to Su Yishan, her eyes fell on Jun Jiwe. "Yuer, you must be tired. Come with me. Sister will take you to take a bath." Su Yishan stood there in a daze. Su Nuanyuan knew that he had rejected Xia Shanha, and she did not hide anything from him anymore. She simply admitted that everything was arranged by her. It is undeniable that Su Nuanyuan's arrangements were very thorough. If it was the Su Yishan before he was cursed by the system, Lining would first help him improve his cultivation, and then Xia Shanha would accept him as a disciple, help him to refine his body, and take the college entrance examination. Wouldn't that be a rush-in and a massacre? It was a completely paved road to success, just waiting for Su Yishan to walk slowly on it. But the situation is completely different now. If Su Yishan follows the path arranged by Su Nuanyuan, he will be truly doomed. The bed was occupied tonight by Jun Jiwe, who wanted to train Su Ainin's body. Her screams could no longer be heard. Su Yishan didn't want to sleep anyway, so he threw the medicine he brought back on the coffee table, then sat on the sofa and flipped through the book that Xia Shanha had placed under the table. "You must not take reading too seriously, or you won't be able to remember anything." After Su Nuanyuan came out of the bathroom, She heard the sound of water splashing inside the bathroom. Sui Shan probably understood what it meant to be young and hot-blooded and to have a restless mind. In order to hide his embarrassment, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and flipped through a book. Su Nuanyuan sat next to him and asked, "How long have you been with her?" "We just met today," Sui Shan said as she flipped through a book. "Sister, you should know clearly what I did and what kind of friends I made." Sui Shan is now very sober. She knew that the bullying by Yang Rue and the drinking of Achinese grass might have been arranged by her sister. Achinese grass is something that can disperse one's cultivation, but it can also be combined with Lin Ying's acupuncture to greatly improve one's cultivation. For 3 whole years, judging by the strength Su Nuanyuan had shown, it was impossible for her not to know. Sui Shan doesn't like being a puppet, even though Su Nuanyuan does everything for his own good. "Have you any grudges? You figured out the matter of the Aurantium grass, right?" Su Nuanyuan smiled softly. "Xiaoshan, you know what? You were originally very talented, but geniuses are always prone to die young. In the past, I wanted you to be low-key and wait until you soared to the top in the college entrance examination and were protected by the government. By then, you would be a disciple of the Taoist's #1 master, and no one would dare to make a move on you. I hope you can understand my intentions. Who would have the heart to watch his brother being bullied?" Su Nuanyuan said quietly. "But a man should go through hardships and difficulties to truly grow up. Only by enduring hardships and toiling hard can he become a superior person." Sui Shan was silent for a moment and said, "Sister, I thank you for everything you have done for me. You have done a great job. Don't do this again in the future. I can see that you are different now. Just walk your own path." Su Nuanyuan came closer and whispered, "I heard you say outside Xiaoshana's yard, you wear her as your woman?" Sui Shan's eyes widened. "You followed me?" Su Nuanyuan shook her head and said, "I'm just waiting for you nearby." Chapter 36. Sui Shan could hear that Su Nuanyuan was too worried about him and actually followed him to Xiaoshana's yard. She also heard what Sui Shan said to Xiaoshana. It was not Xiaoshana who used the communication equipment to tell her the situation. "Sister, aren't you tired?" Sui Shan felt very tired. Su Nuanyuan's behavior was like that of a parent who was full of control and kept track of his every move at all times. "Not tired." Su Nuanyuan smiled. "Who made you my brother?" Sui Shan felt that this was very tiring, but he really couldn't say. "Sister, you don't have to worry about me in the future. I can solve my own problems by myself. I won't care about you anymore in the future." Su Nuanyuan patted Sui Shan's shoulder. "You have grown up now. Study hard." After that, Su Nuanyuan returned to her room. Sui Shan sat there and continued to flip through his book. Xiaoshanha is worthy of being the strongest person in Taoism. This book includes various basic Taoist skills, as well as some advanced techniques. Normally, even if one is a genius, it would be impossible to learn the skills in this book at least 10 years. However, Sui Shan only flipped through the book for more than 10 minutes and memorized all the contents. As for how to practice it, it is indeed more difficult than Su Wuyang's Taishang San Wu Xing Ming Jin Jing. Because Xiaoshana's martial arts book is pure text, and no spells are needed to practice the skills. The first half is about how to cultivate mental power, and the second half teaches him how to use the mind method. It feels that casting spells with the help of mental methods is more difficult than reading the Taishang San Wu Xing Zhao Jin Jing. Sui Shan didn't know what effect these skills would have when he performed them. He was also afraid that he would tear down the house if he wasn't careful, so he could only sit on the sofa in silence. He didn't dare to sleep and just sat there like a mental patient. Jun Jue took a shower, put on Su Ainan's pajamas, carried the sword, and looked at Sui Shan. "You go in and sleep, I'll sleep in the living room." "Taking a sword with you even when bathing?" Jun Jue was a little outrageous. "Then I'm sorry for the poor hospitality." Sui Shan got up and went into his room, then closed the door. Just a courtesy? Doesn't exist. Today was the first time Sui Shan met Jun Jue. He couldn't remember how many times he had been blocked by the sword in her hand. Then he did her a favor and asked her to come to his house. He had already done his best. "If you give up your bed, wouldn't that make you a bootlicker?" Jun Jue stood in the living room, looking at Su Ishan's bedroom, opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She was a guest after all, and she thought Su Ishan would be a gentleman and give way to her. But who knew he would just say he was not welcoming enough. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sui Shan came out of the room and saw Jun Jue sitting on the sofa, leaning on the sword with his left hand, squinting his eyes, and seemed to be asleep. "Can you sleep while sitting?" Sui Shan walked over slowly. Jun Jue's eyes suddenly opened, and the sword in her hand moved, but she still didn't put it on Sui-shan's neck. What? Jun Jue frowned. Sui-shan said, I've been thinking about it all night. You should go in and sleep. Jun Jue. It's already daybreak. Let her go in and sleep? Come in, my room is cool, and the bed is big. Are you afraid that your sister will see me outside and get scolded? Jun Jue felt that she saw through Sui-shan's true thoughts. What are you talking about? Will my sister scold me? Sui-shan realized through these few contacts that his sister absolutely doted on him. Even if he did something outrageous or excessive, Su Nuanyuan might not be willing to scold him. He asked Jun Jue to go to his room with the purpose of causing Su Ainen to misunderstand. After thinking about it all night, what Su Ainen said was really scary. Damn, a child bride? Is this still popular these days? The most terrifying thing is that was that little devil Su Ainen. Before Sui-shan was reborn, she not only treated this little devil as her own sister, but also avoided her as much as possible. Now that she suddenly played such a trick, it was impossible for her to not panic. Just as they were talking, Su Ainen walked out of the bedroom. She yawned, her head shook, her eyes fell on Jun Jue, and she was stunned. So Yi-san, how dare you bring a woman back to spend the night? Su Ainen's sleepy eyes opened wide, like a little lion with its fur standing on end. Jun Jue frowned. What Su Ainen said made her feel very uncomfortable, but she also felt that there was no need to explain, because the more she explained, the more unclear it became. Who I bring back is none of your business. Sui-shan glanced at Su Ainen and smiled at Jun Jue. Yue, let me introduce you. This is my sister Su Ainen. Moon? Jun Jue was stunned. Was Sui-shan having a seizure? You actually call her that? Yue. Su Ainen's expression became even more exaggerated. She strode forward, walked in front of Jun Jue, looked at Jun Jue with a scrutinizing gaze, squinted her eyes, and asked, Are you my brother's girlfriend? No. Jun Jue was much more arrogant than her. She didn't say much and just looked at Su Ainen coldly. With a sword? Su Ainen said with a smile. Miss, do you want to compete with me? As soon as she finished her words, Jun Jue's sword was already on her neck. A few strands of hair fell off, and Jun Jue looked at her with cold eyes. Su Ainen's smile gradually froze. She never expected that this seemingly harmless young lady would be so skillful. She had been called a genius since she was a child, but under Jun Jue's sword, she didn't even have the consciousness to dodge. The sword is too fast. Okay, you're just a kid, just give him a lesson. Sui-shan believed that with Jun Jue's intelligence, she could probably guess some of his purpose, especially after he said that Jun Jue should be able to know that Sui-shan wanted to teach his sister a lesson. Jun Jue still owes Sui-shan a favor, so she wouldn't refuse to help with such a small favor. Who is the kid? Su Ainen said angrily. I just didn't use any weapons, and you attacked me by surprise. You have no martial ethics. If you have the guts, let's compete in fist and foot skills. I just learned the grappling skills. Jun Jue put away the sword, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Come on, let me see. Su Ainen didn't know Jun Jue's background, so she reached out and grabbed her chest. Sui-shan was shocked. When did the grappling skills become so tricky? The next moment, Su Ainen half knelt in front of Jun Jue, grimacing in pain. One of her hands was grabbed by the thumb, leaving her no room to fight back. Jun Jue's strength far exceeds Su Ainen's, so it is normal for her to be crushed unilaterally. Call me sister from now on, and I will forgive you. Jun Jue also likes to have younger brothers. Su Ainen provoked her first, so how could she not teach her a lesson? Chapter 37. Young, but I don't know how good my aunt is. Su Ainen was completely controlled this time. There is no way I can beat her. Jun Jue looks even colder than her sister. I can't afford to offend her. From now on, you are my real sister. Su Ainen's attitude changed very quickly. She glanced at Sui-shan and asked, Sister, you are so beautiful and so skilled. There is no reason for you to fall in love with Sui-shan. Of course. Jun Jue owed Sui-shan a favor, but in her opinion, the most she could do was to help teach her disobedient sister a lesson. Pretending to be Sui-shan's girlfriend was impossible. Sui-shan held back some of his dirty words and looked at Su Ainen with ill intent. Su Ainen, don't you want to practice bodybuilding? I found the Cheeling grass for you. It just so happens that your two sisters are here. It would be great to let them watch over you. Who wants to practice body training? Aren't you the one who practices body training? Su Ainen blinked. I'm only in the first year of high school. Why should I practice body training? I have brought back the Cheeling grass. You have to practice it today. Su Yishan sneered. In order to trick him into going to Xia Shanha to practice body training, Su Ainin made up a lot of lies. Now that the medicine has been brought back, he can't just not practice it. I don't do body training. I heard that the body becomes very hard after training. Why should I, a girl, do body training? Su Ainin glared at Su Yishan with a fierce look. She seemed very resistant to the idea of body training. Miss June, I'll leave the task of training my sister's body to you. Su Yishan smiled at Jun Jiyue. Just consider it as a favor you're doing me. How about that? Jun Jiyue was hesitating when she heard Su Nuanyuan's voice coming from upstairs. Su Ainin, get ready and do the body training later. Su Yishan smiled. His sister wanted to save him a favor. When Su Ainin heard what her sister said, she became like a frosted eggplant, with her head drooped, and could only accept the judgment of fate. In the past, she could bully Su Yishan in this family, but now, even Su Yishan has her under his control. After Su Nuanyuan spoke, Su Ainin could only prepare for body training silently. Using Qilin grass to refine the body does not make the body harden, as Su Ainin said. If it is true, as she said, then Qilin grass should become a sacred object in the minds of many men. When Su Nuanyuan mentioned body training, it was arranged immediately. Su Yishan and Jun Jiyue were waiting in the living room, and Su Ainin followed Su Nuanyuan to train in the bathroom. What is your sister's level of cultivation? The reason why Jun Jiyue came to Su Yishan's house was more out of curiosity about his family. Otherwise, it would just be finding a place to live, which would be a simple task for her. How should I know? Su Yishan asked back. What level of cultivation do you think my sister should have? Not only Jun Jiyue was curious, even Su Yishan, her younger brother, was curious. Her cultivation is higher than mine. Because Sister Su was nearby yesterday, I didn't notice anything at all. Jun Jiyue knew that Su Nuanyuan in the bathroom must have heard their conversation, just as she could hear the conversation between Su Yishan and the others when she was taking a shower in the bathroom yesterday. May I ask your father's name? Jun Jiyue wants to leave the Jun family now. So why doesn't he want to find a powerful backer? Xia Shanha has not officially accepted her as his apprentice yet. If a master from the Jun family came and wanted to take her back, how would she face it? There is also the matter of the marriage between the Jun family and the Huang family. Once the kid from the Huang family comes to Qiushan, it will probably start. What will she face if she refuses the Huang family? I don't even know my father's name. Su Yishan said. Although what I said may be a little outrageous, it's true. Su Nuanyuan slowly walked out of the bathroom at this time. She smiled and said to Jun Jiyue, Xiao Yuer, you don't want to marry into the Huang family, do you? Sister Su. How did you know? Jun Jiyue was really curious about Su Nuanyuan. The marriage between the Jun family and the Huang family should be a top secret. How did Su Nuanyuan know about it? Xia Shanha could guess that she was a tool for the marriage. But Su Nuanyuan actually knew which family she was marrying into, which was a bit too much. It's actually very simple if you don't want to marry into the Huang family. As long as you marry my brother, no matter if it's the Jun family or the Huang family, they will never dare to have any ideas. Su Nuanyuan said confidently. As long as you become my sister-in-law, no one will dare to embarrass you. Su Yishan was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. His sister seemed to be really extraordinary. Didn't the Longqing Jun family take her seriously? Sister Su, I believe what you said, but if I really do what you said, what's the difference between that and marrying the Huang family? Jun Jiyue didn't even look at Su Yishan and almost said directly, I oppose this marriage. Su Yishan also quickly said to his sister, Sister, don't worry about my affairs. He was really scared. He still hadn't figured out whether Su Ainin was his biological sister, and Su Nuanyuan brought Jun Jiyue along. Isn't this a disaster for him? Which of these two women is the one he can mess with? You are not young anymore. You should consider some things. Su Nuanyuan really thought a lot about Su Yishan. I wonder what type of girl you like, Xiaoshan? Su Yishan was not panicked at all and said calmly, I like Lin Ying's type. Su Nuanyuan didn't react for a moment. Lin? Lining? Su Yishan raised the corner of her mouth. Sister, do you know there is a saying? What? Su Nuanyuan frowned, looking more serious than ever before. When I was young, I didn't know how good my aunt was. I mistakenly thought of lowly as a treasure. Su Yishan said, I woke up early. Did something happen between you and Lining that shouldn't have happened? Su Nuanyuan became alert. Su Yishan also nodded vigorously. Lining and I are true love. I hope my sister can help us. Su Nuanyuan took a deep breath and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she forced a smile and said, As long as it is your decision, I will definitely support you, as long as you like it. Is this possible? Su Yishan felt that he had underestimated the extent to which Su Nuanyuan doted on him. Jun Jue asked curiously, Sister Su, who is Linning? A friend of mine. Su Nuanyuan's eyes became strange, and she clenched her fists. If Su Ainen was not still in body training, she should have gone to find Linning by now. Jun Jue asked tentatively, she is very old? After Su Nuanyuan heard this question, she became even more upset and said, not too old, only 38 years old. Jun Jue glanced at Su Yishan and asked, how old is he this year? Su Nuanyuan's expression became more gloomy. He is 18. Su Yishan asked weakly, Sister, didn't you say you would support me? Humph. I will support you, but I didn't say I would support Linning. Chapter 38. Young people should not be impatient. Su Nuanyuan was obviously getting angrier the more she thought about it. Could it be that Linning, that woman, was so young that she slept with her brother? She treats Linning as her best friend, but Linning actually wants to be her sister-in-law? Su Yishan was only 18 years old and had never experienced sexual intercourse before. If Linning seduced him, how could a young man full of vigor and vitality resist? Then, after tasting the sweetness, he naturally felt that Linning was better. Damn Linning, I asked her for help, but she actually came up with this idea. Su Yishan didn't say anything. Let's just deal with it first. Su Ainen was training her body inside, and no one knew how long she would have to wait, so Su Nuanyuan couldn't leave. Sister, Su Ainen is left to you. We'll leave first. Su Yishan was not worried about Su Ainen. His sister always did things perfectly, with her watching over her. How could Su Ainen be in any danger? Go ahead. Su Nuanyuan thought for a moment and reminded, be careful. Don't worry, sister. No one named Yang will bother me now. Su Nuanyuan smacked her lips and said, I'm talking about you and Linning. Su Yishan quickly understood what she was saying. It's okay. You won't suffer any loss anyway. It's okay to have a baby, Su Nuanyuan said. Based on my understanding of her, she probably won't marry you. Maybe she wants a child. Well, Su Nuanyuan is obviously the type who thinks a lot about everything. Su Yishan didn't want to explain more. Even if Linning got angry, he probably wouldn't treat her badly. She couldn't really ask him to contribute some of his chromosomes. I should report to the inspection team. Jun Jue asked, do you want to come with me? Together. Su Yishan had always wanted to go to the inspection team to show off. Wasn't Yang Er wanted for him? Aren't the people from the inspection team also following to arrest him? Although he wanted to solve the problem with his own strength, he did not want to miss the opportunity to use his own strength to gain a bigger advantage. The inspection center is located in the center of Qiushan City. As soon as Su Yishan and his companions walked to the door, Li Qiufeng, the captain of the inspection team, came out to greet them. Miss June, we have searched the entire Qiushan City carefully yesterday, but we couldn't find any trace of your brother. Li Qiufeng had actually received the news from Wang Hailong and went to the place where Jun Wushuang was buried. But after arriving there, he dug up the grave and found only a piece of ashes. Regardless of whether the ashes belong to Jun Wushuang or not, he cannot acknowledge them. Who would dare to acknowledge them? Jun Wushuang's disappearance and death in Qiushan are two different things. He dare not offend the Jun family, and he dare not leak such things. Wang Hailong and others have been silenced. If you can't find it, keep looking. Jun Jue just said with a cold face, and then asked, is there anyone else coming to Qiushan today? Li Qiufeng smiled and said, last night, more than a dozen young men and young ladies from Longqing also came. Young Master Huang Xiangfei told me to inform him when Miss June arrived. Then you can tell him that my marriage with him is over. The problems Jun Jue has to face are obviously no less than those Su Yishan. Li Qiufeng smiled and said, for this kind of thing, Miss June should talk to young Master Huang herself. I am just a small country person, so it is not easy for me to get involved in such matters. Jun Jue frowned and said, then you don't have to worry about this matter. Take me to my office. Miss June, please follow me. Li Qiufeng's attitude was neither humble nor overbearing, and his smile was always strange, as if he had some bad intentions. Su Yishan said at this time, I still have something to do, so I won't go in. Jun Jue looked down at Su Yishan in confusion. Didn't Su Yishan say before that he wanted to be with her? Then go and do your own thing. Jun Jue didn't want to keep him. Su Yishan left in a hurry. You'd be a fool not to slip away in this situation. Jun Jue went to Huang Shixiang to break off the engagement, but he stayed with Jun Jue. According to this cliched scenario, he would definitely be regarded as a love rival or a shield for Jun Jue by Huang Shixiang. That's it? Su Yishan is already a mature adult. How could he possibly attract some inexplicable hatred? Just as he turned to leave, a young man in a yellow robe stood not far away and stared at him. He was stunned, and the young man appeared in front of him. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 580, current comprehensive physical fitness, 2158. Su Yishan felt a sharp pain in his chest and flew backwards. Huang Xiangfei, what do you want to do? Jun Jue watched Su Yishan fall to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. She drew her sword and stabbed Huang Xiangfei. Su Yishan lay on the ground, not moving for a long time. Huang Xiangfei had just punched him, and his overall physical condition went crazy. If I'm not mistaken, Huang Xiangfei wanted to kill him just now. He had no intention of provoking Huang Xiangfei, but this Huang was like a mad dog and wanted to kill him as soon as they met. As a mature, reborn person, Su Yishan does not want to create hatred indiscriminately, but just because he does not want to provoke others does not mean that others will not provoke him. Damn it. You dare to mess with a mature man? A sneak attack? You don't want any shame anymore, right? After making sure that Huang Xiangfei would most likely not be able to kill him without weapons, and that it would also allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds, he decided that all the young men and women from Longqing would kneel down before him. Aren't you coming to Qiushan to explore the secret place? The key to the secret realm is in Su Yishan's hands. If he wants to become stronger, the best way is not to practice, but to fight continuously, and get hurt continuously. Anyway, these people are unreasonable, so Su Yishan has no psychological burden and can just do it. If he is accidentally beaten to death, then he has a bad luck. Anyway, he has been reborn once, so what's the point of being timid? Jun Jue and Huang Xiangfei fought to a draw. Jun Jue's sword was very fast, and Huang Xiangfei's speed was not slow either. For a while, neither could hurt the other. Jun Jue, get out of my way. I'll do it myself. Su Yishan stood up slowly. His injuries had healed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes had become different from before. Jun Jue was distracted when she heard Su Yishan's voice and was almost hit by Huang Xiangfei. She retreated to Su Yishan's side, looked him up and down, and asked, "Are you okay? Don't worry about it. I'm going to beat him so hard today that he won't even recognize me." Su Yishan pointed at Huang Xiangfei and said, "Do you dare to fight me without weapons?" As for using weapons, Su Yishan really can't do it now. It would be inappropriate if someone chopped off his head or important parts. But he felt that Huang Xiang would not refuse. How could a young man not be hot-tempered? Wouldn't he be controlled by him? Chapter 39, Ultimate Counterattack. Huang Xiangfei was a little surprised. He could tell from his breath that Su Yishan was very weak. That punch just now was enough to kill such a weakling. But after this guy was knocked away, he got up as if nothing had happened. But he was just surprised. A weakling like Su Yishan actually challenged him to a duel? Boy, I will make you die miserably. Huang Xiangfei smiled sinisterly and looked at Su Yishan excitedly. Jun Jue whispered, "Su Yishan, he is in the inner strength realm. You can't be his opponent. Hide behind me. I won't let him hurt you." "Who wants to hide behind you?" Su Yishan dodged Jun Jue and said to Huang Xiangfei, "Come on, I'll teach you a lesson today." Jun Jue was a little anxious. "Don't be impulsive." Huang Xiangfei laughed and said, "Zhuyu, you better get out of the way. This kid is looking for death. You can't stop him." Jun Jue thought about how Su Yishan was safe and sound after being hit by Huang Xiangfei, and then looked at Su Yishan's determined look, so she concluded that he had a trump card, so she simply stepped aside. At the entrance of the inspection center, Su Yishan was confronting Huang Xiangfei. Li Qiufeng and a group of people from the inspection team stood by and watched the show with no intention of intervening at all. For the young man from Longqing, even if he killed a few people in Qiushan City, it was not a big deal. This man named Su Yishan was originally wanted by Yang Er, so if he died, he died. They would not bring bad luck to Huang Xiangfei because of this. As soon as Jun Jue walked to the side, Huang Xiangfei disappeared on the spot, and Su Yishan flew into the air. He didn't learn to fly all at once, but was directly caught by Huang Xiangfei and thrown into the air. "Boy, I know you have nothing to do with Jun Jue, but I just want to kill you today." Su Yishan heard Huang Xiangfei's voice in his ears, and he also felt a sharp pain in his chest. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 320, current comprehensive physical fitness, 2478. Then he felt severe pain in his hands and feet. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 120, current comprehensive physical fitness, 2598. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 180, current comprehensive physical fitness, 2778. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 140, current comprehensive physical fitness, 2918. Huang Xiangfei did not intend to kill Su Yishan directly. In his eyes, Su Yishan was just an ant. For someone as powerful as him, killing an ant or a bug should be an easy task, right? As for an ant, it is natural to play with it. It is satisfying to watch it struggle in pain before death, and finally kneel in front of it and slowly die. Because of this, his attacks are very frequent. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 80, current comprehensive physical fitness, 3580. According to Su Yishan's currently known cultivation system, there are a total of 9 realms, namely the Qi training realm, the strength training realm, the inner strength realm, the combined cultivation realm, the endless realm, the Qi transformation realm, the golden body realm, and the Qi controlling realm. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Even if one has reached the perfect peak of the 9th level of the inner strength realm, his overall physical fitness is only 2999. In addition, it is generally impossible for cultivators to refine their physical bodies to a perfect state. Even though Huang Xiangfei has reached the 7th level of inner strength, his overall physical fitness is only around 2,100. Su Yishan had been passively taking the beatings before and had never said a word. In the beginning, he could still feel the real pain, but as time went on, the pain became lighter, and now it felt like a massage to him. Boy, do you regret it now? Huang Xiangfei laughed like a lunatic in the air. Su Yishan had just vomited a lot of blood. In order to prevent himself from killing Su Yishan, he avoided the vital parts and did not attack Su Yishan's head. This was his first battle since arriving in Qiushan City. Although his opponent was just an insignificant bug, he was determined to let everyone know how powerful he was. Fighting in midair is actually an extremely difficult thing for a cultivator in the inner strength realm, but he wants those young masters who come to Qiushan City to see him and let those people see his methods. I forgot. You should be speechless now. Don't worry, in 10 minutes or so, I will put an end to your suffering. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 70, current comprehensive physical fitness, 3650. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 50, current comprehensive physical fitness, 3700. Oh, Su Yishan couldn't help but sigh when he saw the information on the attribute panel. He still had high expectations for Huang Xiangfei. He originally thought that this kid could give him a lot of points, but in the end, it didn't work at all. Huang Xiangfei was shocked and distracted. Finally, he could no longer fight in the air and fell to the ground. Su Yishan stretched his muscles. He had not resisted just now, but now his overall physical fitness had reached a terrifying 3700. He grabbed Huang Xiangfei's neck in midair. Huang Xiangfei's movements were also quick enough as he stretched out his arm to block. Su Yishan had not learned any sophisticated martial arts, but his overall physical advantage made his speed and strength far surpass Huang Xiangfei. He didn't care about that and grabbed Huang Xiangfei's forearm and squeezed it hard. Huang Xiangfei screamed miserably in pain. The young man from Longcheng has undergone strict and systematic training since he was a child and has been constantly baptized by advanced drugs. From birth, he was destined to be far superior to ordinary people. But Huang Xiangfei did not experience too much hardship. He was used to smooth sailing, and getting beaten was almost non-existent. Su Yishan squeezed his arm so hard that he broke it. Unable to bear the pain, Huang Xiangfei screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Their fight in midair naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. The young men and women who had just arrived in Qiushan City originally just thought of it as a show, and to analyze Huang Xiangfei's strength by the way. After all, after entering the secret realm, they would also be competitors. As for Su Yishan, in the beginning, I was always beaten unilaterally and was basically a sitting duck. Those young men and women just watched from a distance. But Huang Xiangfei's scream aroused everyone's interest. Huang Xiangfei seems to be injured. Were you injured by that young man? How is it possible? That guy was clearly beaten by Huang Xiangfei just now. How could he fight back? For a moment, many people rushed to the inspection center. However, Su Yishan had no intention of letting Huang Xiangfei go. He had never killed anyone before or even after his rebirth, but since he came to this world, there is always a first time for everything, so he might as well start with this pile of yellow shit. Chapter 40. The Impatient Young Man. Huang Xiangfei originally thought that killing Su Yishan was a sure thing. After all, Sui Shan didn't even have a chance to fight back in front of him just now. After being attacked frantically by him, he was already seriously injured. How could he have a chance to fight back? I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Sui Shan didn't want things to have too many twists and turns. After breaking Huang Xiangfei's forearm, he started to fight back frantically. His fists kept hitting Huang Xiangfei's face. In just 2 seconds, Huang Xiangfei's nose was broken, his retina was detached, and his face was covered in blood. In order to show off, Huang Xiangfei deliberately grabbed Sui Shan in midair. At this moment, many people saw him being beaten in midair. Just when the two were about to fall to the ground, Sui Shan stepped on Huang Xiangfei's chest. Bang! Sui Shan stepped on Huang Xiangfei. The ground cracked, and a big hole appeared. After this last kick from the tower, Huang Xiangfei could only breathe in, but not out. Figures appeared one after another near the inspection center. Sui Shan looked at the half-dead Huang Xiangfei in front of him and was about to kick him again when he heard someone shouting, "How dare you touch our Huang family? Why don't you stop? Huang family?" Sui Shan didn't even look at the man and stepped hard on Huang Xiangfei's heart again. His current strength is comparable to that of a 7th-level cultivator. Although he has no fighting skills, the difference in strength is huge. With this kick, Huang Xiangfei's sternum was broken, blood bubbles appeared in his mouth, and his eyelids fluttered. It has come to this. Why should he care about the Huang family? Things have come to this point. Even if he doesn't kill Huang Xiangfei, will the Huang family let him go? Be extreme in your efforts. As soon as Huang Xiangfei died, a man holding a black spear attacked Sui Shan. A black shadow flashed by like ink. Jun Jua leaned forward and used his sword to block the black spear, then stood in front of Sui Shan. "Yun Shuyu, what do you want to do? This kid killed your fiancé." The man looked to be no more than 20 years old. He had a gloomy face and pointed the spear at Jun Jua. He snorted coldly. "Or is this kid having an affair with you? I haven't married Huang Xiangfei yet. Now that he's dead, the engagement is naturally over." Jun Jua's face was calm, and she pointed the alloy sword at the man and said, "You can kill him, but you have to get past me first." Sui Shan looked at the spear in the man's hand. This thing was a bit dangerous. It would be bad if he was stabbed to death. It's good to have Jun Jua around. Doesn't she want to not marry into the Huang family? Now that he helped Jun Jua kill Huang Xiangfei, he helped her solve a big problem. He didn't ask her to marry him, but at least she should stand on his side. After all, Sui Shan didn't have any weapons at hand, and people would stab him at will, which would be impossible. Of course, Jun Jua had to block it. Young men and women from Longqing gathered near the inspection center. Most of them knew Jun Jua. Although they didn't know about the marriage between the Jun and Huang families, they still found the excitement very interesting to watch. Sui Shan seemed to be only at the Qi training stage, so why could he kill Huang Xiangfei? Jun Jua actually fought with Huang Qiu for this person? Huang Qiu sneered, raised his spear, and attacked Jun Jua, not forgetting to taunt. "Just you?" A hurricane blew past Sui Shan, and Jun Jua fought with Huang Qiu again. Spears and steel knives kept colliding. The street in front of the inspection center was surging with air waves, and the harsh sound of metal collisions was endless. In addition to paying attention to the battle between Jun Jua and Huang Qiu, Sui Shan also did not forget to secretly look at those who came from Longqing. The way these people were dressed was obviously different from the residents of Akiyama City. Almost all of them carried weapons with them and looked arrogant. The battle between Jun Jua and Huang Qiu did not last long. The spear in Huang Qiu's hand was like a black dragon. He shouted loudly and smashed the spear down fiercely. Jun Jua blocked it with a sword, but the bluestone under his feet could not withstand the huge force and exploded directly, with broken stones flying everywhere. Jun Jua's knuckles were cracked, and her face looked pale and ugly. She must have been seriously injured. Huang Qiu is at the 9th level of inner strength realm. How could Jun Jua be his opponent? I don't know what Jun Jua was thinking. She actually fought with Huang Qiu just for such a brat. Look at that kid standing by and watching. He has no intention of helping at all. Even if he is a mistress, it is not worth it. Those young masters watched the fight between Jun Jua and Huang Qiu and talked about it on the side. Although Sui Shan didn't know Jun Jua's specific realm, it was obvious that Jun Jua was no match for Huang Qiu. Given the nature of these young masters, killing Jun Jua was a normal thing to do. "Hey, you yellow-haired dog, if you have the guts, come fight me." What's the point of bullying a woman? Sui Shan was also good at making people hate him. Huang Qiu had a tuft of yellow hair on his forehead. He was very clear when he cursed people. I was the one who killed Huang Xiang just now. If you want revenge, come to me. Why are you looking for a weak woman? Are you afraid that I'll beat the shit out of you? Su Yishan pointed at Huang Qiu and said with a chuckle, You use that little stick well, but if I fight you with my bare hands, do you dare to come? When he said this, there was dead silence all around. The young masters from Longsheng felt that it was impossible for them to misjudge Su Yishan's cultivation level. Judging from the breath, it is just a small Qigong practice. There are two major realms in between. Does he think he is the chosen one? Who among you here is not a genius? Who hasn't experienced fighting a higher level battle? But the total score object, Huang Qiu, is definitely not weak among their group. If Su Yishan surpasses 2 realms and defeats Huang Qiu, well, it seems that Huang Xiangfei was also in the inner strong realm before. Didn't he also die at the hands of Su Yishan? It's really surprising that such a person came out of such a small place. I don't know how Huang Xiangfei fell into his hands just now. This time I'll take a look. Huang Qiu, you can't really be unable to defeat a kid at the Qi training stage, right? If that's really the case, then you two brothers will lose all the face of your Huang family. Some people have already started gloating. Humph, bitch, I'll deal with you later. Huang Qiu kicked Jun Jiwei in the abdomen, sending her flying. Then he stared at Su Yishan with an arrogant look. Although I don't know who killed my brother, you must die today. If you don't use weapons, I won't use them either. Otherwise you will accuse me of bullying you. Huang Qiu stuck the spear into the ground, rubbed his fist, and looked at Su Yishan with a strange smile. Ah! Su Yishan actually thought that this kid would give up using weapons because of face issues. After all, there are so many people watching around, and these young men are often arrogant and face-conscious. Could he bear such an insult from Su Yishan? Su Yishan was ready to really fight Huang Qiu, but since the other party took the initiative not to use weapons, he couldn't force him to stab him with a spear, right? Young people are always impatient. Chapter 41. Thinking too much is a habit in this circle. Practicing Qi. Ah! Huang Qiu sneered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be very good in close combat. Have you practiced martial arts? Su Yishan knew that these young men from Longqing might be a little naive, but they were not stupid. Since Su Yishan was able to kill Huang Xiangfei, he must have some skills. He must be at the Qi training level, which can only be achieved with a strong body. Huang Qiu naturally thought that Su Yishan had practiced martial arts. Otherwise, how could it be possible? I haven't practiced it, but I was born with supernatural powers. Su Yishan said with a smile. Why don't you use weapons, so that you won't be accused of bullying you? Looking for death. Huang Qiu was extremely fast. Before Su Yishan could react, he was knocked away by a punch. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 88, current comprehensive physical fitness, 3788. This? The number was auspicious. Su Yishan stood there, his feet only swaying slightly. Humph. Huang Qiu snorted. Su Yishan only felt his head swell slightly. Spiritual consciousness is attacked. Mental power plus 52. Current mental power, 1632. Spiritual attack? Oh my god! Awesome, brother! He actually knows these naughty things. Su Yishan had previously used Su Wuyang's machine to forcibly increase his mental power, but later on he was unable to continue improving it. Now, someone has given him another boost. Ah! Su Yishan cried out, as if he had suffered a serious blow. A strong body? Huang Qiu sneered. You little rubbish from the Qi training realm. Even if you are a 1,000-year-old turtle, your consciousness is still vulnerable. The young men from Longqing couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Mr. Huang, this is too boring. You actually used the yellow dragon secret technique to deal with a country bumpkin. At the inner strength level, they can actually use spiritual consciousness to attack. The Huang family is worthy of being the orthodox Taoist family. I think that young man should also be born with supernatural powers. It's a pity that he is just a villager after all. He doesn't know any martial arts. He is destined to die today. Huang Qiu paid no attention to the discussions around him. He didn't want to die like Huang Xiangfei due to carelessness. He took advantage of the fact that Su Yishan's consciousness was severely damaged and rushed forward to finish him off. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 72. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 3860. Su Yishan's current overall physical condition is too high, and Huang Qiu's attack on him cannot cause much damage. Su Yishan even thought about asking him to pick up the spear and hit him a few times, which should not kill him. But in this case, letting others stab you with a spear seems a bit too abnormal. With so many young masters here, Su Yishan felt that he needed to show a certain level of strength, otherwise these guys would pester him like dogs. Cloud Thunder Palm. Huang Qiu shouted martial arts moves and knocked Su Yishan away with another palm. Attacked comprehensive physical fitness plus 88, current comprehensive physical fitness, 3948. This palm strike does have some strength. If you are hit by my Cloud Thunder palm, your tendons and veins will be broken and you will die. Before you die, you will experience endless pain. Huang Qiu sneered. This is the price of offending our Huang family. Su Yishan was silent for a moment. Everyone thought that he was seriously injured and was just a spent force. As Huang Qiu said, he would not last long. You talk a lot. As Su Yishan spoke, he flashed by like a curtain of light and punched Huang Qiu hard in the stomach. Puff! Huang Qiu felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. A cloud of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyeballs almost popped out. How? Before Huang Qiu could finish his words, Su Yishan's fists and kicks came down like a violent storm. Thinking back to when he was beaten up by Huang Xiangfei, at this moment, it was just like that moment. The only difference is that when Su Yishan was beaten up, the pain only lasted for a moment. The wound healed instantly, and his physique became even stronger. Huang Qiu is different. Su Yishan's overall physical fitness has reached a terrifying level of over 3,900, which means that only a cultivator who has reached the peak of the 9th level of the realm of immortal cultivation can reach such a level. Although Huang Qiu is also considered a genius, he is simply unable to withstand Su Yishan's punch. The brute force of just one punch caused his internal organs to shift, and the subsequent attack made him completely lose his fighting ability, with many bones in his body being shattered. Su Yishan didn't have the mentality of a cat playing with mouse. He had only practiced 3 years of war and used the simplest moves. None of his moves contained any energy, but no matter how Huang Qiu mobilized his energy to protect his body, he could not withstand Su Yishan's punches and kicks. The sudden reversal left those young men and women dumbfounded. Am I seeing this wrong? Huang Qiu was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. I don't believe this man is simply born with supernatural powers. I don't believe it either. Huang Qiu was hit by countless punches in the face. Su Yishan had not learned any powerful offensive techniques, but he had read some books in lining. He still knows clearly the vital parts of the human body. Because of this, even if Huang Qiu was not dead today, he would definitely have lost some of his functions. Su Yishan is not a martial artist, so naturally he doesn't need to observe martial ethics. Bang! Su Yishan knocked Huang Qiu away with his last punch, and then followed up with a whip kick to the face. Who on earth is he? 2 people from the Huang family died at his hands. The feud is so deep. I dare to conclude that he is definitely not a small figure in Qiushan City. You're not talking nonsense? You were able to crush Huang Qiu unilaterally and beat him to death directly without using any special offensive techniques. This should be to hide your identity. Brother Du is really amazing. I think he must be an elite trained by some powerful force. Maybe some people have a grudge against the Huang family, so they sent him here to wait for Huang Qiu. When Su Yishan heard the analysis of those young masters, he suddenly felt that these people might have some serious illness. No wonder Jun Jiyue is so worried. It turns out that everyone in their circle is like this. 2 young people died in the Huang family, but the onlookers didn't care about it at all. What they cared more about was who Su Yishan was. From the perspective of the young masters, Jun Jiyue openly fell out with Huang Xiangfei and got together with Su Yishan, which must have been arranged by the big shots of the Jun family. Maybe Su Yishan was deliberately arranged by the Jun family. After leaving 2 bodies behind, Su Yishan glanced at the people present, said nothing, and prepared to leave. The relationship between those young masters from Longqing and Huang Qiu and others is not very good. Everyone came here to explore the secret realm. Isn't it appropriate for 2 of them to die before the secret realm is opened? Su Yisan, wait for me. Jun Jiyue was a little helpless. Jun Wushuang was dead, and even Huang Xiangfei and Huang Qiu died at the hands of Su Yishan. After knowing the news, the Jun family would definitely not let it go. Jun Jiyue wants to leave the Jun family, so now she can only be tied to Su Yishan. Chapter 42, Supernatural Powers. Su Yishan is not averse to Jun Jiyue. On the contrary, he actually still has a lot of questions he wants to ask Jun Jiyue. In this battle, he could be said to have won a complete victory and made a huge profit, but he still had no accurate idea of how strong he was. First of all, he didn't know the strength of the 2 people from the Huang family. Those 2 fought him with only bare hands. What if they used weapons? Would the ending be different? Su Yishan chose to wait for Jun Jiyue together. Besides waiting for Jun Jiyue, he had other things to do. The young masters around watched Sui Shan take away all the valuables from Huang Xiangfei and Huang Qiu, but they didn't dare to say anything. The strength displayed by Sui Shan made them a little confused. The most important thing is that they don't know much about Sui Shan's background and don't want to offend him rashly. After Sui Shan had looted everything from the two Huang brothers, he left with satisfaction. If you kill people without taking the treasure, then what is the point of killing them? Sui Shan had read a lot of exciting novels before. The exciting points of these novels were not only to defeat enemies of higher levels, but also to see some treasures after defeating the enemies. Especially some things on the enemies look ordinary, but when the protagonists snatch them away, they turn out to be priceless treasures. Sui Shan looked at the things he had looted. Huang Qiu was wearing a ring and a metal bracelet on his hand, which should be worth some money. Huang Xiangfei had a dagger on his waist that looked pretty good, and the other was the metal spear used by Huang Qiu. Sui Shan decided to make do with these two weapons for now. In addition to these, the two people also had a lot of crystal cards, adding up to at least hundreds of thousands. For a poor guy like Sui Shan, this is definitely a windfall. The gold belt for murder and arson. That's right. If I were to work in Qiushan City, I don't know how long it would take to earn hundreds of thousands. Let's go. Sui Shan was very satisfied with the result of this battle. He believed that after today, those young masters from Longqing would ask around for news about him. Who knew what they could find out? Sunu Anyuan should soon know what he did today. Yun Shuyu followed Isu Yishin. She was really curious about Sui Shan now. She still remembered when she first met Sui Shan had no chance to fight back under her sword and couldn't even dodge. This was just yesterday. But Sui Shan actually killed Huang Xiangfei and Huang Qiu in front of him. Jun Juan knew very well that she was no match for Huang Xiangfei and Huang Qiu, but Sui Shan killed them both in a row. Although his body was covered in blood, he was still energetic and did not look injured at all. She saw Sui Shan being beaten up by Huang Xiangfei. Logically, Sui Shan should be seriously injured. Why did he look like nothing happened? In fact, he looked more energetic. The two walked into a small alley. After Sui Shan made sure that there was no one else around, he asked, "Miss June, I want to ask, what realm are you in? What realm were those two people in just now?" Jun Jiwei still wondered what realm Sui Shan was at. Huang Xiangfei is at the 7th level of inner strength. Huang Qiu should be at the 9th level, and I am also at the 7th level. Jun Jiwei said, looking at Sui Shan curiously. "What about you? Don't tell me you are at the Qi training level." Sui Shan nodded and said, "That's right, I am at the 3rd level of Qi training. Do you think I will believe it?" Jun Jiwei rolled her eyes at him. "You let me do it on purpose before, didn't you?" Jun Jiwei didn't believe that someone could make such great progress. When they first met yesterday, Sui Shan was just a rookie, but today he was able to kill 2 masters in the inner strength realm. And Sui Shan's aura just now didn't seem like that of a country high school student. No wonder Xia Shanhe wanted to take him as his apprentice. "If you think I'm giving in to you, then I'm giving in to you." Sui Shan was too lazy to explain. He had already made some calculations in his mind. According to Jun Jiue's statement, he was now able to fight with people in the inner strength realm. The premise is that no one uses weapons. If weapons are used, the outcome will be hard to say, so he'd better choose a weapon that suits him. Not every enemy would be stupid enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Especially after what happened today, those young masters from Longqing would definitely use every possible means to deal with him. Let's try it sometime. Sui Shan played with the spear in his hand. He didn't know how to use it, but it was no problem to use it as a stick. Jun Jiwei asked, "Try what?" Sui Shan came to life, and his smile became strange. "What do you think I'm talking about?" "Don't tell me that." Jun Jiwei said, "I'm not interested in you. What I meant is that I will use this spear to compete with your sword." Sui Shan said, "I have never used a weapon before. How about you teach me?" "Teach you how to use a spear?" Jun Jiwei said with a smile. "If you want to learn martial arts, you only need to take Senior Xia as your teacher. He can teach you everything." I said, "I won't take him as my master." Sui Shan said, "Just you teach me, and I will practice slowly on my own. Without a good master, you won't be able to learn well." Jun Jiwei thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Perhaps you can ask Sister Su to teach you. My sister may not know these." Sui Shan said this and then fell silent. He was not sure whether his sister could do it, but maybe his sister really could. Go back and ask? Sui Shan actually wanted to go back to see how Su Ainan's body training was going. Even though that girl was a little crazy, she was still his sister after all. It's better to be safe than sorry. Even so, he was still a little worried. The two of them just went out for a while, and then turned back home. Su Yishan is not afraid of his whereabouts being discovered now. He used to think that his family was just an ordinary family, but now he finds out that his sister is actually a big boss. When they got home, they saw Su Ainin sitting in the hall in cartoon pajamas. As soon as they opened the door, Su Ainin rushed towards Su Yishan with bared teeth and claws. Su Yishan, you cheated me. Su Yishan didn't even move when he heard Su Nuanyuan shouting, Su Ainin, stop it. Su Ainin then stopped in front of Su Yishan, snorted, and stepped back. Xiaoshan, you're pretty good. Su Nuanyuan looked at Su Yishan and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be able to beat those two little guys from Longqing. You found out so quickly? Su Yishan felt that he had really underestimated his sister. He had just finished a fight and walked back almost without stopping, but Su Nuanyuan already knew about it. This is probably what true supernatural power is. Isn't it normal to know? Su Nuanyuan said with a smile. Since you have already made a name for yourself, you need to learn more. You don't know how to use weapons, right? After saying that, her eyes fell on the spear in Su Yishan's hand. Chapter 43. This is how my son was raised. Su Yishan couldn't help but wonder if his sister could perform mind reading or some other magic. Why do I feel like Su Nuanyuan can see through everything I think? Fortunately, this is his sister. If it was an enemy, it would be too scary. Sister, can you teach me? Su Yishan had no reason to be polite in front of Su Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, Of course I have no problem teaching you. But do you like this spear? The grade of this spear is not very high. I don't really like this spear, but I don't know what weapon to use now. Su Yishan glanced at Junjiwa next to him and said, If you know swordsmanship, you can teach me how to practice swordsmanship, but don't I have a sword now? Because he had already worshipped Su Wuliang as his master, Su Yishan would not worship Xiaoshanha as his master again. Men tend to like using swords. Xiaoshanha said that he could kill gods with one sword, which sounds very cool. Now Su Yishan feels that his sister seems to be more powerful. So why should he go far away? You want to learn sword? Then I will teach you how to use the sword. Su Nuanyuan blinked and said, Wait a minute, I'll get the sword for you. After that, she turned around and went upstairs. After Su Nuanyuan went upstairs, Su Ainin glanced at Su Yishan and said to Jun Jiwei, Sister Jun, you should keep your eyes open when looking for a boyfriend. My brother is very bad. He used to flirt with other girls and change 5 girlfriends a week. Su Yishan looked at Su Ainin expressionlessly. 5 girlfriends in 1 week. This is blatant slander. You actually said that a young boy changes 5 girlfriends in a week. Don't you feel guilty? You have to know that before Su Yishan was reborn, the original Su Yishan was a little softy who could be bullied by anyone. How can any girl like him? Su Ainin, that's enough. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Su Yishan clenched his fists. Even though he didn't have any special feelings towards Jun Jiwei, wasn't it too much for such an innocent boy to be described as a sea king? Su Ainin dodged back in fear and said to Jun Jiwei, Sister Jun, look, he even hit such a lovely sister like me. He obviously has a violent tendency. Ah, this? Cute? Could it be that a little devil like Su Ainin has some misunderstanding about the word cute? It was obviously Su Ainin who bullied him in the past. Jun Jiwei was extremely calm. Don't worry, I'm not interested in men. Su Yishan immediately thought of Lin Ying and said, I'll introduce you to a friend later. While they were talking, Su Nuanyuan had already walked down with a sword in her hand. Xiaoshan, just use this sword. In Su Yishan's memory, Su Nuanyuan had expressly forbidden him and Su Ainin to go up to the 2nd floor. Su Ainin had secretly gone up there before, but was discovered by Su Nuanyuan and was severely beaten. His bow was bruised to a pulp. Since then, Su Ainin dared not go up there again. Su Yishan took the sword from Su Nuanyuan and held it in his hand. He felt that the sword was a little light and couldn't help wondering, could it be a wooden sword? Or is it that his overall physique has become stronger now, so he feels that the sword is very light? The scabbard of this sword is all black and engraved with exquisite patterns. Draw the sword! Su Nuanyuan's expression became serious, and her eyes were sharper than ever before. Su Yishan slowly pulled the sword out. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, Su Yishan felt that the sword in his hand became heavier. However, just when he pulled it out half an inch, he felt his hands sink and his whole body lost balance. The floor he was standing on cracked, and his feet sank deeply into it. Su Nuanyuan was quick and reached forward with her jade hand, and the sword returned to her hand. When you draw this sword, you should be able to kill all the gods in the world. With your current strength, don't draw the sword yet, close the scabbard, and swing the sword 1,000 times a day. Su Nuanyuan put away the sword and handed it back to Sui Shan. When you take this sword, you must practice sword well and don't be lazy again. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Junjua looked at the sword in Sui Shan's hand and couldn't help asking Su Nuanyuan, Sister Su, may I ask the name of this sword? This sword is obviously not simple. It should be a famous sword. Otherwise, why would Su Nuanyuan say that Sui Shan can kill all the gods in the world by pulling out this sword? Su Nuanyuan stared at the sword in Sui Shan's hand and said, this sword is called soul-breaking. Hiss! Sui Shan and Junjue took a breath of cold air at the same time. Sui Shan had read about the origin of the soul-breaking sword in a book, and Junjue, as a swordsman, naturally knew about this sword. You were talking about, isn't it the soul-breaking sword of Master Yi? Junjue's breathing became rapid. This sword made her feel extremely shocked. If it really is that sword, then isn't Sui Shan's background a little too impressive? The Yishin you're talking about is my mother. Su Nuanyuan smiled slightly, and then said to Sui Shan, Xiao Shan, haven't you always wanted to know the identities of your parents? Sui Shan's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said, now I know, it turns out that my dad is the world's #1 freeloader. According to the book, 28 years ago, a global catastrophe occurred. All kinds of ferocious and terrifying beasts swept the earth. Countless gods and ghosts from ancient times descended, and the human race was facing the crisis of extinction. Until 20 years ago, a goddess holding the soul-breaking sword killed hundreds of gods with one sword and started negotiations with the beasts and gods. Eventually, a new era arrived and new rules were born, leading to the slightly peaceful world we have today. And that goddess was revered by humans as Yishun. Yishun eventually married an ordinary man and disappeared from human sight. No one knew the name of that ordinary man, but many men would like to call him the world's #1 gigolo. When Su Nuanyuan heard him say that, she raised her hand and slapped Sui Shan on the head, angrily saying, don't you dare say that about Dad. Hiss! Sui Shan grimaced in pain. This should be the first time Su Nuanyuan hit him. Sister, that's not the case. Sui Shan didn't have a good impression of the old man she had never met, but she still asked, where are they going now? Su Nuanyuan said, my parents went out to travel. My dad said that his son should be independent, so he didn't care about you. You're really independent. You just left me alone when I was born. Sui Shan was speechless. How could there be such parents in the world? He was already 18 years old, but he didn't even know what his parents looked like. He almost thought he was an orphan. Su Nuanyuan didn't explain, but frowned and warned. Anyway, you are not allowed to say bad things about Dad. Otherwise, I will beat you up. She didn't know how to explain to Sui Shan. In fact, when Sui Shan was 8 years old, he was still with his parents. It's just that his father was not as gentle with his son as he was with his daughter, so bumps and bruises were inevitable. Sui Shan was particularly annoying when he was young, so his father tampered with his memory and took his mother to travel. Sui Shan was naturally handed over to Su Nuanyuan. Before leaving, her father told Su Nuanyuan to make this kid suffer more. Otherwise, he would always be so annoying. Well, actually the father likes his daughter more, and this son is purely an accident. Chapter 44. Only by playing badly can you become stronger. Sui Shan finally understood that his background was probably extremely amazing. If he hadn't been cursed by the system, his future life would have been basically a cheating one. But now it is impossible for him to follow the path designed by Su Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan asked him to practice sword, and she looked so serious. It was obviously impossible for him not to practice. But if you practice as Su Nuanyuan said, there is a high probability that something bad will happen. Most likely you need to do the reverse operation. But how do you do the reverse when practicing sword skills? Thinking of this question, Sui Shan did not feel distressed, but rather a little excited. Is there anything more exciting than finding bugs and then counterattacking? If so, it's a bunch of bugs. Sui Shan took the soul-breaking sword again, took a deep breath, and asked, Sister, how should I practice? Su Nuanyuan said, for most people, swordsmanship should be learned from a young age, but this sword carries my mother's sword spirit. As long as you keep swinging the sword, you will gain some understanding. Logically speaking, after swinging the sword for a month, your understanding of the sword should be comparable to Xia Shanha's. Oh shit! Xia Shanha was once the #1 in Taoism. Now his sister tells him that if he swings the sword for a month, his understanding of swordsmanship will be comparable to Xia Shanha's. But Sui Shan opened his attribute panel and took a look. Then he noticed some strange things appearing on the panel. Spear proficiency 20, sword skill proficiency 10. Knife skills 20? Uh-huh. What the hell? He didn't do anything, but he gained these so-called proficiency. Come upstairs with me. Su Nuanyuan glanced at Jun Jiwei and said, Xiaoye, you can stay at our house tonight. So Yi-san followed Sun Wanwan upstairs. He couldn't help but say, Sister, why didn't you just let me go upstairs with you? What do you know? Su Nuanyuan walked upstairs by herself and said, I think Xiaoye is very good. At least give her a clear idea and let her know that if she marries you, you will not treat her badly. Sure enough, Su Nuanyuan seemed to have a purpose in everything she did. It turned out that Su Nuanyuan had deliberately said those words in front of Jun Jiwei. In fact, she wanted to tell Jun Jiwei that Su Yishan's mother was the legendary Yi Shun. Sister, I just knew her. Can you please stop thinking so much? Su Yishan really wanted to sing a song for me. Thank you. Su Nuanyuan just smiled and didn't say much. Su Yishan believed that if it were before his rebirth, he would most likely follow the script arranged by Su Nuanyuan. With the help of Lin Ying, he reversed his cultivation level and became a disciple of Xia Shanhe. He used qilin grass to refine his body, held the soul-breaking sword, and swung the sword for a month before taking off. Jun Jiwei looks pure and innocent. According to the previous Su Yishan, she was 18 years old and full of vigor and vitality. How could it be possible that he said he didn't like her? But now everything has changed. Su Yishan doesn't like Jun Jiwei drawing her sword at every turn, and Jun Jiwei is too cold, like some aloof and overbearing president. He is not a bootlicker, and he will choose to stay away from women who are too cold. To be honest, if he were asked to choose a woman, he would really choose Lin Ying. Given his mental age, it would be a little hard for him to bear dating a little girl. So Yi-san followed Sun Wanwan upstairs. He knew that there were 3 rooms upstairs, but he really didn't know what was inside these 3 rooms. Su Nuanyuan opened the innermost room, and Su Yishan was stunned when he stood at the door. Looking into the room from the door, he saw a starry sky with bright stars, dazzling as if he was at the edge of the vast universe. Is this his sister's room? Komi? Su Nuanyuan said and walked in first. Su Yishan stood at the door and saw Su Nuanyuan disappear into the room, so he could only follow her in. When I walked into the room, I found that it was actually a huge stone platform. Above the platform was an endless galaxy with no end in sight. Xiaoshan, just practice your sword skills here. Su Nuanyuan said, just throw away the spear and other things. They're not good things anyway. I'd better keep it. Su Yishan didn't explain. He knew that Su Nuanyuan would not refuse such a small request. It's up to you. I'll go out first. You should practice sword well. I can see clearly everything you do here. After Su Nuanyuan said this, she disappeared in front of Su Yishan. Now Su Yishan just wants to try out what the insights on the attribute panel are all about. Spear proficiency 30. Sword skill proficiency 20. Knife skills proficiency 30. In just a short while, these proficiency levels actually increased. Could it be that as long as I carry weapons on my body and never use them, my proficiency with these weapons will increase? What if I practice swordplay? Su Nuanyuan said that as long as Su Yishan continued to swing the sword, he would be able to comprehend the way of the sword. Thinking of this, Su Yishan raised the soul-breaking sword in his hand and swung it into the air. Detection. Host is currently practicing swordplay. Swordplay proficiency -20. Current swordplay comprehension 0. Just one swing of the sword, and all your proficiency is gone? Su Yishan didn't feel anything special, which was actually within expectations. He swung the sword again, but it didn't feel as smooth as the previous one. Sword skills comprehension is still 0. Xiaoshan, swing your sword 1,000 times. At this moment, Su Nuanyuan's voice came to Su Yishan's ears. Su Yishan didn't explain and started swinging his sword. At least this proved one thing. That is, when the sword proficiency reached 0, no matter how hard he swung the sword, there would be no unnecessary negative effects. He put the sea spear aside and only carried the dagger and knife he got from Huang Xiangfei. It's just that the movement of him swinging the sword feels very different from the first time. Although the soul-breaking sword was extremely light when it was not unsheathed, it was extremely difficult to wield these 1,000 swords. When the 1,000 swords ended, Su Yishan looked at the attribute panel. Spear proficiency 30. Sword skill proficiency 0. Knife skills proficiency 80. You can see a lot of things at once. Any weapon he touches will increase his proficiency if he does not practice or use it, but once he uses it, his proficiency will decrease. Su Yishan picked up the spear on the ground and stabbed it forward based on his feeling. He had never used such a weapon before, but he handled it very well, and this thrust was more lifelike than any of the 1,000 swords he had swung. Spear proficiency -30. Current proficiency is 0. There's actually such a thing? Sui Shan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Thinking about it this way, it's a bit like accumulating rage points in the game. If you keep a weapon on you and don't use it, your proficiency will continue to increase. But once you use it, all your proficiency will be wasted? Or is it because his current proficiency is too low that it is exhausted? Chapter 45. He must have been picked up. Sui Shan fell into deep thought. He was sure that he had encountered a bug, even if the bug was not very serious. You have to know that what Su Nuanyuan said was that after swinging the sword for a month, his understanding of swordsmanship would be comparable to that of Xiashana, who had killed gods. If he hadn't been cursed by the system, after wielding the sword for 10 years, he would have been able to kill most of the gods, if not invincible. Xiaoshan, how do you feel? Have you understood anything? Su Nuanyuan suddenly appeared on the stone platform, stood next to Sui Shan, and said, "Show me swinging the sword again." Su Nuanyuan really felt that Sui Shan was a little weird. She actually saw the whole process of Sui Shan swinging the sword just now. Logically speaking, Sui Shan has been swinging the sword for such a long time that he should have some understanding of the sword art. But Sui Shan's sword-swinging movements were extremely stiff. Not only was the sword not stable, but there was also no sword intent at all. Sui Shan swung a sword in front of Su Nuanyuan. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Su Nuanyuan felt sick after seeing this. When she was learning sword, she also swung the soul-breaking sword again and again. After an hour, she had a lot of understanding of the sword art. But Su Ishan swung the sword 1,000 times, but it was still the same. What went wrong? Sister, I know how to practice sword skills. You don't have to worry about me. Su Ishan knew very well that if he kept swinging the sword, he would not be able to gain any understanding of the way of the sword. It would be better for him to carry the sword and wait for his proficiency to increase. By then, although he would not be able to shock the world with one sword, at least he would have more ability to protect himself. Do you know how to practice? Su Nuanyuan frowned. I practiced sword like this back then. Why is it that your practice has no effect? It depends on the person. Su Ishan said, Sister, do you have any other small weapons? At this moment, he couldn't help but have a bold idea. A smaller weapon? Su Nuanyuan thought for a moment. If I want something small, then it can only be a hidden weapon. Su Ishan's eyes lit up. This is okay. Don't you like using swords? Why are you thinking about learning hidden weapons? Su Nuanyuan said dissatisfiedly. You haven't even learned the sword well, and you want to learn hidden weapons? Sister, don't worry about me learning swordsmanship. I'll show you my swordsmanship in a month. Su Ishan said, if you have hidden weapons, you can give me some. It's best if they are different. Do you want something different? Su Nuanyuan doted on her brother and threw a bunch of small hidden weapons in front of Sui Shan like a magic trick. Are you satisfied with these? Sui Shan looked at the hidden weapons at his feet. Plum blossom, sleeve arrows, peacock feathers, flying knives, darts, iron mandarin ducks, iron toads, plum blossom needles, iron caltrops. Sui Shan was confused by all the various things she saw. Sister, does our family sell hidden weapons? Or is our old father's surname Tang? Su Nuanyuan couldn't help pinching Sui Shan's ear. What are you talking about? Of course our father's surname is Su. If you talk nonsense about our father again, I will really beat you up. All right, sister, let's not talk about him anymore. Su Ishan bared her teeth and begged for mercy. I don't know what's so good about our old father. Father is the best father in the world. Su Nuanyuan rolled her eyes at Su Ishan. You were disobedient when you were little and even dared to tear up Dad's books. You deserve it. Tearing up a book? Su Ishan was a little confused. Why don't I remember such a thing? Father has modified your memory. Su Nuanyuan let go of Su Ishan and simply stopped hiding it. Father is not a gigolo. If you talk about him secretly again and he hears you, you will be punished. He is very powerful. Su Ishan now finally knew some inside information. His old father, who was really his biological son, actually modified his memory. Very impressive. Su Nuanyuan's face lit up with joy when she mentioned her father. Father said that when you have my level of cultivation, he will take you out to play. Su Ishan took this opportunity to ask, I wonder what realm my sister is in? Realm, Su Nuanyuan said, according to the current realm classification, it should be the 9th level of Apocalypse. Apocalypse? What realm is that? Su Ishan asked. Who is more powerful, my sister or Xiashana? Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, Xia Shanhe is at the first level of Tianqi. Suyi-san. The gap between the ninth level of Apocalypse and the first level of Apocalypse seems to be quite large. Then why does sister want him to teach me? Wouldn't it be better if you teach me? Su Yishan originally thought that her sister was at the stage of comprehensive cultivation, and even if she was a little stronger, she couldn't be stronger than Xia Shanhe, who was the #1 master in Taoism. Now she realized that her sister was so powerful. Ahem. Su Nuanyuan coughed lightly and said, After you finish the college entrance examination, I will go out for a while, but I can't teach you. You still have to take care of an inn? No way, sister. Where are you going? Su Yishan was really scared. Let him look at Su Ainin? Should he go a little further? Su Nuanyuan stammered. Didn't Dad say he would take me to Universe 11 to play? 11 universes? Su Yishan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His parents were too outrageous. Since his parents didn't want to see him, he didn't bother to ask anymore and asked, Sister, do you have any space rings or something like that? Look at all these hidden weapons. I can't even carry them all. Why do you wear a ring when you are so young? Su Nuanyuan took out an exquisite purse and handed it to Su Yishan. This is made by your sister. It can hold some small things. Do I need to shed blood to confess my loyalty? What do you mean by blood oath? What I give to you is yours. Su Yishan took the purse and could immediately feel the space inside it. He couldn't tell where the end was. Whatever you want to put in there, just think about it. If your mental strength is strong enough, you can even put a god in there. Su Nuanyuan put her hands behind her back and said, Xiaoshan, you don't have to care about any wealthy family, because our Su family is the biggest wealthy family. There's no need to be afraid of any gods. Gods are nothing in front of my father. Well, Su Yishan was sure that his sister was really his father's little cotton-padded jacket. He thought that the old father who changed his memory must love his sister very much. Sister, are we real siblings? Su Yishan couldn't help but wonder if she was picked up. Of course. What about it? This is also a question that Su Yishan really wants to ask, and it is of course your biological sister. Su Yishan was relieved when he heard her say that. He was really scared. What if Su Ainin was really a child bride or something? That would be terrible. Chapter 46. Upgrading. The bug was found, which was a very comfortable thing. Su Yishan was like a persistent programmer. He wanted to know if these hidden weapons could increase his proficiency if placed in his purse. Su Nuanyuan discovered that Su Yishan was indeed a little different from her, and maybe Su Yishan had his own secrets. Xiaoshan, when you want to practice in the future, come to this room. You won't be disturbed, Su Nuanyuan said. When you are at the door, you can come in as long as you think about it, and you can go out as long as you think about it. Su Yishan nodded and asked curiously, Sister, with your strength, can't you do whatever you want? Su Nuanyuan slowly turned around, stared at Su Yishan and taught, Xiaoshan, if you become stronger in the future, don't bully others. If everything is based on strength, that would be the most meaningless thing. Su Yishan was a little confused and said, If you were strong enough, wouldn't you kill anyone who stands in your way? You could do anything without any scruples. How satisfying. Satisfied? Su Nuanyuan smiled. If there were no scruples and my father wiped out all the creatures in the universe with just one thought, do you think it would be satisfying? Su Yishan was stunned. He understood what Su Nuanyuan meant. His father, who was rumored to be a gigolo, might not be that simple. One thought can wipe out all living beings in the universe. Su Nuanyuan meant to tell him that there is always someone better than you. I understand. He didn't have the same state of mind as Su Nuanyuan, simply because he was still a weakling. Perhaps one day, he will feel that being strong alone is meaningless. I'll be leaving first. You should practice well on your own. Su Nuanyuan asked him to practice well, but actually she didn't teach him anything. She originally thought that handing the soul-breaking sword to Su Yishan was enough, but now it would be better to see what kind of progress Su Yishan would make by relying on himself. Su Nuanyuan disappeared on the stone platform. Su Yishan picked up one of the flying knives and put the other hidden weapons into his pocket. Then, he threw away the dagger he got from Huang Xiangfei, put the flying knife on his waist, held the soul-breaking sword in his left hand and the spear in his right hand. There was no reference point here, so Su Yishan sat down slowly, kept an eye on the attribute panel, and began to count silently in his mind until 1831. The proficiency on the attribute panel, which was originally 0, increased by 30. Spear proficiency 30. Sword skill proficiency 30. Knife skills proficiency 80. Throwing knife proficiency 30. As for knife skills, he has thrown away the dagger he got from Huang Xiangfei. His previous proficiency was 80, and it has not increased anymore. The cases kept in my pocket did not increase my proficiency. In other words, these weapons must be carried on one's body in order for proficiency to increase. Money placed in the purse does not count. 1 minute increases your proficiency. I just don't know what level of proficiency is considered strong. If only weapons carried on the body can increase proficiency, then some weapons should be discarded. For example, Sui Shan simply threw away the spear and dagger he got from the two people from the Huang family. He didn't know much about weapons, but he knew that what his sister gave him must be something good. Carrying too many weapons for close combat would be too cumbersome. You can't go out with a bunch of weapons on your back. Sui Shan took out all the hidden weapons that Su Nuanyuan had given him, sat on the ground, and placed all the hidden weapons on his legs. He looks like he is practicing, but actually he is just slacking off. Damn it, the only way to become stronger is to slack off. Although Su Nuanyuan left, she had been paying attention to Su Ishan's every move. What is Xiaoshan doing? Is he refining weapons? Su Nuanyuan was also full of doubts. Su Ishan looked like he was practicing while sitting on the ground, but no fluctuations from his practice could be detected. Su Ishan's behavior was a little strange. Could it be that his father secretly gave Xiaoshan some magic weapon? Forget it. It's so easy to become stronger anyway. There's no need to worry too much. As for his safety, there didn't seem to be much to worry about. Su Ishan didn't dare to fall asleep, so he just sat there, watching his proficiency in various hidden weapons continue to increase. His proficiency in hidden weapons has already exceeded 1,000. Su Ishan sat there, feeling bloated. If he didn't eat something, he was afraid he would die of overeating. Xiaoshan, are you hungry? Eat something. Su Nuanyuan couldn't help but be curious. She brought the prepared food and appeared next to Su Ishan. I see you have been sitting here for almost a day. What are you doing? The proficiency of the hidden weapons, which originally had 0, now reached 1150, which means 19 hours have passed. Combined with the previous sword practice, almost a whole day has passed. This is the first meal he has eaten. His sister really isn't afraid that he'll starve to death. Su Ishan took the food and gobbled it up. Sister, I'll show you the results of my practice later. Su Ishan finished eating quickly, picked up the dart, and looked determined. Su Nuanyuan took a dozen steps back and looked at Su Ishan with interest. She had watched her younger brother grow up, and Su Ishan had definitely never used darts. Darts are not something that can be used easily by people who have not learned it. She wanted to see if Su Ishan had really learned how to use darts after sitting here for a day. Sister, please check for me. What level of person can I win in a dart battle? Holding the dart in his hand, Su Ishan had a unique feeling. He got it. I've never used it before, but now I feel a sense of familiarity with it. Su Nuanyuan stood 10 meters away from Su Ishan and said with a smile, let's start. Su Ishan raised his hand and threw the dart towards Su Nuanyuan. He believed that with his sister's strength, how could he possibly hurt her with his level of proficiency? So just give it your all. The dart drew a black trajectory in the air and shot accurately towards Su Nuanyuan's face. Just when the dart was 5 centimeters away from Su Nuanyuan, it stopped in midair. This force and accuracy are quite good. Su Nuanyuan stretched out her hand, slowly took the dart in her hand, and said, if it is used unexpectedly, it should be able to kill a cultivator in the inner strong realm. Su Ishan's overall physical fitness has reached 3,948. If he fights in close combat, he may not lose even if he encounters a cultivator in the realm of simultaneous cultivation. Now Su Nuanyuan tells him that he must take the cultivator by surprise in order to kill a cultivator in the realm of internal strength. After taking a look at the attribute panel, I found that my dart proficiency had been reset to 0. Sure enough, a disposable consumable. In this case, just nurture it a little longer and accumulate anger points at that time. Su Ishan grinned, still satisfied with the result. If this goes on, after carrying a sword for a year, you may be able to kill a god when you draw the sword. Chapter 47. These are all confidence. Although Su Nuanyuan didn't know what happened to Su Ishan, she could judge that Su Ishan definitely had his own set of practice methods. He is worthy of being her brother. Xiaoshan, if you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. I won't interfere with your actions anymore. From the beginning of the Agarwood to now, Su Ishan obviously did not follow the path she designed. But isn't it good too? Su Nuanyuan decided that no matter what decisions Su Ishan made in the future, she would unconditionally support him. Su Ishan thought for a moment and asked, Sister, I want a set of clothes that can hold these hidden weapons. Didn't I give you the purse? Su Nuanyuan paused. Wait a minute, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Do you want to go back and rest? In Su Nuanyuan's opinion, Sui Shan had been practicing for a whole day, and it was time for him to take a break. No, sister, you don't have to worry about me. I'll practice here. Just send me 2 meals a day. Sui Shan said. On the first day of the college entrance examination, call me. Okay. Su Nuanyuan didn't waste any words and disappeared again. Sui Shan felt that this room was really good. If he practiced here, no one would say anything about him, even if he did something weird. He also wanted to explore the outside world, but the prerequisite was that he had to have the strength to do so. So many things have changed since my rebirth, so I might as well calm down here and brush up on my proficiency. According to the time calculation, there are only 5 days left until the college entrance examination. Hidden weapons are not allowed in the college entrance examination, which is a good thing for Sui Shan. In high school exams, the only things that can be compared are physical combat and some simple magic. These things would probably only increase his stats a little bit when used on him. It's all hand-to-hand combat. Who is he afraid of? Comprehensive physical fitness is 3,950. Mental strength is 1,638. Even if those offensive techniques are reversed, there's still magic after all. Taking the college entrance examination, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? What kind of extraordinary talent does one need to have to compete with a pervert like Sui Shan? Sui Shan calmed down and felt that the college entrance examination was not a big deal. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was getting the key to open the secret realm. The key is in his hand, so no one else can open the secret realm. In this way, we can only wait until he is in a good mood and feels he has enough strength to open it. Let those young masters from Longqing wait. Sui Shan is also a person who can endure loneliness. For 4 days, he sat on the stone platform without moving, looking at the bright starry sky around him and occasionally checking the attribute panel. Comprehensive physique 3950. Spiritual power 1638. Sword skill proficiency 6,980. Flying knife proficiency 6,980. Dart proficiency 5,760. Except for the darts used before, the proficiency of other hidden weapons has reached 6,980. Su Nuanyuan also brought him a belt, a coat, and a pair of trousers. The belt is made of a jade slip strung with gold thread. The jade slip is hollow and can hold a lot of hidden weapons. The style of this belt is enough to blind anyone's eyes at first glance. The clothes seem to be made of metal, but they were not heavy. They were actually quite soft when worn. There were many pouches inside the lining for storing hidden weapons. The pants should also be made of a special material. Sui Shan scratched the trouser legs with a throwing knife, but it didn't tear them. The trousers were also designed with many hidden buttons, which could hold some hidden weapons. Seeing these 3 sets, Sui Shan couldn't help but sigh that his sister was really more powerful than Doraemon and could get whatever she wanted. Think about what his sister said before. Their family is the largest and richest family. I originally thought that I had become a poor guy after my rebirth, and I had no parents. I never expected that he was actually the ultimate rich second generation. There was still 1 day left before the college entrance examination, so Sui Shan went out. Su Nuanyuan was waiting for him at the door. Xiaoshan, I have already arranged everything for you regarding the college entrance examination. Go back to your original class today and find your head teacher. He will tell you about the matters concerning the college entrance examination. Thanks to Su Nuanyuan's operation, Sui Shan was naturally not fired. Sui Shan was quite happy to hear that he was going back to his original class. Oljung is a really good person. Sui Shan knows very well that with his current ability, he will definitely get a good score in the exam. As we all know, if students get good scores in the college entrance examination, the class teacher will receive a bonus. It is said that if a student is admitted to Longqing University, the bonus for the class teacher is 200,000 yuan. Just for Lao Zheng's chi training pill, Sui Shan has to arrange it for him. When Sui Shan came out this time, he found that Jun Jue was really living in his house. It seemed that his sister was still very satisfied with Jun Jue and was trying to get her to change Sui Shan's aesthetic in some aspects. Jun Jue was sitting in the living room practicing. Su Nuanyuan said to Sui Shan, Xiaoshan, I told Lining that you can have children with her, but you can't marry her. Sui Shan's mouth twitched fiercely. Didn't she fight with you? Su Nuanyuan asked back. Why do you want to fight? Lining has no objection. In fact, I feel relieved to have her taking care of you. Isn't it normal for a man to have several women? When Su Nuanyuan said this, she glanced at Jun Jue, but found that Jun Jue seemed to have heard nothing and was indifferent. Of course, if you like Xiaoye, you can pursue her. Sui Shan was speechless. She was worthy of being his sister. The arrangements were so clear. Sister, I know. I'll go back to school first. Su Yishan was still very rational. He knew Jun Juiyue, this woman. This young lady from Longcheng was truly rational. He could not seduce Jun Juiyue, and he believed that Jun Juiyue would not have any interest in him. As for Linning, Su Yishan had no idea what that woman was thinking, but with Lin Ying's temper, even if Sun Yin and her group said those things to her, she might not be angry, and it was not impossible for her to agree. What if Lin Ying is really interested in him? Thinking about Lin Ying's appearance and figure, if she really wanted to do something to him, Su Yishan felt that he could also take this opportunity to confirm whether some of his organs would become stronger with use. Su Yishan walked out of the house and breathed the fresh air. The soul-breaking sword was placed in the purse given by Su Nuanyuan. When he came out of the room, he could feel that he was different as soon as his hand fell on the hilt of the sword. It was a very special feeling, as if I could kill someone just by drawing my sword. And the hidden weapons he carried on his body made Su Yishan feel extremely at ease. The proficiency of all hidden weapons is still slowly increasing. Before, when the proficiency was over 1,000, it was enough to kill a cultivator at the inner strong realm. Now the proficiency is 6 or 7,000, and it will exceed 10,000 in a few days. Who knows what realm of cultivators these hidden weapons can kill? Chapter 48. I'm actually very strong. Chushan number 7 Middle School. Su Yishan came to the school gate openly again. After showing his student ID, the security guard let him in. I came to the door of class 39 again. Zheng Xingzhong was still on the podium telling students what they needed to pay attention to in the college entrance examination. Some classmates saw Su Yishan, but soon, all the students' eyes were focused outside the classroom. Su Yishan actually dared to come back? Didn't he say he was fired? I heard that Yang Rui's father put a bounty on him. He still dared to show up at school. He was really courting death. The students were talking in low voices. Su Yishan had already walked to the door and shouted with a smile. Report. Zheng Xingzhong's gaze fell on Su Yishan. He first checked Su Yishan's cultivation level, which was still at the 3rd level of Qi training. He thought a miracle would happen to Su Yishan. Come in. Zheng Xingzhong pushed his glasses up habitually. The college entrance examination will be tomorrow. Listen carefully. Taking the college entrance examination when one is at the 3rd level of Qi training is undoubtedly a joke. Zheng Xingzhong sighed secretly. This kid was really brave. He also knew that Su Yishan was wanted by Yang Air. Now that Su Yishan appeared in the school, his whereabouts were exposed. With his cultivation level, could he survive after leaving the school? Su Yishan didn't say anything more. He walked into the classroom, came to his previous seat, and sat down next to Wang Yu. Zheng Xingzhong continued to talk about the college entrance examination at the podium. Tomorrow we will test your overall physical fitness and mental strength. If your overall physical fitness and mental strength are strong enough, you can become a special student of some schools. The day after tomorrow is to test your Qi cultivation, and then assign opponents to you according to your Qi cultivation. The actual battle will begin on the 3rd day. Students from all 11 schools in Xioshan City will participate. The video of your competition will be transmitted to the admissions offices of major universities in real time. Whether you will be admitted depends on the strength you demonstrate. Zheng Xingzhong said a lot. In fact, those truly famous universities started screening in the 1st round. By measuring mental strength, comprehensive physical fitness, and actual cultivation, those universities will know which students need special attention. If the test data is not impressive, then there is basically no need to watch the battle video. Immortal cultivators need to consume too many resources. Even those famous universities have limited resources, so they naturally want to recruit students with great potential. After the test data comes out, each city reports it and then selects from the top students. Only those students who are selected will have their battle videos of reference value. As for those students with mediocre data, they can basically only go to local universities in Xioshan City. Nowadays, crossing the city is not an easy task. When Su Yishan heard Zheng Xingzhong say this, he immediately understood that he only needed to go through the first 2 days of testing to stand out and attract the attention of major universities. The last thing to look at is the test results. The top 10 students in the city, in terms of practical ability, will be escorted by specialists to Longcheng to take the real test. At that time, the top 10 students from all municipal units would compete in a competition. After the competition, the real results will be revealed. Su Yishan, what realm are you in now? Wang Yu beside him asked Su Yishan in a low voice. If nothing else, the strength that Su Yishan had demonstrated before had already impressed him. Yang Rui is not weak at all, but he was beaten by Su Yishan. If you say that Su Yishan is still in the Qi training stage, he really doesn't believe it. Su Yishan whispered. In terms of realm, I am still at the third level of Qi training, but my strength is far beyond that. Yang Rui didn't quite understand what Su Yishan meant by this. Most high school students compete on their cultivation. Even for those students with stronger mental powers, it is difficult to use their mental powers in actual combat before they learn the magic. No matter how strong your overall physical condition is, how strong can it be? Being dozens or hundreds stronger is meaningless under the crushing of realm. Su Yishan smiled mysteriously, and Wang Yi didn't ask any more questions because he found that Zheng Xingzhong was looking at him. The look behind Zheng Xingzhong's glasses was full of warning. After everything was said, Zheng Xingzhong walked down from the podium, came to Su Yishan, and whispered, Su Yishan, come with me to the office. Su Yishan pursed her lips and had to get up and follow him out. When he was just reborn, Zheng Xingzhong also asked him to go to the office. After he was called out by Zheng Xingzhong, the discussions in the classroom became even louder. Old Zheng probably wants to persuade Su Yishan to give up the college entrance examination. After all, letting him take the exam would simply bring shame to the entire number 7 middle school. The third level of Qi training? Ha ha ha! A senior high school student is only at the third level of Qi training. It's really hilarious. Before this, Yang Rui's follower Xiao had secretly gone out and spread the news that Su Yishan was coming to the school. It was believed that as soon as Su Yishan walked out of the school gate, he would be taken away by Yang Er's people. Su Yishan didn't care about all this. He just followed Zheng Xingzhong in silence. When he arrived at the office, Zheng Xingzhong sat down, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, Su Yishan, did you do what happened to Yang Rui? Su Yishan remained calm and said, he has been forcing Wang Yu and I to drink the aurantium grass for the past 3 years, so my cultivation has been difficult to improve. Zheng Xingzhong's brows slowly furrowed. Is there such a thing? Why didn't you tell the teacher? I was timid before. Su Yishan felt that if his previous self had been a little braver before his rebirth and told Zheng Xingzhong about this, Zheng Xingzhong would probably help him. He is a very good class teacher. So you are bold now? Zheng Xingzhong still had a lot of doubts in his eyes. I heard from Director Luo that it was you who secretly put the amaranth grass into Yang Rui's cup, which caused his cultivation to plummet. But the amaranth grass has such a strong smell that as long as Yang Rui is not a fool, he will not fall for it. The smell of large doses of adjunang herb mixed together is very unpleasant. Yang Rui should have been sent to the hospital for examination. As Lao Zheng said, Yang Rui would never drink that dose of adjunang herb unless he was a fool. I didn't put it in secretly. I forced it into his mouth. Su Yishan said with a smile, Teacher Zheng, my current cultivation level is indeed only the third level of Qi training, but my strength is enough to kill a cultivator in the inner strength realm. Zheng Xingzhong. There was another teacher from another class in the office. That teacher and Zheng Xingzhong stared at Su Yishan intently. This is too scary. Even if you were a genius, you wouldn't do it this way if you wanted to surpass your level. The third level of Qi training to kill the inner realm? Chapter 49. It's time to fight back. Zheng Xingzhong and the teacher in the office looked at Su Yishan in disbelief. This was really an exaggeration. Zheng Xingzhong glared at Su Yishan and said, Why didn't you say you could beat someone in the Jianxiu realm? Su Yishan said seriously, I haven't fought before, but I don't necessarily mean I can't win. Okay, how could Zheng Xingzhong believe the nonsense? Su Yishan said. After school, wait for me. It's not safe for you to be alone. Su Yishan probably understood what Zheng Xingzhong meant, but he was still worried about himself. Yang Er has considerable influence in Qiushan City. Su Yishan's coming to the school so blatantly can probably be considered a provocation to Yang Er. Zheng Xingzhong didn't even know if he could save Su Yishan. Teacher Zheng, do you think Yang Rui's father is going to attack me? Su Yishan smiled. You can still laugh. Zheng Xingzhong snorted. You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Su Yishan restrained his smile and said, Teacher Zheng should know that Yang Rui's father is a master of the Jianxiu realm. If you come with me, is it really okay? To be honest, there was no need for Lao Zheng to waste so much time and energy on Su Yishan, a poor student, or even risk his life to protect Su Yishan. Zheng Xingzhong was not angry. I have also had tea with Yang Rui's father, and he is not the kind of unreasonable person. As long as you explain the matter clearly, I believe he will not do anything to you. I am Yang Rui's teacher after all. He will give me some respect. Su Yishan stopped talking. There was nothing else to do that day. so Su Yishan hid in the office and slacked off. Anyway, among all the classmates in the class, only Wang Yu had a good relationship with him, and the other classmates disliked him. Zheng Xingzhong was not idle, and had been using the communicator to ask around for the contact information of Yang Rui's father. It seemed that he hoped for a reconciliation, but until school was over, he still couldn't find Yang Er's contact information. Su Yishan took a look at his attribute panel. Comprehensive Physique 3950. Spiritual Power 1652. Sword Skill Proficiency 7,248. Flying Knife Proficiency 7,248. Dart Proficiency 6,028. His mental strength was still increasing at a very small amount, and the proficiency of other weapons also increased by 268 points. This is forcing him to be a salted fish. Let's go. Zheng Xingzhong stood up slowly, looking a little solemn. From his expression, it can be seen that he is not sure about Yang Er's pulse. Su Yishan also followed Zheng Xingzhong obediently. Not long after they walked out of the school, an airship descended from the sky and stopped in front of them. Run! Zheng Xingzhong shouted when he saw the airship. When he turned around to look at Su Yishan, there was no figure. Doesn't Su Yishan know how to run yet? He has a strong physique and runs quite fast. Little bastard. Zheng Xingzhong didn't know what to do for a moment. He wanted to protect Su Yishan, but this kid ran too fast. How can we protect them when all the people have run away? The door of the airship opened, and a group of mercenaries rushed down with various weapons. Zheng Xingzhong met Yang Rui's father. Yang Er is a tall, muscular man wearing a metal vest. Mr. Yang Er, we meet again. Zheng Xingzhong forced himself to remain calm, facing Yang Er, and said, "Can we talk?" Yang Er's eyes were full of murderous intent, like a tiger or a wolf. He raised his thick eyebrows and sneered. "Who are you?" This made Zheng Xingzhong a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Yang Er, I am Yang Rui's class teacher. There are some misunderstandings between Yang Rui and Su Yishan." "Humph." Yang Er snorted coldly, turned into a residual shadow, and appeared in front of Zheng Xingzhong, pinched his neck, and lifted him up. "My son's homeroom teacher? How come my son's cultivation was destroyed? How can you be a homeroom teacher?" Yang Er increased the strength in his hands a little more. Zheng Xingzhong's face turned purple, and he couldn't utter a word. Yang Er was not as gentle and easygoing as he had been when they met before. Misunderstanding? I don't care about misunderstandings. That kid named Su must die today. Yang Er exudait la cold murdrura. He threw Zheng Xingzhong to the ground and said fiercely, "You are just a piece of trash in the Qi training realm. I am too lazy to kill you. I don't know how you became my son's teacher." Zheng Xingzhong lay on the ground, gasping for breath in a miserable state, not knowing what to say. At this moment, he understood what kind of person Yang Er was. In Yang Er's eyes, his teacher is nothing at all. He couldn't do anything for Su Yishan. He could only hope that Su Yishan could run fast enough and escape. Su Yishan would run away because he didn't want to involve Lao Zheng. Yang Er was going to deal with him, so he wouldn't do anything to Lao Zheng. Also, he is not very clear about his current actual combat effectiveness. If you want to become stronger, the fastest way is not to be a lazy person, but to keep fighting and getting hurt. He definitely can't handle the people on one airship, so he has to pull them back first. I hope Yang Er doesn't come, or I can face Yang Er later. Su Yishan felt that he could more or less handle people below the combined cultivation realm, and he should be able to become stronger after fighting with them. It is equivalent to gaining experience points in online games, where you always have to start from low-level monsters. While running, Su Yishan kept an eye on the situation behind him. He was not simply running away. Otherwise, there would be little point in coming out today. While escaping, he also paid attention to the situation on the street. After running 2 or 3 streets, he didn't see anyone from the inspection team. It seems that Yang Er has already informed Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng does not want to offend Jun Jiyue or Yang Er, so he directly withdraws all the members of the inspection team. If Su Yishan dies at the hands of Yang Er, it will have nothing to do with him. In that case, let's have some fun today. Although Su Yishan couldn't use his spiritual sense to investigate the surrounding situation, his hearing and vision had been greatly improved. He went into a small alley, and there were 2 people behind him. It shouldn't be a big problem. 2 people followed behind him, one in front and one behind. Su Yishan suddenly rushed out and punched the man in front of him on the temple. Although Su Yishan's cultivation level is a little low, his speed is not slow. The 2 men who were chasing Su Yishan were both old mercenaries who had experienced life and death. when Su Yishan suddenly attacked. The man reacted quickly and subconsciously stretched out his arms to block. Snap! There was only a crisp sound of broken bones, and the man groaned, pulling out the dagger at his waist and slashing towards Su Yishan. Su Yishan quickly dodged back and grinned. At this speed, you still dare to chase me? The man behind him had already drawn his gun. Bang! Su Yishan was shot in the shoulder. Chapter 50. Danger. The mercenary's weapon was extremely lethal. The bullet passed through Su Yishan's arm, splashing blood and flesh. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 410, current comprehensive physical fitness 4,360. Su Yishan felt a pain, but the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Getting shot seems pretty good, but he was also afraid of being shot in the head. Even if a headshot doesn't kill you, what if the bullet doesn't pass through your head, but the wound heals and remains in your brain? Damn it, you're looking for death. The mercenaries behind held their guns with both hands, and the sound of gunfire continued. Su Yishan subconsciously tilted his head, but was shot twice more. This time, the bullets did not penetrate his body, and he began to flee frantically. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 380, current comprehensive physical fitness 4,740. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 320, current comprehensive physical fitness 5,060. Su Yishan didn't bother to care whether the bullet remained in his body or not. He didn't dare to take too many risks. He had to avoid the bullet if possible. However, the gunshots soon stopped, and Su Yishan vaguely heard someone behind him say, "Why shoot at a little brat? No more shooting? I was shot 3 times just now, and my overall physical condition has improved rapidly, but the risk is a bit high, so I'd rather avoid getting shot if I can." The inspection team has the responsibility to maintain the safety of Qiushan City. Even if Li Qiufeng and Yang Er have discussed it, they still have some concerns. The mercenaries opened fire in the city, but the inspection team didn't care. If this got out, Li Qiufeng would be held responsible. Su Yishan analyzed the current situation and believed that Yang Er was thinking of capturing him quickly or killing him on the spot. It's easy for a group of battle-hardened mercenaries to deal with a senior high school student, right? What's more, he was present in person. If they still couldn't take it down after all these efforts, their Dark Wolf mercenary group would probably become a laughingstock of the entire industry. Su Yishan felt relieved when he thought of this. He turned and fled into another alley, leaning his body against the wall. Even the mercenaries' special bullets couldn't kill him, and his confidence swelled even more. It is best not to use hidden weapons and swords for the time being. Yang Er is still a nobody, so you need to keep some cards in your hand. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Su Yishan suddenly jumped out from the alley, raised his hand, and punched the man in the face. Bang! Su Yishan himself didn't know how powerful his fist was. He punched the man in the face. In an instant, blood spurted out. The man's nose was broken, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Another mercenary next to him did not rest and stabbed Su Yishan in the chest with a knife. Su Yishan dodged sideways, and the blade grazed his ribs, also taking with it a piece of flesh and blood. His overall physical fitness is high, but his combat experience is not rich. Fighting with 2 old mercenaries at the same time, he only got stabbed once, which was already pretty good. Besides, he actually wanted to get injured when fighting with these people. Otherwise, how can we improve our strength? Also, he wanted to keep testing what kind of damage he could endure. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 20, current comprehensive physical fitness 5,080. After getting stabbed, the price only went up by 20. Relying on his strong physique, Su Yishan punched the first man on the temple again, then kneed the man behind him in the abdomen, grabbed his hair, pulled it down, and hit him hard on the back of the head with an elbow. The attacks are all fatal. He couldn't show mercy because all of these people wanted to kill him. If he showed mercy, he would not be able to survive in this era. After dealing with the 2 men, Su Yishan continued to sneak. If I'm not mistaken, Yang Er's men are at least in teams of 2. As for how many people there are exactly, it is unknown. Su Yishan is preparing to go on a killing spree today. The wound healed too quickly, and Su Yishan became more and more confident. They were all fucking scum. Time passed little by little, and Su Yishan did not escape too far. He just circled around here and killed the mercenaries when he met them. Most of the mercenaries in the Dark Wolf mercenary group are at the strength training level, and some are at the inner strength level. Su Yishan and the 2 guys from the Huang family have also fought with them. Now their strength has increased, so it is not too difficult to deal with these people. The most terrifying thing is that Su Yishan likes to exchange injuries for injuries. Such behavior makes him seem extremely cruel, even more ruthless than those mercenaries. He acted so recklessly that the mercenaries were almost at a loss. Is this still a senior high school student? How come they are more terrifying than those people who live on the edge of knives when they fight? In just over 10 minutes, 8 of Yang Er's men had been killed or injured, and Yang Er finally became alert. Don't act rashly. I will deal with this little bastard myself. Even for cultivators at the dual cultivation realm, it is difficult to use spiritual sense to detect enemies that are too far away, and using spiritual sense would consume too much mental energy. Yang Er asked his men to fly the airship in the sky to search for Su Yishan's trace, and then use communication equipment to tell him Su Yishan's location. For a master at the level of comprehensive cultivation to deal with a senior high school student, it's like catching a turtle in a water tank. It's easy. When Su Yishan was struggling with the people from the Dark Wolf mercenaries, he found that a young man in white clothes had been following him nearby. The young man in white clothes had a sword on his back and looked a bit like the swordsman in the TV series before he traveled through time. Several times later, when he killed those mercenaries, that person would watch him not far away, which made him feel a little creepy, and he didn't know what this young man wanted to do. I even suspected that this guy was sent by Yang Er, but this person just watched and had no intention of taking action. Su Yishan thought that many young men from Longsheng had come recently, and maybe this man was also from Longsheng. He didn't want to make new enemies before getting rid of Yang Er. It's better to be on guard secretly, and it's not good to take action. If after you take action, the other person suddenly attacks you, it will not be good. The main thing is that this person appears like a ghost with a pale face, and he always appears when he takes action, so it is impossible to tell his strength. If you can avoid provoking someone, then do so. With his men driving an airship, Yang Er soon discovered Su Yishan's whereabouts. As a master at the dual cultivation realm, his speed was naturally quite fast, and he soon appeared opposite Su Yishan. At this moment, the young man in white also stood behind Su Yishan. Yang Er made Su Yishan feel an unprecedented sense of oppression, and he didn't know whether the man behind him would take action. But now he was in an alley more than 2 meters wide, with metal walls on both sides. If 2 people attacked at the same time, Su Yishan felt that a big danger was engraved on his forehead. Chapter 51. After all, there are no principles. I thought a senior high school student had no ability to kill so many of my brothers. Turns out he had help. Yang Er's gaze passed through Su Yishan and fell on the young man in white. He could sense that Su Yishan's aura was not very strong. Just as stated in the information, he was at the 3rd level of Qi training. Even if his overall physique was stronger, it would be impossible for him to kill so many of his men. How capable can a senior high school student be? The young man in white raised his eyelids and glanced at Yang Er, saying, "You fight. I'm just watching from the side." Su Yishan half leaned against the wall, looked at the young man in white, then looked at Yang Er. It turned out that these two were not in the same group. Yang Er even thought that the young man in white was from Su Yishan's gang, and that all his men were killed by this young man in white. Are you Yang Rui's father? Su Yishan was ready to use hidden weapons at any time to deal with masters at the dual cultivation level. Of course, he would not have any backup plan. If you keep a backup plan for this thing, wouldn't that be courting death? It has a strong self-healing ability, but if it is caught alive, it would be a horrible sight. Yang Er stood 5 meters away from Su Yishan, his eyes casually sweeping over Su Yishan, his attention still on the young man in white. You little bastard named Su. Do you want to come here by yourself, or do you want me to catch you myself? Yang Er really didn't take Su Yishan seriously. In his opinion, a weakling like Su Yishan couldn't hurt him even if he stood there and let Su Yishan hit him. What's there to worry about with a person like this? He can decide life and death with just a wave of his hand. The focus is, of course, on the young man in white. Su Yishan laughed and said, "You want to arrest me? Then you have to ask my elder brother Chu Yang if he agrees." Yang, the disciple of the sword god, dressed in white. These are some of the things that Su Yishan learned when he was chatting with Jun Jue. He really didn't know the young man in white, but when he said this, he implied that he and the young man in white were in the same group. Regardless of whether the young man in white is Chu Yang or not, Yang Er will definitely think that he is Chu Yang. Unless Yang Er has met Chu Yang in person. Su Yishan wanted to take a gamble. That is, he bet that Yang Er had never met Chu Yang. Let's bet that the young man in white will not deny it flatly. Even if he denies it, Yang Er will not believe it. Tu Yang? Yang etwas obviously stunt. Su Yishan took advantage of this gap, pulled out the hidden flying knife, and threw it out. At this time, Su Yishan's flying knife proficiency has reached 7,315. When he raised his hand, he felt as if he and the flying knife had become one. It was an incredibly wonderful feeling. It was as if he had started practicing flying knives since he was a child. Xiao Su's sister's flying knives. A cold light flashed, and Yang Er's pupils shrank suddenly. Years of combat experience gave him a strong sense of crisis, and his head subconsciously turned to the side. The flying knife scratched his cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Rain is flying all over the sky. Su Yishan cast another water-based spell, and instantly flames filled the sky. He did not stop there, and threw out the hidden weapons on his body one after another. As soon as he thought about it, the soul-breaking sword appeared in his hand, and his swordsmanship proficiency had reached 7,350. Although the sword did not leave the body, he could no longer care about that. The soul-breaking sword stabbed out with its scabbard. The young man in white next to him stared at the sword in Su Yishan's hand. All this happened in a flash. Yang Er's attention was originally on the young man in white, and he didn't take Su Yishan seriously. In addition, he was distracted when he heard the name Chu Yang just now, so Su Yishan had a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Almost all the cards are out. He had no idea that if his cultivation reached the internal strength realm, his proficiency in using hidden weapons plus the bonus of his energy would be enough to kill Yang Er. Because he had no clear understanding of his own strength, he showed no mercy when he attacked. If we don't kill Yang Er today, it will definitely not work. Yang Er was hit by several hidden weapons, and before he could use his full strength, Su Yishan's sword hilt pierced his heart. Who says you can't kill someone without unsheathing the scabbard? Sweat dripped down Su Yishan's forehead, and he suddenly drew out the soul-breaking sword. He was still on guard against the young man in white behind him. What if that boy attacked him at this time? After he used this sword, his proficiency in swordsmanship was completely gone, and he had few hidden weapons left. If he faced an enemy again, he would probably only be able to passively take the beating and just hope that he would not be killed. After drawing out the soul-breaking sword, Su Yishan discovered that the blood on the scabbard had been absorbed. Yang Er's eyes widened, and he was completely out of breath. He then slowly turned sideways, pretending to be a hermit, and said to the young man in white, "Who are you?" The young man in white stood still, staring at the sword in Su Yishan's hand, and said, "Don't you know me?" Su Yishan frowned, and looked at Yang Er again, confirming that this guy was really dead, and then looked at the young man in white. "Are you really Chu Yang? Sword gotes disciple Chu Yang." "Heh, didn't you just call me big, brother?" The young man in white slowly took off the sword from his back and said, "As a swordsman, you actually attacked by surprise. This is really an insult to the sword in your hand." Su Yishan was numb. What kind of luck was this? He was just speaking casually just now. Who would have thought that this person was actually Chu Yang, the disciple of the sword god? "Brother Chu, I'm just your admirer. I don't really know you." Su Yishan said, "You just saw it. He is a master in the combined cultivation realm, bullying me, a student in the Qi training realm. How can he do that without a sneak attack? That's not a reason for you to attack." Chu Yang said, holding the sword in his hand, his eyes cold. "I think your swordsmanship is pretty good. How about a fight?" "Ah, discuss swordsmanship?" Su Yishan didn't know much about this disciple of the sword god. But from chatting with Jun Jiwei, I know that this brother should be more powerful than Jun Wushuang. The most important point is that this guy uses a sword. What if I cut off his head with a sword? My scalp tingles just thinking about it. The most important thing is that he has no grudge against Chu Yang. So why should he fight him to the death? Not only does he not gain anything by winning, but he also offends his master, who is the disciple of the sword god after all. Lost. Well, Su Yishan admitted that if a real fight came, he had almost no chance of winning. It was just a sneak attack, but this brother actually said that he insulted the sword in his hand. From the sound of it, you can tell that he is the kind of sword fanatic who has a strong obsession with swords. The kind that is very principled. The principled type? Su Yishan doesn't have many principles. Draw your sword. This should be the last time you draw your sword. Chu Yang looked at Su Yishan coldly. Su Yishan put the sword directly into his pocket, turned around, and collected the hidden weapons on Yang Er, completely ignoring Chu Yang. Chapter 52. Kill one person every 10 steps. Didn't Chu Yang say that Su Yishan launched a sneak attack and insulted the sword in his hand? Su Yishan has now put away his sword and is facing away from him. Under such circumstances, Su Yishan doesn't believe that he will draw his sword again. If he drew his sword, wouldn't that be just as despicable as him, and an insult to the sword in his hand? Moreover, Su Yishan had his back to him. As a disciple of the sword god, it was impossible that he didn't want this little bit of billion, right? It would be too tasteless to launch a surprise attack on a defenseless person without a sword. Sure enough, Su Yishan's action made Chu Yang a little confused. How dare ordinary people treat him so disrespectfully after knowing his identity? He just stands there, and as long as the other person is a swordsman and he asks him to draw his sword, that person should at least look directly at him. No matter if he is dead or alive, he should at least look him in the face. You bastard. What do you mean? Chu Yang's expression became more and more ugly, but he still did not draw his sword. After Su Yishan collected all the hidden weapons, he turned around slowly and said, "You are a disciple of the sword god after all. Can you be a little more graceful? I just dealt with so many enemies and killed a person in the combined cultivation realm with my chi training realm. Do you know how much energy I spent? You're looking for me to spar with you at this time? Can you please have some shame? You took advantage of someone's misfortune, and you still dare to call me despicable?" Su Yishan turned into a troll and laughed. "What realm are you in? What realm am I in? If you have the guts, wait until I'm at the same realm as you. Then you can spar with me. You are a disciple of the sword god. You are really bringing shame to your master." Su Yishan can only take one more gamble now, betting that the disciple of the sword god will have some dignity. If Chu Yang is shameless, that's fine. If he is stabbed with a sword, he will fall to the ground directly and may be able to escape. The swordsman in white probably doesn't like having blood on his body. If he kills someone, he probably won't just chop off the head. After thinking this through, Su Yishan was no longer so afraid of Chu Yang. He said so much, and despite such ridicule, Chu Yang didn't take any action yet, which basically means that Su Yishan made the right bet. Su Yishan put away the hidden weapons, looked at Chu Yang deeply, and said, "If you want to spar with me, then wait until my realm is the same as yours." After saying this, Su Yishan felt that he was a little stupid. If he were Chu Yang, why would he care so much? Are you waiting for your cultivation to reach the same level before coming back? Just do it when you meet. He was ready to be stabbed by Chu Yang, but Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and said, "Okay, I'll wait until you reach the same level as me, and then I'll spar with you." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from Su Yishan's sight. Just leave like that? People with principles are really easy to fool. Su Yishan didn't stay any longer and was really ready to run away this time. The airship in the sky also saw Su Yishan killing Yang Air. Third brother, the second master, was killed by that kid. How is that possible? Who is the second master? That kid is just a senior high school student. How could he kill the second master? That guy launched a sneak attack. There was another person with him. You keep an eye on that kid up there. We're going to avenge second master. Most of the people in the mercenary group come together for profit, but some of them are brothers who have experienced life and death together. And there are also people who want to kill Su Yishan and replace Yang Air. In addition to these, the leader of their Dark Wolf mercenary group was killed. If they just let it go like that, then what status will they have in the future? If this news gets out, the reputation of the entire Dark Wolf mercenary group will be ruined. The airship in the sky was still lingering, and Su Yishan knew that this matter would not end well. However, now even Yang Air has died in his hands. Does he still care about the remaining people? He killed the 2 men from the Huang family yesterday, letting the young masters in Longqing see how powerful he is. So he might as well go on a killing spree today. Zheng Xingzhong did not leave just now. He first heard the report from Yang Air's men that 8 brothers had died. This was enough to shock him. The people of the Dark Wolf mercenary group are not good people. Killing strange beasts outside the city is a very dangerous job. It is too outrageous that Su Yishan killed 8 of them in such a short time. This reminded Zheng Xingzhong of what Su Yishan had said to him. Su Yishan said that his strength was enough to kill a cultivator at the inner strength realm. It seems that this is true. It was not until later, when he heard that Yang Air was killed by Su Yishan, that Zheng Xingzhong was completely numb. Yang Air is a master in the realm of comprehensive cultivation. He couldn't even take a single move from Yang Air. Yang Air could kill him as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs, but Su Yishan actually killed him? Unscientific. This is unscientific. Su Yishan is a student, so how good is that little girl? But the facts are before us. No matter how unscientific they are, they're still facts. Zheng Xingzhong stood where he was and suddenly laughed. "Good boy, you hit it so well." At this moment, he finally understood that Su Yishan was a hidden talent. Su Yishan could even kill Yang Air, who was at the concurrent cultivation level. So what was a mere college entrance examination? I'm afraid that his class will produce a top student in the city. Su Yishan was also bloodthirsty today, and he kept moving towards the inspection center. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Today, Su Yishan finally understood the meaning of Li Bai's poem. The pursuers followed closely behind him, and Su Yishan was killed all the way as he fled, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Li Qiufeng from the inspection team did make 3 rules with Yang Er. If Yang Er killed Su Yishan, the inspection team would not interfere. The news of Yang Er's death soon reached Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng couldn't help but laugh. Yang Er, you actually fell into the hands of such a student. Have someone investigate thoroughly to find out the origins of that Su Yishan. Investigate his 3 generations of ancestors. After killing Yang Er, Su Yishan killed 14 members of the Dark Wolf mercenaries along the way and finally escaped back home. Xiaoshan, what's wrong with you? Su Nuanyuan saw Su Yishan covered in blood and strode towards him worriedly. Su Yishan grinned. Sister, I will solve Yang Er's problem myself. You killed him? Su Nuanyuan frowned. With your current strength, how could you possibly kill him? Don't worry about it. Su Yishan's breathing was a little rapid. After saying that, he went straight into the bathroom, closed the door, looked at himself in the mirror, then supported himself on the toilet with both hands and vomited continuously. This was not the first time he had killed someone. Yesterday, when he killed Huang Xiangfei and the others, he had already suppressed the discomfort in his heart. Today, he was covered in blood, and the terrible smell of blood made him feel uncomfortable. After vomiting out everything in his stomach, Su Yishan picked up the throwing knife, aimed it at the place where he was shot, and peeled it open to take out the bullet stuck in his flesh. Chapter 53. Get out of the way. I'm ready to pretend. After this battle, Su Yishan gained a new understanding of his body. Because of the system curse, he can barely be considered immortal, and his terrifying self-healing ability is shocking. Fatal injury? Su Yishan didn't know what kind of injury would be fatal to him. At the end of the day, he was stabbed 5 times and shot 6 times, but he became more and more energetic. With this kind of physique, he really wanted to laugh out loud and ask, who the hell is there? In the bathroom, Su Yishan was grimacing in pain, sweating profusely, but he didn't even make a sound. It was just pain, and if he couldn't bear this, he might as well die early. After taking out the bullet and washing the blood off his body, Su Yishan looked at his attribute panel again. Compréhensive physique 5290. Energy, 305. Spiritual power 1683. Sword skill proficiency, 132. Flying knife proficiency, 132. Dart proficiency, 132. What a mediocre attribute panel. Su Yishan realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult to improve his overall physical condition. The proficiency of those weapons is purely a one-time consumable. It is okay to deal with Yang Er and the others today, but if you encounter a stronger warrior, you should at least keep some trump cards. As for melee weapons, besides the sword, you should keep another one for daily use. You have to accumulate proficiency with this sword. Once you have accumulated a proficiency of 100,000 or 80,000, you can use it when you meet a true master. According to recent tests, proficiency increases a little bit every minute. If you want to reach 100,000 proficiency, you will need to train for about 69 days. I don't know how powerful a sword with a proficiency of 100,000 can be. When he came out of the bathroom, Su Nuanyuan had already prepared clean clothes for him. Jun Jue was still sitting in the living room of his house practicing without even raising his eyelids. Su Nuanyuan glanced at Su Yishan and found that he was not injured. She did not ask about Yang Er and said, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. How are you preparing? Su Yishan smiled and said, it's not a big problem. After experiencing the life and death struggle for 2 days, Su Yishan no longer took the college entrance examination seriously. Then you should go and have a rest. Su Nuanyuan looked at the door, slowly walked forward, and opened the door. Li Qiufeng and 2 members of the inspection team were standing at the door. Su Yishan glanced towards the door. He knew Li Qiufeng and thought that Li Qiufeng must have come for him. Is there something? Su Nuanyuan stood at the door and asked lightly. Li Qiufeng was wearing armor, holding a spear, staring at Su Nuanyuan with a strange smile on his face. Are you a relative of Su Yishan? I'm his sister. Su Nuanyuan asked. What can I do for you? Your brother Su Yishan brutally killed more than 20 people in the city today. His methods were cruel, and the impact was extremely bad. Our inspection team will arrest him according to the law. Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, As far as I know, my brother was chased by more than 20 people, and he killed them in self-defense. What were you doing when my brother was being chased? It's not your turn to give instructions to our inspection team. Li Qiufeng waved the spear in his hand, pointing it at Su Nuanyuan's throat. Then, he laughed and shouted into the room. Su Yishan, I know you have some skills and can use hidden weapons. Now you better behave yourself and come out obediently, or I will kill your sister. Su Yishan was stunned. Li Qiufeng held his sister hostage? Or you can kill her? Su Yishan walked behind Su Nuanyuan and nodded at Li Qiufeng. Do you think I don't dare? Li Qiufeng pushed forward the hand holding the gun, really wanting to kill Su Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan raised her jade hand slightly and grasped the tip of the gun, but her hand was intact. Is this how your inspection team does things? Li Qiufeng suddenly realized that something was wrong. According to his investigation, Su Nuanyuan was just an ordinary person who had not even reached the Qi training realm. However, the sense of oppression that Su Nuanyuan brought to him was too strong. Clang! Li Qiufeng's wrist went numb, and he couldn't hold the spear anymore. His special spear broke into pieces. The pieces floated in the air, emitting a faint green light. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding here. Li Qiufeng took 2 steps back in fear, opened his arms, and said to the 2 team members next to him, "Don't do it." Su Nuanyuan just showed off a little bit of her skills, but Li Qiufeng was so frightened that his face changed drastically. His spear was made of high-tech alloy. Although it was not a top-grade weapon, it was impossible for it to be broken into pieces so easily. Just from one movement, one could tell that Su Nuanyuan's cultivation is definitely far beyond the realm of dual cultivation, so how can she fight? Su Nuanyuan rolled her eyes at him, and the metal fragments fell to the ground. Don't bother my brother in the future, otherwise it won't be that simple. After saying that, she turned and closed the door. Li Qiufeng looked at the metal fragments on the ground and couldn't help but gasp. Damn, you call this an ordinary person? Isn't it a bit too ordinary? Don't worry, Xiaoshan. They probably won't come looking for you again in the future. Su Nuanyuan doesn't need to show too much strength. I believe Li Qiufeng should already know that Su Yishan is not someone he can afford to provoke. This also saves Su Yishan a lot of trouble. From what happened today, Su Yishan had a new understanding of the so-called laws of this world. Unlike the peaceful times before the time travel, the laws of this world are basically non-existent, and the law of survival of the fittest is reflected vividly. As long as you are strong enough, the inspection team will not dare to interfere. If Su Yishan was really just an ordinary senior high school student, he would have been killed by Yang Air today, and he would have no place to appeal. The next day, Su Yishan came to school. 20 wooden platforms had been built on the playground. On the platforms were a computer and a bed. It is somewhat similar to the equipment in Su Wuyang's basement, but not as advanced. Zheng Xingzhong was standing on the playground. He saw Su Yishan from a distance and shouted, "Su Yishan, come here!" 20 wooden platforms are used to test students' comprehensive physical and mental strength. Standing behind Zheng Xingzhong are the students from Class 19. Su Yishan knew that today was probably the day for him to become famous. Teacher Zheng. Su Yishan stepped forward and called out, "Are you okay?" Zheng Xingzhong couldn't stop laughing and asked, "Are you okay?" The students around were confused. Why is Lao Zheng so concerned about this loser Su Yishan? Could it be that Su Yishan is Lao Zheng's illegitimate son? Lao Zheng and Su Yishan looked at each other and smiled without explaining. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that the staff from the Ministry of Education arrived at the school and the first round of testing for the students officially began. Su Yishan sneaked to the back. If he wanted to show off, of course he had to let other students take the test first. He understood this very well. Chapter 54. The evildoer who does not participate in the test. Senior high school students are tested on their mental strength and overall physical fitness, and all of this needs to be registered and reported to the Ministry of Education. Su Yishan looked at the testing process and found it was no different from the test with his master. The test results came out on the spot, and there were bursts of exclamations from the students from time to time. Li Feifei's spiritual power has reached 897. Isn't she admitted to launching university as an exception? 897? Look at Hua Feibai from Class 1. His mental strength is 1580, and his overall physical fitness is 1350. He has clearly entered the realm of strength training. He's only in his 3rd year of high school. Is he so successful? A genius is a genius. He should be considered the strongest student in our school, and maybe he will be the city's top scorer in the future. There are only 20 classes in each grade in number 7 middle school. Normally speaking, the closer the class is to the front, the better the student's qualifications. The students referred to Hua Feibai as the best in the class, a ninth-level inner strength expert, a well-deserved genius. Li Feifei was the most beautiful girl in Class 19, and her strength was not weak either. Su Yishan remembered that she seemed to be at the 6th level of Qi training. Have you tested your overall physical and mental strength before? Zheng Xingzhong was standing next to Su Yishan, recording the data of the students in the class. Su Yishan winked at Zheng Xingzhong and said, "Teacher Zheng, guess what my mental strength is?" Zheng Xingzhong said, "You little brat, you hit it so well. Judging from your performance yesterday, do you think you have more than 1,000? Su Yishan asked again. "Then do you want to guess my overall physique?" Before Zheng Xingzhong could speak, the classmate next to him couldn't help but say, "Teacher Zheng, this is not good. Even if Su Yishan is a little weak, you shouldn't mock him like this." To some people, those words just now sounded more like sarcasm. Everyone in Class 19 knew that Su Yishan was the bottom of the class. It was really too much for him to say that his mental power was over 1,000. Isn't this an insult? Zheng Xingzhong didn't know how to explain it. Yesterday, Su Yishan killed more than 20 people from the Dark Wolf mercenaries alone. Even Yang Er died in his hands. He couldn't even imagine how strong Su Yishan was. Zheng Xingzhong didn't care what other students said. He just wanted to see Su Yishan's test data as soon as possible. Wang Yu takes a test in front of Su Yishan. Wang Yu, mental strength, 140. Overall physical fitness, 112. After hearing Wang Yu's data, Zheng Xingzhong couldn't help but sigh. His mental strength is pretty good, but his cultivation level. Finally, it was Su Yishan's turn, who was at the bottom of the class. Fuck! How dare Su Yishan come here? A third-level Qi training rubbish. If I were him, why would I take the college entrance examination? It's so embarrassing. I bet his mental strength is no more than 80. Haha, I bet his overall physical fitness is no more than 50. The test is basically coming to an end, and many students have voluntarily given up on it. Teacher Zheng, can we give up this test? Su Yishan asked. If we give up the test, how will we arrange for the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow? Generally speaking, students who do not take the test are equivalent to giving up the college entrance examination. But as you know, the college entrance examination is a real battle. If the strength difference between students is too great, it will be difficult to achieve the screening effect. Generally speaking, only students of equal strength will be arranged to fight. If you want to challenge a higher level, you can apply. But because we are worried that some students will pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers, students who do not take the test but take the college entrance examination will be directly arranged to compete with the top 100 students in the city. You don't want to take the test? Zheng Xingzhong looked at Su Yishan in confusion. Su Yishan blinked and said, "In that case, I won't test it. Just showing off. If you pretend now, it will be meaningless later. Shouldn't you press it first?" After they have selected the top 100 students in the city, Su Yishan will appear like a god of war, with overwhelming force and blinding the eyes of those people. That would be great. Zheng Xingzhong did not object and immediately reported. Su Yishan from Class 19 of number 7 middle school will not take the test. Teacher Zheng, you finally got him to not take the college entrance examination. That's true. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for our number 7 middle school if Su Yishan went there? Su Yishan, come on. I've already made a bet for you, $1. Su Yishan ignored what these people said. The more people look down on him now, the more shocked they would be later. As a mature man, how could I argue about these things with a group of children? Su Yishan's failure to take the test was just a minor episode for the students of number 7 middle school, and it didn't cause even a ripple. Su Yishan did not participate in the cultivation test the next day. He stood behind Class 19 and watched like a salted fish. It seems like Hua Feibai should be the best in our school. He's at the 9th level of inner strength. Is he still a human being? Su Yishan couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Xingzhong, standing next to Su Yishan, smacked his lips and said, "Indeed, this is probably what genius is. Teacher Zheng, don't worry. If I meet him, I will show mercy and save some face for our number 7 middle school." Su Yishan and Zheng Xingzhong became more and more familiar with each other. The two of them stood at the back and chatted casually. Only Wang Yu was standing with them at this time. The other students were busy looking at other people's data. They were about to graduate, and there was not much point in hanging out with the class teacher. "Then I would also like to thank you on behalf of the principal and Hua Feibai." Zheng Xingzhong laughed. When he learned that there was a genius like Su Yishan in his class, he was so happy. "Su Yishan, are you exaggerating too much? Wang Yu couldn't bear to listen anymore. Su Yishan chuckled and said, "Young man, you have no idea of my current strength." Wang Yu only saw with his own eyes Su Yishan hanging Yang Rui and others up and beating them. But Su Yishan said that he would still give in to Hua Feibai. Isn't this a bit of exaggeration? The third day of the college entrance examination is the real highlight. Students of the same level are divided and begin actual practice. First, each school will have a competition, and 3 days later, the top 100 students in the city will compete. Students like Su Yishan, who did not take the test, will have to wait until 3 days later and randomly compete with the top 100 students in the city. This first wave of randomness is very interesting. If you are unlucky and get randomly ranked in the top few, that would be fun. Therefore, those who do not take the test, but take the college entrance examination will generally be the focus of attention. The invigilators would also worry that those ignorant guys would encounter the true chosen ones and get beaten to death, which would be somewhat unsightly. Of course, we do not rule out truly confident geniuses, but those geniuses are basically recorded. It is very rare for a monster to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Chapter 55. What bad intentions can a young man have? There are a total of 10 schools in Shoshan City, with about 8,000 high school students, but only less than 5,000 of them actually take the college entrance examination. There are many people like Su Yishan who do not take the test, and there are also many students who no longer participate in actual combat after the test. The actual college entrance examination also demonstrates the survival law of the fittest vividly. Over the years, I don't know how many students have been disabled in the college entrance examination and failed to go to university. They are ruined, and the loss outweighs the gain. Giving up the college entrance examination is also a wise choice for some weaker students. The vast majority of students in Class 19 believe that Su Yishan had given up on the college entrance examination, and they did not care about this student who had always been at the bottom of the class. It was not until the third day, when the list of the top 100 in the city came out, that Zheng Xingzhong submitted Su Yishan's name again. Li Feifei was the only student in Class 19 who was among the top 100 students in the city. When she learned that Su Yishan was going to take the college entrance examination, she was quite shocked. She remembered this boy. He was quite good-looking, but was often bullied by Yang Rui and others. Su Yishan did not have a very deep impression of Li Feifei. After the fusion of his memories after the time travel, he had even less impression of an insignificant person like Li Feifei. I never interacted with the good students in class before, and I spent the whole day sitting in the last row with Wang Yu, feeling inferior. The third match is between number 7 middle school Su Yishan and number 1 middle school Fan Tianming. Please prepare yourself. The exam will start in 10 minutes. The principle of the college entrance examination is to select outstanding students. Candidates are requested to stop when they have reached a certain point. If one party loses the fighting power or is knocked off the stage, it will be considered a loser. The battle videos of the top 100 students in the city will be seen by the admissions offices of all major universities and the Ministry of Education. During exams, most students will also take the impact into consideration, and there are few cases of malicious injury. Some universities not only look at students' abilities, but also their personalities. This has turned the college entrance examination into a big stage where, in addition to demonstrating one's ability, one also has to try one's acting skills and occasionally show one's martial ethics. Su Yishan from number 7 middle school? Why haven't I heard of him? The students from number 1 middle school felt a little confused after hearing the name Su Yishan. Fan Tianming is currently ranked in the top 20 in the city. Where did this Su Yishan come from? Within 3 minutes, I want all the information about this person named Su Yishan. I looked at the list, and this person is not on the list. The list of the top 100 in the city was temporarily compiled by the invigilator through analytical instruments. It is not ruled out that some students did not fully demonstrate their abilities, but being ranked in the top 20 shows that Fan Tianming has some abilities. Zheng Xingzhong was holding a notebook, looking at the information on it, and said to Su Yishan, "This Fan Tianming is not simple. He has reached the 7th level of inner strength at the age of 18. His mental strength is 890, and his comprehensive physical strength is 1580. He is good at fire-based Taoism. Be careful." Zheng Xingzhong now regards Su Yishan as a treasure, and he also wants to know how strong Su Yishan is. "Teacher Zheng, are you kidding? Su Yishan is fighting with Fan Tianming. Do we still need to be careful?" "Yeah, if he can hold out for 10 seconds, we're giving him face." "Su Yishan, could you please stop going up there and embarrassing our number 7 middle school?" When the students of number 7 middle school heard that a student named Su Yishan from their school was going to fight with Fan Tianming, They also became interested. They thought it was a master from somewhere, and then they went to class 19 to inquire and found out that it was the last student in class 19. It turned out that he did not take the test and went directly to the college entrance examination. The principal of number 7 middle school, Wang Defa, came to Zheng Xingzhong with his glaring eyes on his forehead and asked nervously, "Teacher Zheng, what's your situation? What level is that student named Su Yishan at? Are you letting him take the college entrance examination without testing him?" Zheng Xingzhong had expected that the principal might come. He glanced at Su Yishan next to him and said, "He is Su Yishan." Wang Defa glanced at Su Yishan, his mouth open wide, obviously frightened. "Are you kidding me?" Zheng Xingzhong pulled Wang Defa aside and whispered, "Principal Wang, don't worry, this student won't embarrass our number 7 middle school." Wang Defa almost cursed, gritting his teeth and saying, "That student is only at the 3rd level of Qi training. I can find any top student in the junior high school who is better than him. You actually let him take the college entrance examination? Do you want to make our entire number 7 middle school lose face?" Generally speaking, teachers would persuade students with poor grades not to take part in the actual combat. For someone like Su Yishan, who is at the 3rd level of Qi training, it would be embarrassing to take the college entrance examination without taking the test. If leaders from other schools see this, won't they laugh at the fact that there is no one at number 7 middle school? Senior year, 3rd level of Qi training. Totally weird? Why are we fighting for this? It has been seen by all the students in the city who would dare to study in number 7 middle school in the future. With students in their senior year of high school only at this level, shouldn't people doubt the teaching quality of their school? For someone like Su Yishan, taking the college entrance examination would completely destroy the reputation of number 7 middle school. Zheng Xingzhong, you have to be responsible for what you said. Do you know what it means for him to take the college entrance examination? Wang Defa was almost going crazy. You can't take this responsibility at all. You are also an old teacher. How could you do such a thing? Zheng Xingzhong lowered his voice and said, "Principal Wang, did you know that Yang Air from the Dark Wolf mercenary group died yesterday? What does his death have to do with me?" Wang Defa didn't understand why Zheng Xingzhong suddenly brought up this topic. He led people to chase Su Yishan and died. Zheng Xingzhong said, "I was at the scene yesterday. There were more than 20 people in total, and they were all dead." Wang De was stunned for a long time and finally remembered something. He took a deep breath and said, "He is the student wanted by Yang Air a while ago, and he also killed Yang Air and more than 20 people from the Dark Wolf mercenary group. You saw it with your own eyes?" Wang Defa secretly glanced at Su Yishan, "But I think he is only at the 3rd level of Qi training. Is he hiding his strength? Even I can't see it." Wang Defa was horrified when he thought about it. He himself was only at the 1st level of cultivation. When it came to actual combat, he was not as good as Yang Air. Yang Air even died at the hands of Su Yishan. It was normal that he could not see Su Yishan's cultivation level. "There is such a ruthless person in your class. Why didn't you report it to me?" Wang De sent a message. First of all, he felt that Zheng Xingzhong would not lie to him because there was no need to do so. Also, Su Yishan stood there with a look that was too calm. If he was really just a rookie, he would probably be trembling with fear when he learned that he was going to fight against Fan Tianming from number 1 middle school. There must be something wrong when something is unusual. Wang Defa was willing to believe that Su Yishan could kill a master at the dual cultivation level. If that was the case, their number 7 middle school would have to take all the limelight today. Chapter 56, First Battle of College Entrance Examination. In the number 1 middle school camp, Fan Tianming's class teacher Zhang Lin is still trying to collect information about Su Yishan from number 7 middle school. The 3rd level of Qi training, last in the whole grade. Zhang Lin's mind was a little confused after collecting this information. He didn't take the test, so Fan Tianming was randomly assigned to the position. Is number 7 middle school preparing to give up? Impossible. According to the character of that bald guy Wang Defa, if this Su Yishan is really only at the 3rd level of Qi training, he will never let Su Yishan participate in actual combat no matter what. There's something strange, Zhang Lin said to Fan Tianming with a serious expression. Tianming, you must not underestimate the enemy. Maybe this person is the trump card of number 7 middle school. You must use all your strength from the beginning, otherwise you may be ambushed. Unlike Zhang Lin, the students of number 1 middle school laughed out loud after finding out Su Yishan's information, and some even made private comments. The bet is how many seconds Su Yishan can last on the stage. As for Su Yishan's victory, it does not exist at all. 10 minutes later, Fan Tianming was already standing on the ring. The main venue for this citywide competition was set up at number 1 middle school. The playground was filled with students from number 1 middle school, and all the teachers from number 1 middle school were present. Fan Tianming is tall, and his face looks like the hero who came out of a comic book. He is very popular in number 1 middle school. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he was greeted with cheers from countless female classmates. It was July, the weather was hot, and there were long white legs everywhere. The screams of the girls made people's blood boil. Sui Shan was looking down at the stage in the exam preparation area. Although it was impossible for him to find a little Lolita as his wife, there was a youthful vibe down there. Girls in their prime are still pleasing to the eye. When he went to prepare for the exam, he needed to check his whole body. Since weapons were not allowed in the college entrance examination, he put all the hidden weapons into his pocket. Sui Shan walked onto the stage and waved to the girls, but was met with a burst of boos. "Brother, come on, you can do it." Sui Shan could vaguely hear a voice in the crowd, but when he looked over, he only saw densely packed heads and a sea of white. How could Su Ainen come to cheer him up? It seems that there is something wrong with his ears. He no longer thought too much about it. He was already standing on the ring. Even if his opponent was a little weaker, he should still respect his opponent. "My 2 classmates, are you ready? If you are, we can start." The invigilator repeated the initial rules again and then announced the start of the exam. "Are you Sui Shan from number 7 middle school?" Fan Tianming looked at Sui Shan coldly and said, "If you are really only at the 3rd level of Qi training, then I advise you to admit defeat. If you want to play dumb and eat the tiger, I also advise you not to think about it. If I take action, you will be seriously injured." Sui Shan laughed. "Come on, I'll give you 3 moves." After these words were spoken, more boos came from the audience. He's simply courting death. He must have known he couldn't win, but he still came here to show off. When Fan Tianming made a move, he just knelt down and admitted defeat. This must have been written in the script. "Boss fam, let's do it. Let's take care of this little loser in 1 move." There was a lot of noise below the ring. A cold light flashed in Fan Tianming's eyes. He clenched his fist and rushed towards Sui Shan. "Bah!" Fan Tianming, with the wind behind him, punched Sui Shan in the lower abdomen. I knew that this guy couldn't even take a single move from Fan Tianming. After being hit by Fan Tianming, this kid might even vomit out the food he had left overnight. Woohoo! It's over. The battle will end in 1 second. After Fan Tianming threw a punch, he slowly walked behind Sui Shan, glanced at the invigilator, and walked down the stage. A truly strong person never looks at his opponent after making a move because the battle is already over. Just as Fan Tianming was about to step down from the ring, Sui Shan turned around and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you still going to fight?" Fan Tianming was just 1 step away from stepping off the stage, but when he heard Sui Shan's voice, he was so startled that he staggered and almost fell off the stage. If he really goes on, he will lose. Fan Tianming managed to steady himself, turned around and looked at Sui Shan, looking him up and down, and asked in surprise, "Are you okay?" Sui Shan took a look at the attribute panel. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness +5. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 5,295. Energy, 305. Spiritual power, 1683. Sword skill proficiency, 3,588. Flying knife proficiency, 3,588. Dart proficiency, 3,588. Fan Tianming's punch just now was almost like tickling Sui Shan. His overall physical fitness is now much higher than Fan Tianming's. Even Fan Tianming's attack could not cause any substantial damage to Sui Shan. For this reason, after being hit by a punch, his overall physical fitness data did not increase much. Sui Shan didn't think there was much point in such an attack. "You didn't eat?" Sui Shan asked Fan Tianming back. Fan Tianming was stunned. After all, he had used at least 30% to 50% of his strength in that punch. But Sui Shan just stood there and took the punch head-on, without any sign of injury at all. Sure enough, Teacher Zhang was right. This kid was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Sui Shan is now a warrior with high defense and high blood pressure. His physical resistance is too high. How can ordinary students be his opponents? You're looking for death. Fan Tianming felt like a clown just now. Sui Shan, this bastard, made him lose face, and he must not let him off. Fan Tianming shouted angrily, flew over, and kicked Sui Shan in the face. The power of the legs is much greater than that of the fists, and this time Fan Tianming struck with anger, and the target was the head. He had tried it before, and such a whip kick was enough to bend an alloy as thick as an arm. So how hard could Sui Shan's head be? He launched such a fierce attack that Wang Defa, the principal of number 7 middle school, couldn't help but shout, "Hide!" But Sui Shan just stood there and had no intention of dodging at all. The students under the ring stopped shouting. Fan Tianming was serious. This kick is an attacking move from the 3 years of war. When teachers teach students, they always tell them that this kind of move that can easily cause death should not be used on classmates. But Fan Tianming used it in the college entrance examination. His calf hit Sui Shan's face hard. If an ordinary student received such a heavy blow, even if he didn't die, he would at least suffer a concussion. But Sui Shan's body didn't even move. After Fan Tianming landed, he looked at Sui Shan in disbelief. Is this guy still a human being? It was said that he had reached the 3rd level of Qi training. Isn't this performance too outrageous? There should be a limit to your actions when you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Chapter 57, Advanced Stage Cancer. Attacked, Comprehensive Physical Fitness plus 10, Current Comprehensive Physical Fitness, 5,305. Sui Shan looked at the attribute panel again. That's it? One more move. He stood on the ring like a rock, looking at Fan Tianming with a smile. Fan Tianming was trembling all over. What kind of monster had he encountered today? There were 10 competition arenas opened at the same time in number 1 middle school. Students in the other 9 competition arenas were fighting fiercely, but on Sui Shan's side, the situation was reversed too much. There was dead silence below the arena, and more students' attention was drawn to it. The students who had not seen Fan Tianming attack Sui Shan before had no idea what was happening. They only saw the two of them still confronting each other. What's going on here? Has Fan Tianming not made a move yet? Didn't he say that he could defeat his opponent with just one move? You didn't see it. Fan Tianming has already taken action. It's just, shit. Look for yourself. That guy named Sui Shan seems a bit perverted. Not to mention the students, even the leaders of the Ministry of Education were dumbfounded. They anxiously asked people to calculate Sui Shan's data and judge his strength. The battle records here were also synchronized to launching. Because of the secret realm in Qiushan City, many university admissions departments in Longcheng had been paying more attention to Qiushan City. Sui Shan's performance made these people even more excited. That Fan Tianming is at the 7th level of inner strength, with a mental strength of 890 and a comprehensive physical strength of 1580. This student should be at least at the concurrent cultivation level to withstand the full force attack of the 7th level of inner strength realm. Fuck! Are you kidding me? A senior high school student, practicing concurrently. How else can we explain that he was unharmed after taking 2 attacks from Fan Tianming? After the director of the admissions office of Longcheng University saw the battle video of Sui Shan, he immediately asked the admissions office staff to go to Qiushan City and issued a task that this student must be recruited. In addition to Longcheng University, at least 30 schools have noticed this student who has just stood out in the college entrance examination. They all had the same idea, which was to get this student into their school. Sui Shan didn't know that he was being watched by so many people. He looked at Fan Tianming in front of him, waiting for him to take action. A man should keep his word. If he asked him to make 3 moves, then he should make 3 moves. Fan Tianming stared at Sui Shan, his eyes full of vigilance. He was not a fool. It was their first fight, so couldn't he see that the gap between him and Sui Shan was a bit big? Could it be that this person has practiced ancient martial arts? Is it some kind of kung fu similar to the Golden Bell cover and iron cloth shirt? Fan Tianming took a few steps back and began to face the opponent in front of him. If Sui Shan really practiced these ancient martial arts, it would be normal. But so what? Fan Tianming stood 5 meters away from Sui Shan, with his hands on his chest, muttering something, and quickly made a spell. Fire separation technique. As Fan Tianming finished his spell, the temperature around him suddenly rose, strong winds blew, and a blood-red fire dragon circled around him. No way! Are you really going to kill that Sui Shan? The fire separation technique should be considered a top-grade yellow-level Taoist technique. Where did a high school student learn it? Don't you know that Fan Tianming is from a Taoist family? The Invigilator was only an immortal cultivator at the 5th level of inner strength. When Fan Tianming showed this skill, he was so frightened that he jumped off the stage. Apart from the 2 big men from the Ministry of Education who were at the concurrent cultivation level, there were only the principals of number 7 middle school and number 1 middle school. However, they were some distance away from the arena where Sui Shan and the others were. Even if they caught up now, it was already too late. Another thing is that Fan Tianming's Li Huiju is really scary. Who would have thought that today's high school students have become so perverted? Under the guidance of Fan Tianming, the fire dragon directly swallowed Sui Shan. Sui Shan was wearing the clothes given by his sister today, and the areas covered by the clothes and pants were not affected at all. When the fire dragon devoured him, Sui Shan only felt his body cold. Under attack from magic, energy plus 600, current energy 905. Attacked by magic, energy plus 380, current energy 1285. Under attack from spells, energy plus 50, current energy 1335. In addition to feeling cold, Sui Shan also looked at the surging energy on the attribute panel. Before, his cultivation had always been at the 3rd level of Qi training. Apart from the fact that he had gained some cultivation due to drinking the Orantium and the damage to his Dantian, his cultivation was forcibly suppressed again by Su Nuanyuan's wave of tonic medicine. These days he has been thinking about what he should do to improve his energy, and now he has discovered the door to a new world. It turns out that being attacked by magic can improve your cultivation. Is this card bug too comfortable? In this way, isn't he directly invincible? Fan Tianming's Li Huiju made Sui Shan feel a little cold, but soon he just felt cool. Puff! After 3 seconds, the fire dragon slowly dissipated. Fan Tianming's eyes dimmed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He put away the spell and showed a satisfied smile. What about now? I don't believe you can still hold on. Even if you have practiced ancient martial arts, what does it count for in front of Taoism? Is there any comparison between those who practice martial arts and those who cultivate immortality? Fan Tianming only knew that he must not lose here. As for whether Sui Shan would be injured, that was no longer important. Who doesn't want to get into a good university? Since he has already participated in actual combat, he should know that injuries are inevitable. No wonder he was so ruthless. Is that all? Sui Shan still stood there, smiling, and said to Fan Tianming, "Besides this, what else do you know? Use them all, and I'll give you 10 more moves." It was already very clear that Fan Tianming's magic could not really hurt him, but it could improve his cultivation. Although the speed of his cultivation improving was a bit slow later, it was still an improvement after all. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. Just take it slow. Sui Shan felt that he was really not in a hurry. Fan Tianming. Puff! 3 seconds later, Fan Tianming spat out another mouthful of blood. The last time he vomited blood was because he used magic spells forcefully despite his low level of cultivation. But this time it was because he was angry with Sui Shan. Damn it. He used his trump card, but this guy didn't even have a hair burned, and he was allowed to continue? And isn't it an insult to him to ask him to make 10 moves? In front of so many people, Fan Tianming felt seriously insulted. It was not just an insult. Sui Shan slapped him in the face and then pressed him to the ground and rubbed him hard. "Little brother, are you okay?" Sui Shan asked with concern. This man was fine. Why is he vomiting blood again? Is there some serious illness? Advanced stage cancer? If so, why should I take the college entrance examination when I am in the late stage of cancer? I should just eat and drink. Chapter 58. Getting something for nothing. Everyone below the ring was shocked. The magic tricks used by Fan Tianming were definitely not weak. Even if one was a master at the dual cultivation level, facing Fan Tianming's move, he should at least take it seriously. But what did Sui Shan do? He seemed to have done nothing. Wang Defa grabbed Zheng Xingzhong's hand and said excitedly, "Is this the genius of our school?" Zheng Xingzhong pulled at his own hands, trying to break free from Wang Defa's hand, but failed. "Principal Wang, your hand." Wang Defa was delighted, coughed lightly, let go of Zheng Xingzhong, and said, "Teacher Zheng, this student Sui Shan's ability is simply unfathomable. He has the potential to be the top scholar." The city's top scorer? Zheng Xingzhong's own strength was not that high. Although he felt that Sui Shan was very strong, he did not have a clear understanding on some aspects. Wang Defa shook his head slowly and finally burst out laughing. "Do you think all the senior high school students are monsters? Sui Shan is very likely to be the top scorer in the country. There are only a few wealthy families with inheritance who have the strength to reach the state of concurrent cultivation in the 3rd year of high school. However, the children of those wealthy families simply disdain to take the college entrance examination. Number 1 in the country? Zheng Xingzhong had extremely high expectations for Sui Shan, but he did not expect that Principal Wang actually believed that Sui Shan could rank 1st in the country. If Sui Shan really gets the 1st place in the country, will he become famous as well? Wang Defa breathed in and out, calmed himself down, and said with a chuckle, "Our number 7 middle school is going to be famous." Fan Tianming, and Su Yishan stared at each other for a long time. Originally, he wanted to fight again, but after calming down, he lowered his head like a defeated rooster and said, "I admit defeat." Su Yishan never expected that this man would admit defeat directly. It seemed that he really had some disease. Oh, he is so handsome at such a young age. God is jealous of his talent. Little brother, don't give up. Find a doctor to take a good look. Su Yishan gave Fan Tianming a smile that he thought was friendly. Fan Tianming frowned slightly and looked up at Su Yishan. Even if I admit defeat, you don't have to say these insults to me. Su Yishan was really unable to do it. So how could this be considered an insult to him? And how can we say the word insult casually? Saying these obscene words in public is really easy to be misinterpreted. I declare that Fan Tianming admits defeat and Su Yishan wins. When the invigilator saw that the dust had settled on Su Yishan's side, he went up to the stage and announced the result of this round. The students of number 7 middle school were shocked. Before Su Yishan competed with Fan Tianming, they had asked the students of class 19, and the conclusion they got was that this time, their entire number 7 middle school would become a laughingstock. The students who were ranked last in the whole year, fighting against a pervert like Fan Tianming, wouldn't they be defeated in seconds? Who would have known that in this match, Su Yishan didn't even make a move, but made Fan Tianming admit defeat directly? This is the real, ruthless person. Could it be that Su Yishan has been hiding his strength for 3 years in high school? What a good trick to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. I was wondering why he didn't take the test. It turns out he has such confidence. See, I told you yesterday that Su Yishan is not that simple. Fuck you. You just bought 500 yuan to bet that Su Yishan would be defeated by Fan Tianming in 3 seconds. Isn't that reverse poison milk? The students who opened the market this time almost laughed themselves crazy when they saw Su Yishan win. Kill all. Just kill them all like this. When he opened the market, there was no option for Su Yishan to win, and the students were playful. So this time, a big upset occurred, and he made thousands of dollars with tears and blood. Su Yishan turned around and went back to the examination preparation area. Zheng Xingzhong and Wang Defa had already followed him. Student Su Yishan, I'm Wang Defa, the principal of number 7 middle school. Do you remember me? Wang Defa was very attentive to Su Yishan. This was the future of their school. If Su Yishan became famous overnight, their number 7 middle school would surely prosper. In the future, they would be able to attract many good students. The key point is that he felt that it was basically a foregone conclusion that Su Yishan would win the first place in Xiaoshan City, but he didn't know what Su Yishan would say after winning the first place. If Su Yishan directly said that he was gifted and that his success was due to his natural beauty and good looks, then what did that have to do with number 7 middle school? But if Su Yishan is willing to promote their number 7 middle school after the exam, talk about the teaching staff of number 7 middle school, and praise the educational quality of number 7 middle school, then wouldn't their number 7 middle school take off directly? For example, Su Yishan could first talk about how poor his cultivation was when he first entered high school, and then, under the hard teaching of his teacher, his strength was greatly improved. The principal was also very caring and could see at a glance that he was talented. So he provided him with various cultivation resources, which led to his current achievements. If this is the case, the effect will definitely be completely different. In this way, Wang Defa will definitely be praised by some senior leaders, and it is not impossible that he will be transferred to Longcheng to be the principal. Even if he was not transferred to Longcheng, Wang Defa's political achievements would have been greatly enhanced. What we need to do now is to establish a good relationship with Su Yishan and be a kind elder and a qualified teacher. Principal Wang, I remember you. Su Yishan, a former poor student, had only seen Wang Defa during the school meetings. It was like he recognized Wang Defa, but Wang Defa didn't know him. Student Su Yishan, you are a top student in our number 7 middle school. With your ability, it should not be a problem for you to be admitted to Longcheng University. Wang Defa laughed. To be honest, I have some friendship with the president of Longcheng University. I will write you a letter of recommendation, and you can be admitted to Longcheng. At this time, of course, it's about doing favors. Wang Defa is not blind. He has a bright mind and is already very experienced. The strength that Su Yishan just showed must have attracted the attention of Longcheng University. What he said about the recommendation letter is nothing more than a free favor. Just let Su Yishan remember his favor. No matter how strong Su Yishan is, he is just a senior high school student after all. Wang Defa feels that as long as he says this simple little kid will definitely be grateful and think that he, as the principal, is amiable. Letter of recommendation? Su Yishan narrowed his eyes and said, Principal Wang, I don't want to take a backdoor. I want to get in based on my own ability. And I haven't thought clearly whether to go to launching university. After all, there are so many universities to choose from. Wang Defa was an old and experienced man, and Su Yishan had lived 2 lives as a human being. He probably saw through Wang Defa's intention. From what he had just said, Su Yishan knew that the strength he had just demonstrated should be enough to be admitted to launching university. Otherwise, can I go to launching university with a letter of recommendation from the principal at Qiushan City? What we are talking about now is real strength. If you have strength, everything will be easy. If you don't have strength, favors are useless. Wang Defa actually wanted to get something for nothing from him. Is it possible? Chapter 59. Let you 3 moves. Depend on your own strength. Wang Defa didn't expect that this little guy Su Yishan would be so stubborn. He pondered for a moment and said, Student Su Yishan, your strength is of course beyond doubt, but your achievements today should also be due to the hard work of Teacher Zheng. I think it shouldn't be a problem for you to get first place in the city. By then, there will inevitably be some media coming to interview you. When that time comes, I hope you don't forget your alma mater. If the routine doesn't work, then play the emotional card. Wang Defa looked at Su Yishan with a smile. His requirements were really not high at all. He just hoped that Su Yishan could say good things about their number 7 middle school after the exam. That's natural. I am able to have the strength I have today thanks to the hard work of Teacher Zheng. Su Yishan smiled and changed the subject, asking, Principal Wang, I wonder what kind of reward Teacher Zheng will give me if I can get the first place in the city this time. If you can rank first in the city, Teacher Zheng will of course be named an outstanding teacher, and his salary will be doubled, plus there will be a bonus. Wang Defa became excited when he heard Su Yishan say this. Young students, after all, are still considerate of human relationships. They hope to get some benefits for their teacher, right? How much is the prize money? 200,000. Su Yishan shook his head and said, I heard from the teachers at number 1 middle school that if their students get first place in the city, the bonus is 500,000 yuan. This? Wang Defa suddenly felt that this seemingly innocent student was not easy to deal with. 500,000 is not a small sum in this era. Student Su Yishan, you can rest assured. I will report the reward for Teacher Zheng to the Ministry of Education. These matters all need to be approved by the Ministry of Education. Oh, then if I get the first place in the city, how much scholarship will I get? Su Yishan already has a certain understanding of his own strength. Perhaps in the whole world, his strength is not worth mentioning, but among students, he should be considered a relatively incredible existence. Wang Defa's intention could not be more obvious. 800,000. Wang Defa's eyes lit up. This kid seemed difficult to deal with. So little? Su Yishan pretended to be surprised, but he knew that 800,000 was really a lot. But now that Wang Defa didn't tell him his purpose, Su Yishan wanted to raise the price again. I never thought that he would be able to achieve this day. He used to be the last in the grade, but now even the principal has to humble himself in front of him. Wang Defa raised his eyebrows and said, Student Su Yishan, 800,000 is not a small amount. Our school's funding is not much. Oh. Su Yishan responded casually, and then didn't look at Wang Defa. Su Yishan also learned how to keep people in suspense by using the goddess. Please prepare, Su Yishan from number 7 middle school. The next exam will be held in 2 hours. Principal Wang, I'm preparing for the exam. Su Yishan turned his head with a cold expression and directly ordered Wang De to leave. Wang Defa quickly said, Student Su Yishan, 2 million. What do you think? Su Yishan turned around and smiled at Wang Defa. Principal Wang really cares about students. Don't worry, I will definitely get a good grade this time, so that it will not be in vain for my alma mater to cultivate me. Su Yishan finally understood what it meant that there is a golden house in books. It was just a college entrance examination, but he could get so many scholarships by getting the first place in the city. He is really short of money now, and he can't ask his sister for everything. After getting this money, he can buy some poison for himself. Wouldn't his strength increase rapidly? Su Yishan didn't know that all students with outstanding qualifications would receive the most generous resources. Humans were already having a hard time surviving under the attacks of strange beasts, and there was also pressure from the gods. Ever since his parents went out traveling, the strange beasts became restless, and the gods also began to become restless. Humanity is in great need of powerful fighting force. The weak will be beaten. In the next few decades, if there are no humans and no truly strong people in charge, those gods will probably do even more extreme things. When it comes to cultivating talents, any university has the obligation to do so. Su Yishan's attitude changed 360 degrees, which also made Wang Defa feel relieved. Student Su Yishan, just study hard for the college entrance examination. We will take care of the other things for you. Wang Defa understood what Su Yishan meant. It was very clear that as long as the money was in place, everything would be fine, right? Su Yishan was resting in the exam preparation area, and Wang Defa was very attentive and brought him food and tea. It's totally the treatment of a big boss. The match begins with Wang Tianjue from number 1 middle school versus Su Yishan from number 7 middle school. It will begin in 10 minutes. The invigilator turned out to be Huang Fuchun, the director of Qiushan City Education Bureau. This middle-aged man, over 50 years old, was also practicing the ninth realm. He usually stayed at home and rarely went out. The main reason was that today's exam was a bit outrageous. First, Fan Tianming used the fire seal, and then Su Yishan showed amazing strength. The strength of these students is much stronger than that of previous years. If he is not careful and 1 or 2 students are killed or injured, he will have a hard time explaining to his superiors. Huang Fuchun stood on the stage and said seriously again, "My 2 classmates, please stop when you are done. If you feel that you are losing, just admit defeat, and I will declare the competition over. Both students are gifted students. There is no need to risk your life for an exam. If you get hurt, it will not be worth it." Huang Fuchun can be regarded as a highly respected senior in Qiushan City. With him leading the charge, others will feel much more at ease. The practical part of the college entrance examination is arranged after a comprehensive analysis of the students' abilities. The strength that Su Yishan just displayed was really too terrifying. The opponent they arranged for Su Yishan this time was Wang Tianjue, who ranked 2nd in the city. This competition was also agreed by Wang Tianjue. Wang Tianjue is now at the 9th level of inner strength, with a mental force of 1780 and a comprehensive physical body of 2,580. He is the heir of ancient martial arts, and all his statistics seem to be very abnormal, not much inferior to those young masters from Longchen. Even the 2 people from the Huang family, who Su Yishan had killed before, were nothing in front of Wang Tianjue. The land and water nurture the people, and with talents like Wang Tianjue, he can be considered a genius in any place. I've seen your fight with Fan Tianming. You are very strong. Wang Tianjue was wearing a tight vest. His muscles were like small hills. Every inch of his muscles was filled with explosive power. Su Yishan really didn't know what to say to start the conversation, so he simply said, "You are also very strong. Come on, according to the old rules, I will let you have 3 moves first." Chapter 60, Invincible. As usual, I'll let you have 3 moves first? Are people so inflated nowadays? Wang Tianjue's face turned pale, staring at Su Yishan. You should have learned ancient martial arts, but you are too arrogant? Didn't your master teach you to be humble? Su Yishan rolled his eyes at him and said, I am already being very humble. I am giving you 3 moves to give you face. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out of here. Humble? Su Yishan is not a modest gentleman. If it were in that peaceful era, humility would be a good ideology and virtue, but in this era, the strong are respected, so how can he be humble? And in Su Yishan's opinion, there seemed to be something wrong with him allowing him 3 moves. How come it was his fault? My 2 classmates, are we ready to start? Huang Fuchun said in a low voice. These 2 students were already so angry before the class even started. I hope nothing bad happens. I'm ready. Su Yishan's mind was full of thoughts about upgrading. For him, there was probably nothing more important than improving his strength. We can start now. Wang Tianjue had no objection. Let's start, Huang Fuchun said and stepped aside. For ordinary high school students, it is already very good to be able to reach the 9th level of Qi training. If they can reach the level of strength training, they can be admitted to many universities. If they test out the level of inner strength, they are destined to be admitted to various prestigious universities. Wang Tianjue's talent is already incredible, and Su Yishan next to him is even more unfathomable. During the time when Su Yishan was resting, Huang Fuchun had found out all information about Su Yishan, including the fact that he killed the 2 young masters of the Huang family in Yang Air. Huang Fuchun had heard of Yang Air's strength. Su Yishan's performance yesterday was too terrifying. He reported what Su Yishan had done, and then his superiors asked Qiushan City to completely block the incident of Su Yishan killing Yang Air. Being at the state of cultivation at the age of 18 is already terrifying. He could actually kill the leader of the Dark Wolf mercenaries in actual combat. Yang Air is a warrior who has experienced many battles. How powerful is Su Yishan to be able to kill him and 24 mercenaries? I really can't imagine it. There are probably less than 5 such people in the entire Dragon Country. Wang Tianjue took action directly. He was not going to show mercy to someone as arrogant as Su Yishan. Su Yishan had no intention of looking down on his opponent. Wang Tianjue kicked his feet, leaving a small hole where he was standing. He appeared in front of Su Yishan like a whirlwind. His whole body of energy burst out, and he kicked Su Yishan's head hard. His attack was obviously much more fierce than Fan Tianming's. Bah! Su Yishan did not move. His intuition told him that Wang Tianjue's kick could not kill him. A powerful kick landed on Su Yishan's face. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 285. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 5,590. Su Yishan stood there in a daze, his head slightly tilted by the kick. Sure enough, Wang Tianjue is much more powerful than Fan Tianming. Seeing the added data on the attribute panel, Su Yishan couldn't help but laugh. This is what we call strength. He didn't know how perverted his smile looked in the eyes of others. Huang Fuchun, who was standing next to him, felt a chill on his back. Is this guy cheating? Wang Tianjue's attack just now was full of murderous intent, and his kicking skills were extremely fierce. If this kick was aimed at other places, it would be fine, but just now it kicked at the head. This pervert Su Yishan didn't even try to dodge, but just took the other person's leg with his head, and his head just tilted slightly. How scary is he? After Huang Fuchun saw Wang Tianjue's first move, he felt that there was no way to fight back. Su Yishan has not made a move yet. If he does, Wang Tianjue would probably not be able to stop him. Go on! Su Yishan didn't plan to hide it anymore. Since it had come to this, he might as well sweep the college entrance examination with an invincible attitude. Wang Tianjue was extremely shocked, but Su Yishan's behavior made him even more angry. We are all senior high school students, and you are standing there letting me hit you? This is really disrespectful. In anger, Wang Tianjue began to attack more frantically, with his fists and kicks falling on Su Yishan like a storm. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 270. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 5,860. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 260. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 6,120. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 200. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 6,320. Su Yishan just stood there motionless the whole time, allowing Wang Tianjue to attack him like a sandbag. The comprehensive physical fitness on the attribute panel continues to increase. He admitted that it was a little painful, but as time went on, his overall physical condition improved more and more slowly, and the pain became less severe. In the eyes of others, Su Yishan had been attacked madly by Wang Tianjue for more than a minute, but Su Yishan felt that such attacks could no longer satisfy him. Wang Tianjue's fist landed on his body, more like giving him a massage. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 38, current comprehensive physical fitness, 6,865. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 35, current comprehensive physical fitness, 6,900. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 20, current comprehensive physical fitness, 6,920. If Su Yishan had not been adhering to the principle of humility, he would have been lying on the ground and letting Wang Tianjue hit him. The force was just right, and he felt comfortable. Senior technicians are no better than this. This reminded Su Yishan of technician number 88 before he traveled through time. Wang Tianjue was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, but the bastard Su Yishan didn't even move. Are you still going to fight or not? He also felt that Su Yishan should have practiced ancient martial arts such as the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt, and had reached a very high level. Throughout the whole process, Wang Tianjue has already used all his strength. You should at least scream a few times. There were so many people watching in the audience, and those who didn't know would think he was flirting with Su Yishan. Have you had enough? Su Yishan asked back. He also felt a little embarrassed. Is this like the college entrance examination? How can such a formal occasion be so casual? Are you going to take action or not? Wang Tianjue took 2 steps back. Do you think it's necessary to take further action? Su Yishan's overall physical fitness had improved a little, which made him unsure whether the kid would die on the spot if he punched him. Wang Tianjue can be considered a child of destiny, but it's a pity that he met this monster with a bug. If you want me to admit defeat, then you must do it. No one in my Wang family will admit defeat. Wang Tianjue also has his pride. If he loses, he will lose clearly. Su Yishan might also be the kind of person who has only practiced the golden bell cover and only knows how to defend, but doesn't know how to attack. Chapter 61 Go. Why are you doing this? Sui Shan began to think about what he should do to defeat Wang Tianjue without killing him. The people below the ring were already feeling a little numb from watching. Is Sui Shan wearing a turtle shell? Is he so resistant to beatings? Look, who are those people? They look so arrogant. There are actually people who bring swords into school and grow their hair so long. Are they trying to show off? Sui Shan's side was not finished yet, and the young masters from Longqing had already arrived at number 1 middle school. They received news from the elders in Longqing that a monster had appeared on the number 3 stage of number 1 middle school, and asked them to pay attention to a young man named Sui Shan and try to win him over if possible. They were also asked to find an opportunity to compete with Sui Shan. Of course, there are also those who say that if they cannot be won over, they will be killed. Chu Yang walked in front, dressed in white with a long sword on his back, looking exactly like the legendary swordsman. He glanced at the ring and saw Sui Shan, a man he knew. It was at this time that Sui Shan took action. He rushed towards Wang Tianjue at an astonishing speed. What realm is he in? This speed has never been seen in the inner strength realm. But judging from his aura, he is only at the 4th level of strength training. Fuck, do you believe this? Just now, I saw that he was clearly at the 3rd level of chi training, and now he is at the 4th level of strength training. If you say he has no hidden strength, I won't believe it even if you kill me. Sui Shan's sudden attack really scared Wang Tianjue. He wanted to retreat, but Sui Shan had appeared behind him and grabbed his wrist. Go! Sui Shan bent his waist and twisted it, and actually threw Wang Tianjue into the sky. Fuck, can you play like this? The audience was shocked, and most of the young men from Longqing also recognized Sui Shan. Isn't he the guy who killed Huang Xiangfei and Huang Qiu? Wang Tianjue was originally the focus of these young masters. In their opinion, Wang Tianjue, a genius from a small place, was probably quite powerful. If he broke into the secret realm, it would be quite a trouble for all the young masters. But Sui Shan actually went around and grabbed the man and threw him out of the ring. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? To be able to do this, how could this person be possible unless his strength was absolutely overwhelming? Wang Tianjue never expected that Sui Shan would use this trick. He wanted to struggle, but the difference in strength between him and Sui Shan was too great. In addition, the attack just now had exhausted him. After being caught by Sui Shan, he floated into the air. If a person leaves the ring, he loses. Wang Tianjue was thrown out for more than 10 meters, hit the ground and bounced twice, and finally crawled up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. There were only some scratches on his body, which was not too tragic. Okay, we don't have to fight now. So Yisan smiled. He didn't want to be cruel to the young man. It was just an exam. There was no need to fight to the death. If it could be resolved peacefully, then it should be resolved peacefully. Huang Fuchun couldn't help but swallowing hard when looking at Sui Shan's performance. Are students nowadays so vigorous? The speed that Sui Shan just displayed made him feel a little floating. He asked himself, if he faced such an attack from Sui Shan, would he be able to dodge it? His defense is so strong and his speed is so fast. And you tell me he's a senior high school student? Huang Fuchun stared at Sui Shan for a long time. No matter how he looked at him, he was at the 4th level of strength training. Holy shit, is this all I can do after reaching level 4? Wrong. He must be hiding his strength. It's impossible for him to be so abnormal after practicing at the 4th level. Teacher, did I win? Sui Shan asked in a low voice when he saw Huang Fuchun in a daze. Huang Fuchun finally came to his senses and announced loudly, Sui Shan wins. There was a cheer from the audience. Even those who previously thought Sui Shan was a rookie immediately changed their attitudes. Suji-san, I love you. I don't know which girl shouted this, but then there was a whistling sound. Sui Shan, I love you. The noise gradually grew louder. Not only the girls, but many boys also started shouting. Sui Shan stood on the stage and waved to the audience. It was that simple for a strong person to gain the admiration of others. If I remember correctly, Wang Tianjue should be ranked 2nd in the city in terms of test data. He defeated Wang Tianjue so easily, so the student ranked 1st should not have any thoughts about him. As for the rest, we don't need to fight? Sui Shan couldn't help feeling a little regretful, but after thinking about it carefully, these students didn't seem to be of much help in improving his strength. Forget it. Let's wait for the national competition. Isn't it just a curse of the system? He is invincible even though he is stuck with a bug. Just as he was thinking this, a white shadow suddenly flashed under the ring, and Chu Yang flew directly onto the ring, staring at Su Yishan with a cold look. You lied to me. All the shouts stopped abruptly. Huang Fuchun glanced at Chu Yang, his face extremely ugly, and asked, Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? As he spoke, his aura exploded, trying to make Chu Yang retreat. Chu Yang slowly raised his head, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Huang Fuchun was actually forced to take a few steps back by an invisible force. Who are you? How dare you mess around in the college entrance examination? Do you know the consequences? Huang Fuchun was also frightened. Could it be that this man wanted to kill Su Yishan before he fully rose to power? If Su Yishan died in front of him, he would be held responsible. Su Yishan, I challenge you to a duel of swords today. If you insist on not using your sword, I will kill you. Chu Yang took off the sword behind him and ignored Huang Fuchun. There was only Su Yishan in his eyes. Su Yishan coughed lightly and said, Brother Chu Yang, didn't we agree a while ago? When my cultivation level is the same as yours, we will have a sword fight. I am a weakling who is only at the 3rd level of Qi training, 4th level of strength training. Is it really reasonable for you to have a sword fight with me? Even if I win, it's not fair. Su Yishan was not afraid of close combat, but he was a little afraid of people like Chu Yang who drew their swords. He and Chu Yang had no grudge against each other, so why did he draw his sword at every turn? He also supported what Jun Jue said. Chu Yang was a big shot in the realm of dual cultivation. Although Su Yishan's overall physique was already amazing, his sword had not been fully repaired. How could he fight with others with his bare hands? If his arms, legs, and head were chopped off, he wasn't sure if he could grow them back. Facing Chu Yang, it is better not to compete if possible. I saw you make a move just now. Chu Yang drew his sword and said coldly, You are definitely not in the strength training realm. What I hate most is people lying to me. Chapter 62, The Destiny of Gods. Su Yishan finally realized that this guy was just looking for an excuse to fight him. He looked at his attribute panel. Attacked, overall physical fitness 6950. Energy 1450. Spiritual power 1723. Sword skill proficiency 3865. Flying knife proficiency 3865. Dart proficiency 3865. With this little bit of sword proficiency, Su Yishan didn't know if he could defeat Chu Yang. Until now, he didn't understand the relationship between this proficiency and realm. If 1,000 proficiency levels represent a small realm, then his current proficiency level should be comparable to the inner strength realm. But something as profound as swordsmanship cannot be explained by just one realm. A little analysis will reveal that Chu Yang is definitely at the pinnacle of the dual cultivation realm. Even Jun Jue, a disciple of the sword god, said that her brother Jun Wushuang is no match for Chu Yang. After Su Yishan made the calculation, he felt that with his level of proficiency, he was no match for Chu Yang. Chu Yang, looking at your attitude, do you have to take action today? Su Yishan still planned to delay. Chu Yang said, The sword has been unsheathed. We must fight today. Tia, do you still take us seniors seriously? If your master finds out about making trouble in the college entrance examination, he will not forgive you. Huang Fuchun said loudly, If you really want to duel with Su Yishan, you can choose another day. Besides, he doesn't have a sword, so how can you let him duel with you? Chu Yang ignored Huang Fuchun and just said to Su Yishan, No one present today can stop me. How arrogant. Just as Huang Fuchun said, he really didn't take the seniors' presents seriously. A young man from Longcheng came forward and shouted, Brother Su, you just didn't bring a sword, right? I'll lend you my Qi Yuan sword. As he said that, the boy actually threw the sword onto the stage. Su Yishan glanced at the boy and said, Be a fucking human being. Is this the sword I lack? What is the Qi Yuan sword? You think I don't have a sword? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang waved his robe, and the sword that was thrown up actually flew backwards and stuck at the feet of the young man. Su Yishan, use your own sword. His sword is not worthy. Tia, what are you pretending for? Don't you think my Qi Yuan is worthy? The young man, who didn't deserve to have a name, cursed angrily. Chu Yang merely gave him a look, and the young man silently picked up the Qi Yuan sword on the ground and slipped aside. He probably just remembered that he couldn't afford to offend Chu Yang, the killer. Su Yishan understood at once. Could it be that Chu Yang recognized the soul-breaking sword? Do you know my sword? Su Yishan straightened his back, his eyes full of domineering aura. Chu Yang frowned slightly. I recognize it. Since you recognize me, you should know that I won't duel with you in front of so many people. Su Yishan sneered and said, I didn't expect that you would recognize me. In this case, let's fight again in a month. Come see me again in a month, and we'll find a place where there's no one. I won't refuse. Sui Shan raised his head, looking invincible, and didn't take Chu Yang seriously at all. 1 month. Sui Shan calculated that at his current speed, he should be able to hang Chu Yang up and beat him in a month. Chu Yang is a sword fanatic, and it's not possible to deal with him softly, so he can only pretend to be powerful and scare him. When it comes to showing off, Sui Shan still has some tricks. As expected, when Chu Yang heard Sui Shan say this, he was startled at first, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and a rare smile appeared on his cold face. That makes sense. Then let me learn your swordsmanship again in a month. After saying that, Chu Yang actually put away his sword, nodded to Sui Shan, and slowly walked down the stage. The young men in the audience felt their brains were in a mess. What happened? Chu Yang actually lauget. Laughing, he drew his sword, but he put it back before he even used it. Did he see a ghost today? What is the origin of Sui Shan's sword? The young men from Longqing began to speculate about Sui Shan's identity. The person who could make Chu Yang act like this. Could he be an unknown student in Xirshan City? No matter how much they guessed, they didn't dare to ask Chu Yang. That man was cold and had no friends, so it would be useless to ask him. Sui Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Was he just fooled like that? That's really good. He returned to the examination preparation area again. Wang Defa and Zheng Xingzhong were already waiting there. Besides them, there was a group of people standing there. Congratulations, class Matsuyi-san. Wang Defa greeted Sui Shan when he saw him and said, based on your combat performance, you are now ranked first in the city. I'm already first? That means I don't have to fight anymore, right? Sui Shan thought this was pretty good. He wanted to go back and live a secluded life. How nice it is to be a lazy person, as the proficiency of various weapons increases rapidly. Go home and seclude yourself for a month, then open that secret realm. Go in and see what treasures there are, and take them all. According to your current record, you don't need to fight again unless a student takes the initiative to challenge you. Wang Defa personally brought a chair to Sui Shan and asked him to sit down. He glanced at the other people in the room and said to Sui Shan, Student Sui Shan, these are teachers and leaders from Longqing. Student Sui Shan, on behalf of Longqing University, I invite you to study at our Longqing University. All treatment will be favorable, and you can use the highest standard of cultivation resources in the country. Student Sui Shan, I'm from Tsinghua University. You should know that our Taoism is #1 in the country. Student Sui Shan, I'm from the Martial Arts Academy. I think you must have practiced ancient martial arts. I think your physique is more suitable for physical sainthood. 2 years ago, there was a student in our school who broke the void with martial arts, and his combat power is comparable to that of a god. Student Sui Shan, I am the 6th elder of the GD Xianzong. With your qualifications, why do you need to enter any academy? Join our sect. Our sect can be traced back to 8,000 years ago. If you practice immortal techniques, you can achieve immortality. In the examination preparation area, in addition to 5 university teachers, there were also 3 elders from ancient sections. The purpose of their trip was very simple, which was to recruit Sui Shan to their place. Sui Shan was a little hesitant. How should he choose? Everyone, this is just a small competition in the city. There is no national competition yet. There is no need to be so anxious, right? Sui Shan deliberately refused, just to see the attitude of these people. The teacher of Longqing University said seriously, Student Sui Shan, I believe that the strength you have shown now can already rank among the top 5 in the country. Only in the top 5? Sui Shan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, in that case, don't worry, I still have to go back and ask my sister. Besides, I don't see your sincerity. So Yisan smiled. As a person who traveled through time and was reborn, he knew better than anyone else how to make some profit. The elder of GD Xianzong smiled, stretched out his hand, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. If classmate Sui Shan is willing to become a disciple of GD Xianzong, this Qingyang sword will be yours. This is a real immortal sword, which is incomparable to the alloy weapons you have now. Sui Shan took the Qingyang sword from his hand, with a bit of disdain in his eyes. Immortal sword? Bullying him because he has no education? The soul-breaking sword in his hand is known as the #1 magic weapon in the world. The Qingyang sword is really nothing in front of the soul-breaking sword. Is classmate Sui Shan satisfied? The elder of the GD Xianzong showed a proud look. Sui Shan nodded. It's okay. Other teachers also took out various treasures to try to seduce Sui Shan. At this moment, a thunder sounded in the sky, and a powerful pressure made the faces of the people present change drastically. However, Su Yishan didn't think there was anything wrong. A spirit has arrived. The elder of GD Shinzong gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, they don't want to strangle Su Yishan in the cradle, do they? It's a pity that I don't know where Yishun and Lord Su have gone. Otherwise, how could the gods be so arrogant?" Chapter 63, Gods? Nothing more than that. When Su Yishan heard what they said, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yishun must be talking about his mother, right? That Master Su? Could it be that he is talking about his father? Damn it, what kind of person is his father? Also, there is a god outside? Just because of him? I heard that the human race has a new genius. I came here today to congratulate him. Let that genius come out. Above Choshan No. 1 Middle School, a god with purple hair and a huge axe on his back stood in the air, surrounded by electric light, looking extraordinary. Student Su Yishan, hide quickly. This guy has bad intentions, said the elder of GD Shinzong. Let me go meet him. Su Yishan twitched his lips and said, "Can you beat him?" The elder of GD Shinzong snorted. So what if we can't win? The God clan and the human clan had an agreement. Back then, Yishun made a pact with the God King. Today, they want to kill our human genius, but they are not afraid that Yishun will destroy their God clan when he returns. Su Yishan's blood boiled when he heard this. Was he talking about his mother? Destroy the gods? Is his mother already so powerful? What his sister said was indeed right. His family was the richest family. The elder of the GD Shinzong walked out, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, "Where did this god come from? What do you want to do to my human genius?" The purple-haired spirit laughed and said, "I just said that I came to congratulate the genius of the human race. Is there anything wrong with that? But you are so disrespectful to me. He should be executed." The laughter of the purple-haired god came to an abrupt halt, and his expression became grim and terrifying. A purple lightning bolt descended and was about to kill the elder of the GD Immortal Sect. At the critical moment, a graceful figure appeared in front of the elder of the GDCN sect. The woman was wearing a veil, and she waved her jade hand to block the purple lightning. "Girl, be careful," the elder of GD Shinzong shouted loudly. How could one take on the power of a god with bare hands? As soon as he finished speaking, purple lightning fell on the woman's hand and disappeared instantly. The mysterious woman also suddenly appeared in the sky. Yishen. Yishen has returned. The elders of the GD Shinzong cheered loudly, and then people from the entire city could be heard shouting, "Yishen." Some people also knelt down and kowtowed to the woman in heaven. When Su Yishan heard someone calling Yishun, he also ran out. Is his mother back? Looking at the sky, I saw the woman facing off against the purple-haired spirit. This guy's figure resembles his sister Su Nuanyuan, but her clothes are like those of ancient people. She is wearing a blue hanfu, like a fairy or goddess. Su Yishan guessed correctly. This person was none other than his elder sister Su Nuanyuan. He has taken the college entrance examination. How could Su Nuanyuan not pay attention to it? When she saw that her younger brother was so outstanding, she knew that Su Yishan must have his own set of skills to practice. Maybe her father did not completely change his memory or left something for him. Just when she was happy, a god came to disturb her. This god is coming with great force, clearly here to cause trouble. Or is she going to cause trouble for her brother? Can Su Nuanyuan tolerate such a thing? You want to die? Su Nuanyuan was very direct. Facing the purple-haired god, she questioned his soul. You are not that woman. The purple-haired spirit looked at Su Nuanyuan with a strange smile on his face. Sure enough, she and Su Duanhuan are no longer in this world. Su Nuanyuan chuckled. My parents are indeed not here. But so what? Do you gods want to break your oath? You are their daughter? The purple-haired spirit stared at Su Nuanyuan and said with a strange smile, Then if I devour you, right? Su Nuanyuan clenched her fist and threw a punch. The purple-haired deity stopped talking at this point, and he stood in midair like a statue, motionless. A breeze blew by, and his body turned into dust and disappeared. The people in Shoshan City became even more excited when they saw this scene in the sky. Yishen. It is indeed Yishun. Damn God. They won't dare to be so arrogant anymore. Are you really bullying us humans because we don't have any experts? Su Nuanyuan retired after accomplishing her mission and disappeared on the spot. This was the second time Su Yishan saw his sister take action. The last time was the last time. This time, Su Nuanyuan's move simply blinded his eyes. Although I don't know how powerful that purple-haired guy is, he is still a god after all. What did Su Nuanyuan do? Just one punch, and it was reduced to ashes. It's a bit too fierce. Su Yishan is getting stronger and stronger, but he doesn't know how many years it will take for him to become as strong as Su Nuanyuan at his current pace. Elder, is that purple-haired guy very powerful? Su Yishan wanted to know from others how powerful these gods were. The elder of the base sect was still frightened and said, "It's very powerful, but it's easy to kill us. In a moment, he can wipe out all the lives in the city." Then why didn't he kill me secretly? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Su Yishan thought of this question. If he could wipe out all the lives in a city with just a thought, why would he be so high profile? The elder of GD Xinzong smacked his lips and said, "Those gods are too arrogant to do such assassination." Also, I think he was testing whether Yishan was still there. If Yishan hadn't come out just now, the gods would have started a large-scale killing to rule the world. Fortunately, it turns out that Yishan has been protecting us in secret. After Su Yishan heard him say this, he probably understood a lot. Those so-called gods are not very friendly to humans. But isn't his sister's strength a little too terrifying? Excuse me, is Mr. Su, whom you just mentioned, any good? Su Yishan was somewhat curious about his father, who was known as the king of gigolos. Mr. Su is naturally amazing. Who is more powerful, him or Yishan? Of course Mr. Su is more powerful, but Mr. Su doesn't like to care about the affairs of the human race and the gods. In the end, it was Yishan who came out to support the human race. Otherwise, we humans would have become slaves of the gods decades ago. When the elder of GD Xinzong said this, he looked reminiscent and said, "Back then, I was also fortunate enough to have seen Mr. Su. Mr. Su was the real great god. It is said that Yishan was Mr. Su's apprentice before, and they later became husband and wife. Oh my god! A master-disciple relationship? That's really extravagant." Su Yishan was shocked. Hush! Don't say these things carelessly. Su Yishan never thought that one day he would get to eat the melon of his parents. This melon is quite explosive. Got it? I won't say anything nonsense. Su Yishan was somewhat touched by the GD Xinzong elder, who had just stood up to protect him. He returned the Qingyang sword to the elder and said, "Senior, I don't want this sword anymore. After the competition is over, I will definitely give priority to entering your GD Xinzong." When those people behind him who wanted to recruit him heard what Su Yishan said, they became excited. Now that Yishan has come out, it is more important to cultivate talents. Su Yishan, this monster, must be recruited back. Student Su Yishan, our launching university combines immortal cultivation with modern technology. If we cultivate immortals in a reasonable way, it is no worse than the GD Xinzong. We at Tsinghua University are also. Other schools followed suit. Su Yishan ignored it and just said, "Let's talk about it after the competition." He had not decided which sect or university to join before, but Su Yishan was grateful that the elder of the GD Xinzong stood up to protect him. Even though he knew that the gods outside were invincible, he was still willing to take the risk alone to stand up for Su Yishan. If Su Nuanyuan hadn't taken action just now, he would have died. Such people are more or less worthy of admiration. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys I have a master now. I'm afraid it's impossible for me to become his disciple. Su Yishan did not forget Su Wuliang, who had taught him. "You have a master?" The elder of GD Xinzong was stunned. "Who is your master?" "Su Wuliang. Senior. You probably haven't heard of him." The elder of GD Xinzong was stunned for a long time. After thinking about it, he wanted to say that he had heard of your name for a long time, but in the end he could only say awkwardly, "I really haven't heard of you. I wonder what your master's cultivation level is? To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master must have an extraordinary cultivation level. He can't practice, he's just an ordinary person." Although Su Yishan is sometimes shameless, he still has principles. He had previously worshipped Su Wuliang as his master, and now it is impossible for him to worship someone else as his master just because of university matters. He cannot do such a thing. When the teacher of launching university heard Su Yishan talking about his master, he immediately laughed and said, "Student Su Yishan, their Taoist sects are all passed down from generation to generation. If you want to become a disciple, unless you don't recognize your master and become their disciple instead, they won't accept you. You'd better come to our school. Our school doesn't require disciples." Chapter 64. Recruiting a young master. In the municipal exam, basically, if you rank in the top 100, you will get the attention of many universities. It is enough for students to demonstrate their abilities during the exams. After all, exams are not meant for them to risk their lives. The strength displayed by Su Yishan is already comparable to that of a cultivator of both disciplines. Even the one who ranked first in the city's test didn't want to play with Su Yishan. It's just a small match. There's no need to fight to the death. Before Su Yishan even walked out of the examination preparation area, people from admissions offices of various universities surrounded him outside. Student Su Yishan, leave these trivial matters to us. Wang Defa was not the principal for nothing. Except for the top few academies and 2 ancient sects in Longsheng, all other academies and sects were stopped by him. Su Yishan, right? Since you already have a master, according to the rules, we can't accept you. But you have extraordinary qualifications. If your current master is just an ordinary person, I suggest you consider your future. Sects are different from academies. If those ancient sects accept Su Yishan, they will definitely let him choose an elder and worship him as his master. Or in other words, let him directly become a disciple of the sect master. No matter what, you have to become a disciple. Therefore, the sect will not accept people who already have a master. It's a lineage inheritance, so of course we have to make a distinction. Su Yishan didn't want to be watched while he was practicing. His sister would be going out for a trip soon and couldn't take care of him. He still had to rely on himself. It was better not to let anyone know that he was cursed by the system. Dear teachers and seniors, I will not change my teacher or apply for another school, so I will only choose among the colleges. As for which college I will choose in the end, I need to go back and discuss it with my family. Su Yishan didn't really want to discuss anything with Su Nuanyuan. The main reason was that he didn't know much about those schools, and he was afraid of being controlled by the teachers at the schools. He is obviously a man who can become a god by playing badly, but if he meets a teacher who cares about him like Lao Zheng, he will be uncomfortable. I'll go back and ask my sister which college is suitable for giving up. Besides, negotiating a price is just about leaving the other party out in the cold. The college entrance examination has not yet ended. The person who ranked first in the test in Xioshan City did not challenge Su Yishan again. After analysis by the invigilators, Su Yishan's comprehensive ranking became the first in the city. Because he was afraid that some students would challenge Su Yishan, he could not leave and could only wait in the examination preparation area. Su Yishan was in the examination preparation area, watching the students taking the exam outside. Compared with his previous battles, it seemed a bit flashy. A fight would take at least half an hour. How could someone be so perverted as Su Yishan? Su Yishan also took a look. The battle between these candidates was quite exciting. Everyone was just watching the show. He was fascinated to see that a young man from Longcheng actually found Su Yishan. The teachers from other colleges and Wang Defa tactfully left. Brother Su, I'm Ling Su from the Ling family in Longcheng. The young man from Longcheng was carrying a stick wrapped in white cloth on his back. He had dark skin and big hands, and looked like someone who had practiced martial arts for a long time. Su Yishan looked at Ling Su and asked, Brother, what's the matter? Just getting to know each other. Ling Su grinned. There are a group of people outside who want to get to know you. You are now the first in the city. The competition will be held in Longsheng. When you are in Longsheng, you can come to the Ling family to find me if you have any questions. Ling Su paused here and continued. If the secret realm of Qiushan City can be opened, brother can fight alongside me, and I will help you get a place to enter. The secret place of Qiushan City? Su Yishan pretended to know nothing and asked, What is the secret realm you were talking about? Ling Su smiled in an unfathomable way. I heard that you were close to Jun Jiyue and killed the 2 brothers of the Huang family. Didn't Jun Jiyue tell you about the secret realm? I only heard her mention it twice. Su Yishan began to ask, So what is in that secret realm? Is it dangerous? It's not dangerous at all. Ling Su took off the stick from his back, sat opposite Su Yishan, crossed his legs, and said solemnly, It's just a trick played by the gods on us mortals. Oh, Su Yishan asked, Then why do you still want to go in? Ling Su sneered and said, If we don't go in, someone else will naturally go in. When that person gets the magic weapon and skills of the gods, won't we be at a disadvantage when we come out? Involution, huh? Su Yishan raised his eyebrows. If you don't compete and I don't compete, there will naturally be plenty of people who will open the volume. Su Yishan is very familiar with involution. He experienced involution when he was studying and when he was working. Wait, listen to Su Nuanyuan. His memory was tampered with by his dear old father. So, did he travel through time? Was that system the work of his father? Su Yishan couldn't understand these questions. When Ling Su heard Su Yishan talking about the internal circulation, he nodded and said, The rule of the gods is that after entering the secret realm, only 10 people can come out alive. So, you have to fight for the qualification to enter the secret realm. Once you enter the secret realm, it will be bloody. Ling Se held the stick in his hand and sneered. The key to open the secret realm this time is in the hands of Jun Wushuang of the Jun family. But there are rumors that the boy died at the hands of the Taoist master Xiaoshana. Xiaoshana hates gods the most, and he might want to close Qiushan's secret realm. Does that mean the secret realm won't open? Sui Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. The news that Jun Wushuang died at the hands of Xiaoshana was either spread by Jun Jiwei or by Xiaoshana himself. They didn't know that the key to the secret realm was in Sui Shan's hands. Sui Shan thought, if he knew how to open the secret realm, couldn't he sneak in alone? It would be nice if we could get some of the gods' magical weapons and skills. I don't know about that. If you don't want to open it, then don't open it. It is said that there is only one key in the world. Now it has fallen into Xiaoshana's hands. It's really funny. Ling Se snorted. If you don't want to go in, then don't go in. What are those gods? Didn't a god come today, but wasn't it beaten to ashes by Yi Shun with a punch? One day, I will also kill gods. Ling Se looked at Sui Shan and said, Brother, you are quite strong. Your true strength should be at the level of concurrent cultivation. After the Dragon City competition, come to my Ling family. You will be indispensable for my skills and magic weapons. Sui Shan understood that this brother came to recruit him. You want to take him as your younger brother? Sui Shan asked. May I ask about Brother Ling's realm? Ling Su raised his neck and said with a smile, I have practiced the 7th level, but I can kill people above my level as easily as drinking water. I think Chu Yang seems to have set his sights on you. If you are willing to follow me, we can find an opportunity to kill him together. How about that? Chapter 65. Another shot? He was able to cultivate the 7th level and kill enemies above his level. It sounded quite impressive, especially when I heard the last sentence that he wanted to join forces to kill Chu Yang. It was a bit funny. At the beginning, Sui Shan thought Ling Su was quite approachable, but now he felt that this guy just wanted to keep him as a dog and do something to Chu Yang. Sui Shan laughed and said, I heard from Jun Jiwei that Chu Yang is only at the concurrent cultivation level. Since Brother Ling can kill someone above his level, then killing him is just like drinking cold water. Why would he need to join forces with me? The smile on Ling Su's face gradually froze and became somewhat gloomy. He stared at Sui Shan like a venomous snake. If I can kill someone above my level, then so can Chu Yang. His sword is not so easy to deal with. If you want to kill him, it would be easiest if you and I team up. I have no grudge against Chu Yang. He just thinks that my swordsmanship is unparalleled and wants to learn from me. I don't really want to kill him. Ling Su was stunned for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. What did that mean? Unparalleled swordsmanship? You don't want to tell me that your swordsmanship is stronger than Chu Yang's? Aren't you talking nonsense? Sui Shan raised his eyelids and said calmly. Otherwise, why would he be willing to wait for a month when I asked him to? Ling Su was also a little confused about Sui Shan. He saw Chu Yang challenging Sui Shan to a duel with swords, and judging from Sui Shan's performance, he should also be at the concurrent cultivation level. But he was a genius from a small city with no background, so he thought it would not be too difficult to recruit him. But Sui Shan actually said that his swordsmanship was better than Chu Yang's. Did Chu Yang seek him out for advice? Are you kidding me? Ling Se stood up and pointed the stick wrapped in white cloth at Sui Shan's face. You were just bluffing, right? You can fool Chu Yang, that sword geek, but you can't fool me. What kind of genius can come from a small place like Qiushan? Even if you are talented, without a powerful martial arts technique and no one to teach you swordsmanship, how powerful can your swordsmanship be? Ling Su sneered disdainfully. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have some achievements in the exam. If I take action, I can kill you with just one move. Holy shit, wasn't he just being courteous and trying to make friends? The true colors are revealed so soon? It was obvious that he looked down on Sui Shan in his heart and wanted to keep him as his dog. Is this acceptable? Even if I didn't come from another world, I'm still a top-notch rich kid, and he just wants to be the big brother. Being a younger brother? No way. Now Sui Shan's overall physical fitness has reached 6,950. If only the level of his physical body is considered, he is at the Qi transformation realm and is only one step away from the golden body realm. Ling Su and Chu Yang are both only at the joint cultivation realm, and there is an unstoppable realm between the Li Qi Bian realm. How many levels higher can you kill them by surpassing their levels? Sui Shan didn't want to fight with Chu Yang rashly because he was afraid that Chu Yang would chop him into pieces because of the sword he used. But Ling Su, you're just a guy with a stick. What's so arrogant about you? Kill me. Come on. Su Yishan lay down on the chair, tilted his head, and looked at Ling Su. If you don't do it today, you're a stupid dog. The students in the examination room were really too weak. Even when Wang Tianjue and Su Yishan fought, their overall physical fitness only increased by a dozen or 20 points. If this continues, how long will it take for them to take off? Naturally, those ordinary students could not satisfy Su Yishan at all. It just so happened that so many geniuses came to Longsheng. If he didn't take this opportunity to upgrade, then when would he wait? When Su Yishan thought about this, a bold idea came to his mind. Are you looking for death? Ling Si showed a strange smile on his face. I wanted to take you in as my subordinate, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Before he could finish his words, Ling Si flicked his finger and a gray light shot into Su Yishan's lower abdomen. Dantian is attacked. Energy plus 2,000. Current energy, 3,450. When Su Yishan saw the text prompt from the system, he was stunned. Is this brother here to give benefits? He had found a way to improve his overall physique, but improving his energy level was still a little difficult. It was a bit too much for Ling Su to improve his energy level in an instant. Su Yishan, I really won't kill you here, but it's still very simple. Simple to destroy your cultivation. Ling Su noticed that Su Yishan's aura suddenly surged, and he opened his mouth, completely confused. You were hit by my 9Li Tianshu needle, but your cultivation was not wasted? Ling Su could clearly feel that the aura emitted by Su Yishan was that of a person at the combined cultivation realm. It was true that he had been hiding his cultivation level before, but the 9Li Tianshu needle was an extremely vicious hidden weapon. If it hit the Dantian, even if one was at the unchanging cultivation realm, his cultivation would be greatly damaged. Why was Su Yishan okay? Su Yishan touched his lower abdomen and twitched his lips. Maybe you missed the target. How about another shot? Ling Su looked like a dumb dog. Another shot? Are you sure? The 9Li Tianshu needle is also one of his trump cards. When he came to Chirshan City, his family elders only gave him 3. Look at you for being so stubborn. Ling Su fired another shot, accurately hitting Su Yishan's Dantian. Dantian is attacked. Energy plus 1,500. Current energy 4,950. Apart from practicing 9 years of ascension to immortality, Su Yishan had not practiced any other techniques, and he did not know how to restrain his aura. The aura of the peak of the unbreakable realm burst out, overwhelming Ling Su to the point where he could not breathe. You are not in the state of concurrent cultivation. Ling Su's face changed drastically. Su Yishan's current aura was really too terrifying. He should be at least in the state of endless cultivation. Su Yishan didn't think too much about it, but asked tentatively, how about another shot? Ling Su, damn it, you can't pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger like this. A big shot from the unstoppable realm actually came to take the college entrance examination? Before, you suppressed your aura at the Qi training level? So, what even if you are in the unbreakable realm? Ling Su looked at Su Yishan. The white cloth on the stick in his hand suddenly burned, and a dark metal stick appeared in his hand. The metal stick was surrounded by black air, which looked extraordinary. Ling Su's aura also surged wildly. No matter who comes today, you must die. The surging aura of the 2 people in the room startled the people outside. The endless realm? The simple wooden door of the exam preparation area was chopped into pieces by Chu Yang's sword. Chu Yang and a group of people looked at Su Yishan and Ling Su. You lied to me again. Chu Yang stared at Su Yishan with some resentment in his eyes. Su Yishan previously said that his cultivation was not as good as Chu Yang's and agreed to have a sword fight in a month, but it turned out that he was in the eternal realm. As a master of the unbreakable realm, he had used both hidden weapons and sneak attacks to kill Yang Er, which was simply a disgrace among swordsmen. Chu Yang held the sword, wishing he could go up and strike Su Yishan with the sword right now. With such high cultivation, he is such a dog. It is really unbearable. Chapter 66. I can't get it out even if I hit the wall. Ling Su probably felt that he had offended Su Yishan today. If he couldn't kill him, he would be the one to die. He tacitly regarded Su Yishan as his enemy. Su Yishan was happy to see this situation. He and these young masters from Longsheng were never on good terms to begin with, and he wanted a few more enemies like Ling Su. In just a few seconds, his cultivation level skyrocketed. There are not many good people like this. Ling Su smashed a stick towards Su Yishan's face. Su Yishan had already analyzed the difference in strength between himself and Ling Su, and his physical strength should be able to withstand Ling Su's attack. He simply didn't dodge or evade, but clenched his fists and blocked in front of him. Clang! The chair that Sui Shan was sitting on was broken into pieces, and Sui Shan was knocked to the ground. After being attacked, overall physical fitness plus 250, current overall physical fitness is 7,200. Sui Shan felt a pain in his arm, but it was just pain. Take Ling Su's heavenly secret stick head on. The young masters from launching outside the door looked a little dazed. Is this person still human? Even if he was at the immortal realm, it was a bit too outrageous to use his arms to block Ling Su's attack. Almost everyone from launching knew that the Tianji stick in Ling Su's hand was an heirloom of the Ling family, with various formations blessing it. The one Ling Su used just now was enough to seriously injure an ordinary Bushi realm cultivator. Sui Shan once again had a general understanding of his own strength. At least he could now confirm that Ling Su couldn't kill him. If we can't kill him, we can only make him stronger. Come on, weakling. Sui Shan showed a disdainful smile on his face, but he was actually somewhat excited. Why not just stand here and let him hit you with a few more sticks? More than 200 points added, it seems not bad. Ling Su seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. In front of so many people, he hit Sui Shan's hand with all his strength, but he couldn't even break it? Ah! Ling Su roared, his eyes were bloodshot, his body had grown bigger, his clothes were torn apart, his muscles bulged like hills. He swung the Tianji stick again. The wind from the stick was whistling. Shirt bursting? Sui Shan raised his eyebrows and looked very impressive. But judging from the 250 points added to the overall physical fitness just now, even if Ling Su was stronger, it seemed that he would not be able to do anything to him. This time, Sui Shan didn't even need to use his arms. The Tianji stick swept towards Sui Shan's chest. A cruel smile appeared on Ling Su's lips. It seemed that his stick technique was too fast, causing Sui Shan to have no time to dodge. Or rather, Sui Shan was trying to show off by using his arms to block, and now both of his hands are broken. Even if Sui Shan is at a high level, without a good weapon, isn't it courting death for him to try to withstand the divine weapon with his physical body? Bang! Sui Shan was hit by a huge force and subconsciously took 2 steps back. After being attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 100, current comprehensive physical fitness is 7,300. His overall physical condition should be equivalent to the 3rd level of the golden body. For other people in the field of cultivation, there are still bottlenecks between each major realm, but for Sui Shan, the bottlenecks are simply ignored. He didn't even know that when the overall physical fitness reached the golden body realm, the strength of the physical body would be qualitatively improved, which meant that even if he used his chest to block Ling's stronger stick, the improvement in his overall physical fitness would actually be reduced. Sui Shan, I'll give you another chance. Even if you have high talent, you don't even have a decent weapon. What can you use to fight me? Ling Su did not stop attacking, and while he was fighting, he said, as long as you follow me, I can spare your life today, heal your wounds, and give you a good weapon. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 70, current comprehensive physical fitness 7,370. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 30, current comprehensive physical fitness 7,400. After being attacked, overall physical fitness plus 10, current overall physical fitness is 7,410. Sui Shan's face turned a little ugly. He saw that Ling Su was fighting very hard, and each blow seemed to be more powerful than the last, but the speed at which his overall physical fitness improved was getting slower and slower. If I'm not mistaken, Ling Su should be considered one of the more powerful young masters from Longcheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the first one to come in and find me. But his current attack is really weak against Sui Shan. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 2, current comprehensive physical fitness 7,423. Seeing this final bonus, Sui Shan gave up the idea of playing with him any longer. When the Tianji stick in Ling Su's hand hit him again, Sui Shan stretched out his palm and reached for the end of the stick. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 2, current comprehensive physical fitness 7,425. It didn't hurt much. Sui Shan held the Tianji stick and pulled it hard, snatching the stick from Ling Su's hand. Ling Su stood there and looked at Sui Shan. He originally thought that after being hit so many times by him, Sui Shan should be at the end of his strength. And in fact, he was already seriously injured. Just now he was so arrogant that he used his palm to block the attack. Ling Su felt that Sui Shan's hand was going to be broken. But the result is jaw-dropping. Damn it, Sui Shan actually snatched the Tianji stick directly from his hand. Do you dare to be more outrageous? One can imagine how strong Sui Shan's body is to be able to do this. The stick is pretty good. I'll put it here for now. Su Yishan took the stick in his hand and weighed it twice. It was quite heavy. Moreover, there was black air lingering on the stick, which made it look very impressive. You dare! Ling Su pounced on Su Yishan again. Su Yishan raised his leg and kicked him away. He doesn't need any martial arts skills. His simply powerful body allows him to have both speed and strength to crush anyone. Ling Su's body flew backwards, leaving a hole in the wall, and then knocked down a wall behind him until his body was stuck on the third wall. If you do that again, I'll slap you against the wall, and you won't be able to get out. Su Yishan could clearly feel that his strength was increasing. Facing everyone present, he just grinned and said, "By the way, my fellow brothers from Dragon City, don't you want to enter the secret realm? The key to the secret realm is with me." After saying that, he took out the moon-shaped pendant from his pocket. "How come the key to the secret realm is with you? Did you kill Jun Wushuang?" Everyone was even more shocked. Today they heard a rumor that Jun Wushuang died at the hands of Xiaoshana, so Xiaoshana most likely did not intend to open the secret realm. Now the key appears in Su Yishan's hands. What is going on? Hey, I warn you not to talk nonsense. I stole this key from a little gangster. Jun Wushuang was indeed killed by Xiaoshana. Don't throw everything on me. Su Yishan felt that with his current strength, it would not be difficult to deal with these young masters. Since the key to the secret realm was in his hand, he might as well go to the secret realm to play. Otherwise, how could he improve his strength relying solely on this group of young rookies? Chapter 67, My Good Sister. Ling Su is also considered a famous young genius in launching. Among the young people of the same generation, Ling Su has never lost to anyone except Chu Yang. But even if Chu Yang fought Ling Su, it would be impossible for them to win as easily and violently as Su Yishan did. He's just a senior high school student from a small city. How could he beat Ling Su? Su Yishan held the moon-shaped pendant in his hand, feeling high-spirited. After having been beaten so badly before, he now felt better. The young man from launching? The pendant is in his hand, and he has the final say on when to open the secret realm. Chu Yang pointed his sword at Su Yishan. "Draw your sword." Su Yishan shook his head and said, "I said, when my cultivation level is the same as yours, we will compete with each other again. What is your cultivation level now? Practice the 8th level at the same time. I'm sorry, I'm actually at the 9th level of the unbreakable realm. Either you also reach my level, or wait a month." Su Yishan raised the corner of his mouth. "You are not worthy of me drawing my sword now." When Chu Yang heard this, his upright figure trembled. Not worthy of him drawing his sword. Sure enough, the person holding the soul-breaking sword is not that simple. The young masters in launching looked at Su Yishan and then at Chu Yang. Could a ruthless man like Chu Yang endure such humiliation? Almost everyone thought that Chu Yang would draw his sword directly. I don't know if Su Yishan can face Chu Yang as easily as he dealt with Ling Su. In fact, there were many people present who hoped that Chu Yang and Su Yishan would really fight. The best thing is that Su Yishan kills Chu Yang, the arrogant Chu Yang, the disciple of the sword god. "Don't forget our 1-month agreement," Chu Yang said. Then he put away his sword, turned around, and left. Judging from the strength Su Yishan just displayed, he is definitely no match for Su Yishan now. There is only 1 month left. If he wants to defeat Su Yishan, he needs to practice sword skills even harder. Oh my god, Chu Yang just left like that? Brother Su, when will the secret realm open? I recognize you as my big brother. Brother Su, take me with you. These young masters from launching finally realized who is the boss. Not all those who come from launching to Qiushan to explore the secret realm are favored children of their families. You must know that the mortality rate in challenging the secret realm is very high. Many people can no longer survive in the family and are forced to go to Qiushan to fight. If they can come out of the secret realm alive, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. When they came before, they were still thinking of using their own power to recruit Su Yishan. Now, after seeing Su Yishan's almost unilateral crushing strength, these people just want to cling to Su Yishan's thigh and get out of the secret realm alive. I don't accept any younger brothers. The secret realm will be opened in Xiaoshana's yard in 3 days. Anyone who is interested, just come. Su Yishan waved his hand and said, "Go away. I don't have time to deal with you now." Out of respect for other candidates, Su Yishan decided to wait until today's exam was over before going home. As soon as I walked to the gate of number 1 middle school, I saw Su Ainen and Jun Jue standing at the gate. Su Ainen stood obediently behind Jun Jue, like a well-behaved girl next door. "Brother, I see. You were so awesome. Su Ainan's eyes were twinkling with stars, and her face was full of admiration. Su Ishan looked at Su Ainin with some doubts. After finding out that Su Ainin was his biological sister, he was no longer afraid of the saying of child bride. Su Ainin took the initiative to show his goodwill to him, and he didn't want to go too far. Su Ishan stepped forward and touched Su Ainin's head. Brother's ability is more than this. Let's talk about it when we get back. Okay. Su Ainin nodded vigorously with a sweet and lovely smile. Su Ishan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It would be nice if his sister could always be well-behaved and cute. Jun Jue was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, "How come the key to the secret realm is in your hands? Is it important?" Su Ishan said with a smile, "Just tell me how to open the secret realm. Don't worry, I will definitely count you in. In fact, apart from the gods, only the people of our Jun family know how to open the secret realm. I will open it when the time comes. But why do you want to open the secret realm in Senior Xia's courtyard? Since opening the secret realm is a game of gods, wouldn't it be very interesting to play this game in front of Xia Shanhe, the man who slew gods?" Su Ishan didn't know when his sister would leave, so he had to go back and ask. If Su Nuanyuan was not in Qiushan City, and a god descended upon Qiushan City, I'm afraid only Xia Shanhe could suppress them. When they returned home, Su Nuanyuan was already sitting on the sofa reading a book. "You're back." Su Nuanyuan closed the book and raised her eyelids slightly. "You did well in the exam. If there's nothing else, I will leave tomorrow. You can handle the matter of the secret realm by yourself." Su Ishan stood at the door in a daze. As expected, he didn't ask anything, and Su Nuanyuan had said everything. "Sister, do you have any sword skill secrets or something like that?" Su Ishan didn't waste any words. His overall physical fitness and cultivation were improving, but he didn't have any powerful skills, such as peerless swordsmanship. The soul-breaking sword is so powerful. Isn't there any sword technique that matches it? Secret manual? Su Nuanyuan half leaned on the sofa and said, "There are two powerful sword spirits in the soul-breaking sword. I told you before that you only need to keep drawing the sword to comprehend the sword's meaning. Why do you need any secret manual? Keep drawing your sword? There is no way Su Ishan can do this." What he wanted was a powerful sword manual. With his current ability, if he could be given more sword manuals, he would only need to flip through them to understand them. The rest depends on the proficiency of swordsmanship. We, the Su family, don't need sword manuals. Su Nuanyuan said, "Isn't the most powerful sword technique just drawing the sword?" Su Ishan was slightly stunned. Is it the most powerful sword technique to draw the sword? He seemed to understand. Jun Jue, who was standing by, was completely confused. How could the most powerful sword technique be drawing the sword? If this is true, why did those sword masters develop so many sword moves? Then what's the point of her learning sword for so many years? I understand. Su Ishan's eyes lit up. The most powerful swordsmanship. Sister, you are leaving tomorrow. Don't you have anything to tell me? Su Nuanyuan stood up and said, "I don't know when I will be back this time, so you have to take good care of your sister. Also, if you really like Lining, then treat her well." Su Nuanyuan said, "Although she is a little older than you, it's okay. I believe my dad won't object." Suyi-san, this is really his good sister. He is only 18 years old, but she is already concerned about his lifelong affairs. Chapter 68, Killing a God? Two swords are enough. Su Ishan thought that Su Nuanyuan was going to rest after saying this. Su Nuanyuan extended her hand to Su Ishan. "Lend me the soul-breaking sword for one night." Su Ishan took out the soul-breaking sword from his purse and handed it to Su Nuanyuan. "Sister, what do you want to do?" Su Nuanyuan took the sword, walked to the door, looked back and smiled. "Don't worry, brother. No gods will appear in the human world again in the future. You don't want to?" A bold idea came to Su Ishan's mind. Could it be that her sister wanted to take the sword and kill those gods? Su Nuanyuan didn't answer him and walked out the door directly. A beam of cold light shot straight into the sky from Qiushan City, and Su Nuanyuan appeared in the sky above Mo, the northernmost city of Dragon Country, holding the soul-breaking sword. What kind of thing dares to trespass into the divine domain? A huge hammer fell from the sky and hit Su Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan's hand fell on the hilt, and she drew the sword. The sound of the sword resounded throughout the world, and a cloud of blood mist exploded in front of Su Nuanyuan, and the huge hammer turned into powder. "God Emperor, come out!" Su Nuanyuan held the sword at an angle with a cold look in her eyes. The space around her was distorted, and the aurora in the distance became more brilliant. An old man wearing a crown and armor slowly walked out from the aurora. As the space twisted, the surrounding space changed. Su Nuanyuan appeared on a huge arena, and tens of thousands of gods appeared on all sides of her. "Mortal, you are dead. Who dares to act so presumptuously in the divine realm? There's something to play with again. Ha ha!" The gods were clamoring, and many people had not yet realized the danger of the matter. They just thought it was fun. Finally, a god recognized the sword in Su Nuanyuan's hand. "Break, break, break your soul." More and more gods fell silent, and then began to tremble. Su Nuanyuan swept the sword across. The sword energy was everywhere, and wherever the sword energy pointed, all the gods were turned into ashes. This time, it was completely quiet. No god dared to move. Su Nuanyuan pointed her sword at the god emperor. "If another god dares to set foot in the human world, you can change another god emperor. Or, I'll kill you all." Su Nuanyuan was standing on the stage. Her aura was as cold as the coming of winter, and the terrifying murderous intent enveloped all the gods. No god dared to question what Su Nuanyuan said. "Hey, are you Mr. Su's successor? Is there any misunderstanding?" The god king mustered up the courage to face Su Nuanyuan, but he still couldn't help stuttering when he spoke. The sword in Su Nuanyuan's hand cast too great a shadow on the god clan. Su Nuanyuan just stood there with a sword, suppressing tens of thousands of gods so much that they couldn't breathe. "I don't want to repeat nonsense." Su Nuanyuan swung his sword again, and thousands of gods fell wherever the sword energy reached. After swinging the sword twice, Su Nuanyuan turned around, turned into a ray of light, and left Mo. "Two swords are enough." Not long after Su Nuanyuan left, a teacher from the admissions office of Longqing University came to Su Yishan's door. "Student Su Yishan, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Xie Tianming, and I am the director of the admissions office of Longqing University. You should know that our Longqing University is the best university in Longhua bar none." Xie Tianming placed an admission letter in front of Su Yishan and said with a smile, "Student Su Yishan, with your qualifications, you can only get the best development in our Longqing University." Su Yishan then remembered that he had forgotten a very important thing. He had not yet asked his elder sister which college was more suitable for giving up. "Thank you, teacher. If I come to your school, can I study on my own?" What Su Yishan wants is cultivation resources, but he doesn't really need a teacher. "Self-study?" Xie Tianming asked doubtfully. "Our academy has a strong faculty, and the Taoist master Lin Anshi is your mentor. With her teaching, you can fully develop your talent." Student Su Yishan, you have to know that if you don't have a good teacher to lead the way on the road of cultivation, it is very easy to go astray. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you promise me that the teacher will leave me alone and the scholarship is in place, I will go to Longqing University. Su Yishan said with a smile. "Otherwise, I will have to choose another school." "Your request," Xie Tianming said somewhat awkwardly. "This is the first time I've heard a student make such a request in all these years. If you're not willing to accept the guidance of teachers, then what's the point of going to university?" "I want the skills. I will go to listen to the teacher's lectures, but they can't control me." Su Yishan was really afraid of good teachers like Lao Zheng. "This," Xie Tianming pondered. "As long as you attend the class and ensure that your strength can be steadily improved, our teacher will not care about you." "Who makes you a genius?" Xie Tianming said with a smile. "Geniuses always get different treatment from others." "Then it's settled." Su Yishan originally wanted to choose a sect to cultivate immortality, but he had a master, so he didn't meet the sect's requirements for accepting disciples, so he could only settle for the second best and choose the best Longqing University. By the way, you just mentioned that Lin Anshi, the #1 master of Taoism. I remembered that the #1 master of Taoism is not Xia Shanhe. After receiving Su Yishan's affirmative answer, Xie Tianming finally relaxed a lot and explained with a smile. Senior Xia was the previous leader of the Tao League, and this Lin Anshi is the current leader of the Tao League, a master of the 8th level of Tianqi. Su Yishan couldn't help but stand in awe. "I heard that Xia Shanhe is only at the 1st level of Tianqi, but this senior Lin Anshi is actually at the 8th level of Tianqi? I remember Su Nuanyuan said she seemed to be at the 9th level of Tianqi. I don't know how big the difference is between the 8th and 9th levels, but his sister should be the most powerful one." "That's not right. Senior Xia should have been at the 9th level of Tianqi during his peak period." Xie Tianming seemed to be waiting for Su Yishan here. He paused and said, I heard from classmate Sue today that the secret realm will be opened in Senior Xia's yard. So, you know Senior Xia? Could it be that your master is Senior Xia? That's not the case. I'm just a senior whom I met once. As an adult, Su Yishan would naturally not say anything in front of others like Xia Shana wanted to take me as his disciple, but I rejected him. It's okay to be a bit boastful, but it's not good to brag about yourself blindly. At least he doesn't need to brag about himself in this way. Then can classmate Su Yishan take me to visit Senior Xia? Xia Tianming said, to be honest, I have always respected Senior Xia, but I have never met him in person in all these years. Su Yishan decisively refused. I will ask the seniors about this matter first. He felt that he needed to go to Xia Shana's place. Today he said he wanted to open a secret realm in someone's yard, but he didn't even say hello. The person is living in seclusion. It doesn't seem like a good thing for him to suddenly lead others to disturb their peace. This was due to his lack of consideration. If he were to bring someone to visit again rashly, it would be even more excessive. Chapter 69, Brother, where are you going? When Su Nuanyuan came back, the house was already full of teachers from Launching College. They had all received orders from the school to recruit Su Yishan, the evildoer, into the school at all costs. This has also led to Xia Tianming not daring to leave until now. Su Yishan's first battle made the teachers from various colleges think that he was a genius. But after he beat up Ling Su, the colleges realized that this guy was not a genius at all. A total little pervert. They have seen an 18-year-old in the state of combined cultivation, but what about an 18-year-old in the state of endless cultivation? Judging from Su Yishan's performance, he is definitely the most evil existence since the beginning of the new era. Teachers, please go back. My brother needs to rest. When Su Nuanyuan came back and saw this scene, how could she not know what happened? Su Yishan is now completely famous, and his strength has increased too much, which makes Su Nuanyuan believe that her mother must have been involved. Well, I thought it was the old father before, but now I think it seems that the father doesn't care much about his younger brother. He sealed his son's power and tampered with his son's memory. I guess only her father could do such a thing. Since Dad did these things, it was obvious that he wanted his younger brother to start from the grassroots, and it was basically impossible for him to help him improve his cultivation. After meeting Su Nuanyuan, the teachers wanted to discuss some conditions with her, such as telling her about the advantages of their college, increasing the scholarship, or giving her some rare treasures. Su Nuanyuan saw through their intentions at a glance and waved her hand, saying, Teachers, there is no need to say anything. My brother will decide which school to attend. She did not release any aura, but simply glanced at the teachers present. These long-established teachers all felt tremendous pressure and left one after another. Having just killed a god with 2 swords, Su Nuanyuan's murderous intent has not yet dissipated. How could she not be angry that some blind gods dared to target her brother? Even if Su Nuanyuan did not show her real strength, the terrifying murderous intent in her was something these teachers could not bear. After the teachers left, Su Nuanyuan finally smiled and returned the soul-breaking sword to Su Yishan. Little brother, which school do you want to go to? Let's just go with Launching University. Su Yishan has made up his mind. Since Launching University allows him to play badly and is currently the best college in Longhua, who else should he choose? Logically speaking, Launching University's resources must be better than those of other colleges. Launching University is pretty good. Lin Anqi is my friend, and she's a great beauty. Su Nuanyuan winked at Su Yishan when she said this. Su Yishan took a deep breath and couldn't help but said, Sister, do you know the crime of bigamy? As long as we don't register for marriage, it will be fine, right? Su Nuanyuan said. Isn't it just a few more girlfriends? Jun Jiyue, who had been sitting next to her without saying anything, couldn't help but look at Su Nuanyuan twice when she heard her say this. Sister, you are such an old man. Su Yishan felt that his sister was really someone he could get along with. Okay, since you have decided, I will go out to play tomorrow. With your current strength, it should be no problem to protect yourself. Su Nuanyuan handed another purple crystal card to Su Yishan and said, Also, take good care of your sister. Sister, I'm going to Launching University, and Suinin is in Qiushan. How can I take care of her? Don't worry about that. After you go to Longcheng, Anin will also go there. I have already arranged the school and where you will live. Su Nuanyuan smiled. I will let Lin Anqi help me take care of you. Since you like Lining, then let Lining go with you. She will live with you. I feel more at ease with her around. Sister, you have made perfect arrangements. Su Yishan had to admit that his sister had really taken everything into consideration. Of course, my sister will be out tomorrow, and you can only rely on yourself from now on. Su Nuanyuan pinched Su Ishan's face. You are not allowed to bully in, otherwise I will not forgive you. The next day, Su Nuanyuan explained some things to Su Ainin and left. Su Ainin, I won't protect you anymore. If you mess with me again, I'll beat you up and make you cry. Su Ishan has always believed in one thing, that younger brothers and sisters should be beaten from a young age. Although it's a little late now, it should still not be too late. Su Ainin raised her head, pouted, and stretched out her little hand to Su Ishan pitifully. Brother, give me some pocket money. Su Ishan asked, Didn't I leave you some pocket money? Su Ainin shook her head. My sister asked me to let you take care of my life before she comes back. Shouldn't I ask you for pocket money? Only then did Su Ishan remember the crystal card that Su Nuanyuan gave him before she left. Purple crystal card, a crystal card worth hundreds of millions. Su Ishan picked up the crystal card and smiled. I am a rich man now. Su Ainin blinked. Let's go, brother. Take us shopping? Su Ishan raised her hand and slammed Su Ainin on the head. Can you please stop acting like a nouveau riche? I give us living expenses, not for you to live a life of luxury and debauchery from now on. Hiss. Su Ainin grimaced in pain. Sister asked you to take care of me? Isn't it enough to take care of you? Su Ishan said, I'll go upstairs first. Su Ishan has always needed money to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, there would be no need to strive for a scholarship. But what he wanted to buy were things like poisons, which were only available on the black market. I'll go there in the evening. Now I'll go up and show off while I still have time. Back in the room on the third floor, Su Ishan held the Tianji stick snatch from Ling Su in his left hand and the broken soul sword in his right hand. All the hidden weapons were taken out and placed on his body. Compréhensive physique, 74250. Energy, 4,950. Spiritual power, 1748. Staff skills proficiency, 0. Sword skill proficiency, 4,355. Flying knife proficiency, 4,355. Dart proficiency, 4,355. Now there's one more stick technique. Su Ishan felt that he might need some close combat weapons for daily use. The soul-breaking sword could be kept as a trump card, but this Wuji stick could be used. Time passed little by little until the early morning. Compréhensive physique, 74250. Energy, 4,950. Spiritual power, 1748. Staff skills proficiency, 368. Sword skill proficiency, 4,723. Flying knife proficiency, 4,723. Dart proficiency, 4,723. It's about time. Su Ishan looked at the time and decided to go to the black market without telling Su Ainin. But as soon as he went downstairs, the lights in the hall downstairs were turned on. Su Ainin was dressed neatly and looked at Su Ishan with a smile. Brother, where are you going? Chapter 70. Preparing to take poison. Su Ishan never expected that Su Ainin would actually squat in front of him in the living room. Jun Jiwe was there too, but she had been sleeping on the sofa these days, so it was not an exaggeration to say that the living room was her bedroom. Su Ishan glanced at Su Ainin. Don't be so playful with me. It's so late. Why don't you go to bed? Are you waiting for sudden death? I don't care. I'm going out with you. Su Ainin came up and hugged Su Ishan's thighs. This pendant is doomed to fail today. She had done this, and Su Ishan couldn't kick her away. In the end, he could only say helplessly, All right, get up. I'll take you with me. What's wrong with you? Jun Jiwe asked. Are you going to the black market? Or to Senior Xia? Is there a difference? Su Ishan raised his eyebrows and said, We go to the black market to buy some things first, and then visit Senior Xia. These two things don't conflict, right? Su Ishan finally took them out. At 1 o'clock in the morning, ghosts would appear in the city from time to time, but ordinary people could not see these things. Su Ishan and his companions are all practitioners with vigorous energy and blood. Ordinary ghosts dare not approach them. However, the night in Shoshan City seems a little deserted. Except for the occasional members of the inspection team passing by, no ordinary pedestrians can be seen on the street. You've been lying to me. Walking on the street, Jun Jiwe finally couldn't help but speak. Listening to these words, one could feel deep resentment. If one didn't know, one might think that Su Ishan had done something cruel to Jun Jiwe. Su Ishan looked straight ahead, not looking at Jun Jiwe, and said calmly, I just don't want to be your enemy. After all, Jun Wushuang is your brother. Damn, what can I say at this time? Tell her that I was actually very weak before, and my cultivation level only increased in the past few days? Su Yishan was too lazy to explain anything. Saying this, he was giving her face, wasn't he? So, you were the one who killed Jun Wushuang, and Senior Xia was just taking the blame for you. Jun Jiwei is also a person who thinks a lot. I didn't kill him. Su Yishan turned his head slightly and looked at Jun Jiwei. His eyes clearly showed disbelief. Think whatever you want. It's hard to explain. Su Yishan was too lazy to explain. Thank you, Jun Jiwei said in a low voice. In Jun Jiwei's opinion, Su Yishan had helped her a lot. Killing the two people from the Huang family gave her the opportunity to become Xia Shana's disciple. She was actually just a tool for marriage in the Jun family. Jun Wushuang had never treated her as a sister. So what if it was really Su Yishan who killed Jun Wushuang? Senior Xia helped Su Yishan take the blame, probably to protect him. No thanks. Su Yishan didn't even know what she was thanking him for. Brother, what are you guys talking about? Su Ainen felt that these two people might have some affair and were very mysterious. Don't ask about these things, kid. Su Yishan wanted to raise his hand and hit Su Ainen again, but considering his brother's identity, the past should be forgotten. When Su Ainen saw Su Yishan raising his hand, she covered her head with both hands and looked at Su Yishan pitifully. Let's go. Su Yishan didn't want to be regarded as a perverted brother who always bullied his sister. There are all kinds of transactions in the black market. This was Su Ainen's first time in the black market. After entering the black market, she looked around. Tuyang? Jun Jiwei walked into the black market and saw the young man in white in the distance. The black market is located to the west of Qioshan City. The urban construction has not reached this area. People who were driven out of the city many years ago gathered here. As the number of people increased, they built their own houses to resist the ferocious beasts outside the city. And finally, the black market was established. It used to be separated from the city by only a wall, but that wall could not stop the people coming and going. In the black market, there are more desperate criminals doing business that cost their lives. The inspection team also received a lot of benefits from the black market. The inspection team has no control over this area, nor do they bother to care. They also turn a blind eye to those who travel to the black market. When Su Yishan entered the black market, he discovered that, in addition to Chu Yang, there were many young masters from launching here. They almost forgot. They didn't know where Xia Shana's yard was, and Su Yishan said that he wanted to open a secret realm in Xia Shana's yard, which directly led them to start an activity for everyone to find Xia Shana. You're here. After seeing Su Yishan, Chu Yang did not delay and walked in front of Su Yishan in a few steps. Can you take me to see Senior Xia? Su Yishan refused directly. Go find it yourself. This seemed to be a good idea. Now the key to the secret realm is in Su Yishan's hands. If they want to explore the secret realm, they can only let Su Yishan control them. If someone spoke to Chu Yang in this tone, Chu Yang would probably just draw his sword. But Chu Yang had seen Su Yishan's strength, so he drew his sword, knowing that you can't win. Drawing the sword would only bring humiliation upon yourself. Brother Su, didn't you come to the black market to find Senior Xia? Tu Yang glanced at Su Yishan. Even if Su Yishan was stronger than him, he would not think it was a big deal. There were too many people in the world who were stronger than him, but he believed that one day, his swordsmanship would be invincible. Su Yishan laughed and said, Why would I look for him? I came here to buy poison. Buying poison? Chu Yang snorted disdainfully. Instead of using a proper sword, you use some cheap stuff. Su Yishan was too lazy to pay attention to him and took Su Ainen for a walk. Now he is a rich man and can still afford to buy some highly poisonous things. Brother, why did you buy poison? Su Ainen asked doubtfully. The corners of Su Yishan's mouth slowly curled up, and he squinted at Su Ainen. Of course I'm looking for an opportunity to poison you. Su Ainen was so scared that her face turned pale. Brother, I am your biological sister. Ha ha ha. Su Yisan laughed happily. He finally scared this little devil. Such words could scare her. Young people are so easy to deceive. I knew you were trying to scare me. Su Ainen pouted. Then why did you buy poison? I'm good at using poison. Su Yishan smiled and didn't hide it. He walked to a stall selling herbs and stopped. Boss, how much is your Gelsemium elegans? Qioshan City is not a big city, and there are not too many poisons on the black market. Su Yishan had read a lot of medical books from Lining and recognized Gelsemium elegans at a glance. The whole plan of Gelsemium elegans is poisonous, and the toxicity is strong and the onset time is fast. The poisoned person will suffer paralysis of the whole body and brain shock. Su Yishan thought about it. Although this poison would not improve his cultivation if he took it, if the effect was the opposite, Wouldn't it be the same as taking stimulants? Thinking of this, Su Yishan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Maybe after taking this poison, he could even kill an enemy of a higher level. Chapter 71. Why did you mess with him? The stall owner glanced at Su Yishan and grinned, revealing a row of rotten teeth. Brother, you really have a good eye. These gelsemium were picked from Zombie Mountain. One plant is 10,000 yuan. No cheating. Do you think I'm stupid? There are gelsemium elegans all over the city within 30 miles. Although it's risky to leave the city, the purchase price of gelsemium elegans is at most 1,000 per plant. How dare you sell it to me for 10,000? Su Yishan bargained skillfully and sneered. 1,050 per plant. I want 10 plants. The boss skillfully took out a card swiping machine, entered 15,000 on it, and handed it to Su Yishan. Boss, swipe the card? Damn it. This reaction really caught Su Yishan off guard. Wait, let me take a look at the others and pay for them together later. Su Yishan also saw a lot of other poisonous things on the street stalls. How much is this bird proof? 18,000. 18,000. I want 10. Brother, the bird does not stay, and the gelsemium elegans are different. Su Yishan was too lazy to tell him that the stall owner sold a lot of herbs, half of which were highly poisonous. Well, I want all the things in your stall, and I'll buy them out for 100,000. Brother, the goods here are worth at least 200,000. Can you cut them in half? The boss yelled in frustration. Su Yishan just looked at him without saying anything. After standing there for 3 seconds, he turned and left. Brother, I'm selling it to you. Don't leave. Seeing that things were not going well, the boss stepped forward and pulled Su Yishan's clothes, smiling and saying, Brother, I was just joking with you. The stall owner looked to be in his 40s. He followed Su Yishan and called him brother. Su Yishan took out the purple card Su Nuanyuan gave him and said calmly, Swipe the card. The stall owner was stunned when he saw Su Yishan's purple crystal card. In all his years of life, this was the first time he had seen a purple card. A purple card can only be obtained by someone with a net worth of over 100 million. Nowadays, only the top wealthy families in Longqing have assets worth over 100 million. The bosses of the black market were well informed. They knew that many young men from Longqing had come here in the past 2 days. They also heard that the #1 master of Taoism was actually hiding in their black market. The boss thought Su Yishan was a young man from a big city, so he quoted a random price. Who knew Su Yishan would bargain so hard? Boss, do you really need to bargain with me? The boss smiled awkwardly. It was not appropriate for a boss worth over 100 million to bargain when buying things. My money didn't come from the wind. Su Yishan swiped the card with a smile, and the purple crystal card turned black. Black is tens of millions of levels. After spending 100,000, his color changed. Su Yishan probably understood that Su Nuanyuan had directly left him 100 million, and now there was probably only 99.99 million left. Brother, I want to buy a flying sword. After Su Ainin walked into the black market, his eyes were fixed on a store selling flying swords not far away. You're at the Qi training stage. Why do you need a flying sword? Su Yishan knew that the flying sword Su Ainin was talking about was the kind that could be controlled without any realm, equivalent to the luxury cars of the past. I want it. Su Ainin pulled Su Yishan's sleeve and started to act coquettishly. Su Yishan raised his hand and hit Su Ainin on the head with a slap, raised his eyebrows and said, Do you want more? Su Ainin held her head with both hands and shook her head repeatedly. No more. Work hard to improve your strength. Once you are strong enough, you can even fly in the sky on a broom. Su Yishan is preparing to clear out the poison on the black market today. There is no need for weapons or anything like that. Chu Yang and Jun Jiwei were right next to Su Yishan. When the young masters from Longqing saw Su Yishan, they just greeted him from a distance and did not come any closer. Wherever Su Yishan visited, after he left, those young masters would send people to check what he had bought. Everyone is planning to enter the secret realm, and they need to have a general understanding of Su Yishan. Most of the things he bought were highly poisonous. Could it be that besides his strong body, he is also an expert in using poison? An expert in using poison, isn't that too scary? Will he lead us into the secret realm and then poison us? From the previous times when Su Yishan killed Huang Xiangfei and the others or defeated Ling Su, he took their weapons. Maybe he is the kind of person who likes to rob others. We have to be on guard. The young masters from Longqing never thought that Su Yishan was actually a poor bastard. He robbed those things for no other reason than that he was simply poor. Of course, according to Su Yishan's character, he would kill people but not steal the goods, so why kill them? lost the soul. He didn't care what these people thought and took a stroll around the black market. In addition to selling those highly poisonous things, the black market also sold some corpses of exotic animals, weapons, guns, and rare treasures. It's a small city to begin with, and Su Yishan doesn't like the things sold here. After the purchase, he walked towards Xiaoshana's courtyard. Chu Yang, the disciple of the god of sword, followed Su Yishan like a dogskin plaster, and it seemed that he could not get rid of him. Moreover, those young masters from Longsheng were also following quietly not far away. The purpose of Su Yishan's search for Xiaoshanhe was to ask if he could open the secret realm from him. All he had to say was, if these people were willing to follow him, then they could follow him. It was still past 3 in the morning when Su Yishan arrived at Xiaoshanhe's courtyard. At this time, it was unknown whether Xiaoshanhe was at home. But knocking on the door at 3 o'clock in the morning was a bit too much in Su Yishan's opinion. Then just wait. He walked into the courtyard, where there was a stone table and 2 stone benches. He simply sat on the benches and started to mess around. His proficiency with hidden weapons is still increasing, but his proficiency with swordsmanship is stagnant. Su Yishan knew that the soul-breaking sword was of great importance and didn't want to take it out in front of others. So he simply took out Ling's Wuji stick, which would be a good way to increase his proficiency. What is he doing? Those young masters didn't dare to enter the yard at will and stood outside the yard. It should be out of respect for the seniors. It's not a good time to disturb them. We'll be waiting outside, too. I don't even know what the former Taoist master looks like. Everyone, keep your voices down. It would be bad if we woke up the senior. Let's close this road. Otherwise, all kinds of people will come here. The young masters were very considerate, and anyone who came close to them was driven away. Su Yishan didn't care about them. They were a group of arrogant young masters and could play however they wanted. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun came out, and a blind man wrapped in white cloth walked towards the yard carrying a bucket of fish and a fishing rod. Hey, blind man, don't go this way. Ling stopped the blind man. The blind man stopped and said with a smile, I'm going home. You can't go this way when you go home. You are unreasonable. The smile on the blind man's face gradually froze. Get out. Ling stretched out his hand and pushed the blind man. He was defeated by Su Yishan before, and even his Wuji stick was taken away. Ling Su was a little angry. The blind man stood there without moving. Ling Su's hand fell on him, and he felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was blown away more than 10 meters. Chapter 72? Sword God? Su Yishan hasn't slept since he came here, but he is getting better and better in spirit. He was sitting quietly in the yard, but when he heard the noise outside the yard, he looked in that direction. Good job. Ling Su is such a powerful guy that he actually attacked Xiaoshanhe. Su Yishan stood up and walked out of the yard. Ling Su and the others are not fools, and they have probably guessed the blind man's identity. Senior, I am the one who offended you. Please forgive me. Ling Su was terrified and knelt on the ground, not daring to get up, not even daring to look at Xiaoshanhe. The others naturally guessed Xiaoshanhe's identity, and someone shouted, Meet Senior Xia. Some people stood by and didn't dare to speak. Xiaoshanhe walked into the yard slowly with the fish in his hand. Su Yishan bowed slightly and called out, Hello, Senior Xia. Why are you here? Xiaoshanhe had his eyes wrapped in black cloth, but he seemed to be able to see everything around him. You called so many people over here. Are you planning to flatten my yard? Su Yishan laughed and said, Look at what you said. I just wanted to come here by myself, but they guessed that I was here to see you, so they followed me happily. When Xiaoshanhe was 5 steps away from Su Yishan, he suddenly stopped and said, Isn't your cultivation increasing a little too fast? Is it fast? I think it's okay. Su Yishan went straight to the point and said, Senior, I talked nonsense before, saying that I was going to open the secret realm here, and they followed me. Are you opening a secret realm here? Why? Xiaoshanhe sneered. Are you afraid that those damn gods will come out to cause trouble? Indeed, Su Yishan said frankly, but it's not necessary now. Not now. Xiaoshanhe laughed. It seems that you already know what happened in Mo. Mo? What happened in Mo? Su Yishan was a little confused. He remembered that the book recorded that after the new era, the gods lived in Mo, which was to the north of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoshanhe smiled strangely and asked, Someone stepped into Mo and killed tens of thousands of gods. Don't you know? The gods have announced again that they will no longer step into the land of the human race. Su Yishan was slightly stunned. Killing tens of thousands of gods? A few days ago, his sister went out with a soul-breaking sword. When she came back, she told him that the gods would never come again. As for what she had done, Su Yishan didn't know. She thought that when Su Nuanyuan went out, at most she would negotiate with the gods. The result was the killing of tens of thousands of gods. Is it so cruel? That night, Su Nuanyuan was out for no more than half an hour. Those bullshit gods don't dare to come to Chishan City anymore, but a lot of people have died these days, so it's inevitable that some shameless people will enter the secret realm to bully the younger generation. Xiashana sneered and said, "You are my junior after all. Since you have opened the secret realm, I can definitely help you check it." Su Yishan understood what Xiashana meant. In the past few days, several young men from Longqing died before they entered the secret realm. Even Jun Wuxuan's account might be blamed on Su Yishan. Will those old guys from the big families in Longqing take action against Su Yishan? Xiaoshanhe was quite thoughtful. Then I would like to thank you in advance, senior. Su Yishan was stuck in a system bug, but he was not so arrogant as to think that he would be invincible after using cheats for a few days. Although Su Nuanyuan is not around, it's not bad to have Xiaoshanhe taking care of her. What are you thanking me for? Xiaoshanhe pointed at Su Yinin and asked, "What is your relationship with this little girl?" Su Yishan suddenly had a bad feeling, but still replied, "He is my sister." Xiaoshanhe asked, "Sister?" Su Yishan really felt that Su Yishan had no good intentions. Xiaoshanhe was even more direct, saying, "Little girl, I am Xiaoshanhe. Would you like to be my disciple?" Oh shit. Su Yishan understood that the old blind man Xiaoshanhe simply wanted to take members of the Su family as his disciples. From the news he got from his sister these days, he knew that their Su family was not simple. Su Nuanyuan was now at the 9th level of Apocalypse and could wield a sword to kill gods. Her parents were even more extraordinary figures. Linning had mentioned the potential of the Su family before. Su Ainin is now a famous little genius in the school, and she may become even more abnormal in the future. Xiaoshanhe was rejected when he tried to take Su Yishan as his disciple, so he set his sights on Su Ainin. "Why should I take you as my master?" Su Ainin looked at Xiaoshanhe puzzledly. Su Ainin didn't even know who Xiaoshanhe was. The group of young masters outside the courtyard wanted to rush in and shout, "Senior Xia, I can do it." Xiaoshanhe was a little embarrassed, but he just coughed and said, "Little girl, I can teach you the most powerful swordsmanship and Taoism in the world." If Su Yishan didn't know some inside information, he would have almost believed it. The strongest swordsmanship and Taoism? Su Yishan didn't know about other things, but Xiaoshanhe's swordsmanship was definitely not the strongest. He killed a god, but was injured, blinded, and his realm plummeted. Su Nuanyuan killed tens of thousands of gods in half an hour, and it was obvious who was stronger. Su Ainin didn't know this, but when she heard Xiaoshanhe say this, her eyes sparkled with stars. She excitedly tugged at the corner of Su Yishan's clothes, then looked at Xiaoshanhe and asked, "Brother, should I take him as my master?" "It depends on you. His swordsmanship is good, and his Taoism is also powerful." This is all Su Yishan could say. Xiaoshanhe was not sure how to explain it. His swordsmanship should be considered the strongest among the human race, not counting those people from the Su family. They almost count. Su Duanhuan's daughter must be quite talented. Only by accepting such a genius can his mantle be passed on. Before Su Ainin could speak, Chu Yang next to her was unhappy. "Senior Xia, if you want to say that your swordsmanship is the strongest swordsmanship, I don't agree. Su Yishan is mao tvich tepivsli. What realm are you in, this stubborn young boy? Why are you saying this in front of Xiaoshanhe?" Xiaoshanhe was obviously dissatisfied with the person who suddenly interrupted him. He loosened his hands, and the wooden barrel and fishing rod containing the fish fell to the ground. The water in the barrel turned into hundreds of swords pointing at Chu Yang. The terrifying sword power made everyone breathless. Su Yisang felt inexplicably excited. Suppressed by the sword, mental power plus 600, current mental power, 2,323. "Boy, who are you?" Xiaoshanhe was angry. He came back from fishing early in the morning and was blocked at the door of his house. It was bad enough that Su Yishan questioned his swordsmanship, but how could a random person dare to question his strength? Chu Yang was not afraid and looked directly at Xiaoshanhe. "Master Yi Jibai." Xiaoshanhe sneered, and all the water drops turned into swords and returned to the wooden barrel. "Yi Jibai is also my junior, so I will spare your life today." Su Ainin opened her mouth slightly. "Sword god Yi Jibai, I know." Xiaoshanhe sneered. "What sword god? His sword is far from being good enough. It's just a show. Little girl, you learn sword from me. In 3 years, you can become a real sword god." Chapter 73. I thought of a terrible thing. Xiaoshana is really good at pretending. Since Yi Jibai is not here and Chu Yang can't beat him, he can say whatever he wants. But no matter what the truth is, Su Ainin is now completely intimidated by Xiaoshana. Master, please accept my disciple Su Ainin's greetings. Su Ainin was also a smart boy. Upon seeing this, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to become his disciple. Xiaoshana also laughed with relief and patted Su Ainin's head gently. Get up, kid, from now on you will be my apprentice. Jun Jue stood aside with nothing to say. After learning about Su Yishan's family background, Jun Jue finally understood why Xiaoshana wanted to take Su Yishan as his disciple. Even it was not surprising that Su Yishan rejected Xiaoshana. It is only natural that Xiaoshana would accept Su Ainin as his apprentice now. Since you want to open the secret realm here, why not start now? Xiaoshana slowly sat down in the courtyard and signaled Su Yishan that they could start. Those so-called gods let you enter the secret realm just to make the young people of the human race die. After obtaining the skills and magic weapons, they will become the running dogs of the gods, just like Jun Fengyang. The key to the secret realm was brought by Jun Wushuang. It was obvious that the Jun family followed the gods. As soon as Xiaoshana finished speaking, a strong wind blew around him, and more than a dozen light shadows appeared above Xiaoshana's yard. Alliance leader Xia, you are really amazing. You bully the weak with your power and kill the children of my Jun family. In midair, a gray-haired man stood on a flying sword, looking down at Xiaoshana and the others. Xiaoshana was still sitting in the courtyard, calm and composed. Jun Fengyang, you came in person? Didn't you give that kid named Jun Wushuang to me to kill? If you want to be a dog of the God clan and attack me, then just come directly. Why do you have to give yourself a head? Xiaoshana sneered. Why? Are you afraid of being hunted down by the Taoist alliance? Su Yishan stood there, thinking to himself, fuck it. What the hell? What does it mean to open a secret realm? The main purpose of the Jun family coming to Choshan City was most likely to find an excuse to kill Xiaoshana. Xiaoshana must have a grudge against the Jun family. Jun Wushuang came to Choshan City with the key to open the secret realm, and it is very likely that he deliberately went to find Xiaoshana. Xiaoshana killed Jun Wushuang, who held the key to the secret realm. Only then would the gods have an excuse to take action against Xiaoshana, who knew that Su Nuanyuan would be so ruthless, directly picking up the sword to kill the god, and the gods dared not set foot in Choshan City again. Jun Fengyang and his group must have been waiting for a long time, and finally couldn't help but take action against Xiaoshana. The realm of Jun Fengyang and others should be quite high. The aura they released at this moment made the young masters below subconsciously stay away from them. Suppressed by the aura, mental strength plus 500, current mental strength 2,823. Suppressed by the aura, mental strength plus 400, current mental strength 3,223. Suppressed by the aura, mental strength plus 300, current mental strength 3,123. The arrival of Jun Fengyang and his friends made the young masters from Longqing stay away, and even Chu Yang left the yard. If a group of juniors like them were caught up in a fight between masters of Xiaoshana's level, even the slightest aftermath would be fatal. Su Yishan glanced at Su Ainin and Jun Jue and found that they were fine. His mental strength is still increasing rapidly, which is simply too great. I just like to play with the real big guys. It's hard to improve my strength if I play with those little trash like Ling Su. Ainin, are you okay? Su Yishan still asked. After all, Su Ainin was his biological sister and needed some care. Xiaoshana frowned and said, I am here to protect those two girls. What can happen to them? But you are still breathing steadily, as expected. As expected, he didn't say anything, but Su Yishan knew what he wanted to say. Jun Fengyang stood in midair and shouted loudly. Zhuyu, are you planning to betray the family? Jun Jue looked up and responded, I wish to give up my cultivation today and return everything the Jun family has given me to you. Jun Fengyang sneered and said, You want to give up your own cultivation? You think he can protect you today? Today, Xia himself can't protect himself. Next to him, there was an old man in yellow clothes who angrily asked, Jun Jue, was my grandson killed by you? Jun Jue showed a cold smile on her face. So what? There is no way I can marry him into your Huang family. Su Yishan was in a daze as he watched his mental power continue to grow on the attribute panel. When he heard what Jun Jue said, he immediately understood. This woman was actually taking the blame for him? Well, I was the one who killed Huang Xiao and Huang Xiangfei. Su Yishan shouted at the old man. Everyone has his own consequences. He has not yet reached the point where he needs a woman to take the blame for his actions. Senior Xia, can you beat them? Su Yishan felt that since Xia Shanha was so calm, he should not be afraid of these people. So what was he afraid of? Xia Shanha snorted. If it were during my prime, killing these people would be as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Then, Su Yishan was stunned and looked at Xia Shanha. What about now? Now, Xia Shanha shook his head slightly. My strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. I can't fight 10 of you alone and protect you at the same time. Of course I can't do that. Su Yishan looked at Xia Shanha, not knowing what to say for a moment. Don't worry, your sister will help. Xia Shanha was very calm, smiled, and even reassured Su Yishan. Su Yishan nodded and said, yes, my sister is nearby. Their unanimous response made Jun Fengyang and the others feel uncertain and confused. Boy, which family are you from? Jun Fengyang stared at Su Yishan, trying to find some memories about Su Yishan, but there was definitely no such person in launching. Although he looks very young, the aura Su Yishan now exudes is clearly that of an immortal state. Xia Shanha laughed loudly and said, why? Who said he wanted to kill this guy? Go ahead and do it. I will never stop you. Su Yishan glanced at Xia Shanha and suddenly found that he was such a dog. I thought Xia Shanha had some trump card, but in the end, he placed all his hopes on Su Nuanyuan. I don't know what Xia Shanha's expression would be if he told him now that his sister was not around, but now, I can only continue pretending, as Xia Shanha said. When Jun Fengyang heard Xia Shanha say this, he frowned and looked at Su Yishan, and his tone became much softer. Young man, may I ask your father's name? Su Yishan narrowed his eyes slightly and said mysteriously, my last name is Su. Said Su. Jun Fengyang trembled and swallowed hard, as if he thought of something terrible. Chapter 74. Don't randomly make connections. The younger generation of young men may not understand what the surname Su means. Jun Fengyang and the others knew very well what this surname represented. My friend, we come here today just to avenge my son Jun Wushuang. Please don't interfere. Jun Fengyang was not sure about Su Yishan's identity, but the more Xia Shanha's words just now made him feel that this kid was the descendant of Su Duanhuan. Otherwise, why is Xia Shanha so arrogant? Especially what happened in Mo Divine Realm a few days ago. Tens of thousands of gods have fallen. Who was responsible for that? Jun Fengyang didn't want to take any risks. If Su Yishan was really that man's descendant, if he wasn't careful, the entire Jun family might be buried with him. Oh. Su Yishan realized and smiled. I'm sorry, I killed Jun Wushuang. If you have anything to say, you can come to me. In the past, Su Yishan didn't know his own identity and thought he was just a simple time traveler. But Su Nuanyuan told him that their family was the largest and richest family. Both parents are so awesome, and my sister is not weak either, so why not be a little more arrogant? A second-generation rich kid should look like a second-generation rich kid. You young friend, don't talk nonsense. Jun Fengyang smiled awkwardly and didn't know how to deal with this boy. Su Yishan frowned. What do you mean? Do you think I can't kill him? He was already certain that Jun Fengyang didn't dare to attack him. He has a sword. No need to go out. He believed that as long as he took out the soul-breaking sword, these people would retreat. That is Yi Shun's sword. Don't these people know his identity when they see that sword? No. Master Su, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean that. Yun Fengyang is face drastically. Why does this make me feel more and more dangerous? He had heard a few days ago that the Su family had a daughter who wielded the soul-breaking sword. Could the sister Xia Shanha mentioned just now be Su Yishan's sister? That's not someone he can afford to mess with. Ling Su and others had never seen someone as arrogant as Su Yishan. They originally thought that he was just a genius from a small place. Who would have thought that he would be so arrogant in front of Jun Fengyang, and Jun Fengyang was actually so timid in front of him? It seems that Su Yishan is of great importance. There are some secrets that the younger generations are not aware of. But even the yellow-robed old man's attitude towards Su Yishan changed 180 degrees. The old man laughed and said, Young Master Su, I think there must be some misunderstanding between you and those two guys in my family. Su Yishan finally realized what it meant to bully others by taking advantage of one's power. If possible, he would like to lead a vicious dog, act arrogantly, punch the rich second generation, and kick the old gang members. There's nothing to misunderstand. Do you want to attack Senior Xia today? He's my sister's master. Su Yishan's brows relaxed, and he smiled warmly and calmly. If you attack him, I will be unhappy. No one knows where Su Nuanyuan has gone now, and Su Yishan is not sure he can deal with these people. In this situation, there seems to be no better choice than to use the tiger's skin to deceive others. Jun Fengyang and his group came with great momentum, but were frightened by Su Yishan. They restrained their breath and stood in the air with their swords, but they did not dare to take action. Huh? Jun Fengyang, what's wrong? Are you scared now? Xiaoshana laughed twice and said sarcastically, Aren't you here to kill me? Why don't you dare to do it now? Jun Fengyang's face turned red and white, and finally he said in a gloomy tone, Xiaoshana, you are a legend after all. It's really interesting that you dare not admit what you did and hide behind others to survive. Xiaoshana snorted, Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Even if my cultivation is not as good as it was in the past, it's still easy for me to kill you. Su Yishan heard from Su Nuanyuan that Xiaoshanha was now at the first level of Tianqi. He asked Jun Fengyang loudly, What level are you at? When Jun Fengyang was asked about his realm, he smiled somewhat proudly and said, I am now at the 5th level of Tianqi. The first level of Apocalypse versus the 5th level of Apocalypse? Su Yishan has some understanding of the realm. Even if it was a fight between a 5th level Qi training warrior and a 1st level Qi training warrior, there wouldn't be much suspense. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm. Su Yishan turned his head and looked at Xiaoshanha. It was unknown whether Xiaoshanha was really blind or just pretending to be blind. He seemed to have noticed Su Yishan's gaze and said with a smile, Boy, the difference in cultivation level doesn't mean anything. Jun Fengyang laughed and said, Then Senior Xia, do you dare to teach me? Xiaoshana stretched out his hand, and a red stick flew out from the house and landed in his hand. What I despise most in my life is you running dogs of the God clan. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Jun Fengyang laughed and said, Young Master Su, you heard me. This is a personal grudge between Xiaoshanha and me. You are not going to interfere in this, are you? Su Yishan frowned slightly. Is Xiaoshanha really sure or what? At this moment, Su Nuanyuan actually came. She stepped on a huge centipede and appeared out of thin air above Xiaoshana's yard. Thun Fengyang, what do you want to do? Su Nuanyuan, wearing a white skirt, stood on the giant centipede's head, looking down from above, as if she really had the ability to look down on the common people. The centipede under her feet was over 100 meters long and golden all over, like a giant dragon, with dozens of eyes on its abdomen, and each eye was like a starry universe. Ancient vicious beast, multi-eyed golden centipede. Under the suppression of Su Nuanyuan's aura, Jun Fengyang and others couldn't even maintain flying with their swords. They fell down like dumplings in a pot. Some of them couldn't stand steadily and fell flat on their faces. Everyone looked up at Su Nuanyuan, their eyes filled with panic and fear. Excuse me, who are you? Jun Fengyang no longer had the proud look he had when he talked about his cultivation, just now. His cultivation was suppressed so badly by Su Nuanyuan that he could not use any energy in his body at this moment. He knew how huge the gap in strength was between them. My name is Su Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan looked like a fairy, looking down at the world. If you want to fight Xiaoshana, go to Longcheng. Those of you who are at the Apocalypse realm, attack those below the Apocalypse in the future. Don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. Su Nuanyuan said this, obviously for Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Su Nuanyuan and couldn't help feeling touched. His sister said she was going on a trip, but she came back only because she was worried about him. This sister is really something. Su Nuanyuan paused. Her eyes fell on Su Yishan and asked, That boy over there, is your last name Su too? Ah. Su Yishan was at a loss and shouted, Sister. Don't shout. I'm the only one in my family. Don't try to make connections with me, or I'll get mad. Su Nuanyuan snorted. Aren't you going to open the secret realm? I want to see what the secret realm of the God Clan is like. Now it can be opened. Chapter 75. I'll sell it to you. Su Nuanyuan does not admit that Su Yishan is his brother. Jun Fengyang and the old man in yellow looked even uglier. Didn't they think before that Su Yishan was the descendant of Su Duanhuan and Yishin? Su Nuanyuan came out in person to refute the rumor. When they thought about how they had just been fooled by this kid, their faces turned red. Su Yishan quickly understood what Su Nuanyuan meant. His sister probably didn't want him to completely give up just because of an identity. Little brother, don't blame your sister. Dad said that boys can't rely on the power of their family, so you can't tell others about your parents' identities. And I also modified your sword for you. Su Nuanyuan didn't say anything, but Su Yishan heard her voice clearly. Sword? Su Yishan took out the soul-breaking sword from his purse, and then he was stunned. The soul-breaking sword, which originally looked simple and mysterious, turned into a plain wooden sword. The wooden sword looked very new, without even a trace of pattern on it. Isn't this a bit too plain? Okay. Su Yishan accepted it. His current situation is already quite special. If others don't dare to touch him because of his identity, he would actually feel very uncomfortable. Su Yishan took out the moon-shaped pendant that she got from the little gangster. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Jun Fengyang, right? Su Yishan did not open the secret realm directly, but said to Jun Fengyang, "Do you want this thing? If you want it, I will sell it to you." Jun Fengyang immediately frowned and said angrily, "This originally belonged to my Jun family. You killed my son and took the key. Now you want to sell it to me? This is really too much." "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't kill Jun Wushuang." Su Yishan denied it directly at this time, saying, "I got this key from a little ruffian in the city. Just now you said that you killed my son." Jun Fengyang never thought that this man changed his words in just a few minutes. "You believe everything I say?" Su Yishan looked at him with eyes that showed concern for the mentally retarded. "I said I was your father? Can you take that seriously?" "You!" Jun Fengyang really wanted to kill this brat directly. But Su Nuanyuan had just said that masters of the Apocalypse Realm could not attack people below the Apocalypse Realm. Killing Su Yishan in front of Su Nuanyuan, he didn't have the guts to do that. Jun Fengyang was furious, but he still held back and said to the old man in yellow beside him, "Huang Jingshan, you're not in the realm of Tianqi. You can avenge those two children of your family." A smile also appeared on Huang Jingshan's face. Su Nuanyuan did say that people in the Apocalypse Realm should not act rashly, but he is not in the Apocalypse Realm. Su Yishan had a polite smile on his face and didn't say anything. Anyway, he is not worried about his safety at all now. Su Nuanyuan didn't say anything either. Huang Jingshan thought that Su Nuanyuan agreed. A creepy cool breeze blew and turned into a golden light rushing towards Su Yishan. Xiaoshana's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He suddenly raised his hand, and the red wooden stick burst into flames. Before the golden light could touch Su Yishan, it was crushed to pieces by a sword energy. The golden light faded away, and when Huang Jingshan appeared again, there was a bloody hole on his chest. His face was full of disbelief. How could Xiaoshana dare to attack him? Huang Jingshan slowly fell down. Jun Fengyang showed a triumphant smile on his face. He looked deeply at Xiaoshana, then at Su Nuanyuan, and said loudly, "Fairy Su, Xiaoshana ignored your decree and should be executed." Xiaoshana laughed coldly and said, "You killed someone in my courtyard, and I am not allowed to take action?" Su Nuanyuan raised her eyelids and said, "He ran into someone's yard to kill someone, but he was not strong enough and was killed by someone. What can I say about this?" "Are you kidding me?" Killing her brother in front of her, it was good enough that she didn't kill these guys directly. "Fairy Su, you..." Jun Fengyang was a little surprised. "Doesn't Su Nuanyuan intend to deal with Xiaoshana?" Su Nuanyuan sneered. "Jun Fengyang, are you planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife?" As he spoke, the multi-eyed golden centipede under his feet let out a terrifying hissing sound. How could she not see Jun Fengyang's plan? "I dare not." Jun Fengyang was terrified. He took 2 steps back, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at Su Nuanyuan. Su Yishan smiled and asked, "Hey, are you going to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, forget it, or you will be accused of forcing me to buy it or not." He is not planning to open the secret realm by himself today. There is not much point in keeping the key to the secret realm in his hand. Does he have to go to the secret realm to play dungeons every day? Even if it is to open a copy, it is the same if someone else opens it. If he seizes the opportunity and goes in, there is nothing to lose, right? It would be troublesome to keep the key in my hand, so I might as well sell it now for a good price. "I'll buy it. You name a price." Jun Wushuang couldn't hesitate any longer. Today he finally found an opportunity to kill Xiaoshana. Su Nuanyuan asked them to fight in the secret realm. It was obvious that Su Yishan, the little rascal, didn't intend to open the secret realm. Buying the key back now can also give an explanation to that adult. If the key is lost, the Jun family will have to bear the wrath of the gods. 10 billion. Su Yishan looked at Jun Fengyang with a smile. "Why don't you go and rob?" Jun Fengyang's eyes almost popped out, and he opened his mouth and asked for 10 billion. He really dared to say that. Su Yishan shrugged and said, "This key, not to mention its other functions, is worth 1 billion just for its material. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to the sister above. Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, Okay, I can buy it too. She has always been very doting on her younger brother. When she heard Su Yishan say this, how could she not know what Su Yishan was thinking? If he carries this key with him, he will attract countless powerful enemies. Sell it to others. They may not dare to buy it. Sell it to her. Once the key to the secret realm falls into her hands, Jun Fingyang's desire to take it back would be a pipe dream. I bought it, Yun Fingyang shouted excitedly. Even if Su Yishan gave the key to the secret realm to Xia Shanhe, he felt that it was no big deal, but the key must not fall into Su Nuanyuan's hands. By then, even killing Su Yishan would be of no avail. Cash, ready goods. Su Yishan raised his eyebrows. 1 billion was a sure thing. No matter in which world, money is an indispensable thing. How can I carry 1 billion with me? Jun Fengyang said anxiously. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Su Yishan shook his head, holding the pendant, looked up at Su Nuanyuan, and said with a smile, Fairy sister, I will sell it to you then. Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, Since he wants it so much, I will give you 100 high-grade spirit coins now, and I will ask the Jun family for them later. Ordinary money has little meaning for spiritual practice, but spiritual coins are the real hard currency. A top-quality spiritual coin is worth 1 million, and there is still a shortage of market for it. This time, Su Nuanyuan went to see her parents and asked her mother for some pocket money. It would be okay to give it to her younger brother now. Chapter 76, Being Hunted. Su Nuanyuan stood on the head of the multi-eyed golden centipede, waved her sleeves, and a cloth bag floated into Su Yishan's hands. What else can Jun Fengyang say? Su Nuanyuan's meaning was very clear. She didn't intend to take the opportunity to open the secret realm. The price has already been negotiated with Su Yishan, and Su Nuanyuan even gave Su Yishan the spiritual coins. He can blame Su Yishan, but he can't blame Su Nuanyuan. It's good to be alive. There's no need to seek death. Thank you, Fairy Su. Jun Fengyang suffered a loss, but he could only thank Su Nuanyuan. He has no money, and others are helping him out. It would be inappropriate if he doesn't say thank you. Su Yishan smiled and took away the cloth bag that Su Nuanyuan threw to him, then threw the pendant in his hand to Jun Fengyang. See, you don't lose anything, just take the things back. Su Yishan also became bolder. With his physique, if he wanted to become stronger, he shouldn't be afraid of enemies. I must learn more about how to attract hatred in the future. Jun Fengyang was so angry that his teeth itched. He stared at Su Yishan with resentment and asked, Young friend, do you dare to enter the secret realm? What is there to be afraid of? Su Yishan was fearless. Didn't you hear that Su Nuanyuan also wanted to see the secret realm? Even if Xia Shanhe is not Jun Fengyang's opponent, can Jun Fengyang kill him in front of Su Nuanyuan? It's definitely different if you have someone to back you up. At least Su Nuanyuan will back him up. You're brave, Jun Fengyang said, and the pendant key to open the secret realm floated in front of him. Then, a drop of blood came out from his fingertips and flew towards the pendant. Boom! There was a roar in the sky, and a bolt of lightning fell on the pendant, and the pendant turned into a round blue space gate. Jun Fengyang took a step forward and smiled at Xia Shanhe. Xia Shanhe, I'll wait for you. Then he entered the secret realm and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xia Shanhe flew into the secret realm. Su Yishan glanced at the young people present and asked, Those of you who want to go in may go in now. The sudden change made these young men from launching hesitate. Every one of them knew that after entering the secret realm, only 10 people at most could come out alive. If Jun Fengyang, Xia Shanhe, and others had not intervened, these young people would have a greater chance of surviving. It sounds like Su Nuanyuan is going in too. Even if only one of Xia Shanhe and Jun Fengyang comes out alive, that would only take up 2 spots. Then there is the pervert Su Yishan. In addition, there is Chu Yang, the descendant of the sword god, and this guy is no pushover either. Inexplicably, there are only 6 spots left. The risk factor has skyrocketed. Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all and rushed in with sword in hand. I want to go in too. Jun Jue took a step and followed in. Su Yishan was not in a hurry and said to Su Inen, just stay here and don't run around. As he stepped into the door to the secret realm, Su Yishan felt that everything around him had changed, as if he had come to a whole new world. Humble human, welcome to the secret realm of God. This is a survival game. If you can survive one day in the secret realm of God, all of your physical attributes will be greatly improved, and you will be randomly granted a magic weapon or technique. If you can reach the temple, you will receive the greatest blessing from the gods. After one day, the secret realm will be closed, and only 10 people at most can survive. If there are still more than 10 people at that time, the will of the secret realm will kill them randomly until only 10 people are left. A mysterious voice came to Su Ishan's ears, which sounded like thousands of Taoist sounds, solemn and dignified. Damn it, this game is really a scam. After hearing that voice, Su Ishan felt extremely cheated. All physical attributes will be greatly improved, and there is also the blessing of the gods. If these things fall on him, won't all his efforts over the past few days be in vain? Su Ishan seriously suspected that this crappy secret realm existed just to trick him. What a huge loss. I will never enter any crappy secret realm again. Su Ishan looked around depressedly. This is a desolate place. The red sand and gravel underfoot is soft but emits a faint smell of blood. Looking straight ahead, there is a tall tower shining with golden light in the distance. It should be the temple mentioned by the voice. Temple blessing? Forget it. Su Ishan decided to stay here until the end, which was considered as stopping the loss in time. This broken place should also be considered a survival game. It is impossible that there is no danger. Su Ishan glanced at the surrounding terrain. He was now standing on the top of the mountain. Apart from a dry, old vine tree in the distance, there was nothing else on the mountain. Looking down the mountain, he saw a large number of dilapidated high-rise buildings collapsing below, and various strange phenomena could be vaguely seen. Sword shadows were everywhere, and even if you were standing on the top of the mountain, you could feel the howling wind. It looks like Xia Shanhe and Jun Fengyang are fighting below. Su Ishan didn't want to go down and eat the melon. It was unknown how much higher the realms of those two big guys were than his. If he was accidentally caught in the battle and got shot to death, it would be a huge loss. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a rustling sound. Turning back, he saw that the blood-red sand began to move. Suddenly, a group of dry arms stretched out from the ground. What the hell? Su Ishan was shocked. Zombies? The next second, the ground cracked, and more than a dozen tall corpses with hideous faces jumped out from the ground. That's right. They popped out. Very fast. It's nothing like the horror movies I've seen before, with the head shaking and the way they walk without looking smart. As soon as these zombies came out, they attacked Su Ishan directly. Their movements were so fast that it was hard to cope with them. Su Ishan took out the Tianji stick and swept it across. Su Ishan had just used the Tianji stick not long ago and was not very proficient in it. He relied entirely on brute force and knocked a zombie away with one stick. But soon more zombies attacked him. To be honest, with Su Ishan's current strength, he could swing the stick. Even if his proficiency in the stick technique was not high, he would at least have a force of 1,000 pounds. When he swept with all his strength, the zombie only bounced a few times on the ground, rolled over, and climbed up again. This is obviously a trap. Su Ishan now realized how tricky this secret realm is. If he couldn't kill these zombies, wouldn't he be hunted down all day? He didn't have an accurate understanding of the zombies' strength and speed yet, and didn't dare to confront such a large group of them head-on. So he turned around and ran. Zombies kept rushing out from the blood-red sand, and Su Ishan didn't dare to run down the mountain. As he ran, he found that there were at least hundreds of zombies following him, and each one was running so fast. The closest one to Su Ishan was only half a meter away from him, and he was about to be caught. If he gets caught, won't he be torn into pieces? It's gone. I have to think of a way to deal with it. Chapter 77. Activate the Wushuang mode. The only thing Su Ishan feared was being dismembered, being grabbed, or bitten by zombies. I would like to try it. I'm just not sure about the power of these zombies, so it's better to stay safe. Su Ishan ran all the way and suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of poisonous weeds in his purse. To be on the safe side, is it okay to take drugs now? Su Ishan had an idea and took out a Gelsemium elegans from his purse. The whole plant of Gelsemium elegans is poisonous, and the toxicity is strong and the onset is fast. The poisoned person will suffer from whole body paralysis and brain shock. But this is only true for ordinary people. Su Ishan was like an old cow that had been hungry for several days. He would chew on the Gelsemium elegans frantically whenever he got his hands on it. After swallowing the grass leaves, he almost instantly felt his body filled with strength and his mind was extremely clear. He suddenly leaped forward and shook off the zombies behind him. Looking back at the zombies, their movements became slow. Sure enough, everything happened as he expected. Gelsemium elegans, which is a highly poisonous substance to others, makes him feel more high than taking stimulants when he uses it. Su Ishan compared his speed with that of the zombies behind him and kept an eye on the zombies at the back. I don't know if it was because Sui Shan was too far away from the zombies, so the zombies simply stopped chasing him. Is there a mechanism like hatred range? In the online games of the past, when fighting monsters, even if you attracted the monster's hatred, as long as you ran far away, the monsters would no longer chase you, which was similar to the elimination of hatred value. Hey, that would be interesting. Sui Shan suddenly stopped, put away the Wuji stick, turned around, and stretched out his claws to grab the zombie closest to him. The zombie's eyes flashed red, and it waved its sharp claws towards Sui Shan's arm. It probably couldn't imagine how this human could be so brave as to turn around and attack it. Sui Shan did not dodge or give way. He grabbed the zombie's neck with his right hand, grabbed the zombie's right hand with his left hand, lifted it up, turned around again, and ran away. The zombie let out a horrifying roar and grabbed Sui Shan's chest with its left hand. Its sharp claws left deep wounds on Sui Shan's body that were visible to the bone, but the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Only the shocking blood could prove that Sui Shan had been injured. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 100. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 7,535. Affected by corpse poison, chi plus 1,000. Current chi 5950. What? Sui Shan's current physical condition is really abnormal. After being scratched by a claw, his overall physical condition actually increased by 100 points. On the contrary, it's this corpse poison. One claw was equivalent to raising his level to a higher level. That's pretty powerful. The zombie did not stop its movements, and it had no idea that Sui Shan's wounds had healed. When it smelled the blood, it became even more violent, and it grabbed Sui Shan frantically with its claws. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 90. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 7,625. Affected by corpse poison, chi plus 800. Current chi 6750. Attacked, comprehensive physical fitness plus 70. Current comprehensive physical fitness, 7,695. Affected by corpse poison, chi plus 500. Current chi 7250. Sui Shan watched the data on the attribute panel continue to rise. Not long after, his overall physical fitness had reached 8,100, and his chi strength had reached 8,350. After that, the attribute increase brought by the zombies' attacks became extremely slow, basically just a little bit. Sui Shan could clearly feel the strong energy in his dantian, and his strength had also increased a lot. According to Sui Shan's current known realms of cultivation, they are Chi Training Realm, Strength Training Realm, Inner Strength Realm, Combined Cultivation Realm, Endless Realm, Chi Transformation Realm, Golden Body Realm, and Chi Control Realm. Counting as 1,000 for each realm, his cultivation alone has already reached the third level of Chi Control, and the strength of his physical body has also reached the first level of Chi Control. Thinking back to when I had just crossed over, I was just a rookie at the third level of Chi training, and I thought that people like Yang Er, who were at the dual cultivation level, were gods of war. So, what is he now? Compared with Chu Yang, a young talent, Sui Shan can be considered a complete monster. There shouldn't be any problem in sweeping the younger generation. He carried the zombie he caught for several miles, and there were no other zombies behind him. Sui Shan exerted force with his hands and broke the zombie's neck. This power is really awesome. The zombie's ugly and ferocious head was thrown to the ground by Sui Shan, and its body finally stopped moving. It seems that the split heads are still useful to these zombies. A crooked smile of the Dragon King appeared on Sui Shan's lips. He was free anyway. He had just been chased and beaten by those zombies. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, how could he not go back for revenge? He turned around, holding the Wuji stick, and rushed back in the direction where the zombies had gathered. The Yuchi realm might not be considered that great in the entire world, but this secret realm is just a place for the younger generation of the human race to gain experience. The gods wanted to allow the human genius to enter the secret realm and open the book, but they could not make the dangerous creatures in the secret realm too perverted. It's a very simple truth. If it's too abnormal, all the young geniuses of the human race who came in this time will be killed, and no one will dare to come in next time. If you want to tempt people, you should at least give them some sweet treats, right? Sui Shan's Chi Control realm is invincible here. He returned to the sandy ground holding the Wuji stick. The zombies that had lost track of him were about to turn around and go back. Some zombies started digging the soil again, trying to get in. Sui Shan came back again. The zombies sensed Sui Shan's breath and turned their heads to look at him. It seems to be the same person as before, but seems a little different. How dare this human come back? How dare he? A 2-meter-tall zombie rushed towards Sui Shan, holding a rusty giant axe. Sui Shan stood where he was, with no intention of running away at all. Because he had eaten Gelsemium elegans and his cultivation level had increased, the zombie's movements became slower than he expected. Although his proficiency in stick techniques was almost gone, he could always swing the stick around randomly. The realm crushed, the body crushed, the zombie's axe fell, and Sui Shan swung out with a stick. It's just a head-on confrontation, no fancy tricks. Bah! The Wuji stick is, after all, a magic weapon of the Ling family of launching. Its grade is not as good as the top-grade magic weapon like the soul-breaking sword, but it is not too bad either. With a sweep of the stick, the giant axe in the zombie's hand was smashed into pieces. Sui Shan's legs seemed to have taken root, and he didn't move at all. The zombie was obviously stunned, and its axe broke, so it swung its huge claws towards Sui Shan. Sui Shan didn't want to improve his realm anymore. He just wanted to test how strong he was, so he smashed the zombie's head with another stick. Puff! The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It was no match for Sui Shan. Sui Shan glanced at the other zombies and revealed a malicious smile, which seemed to indicate that the running dogs would be cooked after the cunning rabbit died. After using it up, they just started killing people in a frenzy. Chapter 78, Old Versailles. Sui Shan, who had always been a weakling, suddenly turned on the unparalleled mode, just like a poor man who became rich overnight and started revenge consumption the next day. Although the zombies are not very smart, when they see someone holding a stick and shooting people in the head with it, they realize that this person is someone they cannot afford to mess with. When the gods designed these zombies, they controlled their realm to be around the realm of comprehensive cultivation. If they were normal human geniuses, they could use some spells and magic tools, plus some calculations, and they could still escape the pursuit of these zombies. The gods intend to give some sweet treats to the human geniuses, but in their eyes, humans are just lowly playthings. Before giving them the sweet treats, of course they have to let them see the majesty of the gods. The benefits obtained in the secret realm are nothing more than rewards from the gods. However, those gods never expected that Sui Shan's realm had already become increasingly outrageous, and he was also taking drugs. These zombies are like paper in front of Sui Shan, the pervert who hangs on the wall. The zombies that were originally invulnerable to swords and axes were really killed by Sui Shan's stick. In less than a minute, Sui Shan smashed the heads of 10 zombies, and the remaining zombies started to run away. Want to run now? Sui Shan just found the feeling. At this time, if the zombies want to run, that won't work. Relying on his speed, he caught up with a zombie and broke its leg with a stick. On the blood-red gravel ground, a strange scene can be seen. The zombies that should have been ferocious and brutal are running around, and some are even burrowing into the ground. These things actually know how to be afraid. Sui Shan originally thought that zombies would only attack people based on instinct and did not have any emotions such as fear. Now it seems that they are not that stupid. In a few minutes, except for the zombies that were killed, all the others burrowed into the ground, and the gravel ground became empty again. Sui Shan was too lazy to make any more trouble. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Many tall buildings had collapsed, but everything had returned to calm. It seemed that the battle between Xia Shanhe and Jun Fengyang had ended, and no one knew who had won. Xia Shanhe looked so arrogant. He shouldn't lose, right? Sui Shan still stood on Xia Shanhe's side. After all, they were acquaintances, and he even accepted his sister as his apprentice. He couldn't die before teaching Su Ainin a single move. Just when he was hesitating whether to go down and investigate, Su Nuanyuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Nuanyuan stood in midair, looking at Sui Shan and raised her eyebrows. "Little brother, your cultivation level is increasing quite fast." Sui Shan smiled and asked, "Sister, what's going on down there?" Su Nuanyuan said calmly, "Jun Fengyang is dead." Sui Shan was surprised and asked, "Is Xia Shanhe so powerful?" After all, he was the former leader of the Tao League. Even if his cultivation has dropped a bit, Jun Fengyang cannot deal with him. Su Nuanyuan chuckled. "Jun Fengyang is just looking for death. By the way, sister, I should have reached the Qi-controlling realm now, right?" Sui Shan did not have a clear understanding of his own cultivation level, so he could only trouble Su Nuanyuan to take a look. Su Nuanyuan flew through the air, with lotus flowers blooming under her feet. She walked to Sui Shan's side, pinched Sui Shan's face, and said with a smile, "Yes, you are at the level of controlling Qi. You are worthy of being my brother." She was too lazy to ask how Su Yishan's realm had risen. In her opinion, this was the most normal thing. When she was 8 years old, she was already at the Apocalypse realm. If her brother's power had not been sealed by their father, how could he have reached this realm at the age of 18? I vaguely remember what my father said back then. If a boy is too capable, his life will be boring. He must go through some things and gradually become stronger to make his life interesting. To be honest, Su Nuanyuan also felt that what her father said was very right. She had been different from ordinary people since she was a child. At the age of 8, she had reached the Apocalypse realm. In her eyes, the learning of ordinary people was meaningless. The teacher taught his peers the most basic skills, but Su Nuanyuan was able to defeat the teacher with just one finger. No magic tricks were needed, just a thought, and even the spells were unnecessary. Looking back, such a life is indeed too boring. Perhaps it was because of the previous example of Su Nuanyuan that his father deliberately suppressed Su Yishan's strength. Even now, Su Nuanyuan tries hard to suppress her cultivation and be an ordinary person in her daily life. Being invincible is just too boring. What realm is next after the Chi Control realm? How far am I from the Apocalypse realm? Su Yishan didn't know much about the realm, and he didn't even know how far he was from the realm of Apocalypse. Little brother, you are still far from the realm of revelation. Looking at the world, you haven't even stepped into the real door of cultivation in the realm of controlling Qi. Su Nuanyuan smiled. According to the current realm classification, the next realms are Linkhong realm, Tongyu realm, Shinhe realm, Wanfa realm, Jin Wanfa realm, Yufa realm, Jin Yufa realm, Pokong realm, and Yuan realm. When you break through the Yuan realm, perhaps you can truly start the road of cultivation. Hey! Su Yishan thought he was pretty awesome now, and asked, how many realms do I still need to reach the Apocalypse realm? It can't be 99, right? Su Nuanyuan blinked and smiled. Now Blue Star has become the center of the 3,000 worlds, with thousands of races and countless strong people. Even immortals and gods are not invincible. As for realms, they have been subdivided into more than 100. Don't be anxious. The joy of practicing slowly is quite good. At this point, Su Nuanyuan revealed a trace of loneliness between her eyebrows. I would like to experience it, but I haven't had the chance yet. Su Yishan was filled with mixed emotions. This was the real Versailles. Sister, are there any strong people above the Apocalypse realm? Su Yishan is full of curiosity about this world. Are there any stronger people above the Apocalypse realm? Su Nuanyuan nodded and said, of course there is. My father's realm must be above the Apocalypse realm. As for what realm it is, I don't know. I only know that my father said. He is invincible. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yishan was choked. Invincible? What kind of concept is this? Su Nuanyuan smiled and said, little brother, don't be anxious. The long road of cultivation is interesting. Yes, I'm not in a hurry. Su Yishan couldn't understand Su Nuanyuan's state of mind, let alone his old father's invincible state of mind. He only knew that he was very comfortable with the system bug. More than 100 realms? Just put them in one by one. After gaining experience, Su Yishan felt that it was no big deal. Little brother, after we get out, I will really go play with my parents. Take care of yourself. If you encounter an enemy that is too strong, go find Lin Anshi. She will help you. Chapter 79. Opening the book. Lin Anshi, the current leader of the Human Race Tao Alliance, is at the 8th level of the Apocalypse realm and can be considered a powerful being. Su Yishan didn't want to trouble others with everything. It would be better for him to stay alone for now. Little brother, I want to accompany you this way. This is my first time in this secret place, and I want to walk around. Su Nuanyuan didn't want others to know about her relationship with Su Yishan. This was also something her father had specifically told her. Su Yishan saw his sister's thoughts and just asked, Sister, how long will it take you to come back from that 11th universe this time? This. Su Nuanyuan pondered for a moment, frowned, and recalled, Dad said he went to the 11th universe, and then went to the holy city of Heavenly Tao, and then wandered around. I don't know when he will be back. But don't worry, Mom will always come back, secretly to see you. Su Nuanyuan smiled and touched Su Yishan's head. Little brother, it's not that Dad doesn't love you, but I think you should practice more. I know. What else could Su Yishan say? He was a little speechless about his old father. Is this the way to train a child? But it's okay this way, one gets used to it. Then I'll leave. Be careful. After Su Nuanyuan said this, she took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Su Yishan looked at the place where Su Nuanyuan disappeared. Is this the so-called realm of Apocalypse? You can cross space in one step, and there is no need to cast spells. The realm of controlling chi. Su Yishan stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down, muttering to himself, I don't know if I can fly. What man can resist flying? Su Yishan could feel the energy surging within his dantian. Although he had never learned the art of flying, he took a look at the mountain about 10 meters away. Logically speaking, jumping from this height shouldn't be a problem. Su Yishan roughly estimated the height, which should be about 10 meters. He had never even done bungee jumping with a rope before, but now he wanted to fly directly from here. He felt that he was really brave. Flying in the air is unscientific. Su Yishan felt that it would be fine if he jumped down, but looking down from here, he couldn't help feeling scared. The mountain wind was howling, and even though Su Yishan was not afraid of heights, he felt a chill on his back. Where was the majestic and powerful figure he had just been? Damn it, just jump. Su Yishan closed his eyes and jumped down. There was a gust of wind in his ears, and Su Yishan opened his eyes, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. Free falling is more exciting than Jill's masturbation. Bang! Su Yishan clenched his fists and fell to the ground on his back. Impacted, compréhensive physique +5, courant compréhensive physique 8113. Su Yishan got up. There was no injury on his body, but it was a little painful. Sure enough, after jumping down from such a high place, he was not hurt at all. The defensive power of the Qi control realm has reached an extremely terrifying level. After the experiment, I probably have a rough idea in my mind. Also, my strength is so great that even if I can't fly in the air, if I jump with all my strength, wouldn't I be able to jump very high like Su Zhu, who gained internal strength in demigods and semi-devils, with one jump? Su Yishan didn't want to look for Jun Juiwei and the others for the time being. He believed that they had also heard the voice when they came in and would most likely look for someone else everywhere. The monsters in this secret realm are secondary. They have to stay alive while being hunted by the monsters, while ensuring that only 10 people are left. Who knows how many people have entered the secret realm? If after a day, there are more than 10 people alive, the will of the secret realm will kill them randomly until only 10 people are left. Su Yishan didn't know how strong the will of the secret realm was. Similarly, who will be the target of the so-called random kill? But he believed that the young masters who came in would definitely not take this risk. When they didn't know how many people had entered the secret realm, they would most likely try their best to kill others if they met them, and try not to face the will of the secret realm. Under such rules, everyone who comes in will eventually kill each other. This is the trick played by God. They are so unruly. Su Yishan couldn't help but complain. And the temple ahead has been blessed by the greatest gods? Isn't it just throwing out the bait and waiting for them to go to the temple? Even those who are weaker will most likely go directly to the temple once they come in, because only there can we know how many people are alive in the end. Of course, this does not apply to those who are particularly frugal and go with the flow. Su Yishan had a rare moment of free time. He looked back at the hill that was more than 10 meters high, took a deep breath, mobilized the energy in his body, gathered his strength, and pushed forward. He then jumped directly into the air and over the top of the mountain. Fuck! Su Yishan was just wondering whether he had to climb the mountain several times before reaching the top. As a result, the jump was at least 20 meters high. When people were at the highest point, looking down at the top of the mountain, they really had the illusion of flying in the air. Who says you can't fly if you don't know how to fly? Su Yishan grinned in midair. Just relying on the strength of his body, he could jump more than 20 meters at a time. 20 or so meters may not sound too high, but if you think about it carefully, the buildings in the past were about this high with 6 or 7 floors. Jumping directly from the downstairs to the 6th floor is almost the same as Superman in the movie. Su Yishan controlled his balance in midair and landed suddenly on the top of the mountain. Boom! His feet sank into the gravel. In the gravel ground, several zombies poked their heads out, glanced at Su Yishan, and then went back inside. Su Yishan was no longer interested in these zombies. He smiled and jumped down again. This time he was not so scared. After all, he would just fall on his butt. He could jump more than 20 meters. So why would he be afraid of this small hill of more than 10 meters? What a joke! If there was a bungee jumping activity now, Su Yishan would definitely not take any safety measures and just jump down directly. That would be the feeling of being a Superman. This time, Su Yishan landed smoothly, but the bluestone under his feet shattered. After that, his eyes fell on the temple in the distance. Not going? In his heart, he did not want any blessing from God. The better the blessing, the less he wanted it. But if he doesn't go, he doesn't know how many people are still alive. Can he withstand the attack of the secret realm's will? He couldn't just pin all his hopes on Su Nuanyuan. That would be too much for him. Let's roll! Su Yishan gritted his teeth. Now that he had already come in, he had to be prepared for internal competition. Rolling others to death was the only way out. Except for Jun Jiyue and Xia Shanhe, he would not be merciful to those young masters from Longsheng. After thinking it through, Su Yishan rushed towards the temple. In the end, if there was really any blessing, then since he had already had the experience of becoming stronger once, even if he was weakened, he could still take off again. The premise is that I can survive safely this time. Chapter 80, Dead Sundara. In the secret realm, everyone who came from Dragon City, without exception, was being hunted down by ghosts, monsters, and strange beasts in the secret realm. Even Chu Yang was chased by a group of strange spiders. Su Yishan walked through the ruins. He didn't see Xia Shanhe here either. It was not until he came to a gloomy locust tree forest that he saw Chu Yang. The spiders that were chasing Chu Yang were big and small. The big ones were 4 or 5 meters tall, and their legs were like steel needles. The small spiders were as big as flies, but they were densely packed and emitted a strange blue light. They were obviously poisonous. Chu Yang held a sword in his hand, with sword energy lingering around him. Spiders kept exploding under the attack of the sword energy, emitting balls of green liquid. The liquid fell on the locust tree, and the tree seemed to come alive, with its branches attacking Chu Yang like sharp blades. The spider spit out silk, trying to wrap around Chu Yang's body and restrict him from dodging. This luck is so bad. Su Yishan felt his scalp tingling when he looked at the situation in the locust tree forest. There are too many types and numbers of spiders, and their means of attack are endless, including spinning silk, being extremely poisonous, and attacking from large ones. The locust trees around them can even attack. Even if it were Su Yishan, he would probably have a headache. Su Yishan had a very good impression of Chu Yang. At least this guy was straightforward and didn't think too much. In this world, everyone is calculating against each other, but Chu Yang is a pure person, and it seems that there is only the sword in his heart. Su Yishan was hesitating whether to help Chu Yang. Logically speaking, Su Yishan shouldn't have such thoughts in a place like this, but he just couldn't help but think about it. It seems that I still can't ignore human life. So Yisan said secretly. Su Yishan stood outside the locust tree forest and asked loudly, "Brother Chu, do you need help?" He didn't dare to help rashly. Although they had only met a few times, he could feel that Chu Yang was a little arrogant. In this situation, if he took action on his own initiative, Chu Yang might not appreciate it. Chu Yang heard Su Yishan's voice, glanced at him, and said coldly, "No need." After saying this, Chu Yang held the immortal sword in his hand, and thousands of blood-red sword shadows appeared behind him, and he stepped on a fire lotus. Heavenly fire slash! Chu Yang shouted loudly, and countless sword shadows burst out. Su Yishan saw the fire lotus blooming, and the dazzling fire and sword light covered the entire locust tree forest. He subconsciously covered his eyes and felt cold all over his body. When he put down his hand, he saw that the whole locust tree forest was burning with raging fire, and all the spiders were burned to charcoal. Chu Yang was dressed in white, holding a magic sword. His face was pale, but his back was still straight. Is it so fierce? Wherever Su Yishan looked, there was only scorched earth. Crack! The spider corpses that had been burned to ashes cracked open. Su Yisan swallowed hard. He was worthy of being the descendant of sword god Yi Jibai. Was this his ultimate move? Great swordsmanship. Su Yishan couldn't help but sigh. He felt bone-chilling cold when he stood outside the locust tree forest just now. It was conceivable how high the temperature was in the area centered on Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "It's just one sword." Cool. Su Yishan walked over slowly, still able to feel the chill around him. "Brother Chu, do you want to form an alliance?" Su Yishan really wanted to be a salted fish. He was not a murderous person, and he probably couldn't kill anyone who had no grudge against him. It just so happens that this place needs to be rolled up. In this case, let Chu Yang, the king of rolls, deal with those young masters from Dragon City. Alliance. Chu Yang's face was pale and bloodless. He was still standing there, with his long sword tilted in front of him. "I'm used to being alone. I don't want an alliance." Su Yishan had already walked to about 3 meters in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang stared at Su Yishan with his eyes wide open, his body swaying, and asked in surprise, "What realm are you in?" "Forehead." Su Yishan looked at Chu Yang and asked instead of answering, "Are you not going to be able to do it?" Why does it feel like Chu Yang is a little weak now? Chu Yang showed an ugly smile on his face. His body softened, and he half knelt on the ground with his sword. He said, "Since you have seen through me, you can kill me if you want. Why should I kill you?" Sui Shan really laughed. This boy was really arrogant. The sword just now must have exhausted all his strength, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Chu Yang lowered his head and sneered, "If you don't want to kill me, do you need to release such a strong aura?" Sui Shan suddenly realized and smiled awkwardly. "Don't I just not know how to restrain my own aura?" He is now in the chi control realm and is clearly in a very relaxed state. But why does Chu Yang say that he is releasing a very strong aura? Chu Yang heard this, raised his head and glanced at Sui Shan, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Oh my god! It turns out that he just wanted to show off. Chu Yi-san finally understood. When he asked Chu Yang if he needed help, Chu Yang used his ultimate move just to show off in front of him. Maybe if Sui Shan hadn't come, Chu Yang would have been able to slowly get rid of the entanglement of the spiders in the forest. But after Sui Shan asked that question, Chu Yang couldn't help it. Before, I said he might be a little bit arrogant. Sui Shan laughed. This guy is clearly a dead arrogant. Sui Shan glanced at Chu Yang, who was lying on the ground, and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Chu Yang said that he exuded a powerful aura. This is most likely because he was cursed by the system. Even if he did nothing, he would still exude the aura of the Qi control realm. Because of this, Chu Yang felt that Sui Shan was going to attack him. So he said that there was no need for an alliance and asked Sui Shan to leave. If my own situation can be reversed, then if I emit all my aura, can I hide my aura? Sui Shan realized that all the conditions on his body must be reversed. After all, he had practiced 9 years of ascension to immortality. Sui Shan mobilized the energy in his dantian, and at this moment, the energy should be fully opened. After Sui Shan finished all this, he began to pinch Chu Yang's philtrum. Chu Yang groaned and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Sui Shan, his brows slowly frowned. "What realm are you in? Good man, the first thing you ask when you wake up is this?" "Yuchi realm." Sui Shan let go of his hand and rolled his eyes at him. "Your current condition should be very bad. If you don't form an alliance with me, you may die here." "Chi control realm." Chu Yang murmured. "Chi control realm? How old are you this year?" Chu Yang and Sui Shan have completely different focuses. Shouldn't he be considering now whether or not to form an alliance with Sui Shan? Do we have to pay attention to his realm problem? 18 years old. Sui Shan pondered. There is still more than a month left. Chapter 81. The laughter is a little scary. 17 years old? Chu Yang seemed to have heard something incredible, muttering to himself. Even Sui Shan couldn't hear clearly what he was saying, and then he fainted again. Sui Shan looked at Chu Yang, who fainted again, and said, "I've already said that you're 18 years old, and your psychological endurance is so poor." This time, Sui Shan did not wake Chu Yang up again, but took out the soul-breaking sword and the Wuji stick and sat quietly beside him. After waiting for about half an hour, Chu Yang finally slowly opened his eyes, grabbed the sword in his hand, stood up suddenly, stared at Sui Shan, and asked, "Are you in the Chi control realm?" Sui Shan asked speechlessly, "Are you a repeater?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked again, "You won't kill me?" Sui Shan glanced at him and said, "You really are a repeater." He always likes to ask the same question several times. This brother must have been a Sundara parrot in his previous life. Chu Yang paused, then asked, "Do you want to form an alliance with me?" Sui Shan gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't want an alliance, forget it. It's so hard to talk to him." Sui Shan stood up and was about to leave. "I will form an alliance with you." Chu Yang was still clear about his current situation. There were many young masters who entered the secret realm, and he wanted to kill them. There are other dangers in the secret realm. He got carried away and tried his best to use the heavenly fire slash, which can only be used in the chi control realm. Now he is already at the end of his strength, and he doesn't know how long he needs to rest before he can recover to his peak condition. Sui Shan obviously didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would never wake up after fainting. "Let's go," Sui Shan said. "Walk slowly. Wait until they finish rolling, then we'll go back. It's almost time." Sui Shan liked Chu Yang, and since they were all familiar with each other, he decided to save his life. The two stood up again and walked towards the temple. Sui Shan asked as he walked, "Can you feel my aura now?" He now opened up his breath to the fullest, but he didn't know how others felt. Chu Yang looked at Sui Shan in confusion. "Didn't you restrain your breath?" "Oh, that's fine." Sui Shan knew how to play. If you want to hide your breath, then just release your breath. Sui Shan asked some questions along the way, such as which college is good in Longsheng and how is the consumption in Longsheng. After all, he was planning to go to Longsheng in a while. When they walked out of the locust tree forest that had been burned to ashes, they came to a stone forest. This kind of place should also be dangerous. Sui Shan looked at the stone forest in front of him. According to international practice, there must be some strange things in this place. Chu Yang nodded and said, "The secret realm of God is full of dangers." Sui Shan asked, "Do you have any problems protecting yourself?" Chu Yang held the sword, his face still pale and bloodless, and said, "Of course there is no problem." Sui Shan looked at him deeply. "Is this arrogant guy trying to show off? Call me if you have any questions." Sui Shan did not ask any more questions. After all, this brother was a direct disciple of the sword god and a leader of the younger generation. It should not be a problem for him to protect himself. "What's the problem?" Chu Yang said as he stepped into the stone forest. Sui Shan also followed him in. As soon as the two entered, the whole world seemed to have changed. The sky turned dark, and the stones all turned into tombstones. Cold winds blew, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. Groups of ghost fires of various colors floated above the tombstones. "It's a ghost. Keep your mind calm." Chu Yang was horrified. His already pale and ugly face became even more terrifying when illuminated by the ghost fire. Ghosts! Sui Shan heard that some ghosts would appear in Qiushan at night. But the hot-blooded practitioners are not afraid of those things. The ghosts in the city are so weak that they can only bully the old, weak, and sick. Once they sense the aura of a cultivator, they don't even have time to hide. But the ghosts that can appear in the secret realm of God should not be weak. You don't know about ghosts, do you? I think the ghost lights on these stone tablets are not simple. Chu Yang pointed at the purple ghost light floating on a stone tablet, frowned, and whispered, "Look at that purple ghost light. Don't alarm it. It is definitely at the level of a ghost king. If we are attacked by it, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out." Su Ishin looked in the direction he pointed. The will-o'-the-wisp was clearly in the shape of a human, about 500 meters away from them. The other will-o'-the-wisp were green, blue, and red, but there was only that one purple one. "We just need to keep our minds focused." As Chu Yang was speaking, a ball of green ghost fire next to him hit his forehead. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Just walk all the way there." After he finished speaking, a ball of green light burst out from between his brows. Before Sui Shan could come to his senses, a ball of green ghost fire hit his forehead. "Give me your life." Sui Shan's eyes went dark, and in a trance, he saw a fat man with a big belly and half a rotten head reaching towards him. "Soul is attacked. Mental power plus 100. Current mental power 3,350. Soul attack?" A small prompt subtitle appeared in front of Su Ishan's eyes. He was stunned and noticed the changes in the attribute panel. His vision became clear again. Is it still possible to play like this? These ghosts are considered soul attacks. Is that it? It can also boost his mental strength. Let's go quickly. Our mental energy has been exhausted, and we might die here. Chu Yang strode forward. Sui Shan said, "Run first, don't wait for me." There were many roads ahead. Chu Yang ran all the way and disturbed many ghost fires. He only saw groups of ghost fires constantly crashing into Chu Yang. Chu Yang ran all the way, and his speed was quite fast, but he turned back soon and saw Su Ishan standing still. He turned back and grabbed Su Ishan's wrist, gritted his teeth, and whispered, "Run. What are you doing?" Su Ishan had just been attacked by another green ghost fire. It was a charming female ghost with a nice figure. "Brother, run on your own and don't worry about me." Su Ishan broke free from Chu Yang's hand. He wasn't satisfied yet. Chu Yang grabbed Su Ishan again and said, "Don't joke. You don't understand the danger here." Then he pulled Su Ishan again. At this moment, a ball of red ghost fire hit Chu Yang's brow. Chu Yang's face changed. His eyes burst into a weird blood light, and a strange hee-hee laugh came out of his mouth. "Fuck. I've never understood how a laugh like that could be made. You've solved my mystery." Su Ishan was also shocked. The laughter was very scary. After Chu Yang finished laughing, he actually drew his sword and slashed at Su Ishan. "It's over." Su Ishan was now extremely fast. He grabbed his hand, snatched his sword away, threw the sword on the ground, twisted his hands, and dragged him to run. Chapter 82. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Su Ishan seemed to have entered a new paradise here. It was the first time he saw a ghost, so it was already strange. and it could also enhance his mental strength, so how could he let it go? Thinking that he would be blessed by the gods if he got out alive, Su Yishan felt a little bit at a loss. If he went to the secret realm, he would have to try everything. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Chu Yang was also a kind person. He even turned around to save him, but he was haunted by ghosts and fell into madness. For this, Su Yishan felt that he had to be responsible. Su Yishan twisted Chu Yang's hands behind his back and kept dragging him forward. He was still struggling, roaring and screaming. His face was distorted, and he looked completely unhandsome. The dust kicked up by his feet was flying high. I don't know if there are other people's ashes in this dust. Chu Yang's body must have been controlled by the ghost, and he kept trying to attack Su Yishan. However, Chu Yang was already hollowed out, and Su Yishan was still vigorous. How could he struggle against her? It was also because Su Yishan was kind-hearted, unlike Su Anan. As Chu Yang continued to roar and struggle, the surrounding ghost fires actually gathered together. These ghost fires continued to attack Su Yishan and Chu Yang. Su Yishan didn't know what Chu Yang's current situation was, but his mental strength was constantly growing. He even noticed how his mental strength increased when different colored will-o'-the-wisp fires attacked him. When the red ghost fire attacked him, the increase in his mental power was higher than that of the ghost fires of other colors. However, when these ghost fires attacked him, he was only in a trance for a short time, with a momentary hallucination, and then seemed to have swallowed them up. It seems that the red one is more powerful. No wonder Chu Yang fell for it. Chu Yang, wake up. Don't die here. Su Yishan himself was not in serious trouble, but Chu Yang was still under constant attack, and it was unknown whether he could withstand it. Chu Yang's entire body was shaking, and he continued to roar. Didn't you tell me to keep my mind focused? Su Yishan shouted as he ran. He was really afraid that Chu Yangliang was here. Don't let it get out and be known that he killed Chu Yang. Wouldn't Yi Zhibai come after him? This distance was not long, and Su Yishan ran very fast. In less than half a minute, he brought Chu Yang out of the cemetery. Chu Yang was still not awake, like a madman, twisting his neck, staring at Su Yishan, his eyes still bloodshot. Stare at me? You're fucking glaring at me. Su Yishan controlled Chu Yang's hands with one hand, cursed, and raised his hand to slap Chu Yang in the face. Come on, come at me if you have the guts. Although Su Yishan slapped Chu Yang, he did not have any psychological burden. He did this to save Chu Yang. Chu Yang is still yelling. Bang! Su Yishan slapped him again with his backhand to make it symmetrical. How dare you hit me? The ghost fire shot out from between Chu Yang's eyebrows and hit Su Yishan's eyebrows. Su Yishan did not dodge or evade. Isn't this the effect he wants? The red ghost fire penetrated into Su Yishan's brow, and Su Yishan saw a female ghost in red clothes rushing towards him. He knew very well that these were all hallucinations, mental attacks. This is how ghosts attack. The female ghost in red broke into Su Yishan's spiritual world and launched an attack. Soul is attacked. Mental power plus 80. Current mental power 5,840. Just now, when he dragged Chu Yang away and rushed out of the cemetery, he had suffered a lot of attacks from ghost fires. Now he was attacked by the red ghost fire again, and his mental strength had increased to a lot. In the blink of an eye, the female ghost in red attacked Su Yishan's spiritual world frantically for a while, and found that this person's mental power not only did not weaken, but became stronger, and even intended to swallow her. What kind of ghost are you? The female ghost screamed in Su Yishan's spiritual world. Just when Su Yishan's spiritual world was about to swallow her up, the female ghost was so scared that she quickly escaped from Su Yishan's spiritual world, but the ghost fire that escaped had turned blue. The blue will-o'-the-wisp tried to get into Chu Yang's brows again, but Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes shrouded in golden light, and he directly bounced the blue will-o'-the-wisp away. The blue will-o'-the-wisp never dared to act again and fled back to the cemetery in shame. The golden light in Chu Yang's pupils slowly dissipated. After everything returned to normal, he touched his face, looking a little dazed. He looked at Su Yishan, then at the graveyard behind him, and asked weakly, "Are we out?" Su Yishan nodded. "It's out, you're fine." After saying that, he glanced at the situation nearby. There was nothing around, so it should be safe. Chu Yang touched his face and asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Su Yishan said nonchalantly, "Oh, just now you were haunted by a ghost, and then you kept torturing yourself and wanted to blow your own head off, and I caught you by force." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Su Yishan ignored him and said excitedly, "Wait here, I'll go in again." How could he miss such an opportunity? He found ways to improve his cultivation and physical fitness, but there were not many ways to improve his mental strength. At least, the opportunities were rare. Why are you going back in? Chuyang was puzzled. He had barely escaped death. Why was he going back? Don't worry about it. I'll go in and play. Sui Shan was in high spirits. Just now, Chu Yang's eyes burst into golden light to resist the attack of the female ghost, proving that this guy must have other cards up his sleeve. The sword god's disciple shouldn't die so easily. Sui Shan ignored him and turned around and rushed into the cemetery. The cold wind blew on Sui Shan's body, which made him feel warm and comfortable. After he went in, the ghost lights began to attack in turns. For Sui Shan, this is simply a free benefit. The illusion created by the ghost was only a momentary thing for Sui Shan. As he saw on the attribute panel that his mental power was constantly increasing, Sui Shan became more and more excited. That's how it is. Sui Shan shouted excitedly in the cemetery. He shouted louder, and more will-o'-the-wisp flew towards him. Are you crazy? Chuyang stood up and looked at Sui Shan in panic. Even someone at the Qi-controlling realm couldn't handle such behavior. Especially in his opinion, Sui Shan had achieved such a level of cultivation at such a young age, and his foundation might not be very solid. Maybe he had some kind of fortuitous encounter, and his cultivation level just increased suddenly, but something like mental strength requires a long period of training. For a young man of 17 or 18 years old, even if his physical body is unparalleled and his cultivation is powerful, how strong can his mental power be? In a place like this, there are thousands of ghosts, including Ghost King-level beings. Anyone like Sui Shan who rushes in and disturbs a large number of ghosts will surely die. Chuyang thought of how Sui Shan had just saved him, so he wanted to rush in to help. Sui Shan noticed the situation here, pointed at Chuyang and said, Chuyang, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Chapter 83, A Sea of Green. Chuyang was stunned. How could this be considered meddling in other people's business? He stood outside, holding the sword tightly in his hand, and asked, Are you really okay? Sui Shan stood in the middle of the cemetery, allowing those ghost fires to crash into his spiritual world. Those ghost fires had just attacked Sui Shan, and the next moment they all fled in disgrace. Do I look like something's wrong to you? Sui Shan's expression gradually became excited. But in Chu Yang's eyes, he looked a little abnormal. It really looks like something that has been possessed by a ghost. Chu Yang, who was standing outside, had no idea what Sui Shan's current state was. He was a very rational man and knew that even if he went in now, he would definitely be a burden and would not be of any help. You haven't even fought me yet. You can't die here. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and whispered, then simply sat on the ground and took out a bunch of spirit coins from his storage bag. He began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit coin. Colorful light filled his body, and his aura gradually became stronger. However, after the spiritual energy of those spirit coins was sucked away, they turned into powder. In just 3 minutes, all the spirit coins on him were destroyed. Chu Yang recited the spell as the immortal sword slashed across his index and middle fingers, and a trace of blood was absorbed by the sword. Please ask the sword's spirit to kill the evil for me. The sword in Chu Yang's hand was no ordinary item. A sword spirit had already been nurtured in the sword. Sword spirits are also spiritual bodies, and with Chu Yang's secret technique, it is not difficult to kill these ghosts. However, doing so requires a certain price. Just now, in order to quickly restore his cultivation, Chu Yang used up 10 low-grade spirit coins and 1 medium-grade spirit coin in 3 minutes. Now, he was summoning the sword spirit, which almost exhausted all his mental power and the energy in his dantian. The magic sword in Chu Yang's hand turned into a beam of white light and rushed into the cemetery. Sui Shan's mental strength had risen to 6,890 at this time. The ghosts that attacked him either changed color and lowered their rank after escaping, or simply disappeared into thin air. But later on, even when the red ghost fire attacked him, his mental power only increased by about 20 points. Sui Shan's eyes fell on the purple ghost fire. I heard this is a big one. The smile on Sui Shan's face did gradually become abnormal, and he slowly walked towards the ghost fire. Of course, the best dishes should be saved for last. However, in Chu Yang's eyes, his behavior was like being bewitched by ghosts, so he was sent to the Ghost King to die. Sword Spirit, kill the Ghost King. Chu Yang's expression was solemn. He pointed his finger at the purple ghost fire, and the fairy sword turned into rainbow light, accurately hitting the Ghost King who had turned into a human form. Call out! The immortal sword pierced through the Ghost King, and the Ghost King was directly shattered by the Howren sword energy. Su Yishan was petrified on the spot, turned his head stiffly, stared at Chu Yang, and asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Just consider it as my repayment for saving my life just now." Su Yishan looked at the ghost fires around him that had begun to avoid him, then turned back to look at the purple ghost fires that had disappeared and clenched his fists. Such a great meal, just gone like that? Just gone like that? There was obviously only this one purple will-o'-the-wisp in the whole place. It had already taken human form, and maybe it would turn into an elf in the future. Maybe she will be a beauty even after turning into an elf. Chu Yang, the executioner. Murderous maniac. Frenzied. Su Yishan's eyes swept across the will-o'-the-wisp fires present, and wherever his eyes reached, the will-o'-the-wisp fires retreated one after another. Seeing that the ghost fires no longer attacked Su Yishan, Chu Yang also retracted the magic sword. Su Yishan sighed deeply, as if he had lost his parents. There was no fun anymore. The ghosts present all looked very afraid of him and were unwilling to attack him, so their mental strength did not increase. Su Yishan walked to Chu Yang with a disappointed look on her face and looked at him expressionlessly. "I told you not to meddle in other people's business. Why didn't you listen?" Chu Yang frowned. "Do you want to temper your mental strength here?" Su Yishan nodded angrily. "You just found out? But you can't deal with that Ghost King." Chu Yang said, "Now that we have made it clear, go back and train. I'll wait for you." "What the hell are you still refining?" Su Yishan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Let's go." They had just entered the stone forest, and the area that had turned into a cemetery was so dazzling. Purple, red, blue, green, colorful. Now looking back, it's all green, and some of them are so green that they're not even noticeable. Su Yishan is no longer interested in these guys. Chu Yang did not ask any more questions, but said to Su Yishan, "Su Yishan, from now on you will be my friend." Su Yishan said weakly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chu Yang said, "I can't just watch you die." "Ha!" Su Yishan laughed, and his laugh was so sad. Damn it, now except laughing twice, he really didn't know what to say. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but beat Chu Yang. After a while, Su Yishan asked, "You look very weak." "Not bad." Chu Yang's spine was still straight. Su Yishan asked, "How many spirit coins did you use just now?" He had noticed before that Su Yishan took out something like a spirit coin to refine it. When he stood up, there was a pile of white powder in front of him. That white powder couldn't be someone's ashes. Spirit coins can not only replenish energy, but also replenish mental strength. They can also be used when practicing breakthroughs. This is what Su Yishan saw in the book. It is also because of this that spirit coins are actually the hard currency of this world. High-quality spirit coins like the ones his sister gave him should only be used by practitioners for breakthroughs. For things like replenishing energy and mental strength, it is normal to use low-grade spirit coins. The market value of medium-quality spirit coins is 100,000, and they are generally used to break through a bottleneck. The top-grade spirit coin is said to be worth 1 million, but in fact it is quite rare on the market. Most small families would probably use it as an heirloom. It's not much. You don't have to worry about it. Chu Yang thought Su Yishan felt guilty. Su Yishan took out a high-quality spirit coin and said, 2 million. How about selling you one? Chu Yang glanced at the spirit coins in Su Yishan's hand and said, "I don't have that many on me." "Oh," Su Yishan said and put the spirit coins away. "Give it to him? Impossible. Absurdity impossible." Even brothers settle accounts clearly. It seems that he and Chu Yang are not that familiar with each other. At most, Chu Yang felt that he was very familiar with Su Yishan. Chu Yang didn't know what to say. With his personality, it was impossible for him to shamelessly ask Su Yishan to buy on credit or give him a piece of cake. Su Yishan and his companions continued moving forward. The temple seemed to be several kilometers away from them. Along the way, when Su Yishan was saying that he was bored, he met Ling Su and a group of people chasing Jun Juyue. Chapter 84. Healing since ancient times. There were 10 people following Ling Su. Jun Juyue's body was covered in blood, and her face was pale and ugly. She was running away desperately with the alloy steel knife in her hand. Sword energy and knife light kept flying behind Jun Juyue. While running away, she had to be on guard against the movements behind her, dodging and blocking with the giant sword. But in the end, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The 3 deep wounds on his back that were visible to the bone were bleeding continuously. If it weren't for his strong desire to survive, he would not even have the strength to move. When Su Yishan saw her, she also saw Su Yishan and Chu Yang, and subconsciously shouted, "Su Yishan, run!" After saying that, he turned around, with his back to Su Yishan, his giant sword dragging on the ground, and looked directly at Ling Su and the others. Su Yishan felt inexplicabilitat. Does this woman want to protect him? He and Jun Jiwe had not known each other for long, but in his eyes, this woman was very smart, calculating, and also very cold. Although Jun Jiwe had lived in his house before, the two of them were definitely not even friends. Perhaps she wanted to win his favor by doing this. After all, she should know that Ling Su is no match for Su Yishan, not to mention that there is Chu Yang standing next to Su Yishan. If she didn't do this and ran away by herself, Su Yishan and Chu Yang might not help her. Facing the pursuit of Ling Su and others, she is doomed to die. Only if Su Yishan and Chu Yang take action can she survive. Su Yishan had a little bit of affection for Jun Jiwe. When he entered the secret realm, he had thought that except Jun Jiwe, everyone else could be killed. But if Jun Jiwe played this trick, he would not want to help. After seeing Su Yishan and Chu Yang, Ling Su and others stopped. Wait! Ling Su stretched out his right hand, signaling the people behind him to stop attacking. Without even looking at Jun Jiwe, his eyes fell on Su Yishan and asked, "Su Yishan, do you want to protect her?" Jun Jiwe's body trembled noticeably, and she looked back at Su Yishan as if she remembered something and said to Ling Su, "I'm not familiar with him. Do I need his protection? You just want to kill me? Come on, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Jun Jiwe didn't even turn her head. She just said, "Su Yishan, I knew you were not a good person the first time I saw you. You just coveted my body and acted in front of me. What I hate most in my life is hypocrites like you. You'd better get out of here. Otherwise, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I will not let you go." After Jun Jiwe finished speaking, her aura surged and the wound on her back opened open. More blood spurted out as if it was free, forming a tornado with her as the center, and sword energy raged. She is going to fight to the death and cut off ties with Su Yishan. No. How can she be called desperate? It was clearly a suicide attack. Su Yishan was now certain that Jun Jiwe was not acting. The moment she turned around, she subconsciously wanted to protect Su Yishan. Now she doesn't want Su Yishan to become an enemy of Ling Su and others because of her. He also remembered that Jun Jiwe was not present during the college entrance examination, and she might not have known that Su Yishan had beaten Ling Su. In addition, Su Yishan's aura was now fully open, and in Jun Jiwe's eyes, she could not feel Su Yishan's aura at all. It was even more impossible for her to know that Su Yishan's realm had already been elevated to the Qi control realm. Even if Su Yishan and Chu Yang join forces, they may not be a match for Ling Su and the other 11 people. What's more, in the secret realm, the relationships are extremely complicated. Are Su Yishan and Chu Yang really an alliance? After Su Yishan thought about these questions clearly, he stepped forward, passed through the tornado surrounding Jun Jiwe, and grabbed Jun Jiwe's sword-holding hand. Wait, let me talk some sense into them. Su Yishan didn't know Jun Jiwe's condition and didn't dare to knock her out, so he could only grab her hand. What are you doing? Jun Jiwe was obviously seriously injured, and her lips were bloodless, but she was still full of energy. She glared at Su Yishan and said, "Didn't you hear what I said just now? I heard you. We are not familiar with each other." Su Yishan was too lazy to talk to Jun Jiwe and said to Ling Su, "Boy, I will tell you something, and then you decide whether to kill her or not." Ling Su didn't want to fight with Su Yishan in the first place, so he could only patiently ask, "What's the matter?" Su Yishan felt Jun Jiwe's aura weakening and turned his head to look at Jun Jiwe again. This girl's eyelids were almost closed, and she whispered in Su Yishan's ear, "Are you an idiot? I don't want you to care. You are not their opponent. Go." Hearing her say this, Su Yishan didn't even look at her but said to Ling Su, "The first thing is that Jun Fengyang is dead." "Hmm? What does his death have to do with us?" Ling Su paused. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You mean this girl from the Jun family has lost her backer, so we can kill her?" Su Yishan looked at Ling Su with a look of mental retardation. "Are you stupid? It's obvious that Jun Fengyang is not her backer. Otherwise, how dare you chase her like this?" Ling Su was angry, but dared not speak. He took a deep breath and just asked, "What do you want to say?" Su Yishan snorted. "I just want to tell you that Xia Shanha intends to take her as his apprentice. If she dies here today, none of us will be able to get out alive. Ling Su and others' faces changed drastically when they heard this. Jun Fengyang is dead, which means Xia Shanhe is still alive. That master said that people in the Apocalypse Realm cannot attack those below the Apocalypse Realm. Ling Su said with a stiff upper lip, I don't believe Xia Shanhe will kill us here. Su Yishan smiled and said, a master of the Apocalypse Realm would reveal his flaws when killing little trash like you? If Xia Shanhe strikes you with one sword, you will probably disappear from the face of the earth. Who will know where you are then? Ling Su's face became more and more ugly. Just as Su Yishan said, it was easy for the masters of the Apocalypse Realm to kill them. Even if they were not killed today, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's easy to do it without anyone noticing, and it will definitely leave no trace. Ling Su and the others didn't know what to do for a moment, and just looked at each other. Su Yishan scolded, are you all idiots? Do you have any medicine to heal the wound? If you do, take it out. Any one of you can die today, but she can't. Do you understand? Even if Su Nuanyuan said those words, no one would want to offend Xia Shanhe, the former leader of the Taoist Alliance. Even if they didn't take action, with Xia Shanhe's connections, wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? A young man holding a big knife behind Ling Su quickly took out a jade bottle, and then some gauze and hemostatic medicine and other things. Brother Su, do you think these medicines are okay? This is the best hemostatic medicine in our family, and there is also painkiller. There is a vitality pill in this jade bottle. Eat it first, you shouldn't die. Su Yishan supported Jun Jiwei, who was about to collapse, took the medicine, and said to them, go away, I will treat her wounds. Chapter 85. Don't die, be careful while it's hot. Su Yishan's words made Ling Su and others worry about Jun Jiwei's safety more than anyone else. Seeing this, Jun Jiwei knew that she was not going to die, so she breathed a sigh of relief and almost fell asleep. Su Yishan supported Jun Jiwei and said, Miss Jun, you'd better not sleep. If you fall asleep, I don't know what I will do when I treat your wound. Jun Jiwei's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly widened and stared at Su Yishan. She gritted her teeth and tried to break free from Su Yishan, but her voice was weak and powerless. Asshole, let me go. But with the limited strength she had now, how could she possibly break free from Su Yishan's hand? Su Yishan snatched the sword from her hand, stuck it into the ground, hung her hand around his neck, and said to Ling Su and the others, stay away. Ling Su didn't say anything, but another young man in black said excitedly, Su Yishan, what do you want to do to her? Take advantage of her? Su Yishan frowned, and the flying knife fell into his hand. The cold light was as bright as a meteor and as fast as a fleeting light. Puff! The flying knife pierced through the chest of the young man in black, bringing up a pool of blood. The young man in black's pupils suddenly shrank, and he slowly looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. He couldn't understand why Su Yishan killed him just because he said a few extra words. This knife cut off the black-clothed young man's life. He took a few breaths, blood bubbles came out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Su Yishan, what do you want to do? Ling Su couldn't help it. He hated Su Yishan in the first place. This kid made him lose face and even stole the Ling family's magic weapon, the Wuji stick. If he couldn't beat him, he would definitely fight him if they met. Su Yishan glanced at Ling Su with contempt. Only 10 people can get out of this place alive. I don't know if Su Nuanyuan and Xia Shanhe count as 2 spots. We have 3 spots. You can discuss the remaining 5 spots among yourselves. He is not the kind of person who kills indiscriminately, but under such circumstances, how could he tolerate so many people like Ling Su forming an alliance? Now he had to heal Jun Jiwei's injuries and had no time to talk nonsense with them. If we don't demonstrate sufficient strength, who knows if these bastards will cause trouble? Chu Yang is now just an empty shell, and the flying knife he threw just now was just to intimidate this group of people. What was said later was naturally to divide them. By the way, whoever finds that flying knife for me, I will save his life. After saying that, Su Yishan ignored them and helped Jun Jiwei sit under a big tree nearby. Take this medicine first. Su Yishan fed the vitality pill into Jun Jiwei's mouth. Jun Jiwei swallowed the Yuanqi pill and said, put the medicine here. But her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she could no longer open her eyes. How can I change the medicine by myself? The main reason was that her injuries were almost all concentrated on her back, so it was even more difficult for her to change the dressings herself. Okay, don't move. It's not like I haven't seen a woman before, Su Yishan said in a low voice, disdainfully. With your figure, I don't even like you. Who the hell can feel anything when looking at a bloody mess? You. Jun Jue was so angry that she almost fainted. Women are like this. It's one thing if I don't show it to you, but if you don't like it, that's a bit infuriating. He actually said that she had a bad figure. This statement is somewhat hurtful to a woman. Me? What the hell? I want to find a woman, but I don't know how to spend money. Do you know how rich I am now? Su Yishan looked like he had suddenly become rich, but then he changed the subject and said, but you'd better not fall asleep. You're not injured in the front. If you fall asleep, it's not impossible that I can't help but touch you a few times. As a man, this kind of thing is just inertia. You have to understand. Jun Jue had no strength left, but when she heard Su Yishan's words, she was immediately awakened by anger. You dare! What's there to be afraid of? Su Yishan laughed and lifted up Jun Jue's clothes from behind. What caught his eyes were not only 3 wounds deep enough to see the bones, but also densely packed scars. The scars were crisscrossed and so dense that Su Yishan felt his scalp tingling just looking at them. He couldn't imagine what Jun Jue had been through. Isn't she the daughter of the Jun family? Which young lady would have so many scars on her body? Jun Jue has a pretty face and smooth and tender skin, but who would have thought that her back would be like this? Are you scared? Jun Jue's voice was trembling, with a hint of self-mockery in it. Will I be scared? If you have the guts, just sleep. Do you think I will touch you randomly when you fall asleep? Su Yishan heard that once a seriously injured person falls asleep, the probability of death is very high. Also, you'd better not die. If you die, I might take advantage of you while you're still hot. Is this something a human would say? Jun Jue really doesn't know what kind of person Su Yishan is now. No matter what, she is a girl, and no one has dared to say such vulgar words in front of her before. She didn't even dare close her eyes. Su Yishan looked at the 3 long wounds and said, how can we sew them without needles and thread? Jun Jue said, no need to sew, just apply the hemostatic medicine to me. Su Yishan clearly saw the 3 wounds closing up, and he suddenly realized that after all, they were all practitioners, and their ability to control their bodies was much stronger than that of ordinary people. There was no need to suture after being injured. The healing ability should be much stronger than that of ordinary people. No need for painkillers. Jun Jue took a deep breath and sat up straight, with her head facing the sky. Wrap my wound with gauze, and don't worry about the rest. It's really abnormal to treat a fatal knife wound so simply. Su Yishan didn't want to take advantage of Jun Jue, but he didn't want to be blamed for such a thing. He used cotton cloth to slowly apply hemostatic medicine on Jun Jue's wound. The effect of this medicine is indeed good. After applying it, the bleeding stopped in just a few seconds and the wound actually began to clot. Such a good medicine really overturned Su Yishan's understanding of the current development of medical care. No painkillers, this woman is really cruel. After applying the hemostatic medicine, Su Yishan began to wrap gauze around Jun Jue. Suddenly, he discovered a problem. Jun Jue didn't seem to be wearing anything. No, there's a broken piece of white cloth there, and that piece of white cloth must have been cut. Are you going to take it out first? Su Yishan gently pulled the white cloth, only feeling a slight resistance, and then it fell into his hands. Is this the kind of cloth you are wearing now? Su Yishan took the cloth in his hand. It was too simple. Jun Jue had already entered the state of adjusting her internal breath at this time. She didn't dare to speak. Her bra binder was actually torn off by that bastard Su Yishan. She couldn't help feeling a little anxious and uneasy. Chapter 86. Kaka is so comfortable. Su Yishan never thought that the blood-stained white cloth in his hand was actually a woman's bra binder. I've never seen it in my previous life. Women generally like to show off their bodies. If you have certain natural advantages, of course you should show them to the fullest. Those narrow-minded girls will use some props to show their tolerance. Su Yishan just guessed that the white cloth was something he wore close to his body, and he didn't do anything obscene, he just put it aside. Then he started to wrap gauze around Jun Jue. To be honest, when wrapping gauze around someone, some skin contact is inevitable. The waist and other parts are easy to deal with. Su Yishan is sitting behind Jun Jue. Besides the smell of blood, he can also smell a faint fragrance of hair. But a little further up, when Su Yishan wrapped the gauze around her, he couldn't avoid putting his hand through the front. I originally thought that Jun Jue wasn't too big, so I could just lift up her clothes at the back and carefully put my hands around her, and it shouldn't be a problem. But when he was wrapping the gauze around Jun Jue's wound, when he reached into Jun Jue's clothes, it got stuck. Su Yishan was silent. If he dares to point at me, I won't die. Jun Jue glanced at Su Yishan from the corner of her eyes, then frowned and turned her head away. Go away, I'm fine. Su Yishan coughed lightly and said, this is just a normal physiological phenomenon. Just sit still and leave the rest to me. After this incident, Su Yishan felt a little relieved. This system reversal, at least not everything has changed. If everything were reversed, then wouldn't he have no reaction after experiencing something like this? It's scary just thinking about it. It seems that the system still left him a way to survive, but it did not give him a chance to turn things around at the most critical moment. If the 3 wounds on Jun Jiue's body were on an ordinary person, with such hasty treatment, he would most likely not survive. But when Jun Jiue spoke just now, she was full of energy and seemed much better than before, so Su Yishan felt relieved. Su Yishan no longer cared about Jun Jiue, turned around and walked to Chu Yang, and asked, what's going on with them? At this time, Chu Yang and the others had no idea where they had gone. Chu Yang said, they have agreed to leave it to fate and go to the temple first. No one is going to pick up my flying knife? Su Yishan was curious. Asking them to pick up the flying knife could be regarded as the ultimate way to divide and win over others. There is only one flying knife, and anyone who wants to join Su Yishan's side will inevitably have a fight. How can this not kill people? At the end of the fight, there was still someone standing on his side. Su Yishan felt that he was quite smart. Chu Yang said they are not stupid. They have already agreed not to pick up your flying knife. Otherwise, they will attack you in groups. It seems that you have to find it by yourself. You wait here for me. Su Yishan shook his head and smiled. His plan failed. These young masters from Longqing are not stupid. After all, no one can guarantee that Su Yishan will save his life after getting the flying knife. In a place like this, who can completely trust anyone? Su Yishan walked towards the direction where he had just shot the young man in black. After walking in that direction for more than 100 meters, I finally found the throwing knife on a tree. The flying knife passed through at least 10 trees. The proficiency of the flying knife just now was 6382. Combined with his chi control, realm cultivation, and physique, the power of the knife was so terrifying. This time, Su Yishan really experienced the feeling of proficiency. The moment he threw the flying knife, he actually had an illusion that he had been practicing flying knife for a long time. Never miss a target. The young man who was killed just now had cultivation level at most, not to mention proficiency. Even if Su Yishan used an iron ball, he could have crippled him. Su Yishan pulled the flying knife from the tree and put it on his body again. Let your proficiency continue to increase. Jun Jiue was still sitting there adjusting her state. Su Yishan walked over and said to Chu Yang, why don't you take a rest first? If they attack you, at least you will have some ability to protect yourself. Can you get blessings from the gods by entering the temple? To be honest, Su Yishan really doesn't care. Don't let a single blessing ruin all his hard work over the past few days. Anyway, he didn't want to enter the temple. As long as there were only one person left who entered the secret realm, Su Yishan had no intention of taking any action. Su Yishan wanted to explore further. If he encountered ghosts or something like that in the stone forest, he would definitely knock Chu Yang out first to prevent him from meddling in other people's business. But considering that Jun Jiue and Chu Yang are in very bad condition, I won't be able to protect them if they encounter danger. Chu Yang heard Su Yishan asking him to rest, so he didn't waste any words and started meditating directly. Then I'll trouble brother Su to protect us. Resting and meditating in the secret realm of God is something that you cannot even think about. No one knows if some monster will suddenly jump out from around. If you don't absolutely trust your companions, you wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Chu Yang clearly regarded Su Yishan as a friend, the kind worth entrusting his life to. You're really too young. Su Yishan glanced at Chu Yang and secretly complained, damn it, if I punch you now, won't you be scrapped? Jun Jiue and Chu Yang were both meditating and resting, and Su Yishan was not idle either. He began to collect the things from the dead, black-clothed young man. Killing and robbing are not separated. Otherwise, the killing is in vain. This is Su Yishan's basic cultivation as a reborn person, and it is also a respect for the dead. The young man in black had 3 crystal cards, an exquisite dagger, and a waist badge on him. And a ring. Having read too much fantasy novels in the past, Su Yishan always felt that rings were mostly things with storage functions. He couldn't tell the good from the bad, so he accepted everything. Afterwards, he even dug a hole and buried his brother's body. Rest in peace. The murderer Su Yishan stepped on the grave firmly, not feeling much guilt. This is what it means to be born in this world. Please give me good reviews, votes, and everything. I love you guys. Chapter 87. It turns out that swordplay can be so cool. In the secret realm of God, danger is always present. Jun Jiwei and Chu Yang sat there to recover their strength, and Su Yishan stood beside them. Not long after, they heard the howling of wolves. Wolf! Su Yishan frowned. Are there wolves in this broken place? Zombies, ghosts, which one is not more powerful than wolves? Who among those who can enter this secret realm of God is not more powerful than a wolf? However, Jun Jiwei and the others don't have much combat power now, so Su Yishan can only look around and watch. Whoa! The howling of wolves was getting closer. Su Yishan only saw a group of dark shadows moving through the jungle. These shadows were moving extremely fast, and with Su Yishan's current strength, he could only see after images. In the Mo Divine Realm, a god with a dog's head and various magical instruments on his body was watching everything that happened in the secret realm through a mirror. He was surrounded by a group of strange-looking gods. The woman from the Su family is also inside, but she doesn't seem to want to take care of the things in the secret realm. I really don't know what she went in for. Don't mess with her again. The mirror in front of the god didn't dare to peek at Su Nuanyuan, for fear of accidentally angering Su Nuanyuan. A while ago, Su Nuanyuan killed a god with 2 swords, and the god's blood dyed the entire Mo River red. This person is quite strong and seems to have great potential. Can we make him a divine messenger? The picture in the mirror now fell on Su Yishan, and the dog-headed god showed a strange smile on his face. The Netherwolf Pack, a god with 4 wings on his back, laughed strangely. If this little guy can survive the mouth of the Netherwolf Pack, choose him as the messenger of God. I don't know if this person from the Su family will intervene. Su Yishan didn't know that he was being monitored by a group of gods, who even wanted to choose him as their messenger. More than 20 Netherwolves surrounded Su Yishan and his group. Su Yishan glanced towards Tu Yang. This guy was still sitting there, as steady as an old dog. But Jun Jiwei opened her eyes, slowly stood up, stretched out her hand, and the giant sword that was inserted not far away fell into her hand. All right, don't move, leave everything to me. Su Yishan retreated to Jun Jiwei's side and said, just keep an eye on Chu Yang. With the Wuji stick in his hand, Su Yishan glanced at the tall wolves around him. Each wolf was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a monster. When they came over, the surrounding trees were knocked down. Su Yishan is about 1.78 meters tall, which is not short, but he looks particularly weak when surrounded by wolves. These nether wolves did not want to besiege them. The giant wolf standing in the front let out a strange howl and pounced towards Su Yishan. What's so great about its size? Su Yishan held the Wuji stick in his hand, predicted the trajectory of the nether wolf's pounce, and swung the stick out. Su Yishan's current speed and strength have reached the level of controlling Qi. According to normal logic, the secret realm of God is for the human race to gain experience and allow them to start their inner journey. So the strength of these giant wolves will not exceed the level of practicing both. With such a realm, wouldn't it be possible to kill them all with one stick? Just when Su Yishan thought that the stick would hit the giant wolf's head accurately, it missed. The giant wolf seemed to travel through space, avoiding Su Yishan's attack, and slapped Su Yishan with its sharp claws and fierce wind. Boom! The giant wolf's claws almost hit Su Yishan's head, but fortunately he reacted in time, tightly gripped the Wuji stick, and blocked the giant wolf's claws. A small pit appeared at the foot of Mount Suyi. Damn it, could this be the state of combined cultivation? Those gods want to kill them? The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit Su Yishan's head. Su Yishan had heard a phrase describing wolves: thin legs and tofu waist. Normally, these are the 2 major weaknesses of wolves, but the legs of these wolves are thicker than Su Yishan's arms, so its legs are clearly not a weakness. Su Yishan let out a low roar and kicked the giant wolf in the abdomen, sending it flying. Damn it. Even if these wolves' strength exceeds the concurrent cultivation realm, it's still not that much higher. With this kick, Su Yishan was certain that if it was just a matter of physical strength, he would at least be a little stronger. When the gods in Mo saw this scene, some of them actually laughed. This kid is at least at the level of controlling Qi. Among those who came in this time, he is also the strongest one. The dog-headed god chuckled and said, if he can enter the temple alive, let him be my apostle. The gods forbid people from traveling within the dragon kingdom, but they cannot leave the human race alone. Once the human race rises, their gods may not even have a place to stay. Moreover, they still need the power of human faith. Since the gods forbid it, then we can only train the messengers of the gods. After all, the messengers of God are still human. What does the internal strife among humans have to do with them, the gods? In the secret realm, the geniuses of the human race are forced to fight among themselves, and messengers of God are selected from among them. After granting them power, the messengers of God are allowed to find various reasons to kill the strong human beings and make the human race believe in God. This is God's plan. However, even if he is a messenger of God, he is just a plaything of God. Once he dies, he will be replaced by another one. At this moment, Sui Shan was an interesting plaything in the eyes of the gods. Sui Shan moved extremely quickly. He did not stop after kicking the giant wolf away. He flew up and thrust the Wuji stick into the giant wolf's stomach. Black gas was lingering on the Wuji stick. The moment it was inserted, the black gas exploded and actually swallowed up the giant wolf. In an instant, the giant wolf disappeared into thin air, leaving only the Wuji stick emitting black gas in his hand. Sui Shan took the Wuji stick in his hand and looked at it. Only then did he realize that this stick snatch from Ling seemed to be quite good. The proficiency in stick techniques is now 0. But so what? Sui Shan's current strength is there, and he can kill without any proficiency. At least the Wuji stick should have special functions. The specific functions are unclear, but it seems to be very effective against these giant wolves. The gods of Mo looked at the Wuji stick in Sui Shan's hand, and some of them had already recognized it. Ling Hani's Wuji stick? Is he from the Ling family? Is that Ling Hani who killed 3 great gods back then? For someone from the Ling family, becoming a divine envoy is a good choice. Sui Shan held the Wuji stick and protected Chu Yang and Jun Jue. He was not afraid of being injured, but Chu Yang and Jun Jue could not withstand it now, and he had no intention of improving his strength here. Let's save these 2 guys first. Come on! Sui Shan held the Wuji stick in his hand and swept his eyes fiercely over these nether wolves. Just as Sui Shan was about to take action, Chu Yang opened his eyes. Golden light filled his eyes, and he turned into a shadow and took the initiative to kill a nether wolf. In midair, Sui Shan saw more than 10 figures of Chu Yang. In an instant, sword shadows appeared and wolf heads fell to the ground. Jun Jue murmured, 10,000 swords flying fairy. Sui Shan was stunned. It turned out that swordplay could be so handsome. Chapter 88, Ancient Holy Body. Sui Shan thought that Chu Yang was sitting there preparing to give up, or that he had not yet recovered his strength. Who would have thought that he would use his ultimate move as soon as he opened his eyes? It's outrageous if it opens in full seconds. It's not that Sui Shan hasn't fought with these wolves. In terms of speed and strength, these giant wolves have surpassed the realm of dual cultivation. And there is also the strange ability to travel through space. It took only 1 second for Chu Yang to stand up and behead them all. Still full seconds. You have to know that Chu Yang is only at the concurrent cultivation level. Chu Yang sheathed the immortal sword in his hand, stood tall, with his back to Sui Shan, and wolf corpses scattered all over the ground, and asked, "Are you all okay?" Sui Shan smiled and stepped forward, patting Chu Yang on the shoulder. "Awesome, brother." Chu Yang was hit by him and fell on his back. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Sui Shan quickly grabbed him and supported him. As it turned out, the boy looked handsome from behind, but from the front he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His face was covered in blood, and he fainted again. Damn it. It turns out that showing off comes at a price. Jun Jue also followed, glanced at Chu Yang, and said, "He is forcing himself to use the 10,000 swords flying immortal at this level. I'm afraid his foundation is damaged." Sui Shan looked down at Chu Yang's key points and said in surprise, "No way. He becomes a eunuch after using the sword once." Jun Jue frowned. "What are you thinking? The foundation I'm talking about is the foundation of his practice. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sui Shan asked, "Do you know medical skills?" Jun Jue grabbed Chu Yang's wrist, felt his pulse, and sighed. "Such a serious injury. The dantian is broken, the meridians are all severed, and I don't have the kind of medicine that can bring the dead back to life." Sui Shan was in a complicated mood. Strictly speaking, he was not afraid of these giant wolves. It might take some time to deal with them, but it was not a big deal. But this guy Chu Yang always doesn't understand the situation and always attacks recklessly. The key point is that he did all this to save Sui Shan. Even though Sui Shan didn't need him to save him, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. "We stay here and don't go anywhere." Sui Shan thought that even if Chu Yang died, he had to take the body out and hand it over to Yi Jibai. Obviously, in this situation, it is impossible to go to the temple. Su Nuanyuan said, "He is so seriously injured now. Unless Sister Su takes action, I am afraid no one can save him." Su Yishan also thought of it and shouted to the sky, "Sister, are you there? Save my life." To be honest, Su Yishan didn't want to rely on his sister for everything, and he also thought that he didn't have to rely on his sister. He even felt that he could abandon some of his conscience and bury Chu Yang right there. After all, this seems to be the way the world should be. But in the end, he found that he still couldn't be so cold-blooded. He shouted like this, and originally thought that Su Nuanyuan would appear like a savior, and then feed Chu Yang a magic pill, and Chu Yang would come back to life. But after a long time, Su Nuanyuan didn't show up. In the Mo divine realm, the dog-headed god said to the four-winged angel next to him, "The man from the Su family has left the secret realm. It seems that he will not interfere with the affairs of the secret realm." The swordsmanship that man used just now was pretty good, but unfortunately his realm was a little low. This kid from the Ling family is really lucky. That person helped him get rid of the Netherwolf. He seemed to be shouting something. Could he be trying to save that person? The mirror of the god can only see the images in the secret realm, but there is no sound. In the eyes of the great gods, does it matter what the humble human race says? They don't even want the human language to pollute their ears. Su Yishan didn't know that his sister had already left the secret realm. He called out a few more times, but still no response. Looking at Chu Yang again, his breath was already very weak and his life was hanging by a thread. "Chu Yang, do you have any other cards?" Su Yishan had a lot of spirit coins on him, but Jun Jua said that his dantian was shattered and his meridians were all severed. Even if Su Yishan took out the spirit coins now, he would probably not survive. Chu Yang didn't even have the strength to open his eyes at this moment. So how could he tell Su Yishan what other cards he had? Jun Jua pondered for a long time and said, "The only thing we can do now is to take him to the temple. It is said that the 10 people who survived at the end will recover no matter how serious their injuries are. Even if they have broken arms and legs, as long as they are still breathing, everything will be fine." Jun Jua said, "The premise is that he is still alive when he gets out. Do your best and leave it to fate." Su Yishan carefully carried Chu Yang on his back and whispered, "A handsome guy like this with good swordsmanship usually doesn't die so young." Su Yishan even had an idea in his heart. If he went to the temple and killed all the young masters in launching directly, could they get out? But it seems that one can only leave the secret realm when the time is right. There are still 15 hours left. I don't know if he can make it through this. After Su Yishan carried Chu Yang on his back, he said to Jun Jue, "If something happens later, just watch him. I want to play with those kids." Before entering the secret realm, Su Yishan had never thought about protecting anyone. Even if it was Jun Jue, the most he could do was not attack her. Jun Jue carried the sword and said, "You don't have to worry about me." "Who cares about you?" Su Yishan said as he walked. "I just think my opponent is too weak, so I want to give myself some negative training, that's all." Jun Jue didn't say much and just followed silently. If you want to get out, there is another prerequisite. That is, there are only 10 people left. Otherwise, you may be attacked by the will of the secret realm. Su Yishan didn't dare to entrust their lives to Ling Su and the others. On the way to the temple, Su Yishan saw 3 more corpses and dozens of corpses of strange beasts. It seems that Ling Su and others had helped them clear the obstacles on the road when they went to the temple. After walking for an hour, Su Yishan and his friends finally arrived at the entrance of the temple. The temple is a silver metal tower, full of a sense of technology. Xia Shanha was leaning against the door with a red wooden stick, looking like a gatekeeper. "Senior Xia, do you think Chu Yang can be saved?" Su Yishan had no choice but to place his hope on Xia Shanha. Xia Shanha recognized Su Yishan's voice and asked, "What are you asking a blind man to see?" Su Yishan resisted the urge to smack him in the head and gritted his teeth. "How about you take my pulse?" Xia Shanha was too lazy to stretch out his hand and said, he was at the Jinxiu realm, and he was able to use the 10,000 swords flying immortal technique with his meridians severed and his dantian shattered, but he was still able to hold on. That's because he has an ancient saint body. Yifan. Su Yishan's eyes almost popped out when he heard the ancient holy body. He suspected that Xia Shanha was talking nonsense. Huh. Xia Shanha was a little surprised. Isn't that a character from a novel written decades ago? You also know that. Su Yishan fell in a deep thought. So this ancient holy body really exists? Yes, isn't that him? Xia Shanha said, "Don't worry about him. He won't die." Chapter 89. About the invincible old father. Can't die. Su Yishan placed Chu Yang at Xia Shanha's feet and asked, "If I punch him again, Will he die? Xiaoshana said, You try it. Forget it. I'm too lazy to try. Su Yishan looked at Chu Yang, who was only breathing hard, and asked, How many people have entered? Xiaoshana leaned on a red wooden stick and said, 15 have already gone in. Su Yishan asked, Did Ling Su and the others go in as well? Xiaoshana nodded. If you want to go in, go in. I also want to watch this scene. In Xiaoshana's eyes, the secret realm of God is just a play. I don't want to go in yet. How much are we going to talk about? After learning that Chu Yang would not die, Su Yishan was no longer in a hurry to enter the temple. Since he was already at the door of the temple, he could let the people inside roll first. After they finished rolling, Su Yishan would go in and collect the heads. Wouldn't that be great? Xiaoshana also asked with great interest. What do you want to talk about? Su Yishan asked. Do you know what a cell phone is? Xiaoshana smiled and said, Of course I know. I still have one at home. What brand? Huawei. Why can't I use my phone now? Su Yishan couldn't understand it at all. If there was a mobile phone, communication should be more convenient. Just these few simple sentences made him understand that this was still the same world. Xiaoshana sighed. In the past, the infrastructure in Dragon Country was very good, and communication base stations covered almost every place. But now there are strange beasts everywhere, and the base stations built in the past have long been destroyed. How can mobile phones be used? Su Yishan has read a complete history of humankind. This year is the 26th year of the New Era. The so-called New Era is the year after the human race and the alien beasts have reached peace. The alien beasts no longer attack human cities, and humans no longer hunt and kill the alien beasts. According to the book, the first 10 years of the New Era were relatively peaceful. What happened in between was normal. Humans believe that they are the masters of this planet, and after becoming stronger, they want to regain their former territory. The inner elixir of strange beasts can be sold for money and can also help with cultivation. Driven by profit, naturally some people will step into the territory of strange beasts. As the friction between humans and alien beasts escalates, humans will now be ruthlessly hunted down if they enter the alien beast territory. Su Yishan chatted with Xiaoshana for more than 10 minutes, and all the words they said were meaningless, but Su Yishan also got a lot of information that he could not find in the book. Senior Xia, do you know my father? Su Yishan usually said that it was necessary for a time traveler's parents to ascend to heaven, but knowing that his own parents were still there, he felt somewhat complicated. Xiaoshana was silent for a long time, then said, Your father's name is Su Yi, the strongest man I have ever seen. Su Yishan asked curiously, How strong is it? Xiaoshana seemed to be lost in memories and murmured, I remember that time. I was already the number 1 in the Tao sect at the 9th level of the heavenly apocalypse, and your father found me. Su Yishan raised his eyebrows. He challenged you? Xiaoshana chuckled. He said my name is exactly the same as someone he killed before. Su Yisan. He also said that he was an evil cultivator who was using Y to replenish his yang energy. It seemed that he just came to chat with me. Xiaoshana showed a strange smile on his face. How could I listen to these words? I thought he was provoking me. And then, Su Yishan heard the legend about his father from Su Nuanyuan. It could be summed up in 2 words, invincible. Xiaoshana shook his head and said, Then I used the strongest sword of my life and the Taoism that I am proud of. Your father, I didn't see him take action. Xiaoshana said bitterly, All my Taoist techniques had no effect on him. My fairy sword turned into pieces directly in front of him. I can feel it. If he wants to kill me, all he needs is a look. Xiaoshana seemed a little excited when he said this. That day, a strong man from the God clan happened to find me and wanted to kill me. He was wiped out by your father. Xiaoshana raised his hand and waved lightly. With such a slap, there is no difference between heaven and earth. I can't even feel the slightest fluctuation of power. That powerful man from the God clan is gone. Su Yishan swallowed hard. Is this the so-called invincibility? When your father left, he taught me a sword as compensation for damaging my fairy sword. When Xiaoshana said this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill the god with 1 sword? Su Yishan stared at Xiaoshana. Xiaoshana shook his head and said, If I can fully comprehend that sword, I believe I can kill everything except your father. Su Yishan's breathing became rapid. He now knew how perverted his father was. This is probably what is called true invincibility. Time passed little by little. Su Yishan checked Chu Yang's breathing and found that this kid was still holding his breath. His injuries are recovering. You don't have to worry about it. Xiaoshan has said, if you don't touch him, all his injuries will heal. After he recovers, he will become stronger. Su Yishan said, "Doesn't the ancient saint body require a lot of cultivation resources? Can it heal even the most serious injuries?" Xiaoshana smiled and said, "Since the beginning of the new era, various divine bodies have appeared in the human race. The ancient holy body has no bottleneck. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, he can become a great emperor. After being injured, his body will instinctively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to repair the body's injuries. So, if he wants to become stronger, he needs to keep getting hurt?" Su Yishan felt that this was somewhat similar to himself. Did they all have the same plugin? Xiaoshana shook his head and said, "If we just rely on instinct to repair it, it will take too long. For example, right now, if you want to kill him, you only need to break his neck. The cultivation of the ancient saint body is quite fast in the early stage, but it becomes more and more difficult as time goes on." Xiaoshana shook his head and said, "Even Yi Jibai definitely doesn't have so many resources to cultivate an ancient saint body of the apocalypse realm." Su Yishan was originally wondering if he should be more generous and just take out some spirit coins and put them next to Chu Yang so that he could recover sooner. But after thinking about it, as long as Chu Yang doesn't die, he only needs to make sure there are only 10 people left in the secret realm when the time is up, and they can go out. Then Chu Yang will recover, right? "Brother, it's not that I'm stingy, there is a better solution." Su Yishan smiled and said to Xiaoshana, "Senior Xia, could you please help me keep an eye on Chu Yang and Jun Juyue? I will go in alone." Xiaoshana smiled and said, "That's no problem. You're going in alone to face so many people." When he said this, Xiaoshana's expression changed slightly. "When did you break through to the chi control realm?" Su Yishan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Guess. Chapter 90. I'll give you 30 minutes. Su Yishan's cultivation progressed rapidly, and Xiaoshana didn't think it was anything strange. If the ancient holy body, the natural Taoist body, the desolate heaven tyrant body, and other divine bodies are considered to be very powerful existences, then it is extremely normal that Su Yi's son is more perverted than them. Jun Jue did not enter the temple again. Su Yishan walked in alone, holding the Wuji stick. "Congratulations on entering the temple. The temple has 10 floors in total. Each floor is guarded by a guardian. You can only enter the next floor after you kill the guardian. Every time a guardian dies, it will be refreshed after 3 seconds. The refreshed guardian will be stronger. Every time you kill a guardian, you will receive the blessing of the gods." As soon as Su Yishan stepped into the temple, he heard a voice in his ear. "A level-breaking game?" Su Yisan laughed. "This was quite interesting. Only after killing the guardian can you enter the upper level. It will refresh every 3 seconds, and the guardian will be stronger." Su Yishan originally thought that Ling Su and his team had already reached who knows how many floors, but after coming in, he found that Ling Su and his team were actually divided into 3 teams, all on the first floor. When Su Yishan came in, everyone's eyes fell on him. "Brother Su, you're here." After seeing Su Yishan, Ling Su actually greeted Su Yishan enthusiastically, as if they were very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. When Su Yishan came in, his whole body was relaxed, and his cultivation in the chi control realm was completely released. The crushing aura of the realm made Ling Su and others breathless. It was like a tiger coming into the sheepfold. "What are you doing?" Su Yishan ignored Ling Tse. He had no intention of breaking through. Just come in and have some fun. He doesn't want the blessing of the gods. "Brother Su, my name is Dongfang Qi. We are discussing whether we should break into the temple first or do something else." Dongfang Qi said, "I'm the last one to enter the secret realm. Together with Senior Su, Senior Xia, and the patriarch of the Jun family, there are a total of 32 of us who have entered." Su Yishan was definitely the one with the highest cultivation among them. He had the absolute right to speak. From the stalemate of the 15 people, Su Yishan probably guessed something. He smiled and said, "Then what? Go on." Ling Su was directly ignored by Su Yishan, but he dared not say anything. He originally thought that Su Yishan was at most at the unbreakable realm, but now it seems that Su Yishan's aura is really terrifying, so he would rather avoid provoking him. Dongfang Qi said, "According to the rules of the secret realm, only 10 of us can survive in the end. In the temple, including Brother Su, there are a total of 16 people. We have seen with our own eyes that 10 of them have died." Su Yishan asked, "Among the 10 people who died, do you count Jun Fengyang?" "No." Dongfang Qi, wearing a gray robe and holding a spear, asked, "Is he dead?" Su Yishan nodded and said, "He is dead. That means there are 11 people confirmed dead. Dongfang Qi asked again, tentatively, Brother Su, what about Chu Yang and Jun Jiwei? Su Yishan smiled. They are both outside, seriously injured, but Xia Shanhe wants to protect them. If you want to kill them, then go out and kill them. Dongfang Qi frowned and said, that senior Su will definitely be fine. This means that besides the two seniors, Chu Yang and Jun Jiwei, there is another person whose life or death is unknown. Let's assume that person is still alive. Then only 5 of us present can survive. Dongfang Qi's eyes sparkled as he said, whether or not to enter the temple is secondary. It is said that those who are randomly killed by the will of the secret realm will never survive. Except for Su Yishan, everyone present should want to receive the blessing of the gods, but they want to stay alive more. The kind that is 100% sure that you will survive. Dongfang Qi's words undoubtedly made the current situation very clear. He was not only speaking to Su Yishan, but also to everyone present. Out of 16 people, only 5 can survive. They don't have much time left, as they have been in a stalemate for a long time, simply because they're not sure how many people who came and have died. Su Yishan simply took out the soul-breaking sword, with the Wuji stick in his left hand and the soul-breaking sword in his right hand, then sat on the ground and said, I don't want to break through. You can do whatever you want. I won't do anything. He just wants to play badly now, and it is impossible for him to break through. If there are more than 4 of you alive after 30 minutes, I will kill you all. Su Yishan showed a very polite smile on his face. He had no intention of joining anyone's camp. He just wanted to save Chu Yang and Jun Jiue's lives. By this calculation, only 4 of these people can survive. When Su Yishan said this, the faces of the people present changed drastically. No one dared to say anything about working together to kill Su Yishan at this time. Human nature is complex, but sometimes it is also simple. If they had a tacit understanding and directly joined forces to kill Su Yishan, there would be no problem. However, if someone said at this time that they wanted to join forces to kill Su Yishan, they would definitely face Su Yishan's wrath. Anyone who dares to say such words is doomed to die. Others were also happy to see Su Yishan kill people, as long as it wasn't them. Su Yishan had anticipated this, so he just ignored everything else. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Se turned around and slapped the people behind him, shouting, Dongfang Qi and Mo Yang, Jiang Feng, the 4 of us will join forces. Without him saying anything, the field was already in chaos. The 4 strongest people present formed an alliance almost instantly and killed the people around them. In just a moment, 4 people died on the field. Except for Su Yishan, there were only 11 people left. Ling Su and the 3 people he had just called out to were all at the joint cultivation realm, while the others were at the inner strength realm. When the 3 of them suddenly launched an attack, the others were caught off guard, and it was impossible for them to reorganize. The crushing power of strength here means that the weak are doomed to die. There was no point in them initially being divided into 3 camps. As for the significance, it is nothing more than the pie in the sky that Dongfang Qi and others painted for the weak, saying that they would ensure they get out alive, but in fact they just kept them by their side so that they would not have to wonder how many people had died at this time. From the moment you step into the secret realm, it is destined that only the strong can come out alive. Some of these young men from Longsheng are just like Jun Jiwei. They were ostracized by other forces in the family and had to try their luck in the secret realm. They don't have strong power, and when they enter the secret realm, they can only become stepping stones for others' growth. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 4 people left except Su Yishan, who was sitting next to him. The hall was filled with blood, and corpses were scattered all over the ground.